Chapter 127. Upon the commencement of the Great War, retired British Field Marshal Bernard Law Montgomery famously declared his 2 laws of war during a session in the British Parliament. The first was, do not march on Moscow. The second, do not go fighting with your land armies in China. Whether knowingly or not, the Holy Britannian Empire broke both laws over the course of their conflict with the European Union and the Chinese Federation. In the case of the Chinese campaign, Britannia's objective was simply to force the Federation out of the war as quickly as possible. Outright conquest was never the goal, though destroying China as an organized state would have been as acceptable as a negotiated withdrawal of the Federation, whichever would allow Britannia to shift the fullness of its attention to its true target, the European Union. The march on Moscow had more direct objectives, namely to force the Russian Federation to commit as many resources as possible to the city's defense and divert them from providing further aid to their European allies. Britannia however also recognized that Russia was a much more industrialized nation, one that could afford the losses in material such titanic battles entailed, and so also made considerable effort to attack the Federation's industrial capacity wherever the opportunity arose. Considering the size of the nation, this was no easy task, but Britannia was not without considerable industrial might itself and applied itself to the task fully. After the war, when then Marshal of the Empire Andreas Darlton was informed of Montgomery's rules, the Marshal made the following remark. Ascribing your own limitations on an enemy does not mean they are actually as incapable as you yourself are. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 127. Invitas Manio. The technology of war had evolved considerably over the centuries, from the age of sticks and stones to the era of atomics now dawning. A common theme ran through these ages, one begun when the first of humanity's ancestors picked up a single rock and threw it with the intent to harm. And as the ages passed, the lethality of the projectile only increased. The Tomahawk cruise missile carried by the ships of the Imperial Britannian Navy was a long way from the humble rock, but its purpose was much the same. It strove to provide the means to harm your enemy at a distance, and in that regard it was a superbly crafted instrument of war. There were certainly downsides to the Tomahawk, despite its destructive capacity. In some respects its range actually almost exceeded the ability of its users to accurately aim the weapon. Its size also meant intercepting and destroying it was entirely feasible, assuming its intended victim was possessed of both sufficient forewarning and technical capabilities comparable to the Empire. Or if one put enough flak and bullets in the air, one might get lucky and knock the Tomahawk out of the air that way, at which point the side firing it got little more than some mild fireworks in the air instead of the desired fireballs on the ground. For this reason the initial bombardment of the German positions south of Baghdad was conducted not with cruise missiles, but by the railguns mounted by 8th Fleet's ships. A railgun projectile was simplicity itself, simply a hunk of solid metal that was accelerated to immense speeds. There was no propellant or explosive payload in the projectile, its destructive power came purely from the kinetic energy of its impact. Intercepting such rounds was next to impossible. There was nothing to blow up and the only thing with enough energy to divert one would be another railgun round. Contemporary computer systems were decidedly not up to the task of such pinpoint precision. Even worse from the perspective of those on the receiving end, no vehicle mounted sufficient armor to defend against a railgun round, certainly not of the caliber fired from the Empire's battleships. The only viable defense was Britannia's blaze luminous shield, but even the massive projectors aboard the Empire's flying warships could only take a handful of shots before collapsing. The Wehrmacht possessed no such systems, and so each of the positions targeted were left smoking craters. Not from the railgun shots themselves of course, but from the munitions detonated by the impacts. The Tomahawks that followed up on the other hand had plenty of explosives packed in to make smoke themselves. From inside her nightmare Colin noted the carnage and destruction with an almost clinical detachment. Considering what her Geass had shown her in the aftermath of the Baghdad bombings, the strikes by 8th Fleet might as well have been a footnote. Still, men had died this day and more would soon follow. A random thought strayed through Colin's head. The majority of the European armies, for whatever reason, continued to restrict women from serving in combat roles. The Empire on the other hand accepted men and women equally into all roles, combat and support. The only condition was that everyone passed the same fitness requirements which, for purely physiological reasons, fewer women did. At the same time any woman that did pass the tests, and Colin herself was one of them, was integrated into the military without further fuss and muss. Even the Japanese military had gotten around to that level of integration before its defeat by the Empire. What was it about Europe then that so many of their societies still seemed so steeped in fixed gender roles? The young woman shrugged off the thought. It was all moot at this point, she was here to fight and that was exactly what she would do. 2nd Battalion, advance, Colin ordered over the radio. The short company of nightmares rolled out, followed by a company of infantry. Colin kept her sight active, ready to deal with any survivors that might attempt a counterattack. The Navy's bombardment had expended all of Task Force 80's cruise missiles and a good portion of its railgun rounds, but that was hardly sufficient to take out 4 entire German regiments. They had been bloodied however, and Colin did not intend to give them the opportunity to regain their balance. As her forces approached the first enemy position, Colin noted the alert soldiers. The Germans had to suspect a ground attack would follow the bombardment, and the pair of AFVs and squadron of soldiers hunkered down were obviously not going to let themselves be caught unawares. In fact, they were probably already aware of the approaching Britannian troops. Not that that knowledge would be of much use to them. Colin opened fire. The railgun slug slammed through the AFV, detonating its munitions and showering the nearby soldiers with shrapnel. The Germans were still trying to recover when Colin's second shot found its mark. The Britannian forces were still well outside the range of anything the Germans might possess, but that did not stop them from at least trying. A missile lit off, but at this distance it barely had the legs to reach the Britannians, much less be fired with any credible accuracy. The Nightmares did not even need to evade. A few German soldiers survived Colin's initial attack. She had fired anti-armor rounds from her railgun after all, and as the Britannian units closed in, the intensity of enemy fire increased. Of course, as the distance shrank, more of Colin's own compatriots were able to bring their own weapons to bear. While the Varus rifles wielded by the rest of her immediate platoon technically permitted the others to match Colin's range, none of them had the advantage of the latter's Geass, and so held fire until they could do so effectively. The rounds that they utilized were also anti-personnel, and after the first barrage the amount of returning fire slackened almost to nothing. Still, almost was not quite the same as nothing, but Colin and the other Nightmares paid no heed to the rifle fire that remained. Dealing with that fell to the infantry following in their wake. The APCs did not bother stopping to disgorge their passengers, instead simply relying on their own machine guns to mow down the few German soldiers still alive, or at least those foolish enough to continue resisting. The force moved on and proceeded to overrun 2 more German positions with similar efficiency. It would not be long, however, before the Germans managed to mount a proper response. Colin's radio crackled. "Your Highness, Recon is seeing German armor columns moving to encircle you from the north and south," the operator reported. "Make at least 2 companies worth of Leopards in the southern formation, equal number of Hummels in the northern one." "Understood," Colin said. Her own side had not yet picked them up, but it was only a matter of time. "All units proceed southward," Colin ordered. Acknowledgements flowed back, and the metallic steeds of her battalion all swerved in the designated direction. The plan was to draw the German forces away from the city, to give the Empire enough time to rush more reinforcements to them. 2 more divisions would be arriving shortly, which should be sufficient to allow the Britannians to hold the city until they could be properly relieved. And if this diversionary effort just happened to shatter the German southern lines, all the better. "Your Highness," the operator's voice sounded over the radio again, "Recon indicates that a third force is headed in your direction. Mechanized infantry with AFV escorts, no tanks." That made sense, seeing as the armored companies were meant to be the spear points while the infantry would serve to mop it. Memory of how that turned out at Chosin briefly flickered through Colin's mind before she shoved it away. She would deal with that if and when she was forced to such measures. First they needed to take care of the tanks. "Lieutenant Walker, move your platoon to our right flank," Colin ordered. "Colonel Toto, position your forces in the rear." The 6 Nightmares obeyed, falling into a truncated L-shaped formation. "First platoon, break to the left upon my command," she continued. "Weapons free when we enter range. I want the Germans stopped in their tracks. Second and third platoons, hold fire until I give the order." As the distance closed and the tanks came fully into Colin's vision, the knight noted the rather peculiar formation they were in. The Germans seemed to be making considerable effort to not let any of their Leopards line up, at least in her direction. Probably a countermeasure against railgun shots punching through multiple tanks. That might buy them a little more time. A little more. Colin pulled the trigger, and moments later a fireball erupted from the lead Leopard. The German tanks swerved about and charged full throttle at Colin's Nightmares. Their crews knew they were at a distinct range disadvantage against the railguns, and the only chance they had was to close the distance before their ranks were decimated. Even so, Colin managed to knock out 8 of the Leopards before the rest of her own platoon joined in. The shots by the others did not fly as unerringly as Colin's, but enough still hit to thoroughly savage the advancing Germans. And then the Leopards finally reached their own maximum range and their cannons roared. "Break," Colin ordered. "Weapons free all." Anya, Gino, and Laura all followed Colin, and the 4 Nightmares rolled left, clearing the way for Toto and his platoon. Granted permission to fire, the 6 Nightmares of 2nd and 3rd platoon revealed their possession of railguns. Colin could see the surprise amongst the German tank crews. They had known that at least 1 platoon of Colin's battalion possessed the weapons, but previous encounters had seen the other 2 equipped with conventional Nightmare arms. Even though the Varus rifles equipped by the others were of a less powerful variant, they still easily overshadowed the 105mm cannon the Germans mounted. To their credit, the German formation did not break. Instead, the tanks converged to concentrate their efforts on Duvali's platoon, all of their turrets traversing and firing as rapidly as possible at the 3 Nightmares. With 16 tanks still in operation, that was a lot of firepower being thrown at them. Colin had hoped that their initial attack would force the Germans to stop or try to withdraw. Instead, the Germans were showing remarkable daring, and maybe just a bit of desperation, in charging headlong into the fray. First platoon completed its swinging about and were now positioned to hit the Germans on their flank. Beyond a few machine gun bursts, however, the Germans ignored them, refusing to allow their attention to be divided. Colin snarled in annoyance, but also saw the opportunity this presented. All units hold fire. The response was almost immediate, if for no other reason than the railgun cycle times meant there were natural pauses between each shot. Booms continued to sound as the Germans of course kept firing, and at the rate they were going eventually even Duvali and her other knights would be overwhelmed. Eventually, however, would not be coming quickly enough as Colin charged in. At point blank the railgun was severe overkill. Of course overkill did not diminish its effectiveness, and being so close meant Colin could step down the charge to allow for faster cycling time. That faster time was still far from continuous fire, but the Gurren possessed another weapon tailor-made for this sort of close-range combat. The radiant arm surge flashed and the armor of its victim literally melted even as the munitions cooked off. The surviving tanks hurried to respond, but a nightmare was simply too mobile and responsive compared to their tracks and turrets. Colin spun around, slamming into another tank and keeping it from traversing further. With it effectively immobilized, she did not bother wasting her next shot on it, instead blowing apart a tank trying to back away from the melee. The reprieve was brief, however, as Colin sent another surge of microwave radiation forth as she pushed back. The German tanks were now completely disoriented, several of the tanks stopped dead while others tried to turn about to get clear shots at the Gurren. Colin, however, ducked and weaved about their formation, even rolling over one of the enemy tanks. Once she was clear, she shouted into the radio. "Open fire!" The other nightmares had not been sitting idle while Colin disrupted the German ranks. Their position placed the Germans in an overlapping kill zone, and the single barrage of railgun fire smashed the last of the German tanks. It was a resounding victory, and almost a one-sided slaughter. Colin took a few moments to catch her breath even as her Geass informed her of the damage her own side took. The new Vincents did not possess blaze luminous systems, and sheer weight of fire had gotten a couple of them banged up when the Germans decided to focus all of their efforts on Duvali's platoon. "Lieutenant, status?" Colin queried, even if she already had a pretty complete picture. "Ines Vincent took a hit on a leg," Duvali responded. "We're probably going to need to ditch." Which meant destroying the machine to keep the Germans from capturing it. "Grab her rifle," Colin ordered. "No sense in losing a perfectly good weapon. Stay with Ines until the infantry catch up and can give her a lift." "Understood, Your Highness." As far as exchanges went, the ratio was well in Colin's favor. Nearly 30 enemy tanks destroyed outright for the loss of one nightmare, albeit a very expensive one. Still, even in gross cost, the Wehrmacht had suffered a greater loss in this engagement. Whether even this lopsided a ratio was sufficient to ensure Britannia's victory in the wider battle unfolding was another question entirely. "We'll move north and engage the Hummels," Colin said. "I want the German mechs out of the picture before their infantry arrives in force." With at least one of her own nightmare platoons out of action for a bit, the odds might be just a bit heavy even considering the tactical advantages offered by Britannia's more advanced mechs. Quantity was after all a quality all its own, and the German Hummels would be outnumbering them something like 3-1. "Captain Ackermann," Colin said into the radio, "once your troops have picked up Ines, take Duvali's platoon and establish a line to meet the incoming German infantry." "Roger, ma'am." "Are you intending to meet the Hummels without infantry support?" Laura queried. "I hope not," Colin said as she switched the radio channel. "Baghdad Command, this is General Stottfeld. How is 2nd Marine coming?" "One armored battalion with infantry elements is advancing south, Your Highness," came the response. "Estimated time to contact with German Hummels, 30 minutes. ETA to my position." "At least 50 minutes, Your Highness." Which meant the Germans would probably reach Colin's own position before the Marines did. She also could not try to retreat, doing that would simply allow the Hummels to smash into the rear of the infantry she was detaching. She had to meet them, and stall them long enough for the Marine battalion to catch up. "Be advised, Your Highness," the operator was apparently not quite done, "radar is picking up European air elements entering the theater of operations." "What about our own air cover?" Colin asked. "Squadrons are sortying, but control of the sky is disputed, Your Highness." In other words, it was a crapshoot whose planes would be overhead at any given moment. That was not good. As impressive as the nightmares of her battalion were, their ability to effectively respond to high-speed aircraft and the equally if not higher-speed weapons they mounted was limited. And without sufficient warning, it did not matter how fast Colin herself could react to incoming air attacks if the nightmare could not move quickly enough as well. "Okay, this is going to get complicated," Colin said frankly to the others. "We need to keep the Hummels from hitting the infantry company, but we also need to avoid getting pinned down ourselves. At the same time, we need to keep from getting plastered by an airstrike." "Lots of needs there, Your Highness," Gino remarked wryly. "Don't I know it? And to be frank, I can only think of one way to achieve all three of those conditions." "Oh, this should be good," Anya remarked. Colin chuckled. Anya was right after all. "The Hummels are very specialized machines," Colin continued. The Germans designed them to engage our own armored units at range, but that's all they're capable of doing. They have no defenses for close-quarter nightmare combat. None of the nightmares were equipped with visual communications equipment, but Colin could still see the looks on their faces. Gino was gaping with mouth hung open, Laura actually had a big grin, while Anya's face remained remarkably impassive. Todo's eyebrow was arched upward, Chiba seemed to think she was insane, and Urabe looked rather eager to get stuck in. 7 nightmares, Gino finally managed to find his voice. Up against 28 Hummels. I'll say this much, Your Highness, you're not one to let the odds scare you off. I've faced worse, Colin said frankly, and I'll be sure to do so again in the future. Let's make sure all of you get to say the same. Sie looped. The deadpan, flat manner in which Phi made the declaration caused some of the Jaegers present to do a double take to make sure the petite girl was the one that actually spoke. Phi's more immediate compatriots were well familiar with the stoic girl's demeanor and took it in stride. She's not lying in so much as she's avoiding answering the point, Annie said. I'm pretty sure if we called her on it, she wouldn't be able to keep it up. The question is why she's even bothering being so evasive in the first place. The she in question was of course Colin, and due to the fact that all of the persons attending this impromptu conference spoke German, that was the language it was being conducted in. Perhaps because she fears that if we get in contact with Herr Lamproche, assuming that is even possible, he would issue orders disallowing further cooperation with Her Highness. Colonel Leonidas suggested. I wonder, Annie said thoughtfully. Something tells me that it might not be us that she's trying to lie to, but that Rai character. The knight that accompanied Her Highness. Colonel Heinz said. Rai has known every countersign that I've tested on him, Annie said. He's not one of us though, and the explanation we got for how he knows what he does sounds so fantastical that I'm still not sure I believe it. The snort from Laura indicated a great deal less certainty on her part. Why do you believe Her Highness would want to keep it from her fellow knight? Colonel Velmer, commanding officer of the Nordjäger Corps asked. I don't know, Annie said frankly. But I might have a way of finding out. The officers present all gave the girl curious looks. Colin locked down the thought elevator before she left to rejoin the battle, Annie said, dispensing with any formalities and courtesies for the princess. But she was in a rush, and she didn't actually shut down everything. Now it was an understanding that the others regarded her. You believe the thought elevator's data recordings might provide some indication of what happened, Leonidas said. That, and if the connection with the London thought elevator is still active, we can get all of your troops out of here, Annie said. The Brightonians are almost certainly going to win the upcoming battle, after which we risk losing any and all leverage. If you consider the situation to be so dire, why did we not attempt to neutralize Her Highness after Sozaku? Heinz asked. 2 reasons, Annie said. The first is, believe it or not, she actually had a point. Lelich once considered a course of action very similar to what Colin is proposing with her Ordo Malleus, to develop humanity's connection with Code and Geass under the watchful eye of persons protected against those powers. He rejected it because he did not think he could marshal the resources necessary to execute it. And you are saying the Princess Colin could succeed, Velmer said. Annie rubbed her chin. When Britannia wins the war, and let's not kid ourselves, they're going to win, the Empire will control at least half of the world's landmass and have immense influence on at least another quarter or more. It won't be the entire world, but it'll be as close as anyone has ever gotten in the history of the modern human race. That certainly put things under a very specific light. But can we actually trust her intentions? Leonidas asked. Especially when she continues withholding information from us. That's why we need to get all of you out of here, Annie said. I'm pretty sure Colin was at least completely honest when she said she wanted our help in finding countermeasures to the Code and Geass. And while she might well be willing to let all of you leave peaceably, I'd rather our withdrawal be conducted under our terms, not hers. Heads nodded all around at that. There was a distinct difference between leaving and being allowed to leave after all. And the other reason? The German colonel prompted. The other reason, Annie said flatly, is I doubt we could have neutralized Colin without killing Rai in the process. And that, gentlemen, would have set the Empress Euphemia on an even greater warpath than she is on right now. Recall just whose sister she is. The grimaces that crossed the present faces made clear the officers knew exactly what Annie meant. What do we do afterwards though? Velmer asked next. And what of you 3? The 3 in question exchanged looks that hid the unspoken conversation, and decision. I will accompany all of you back to London, Laura said. From there I will try to undo whatever the hell Sozaku did to that thought elevator, as well as try to access Lelich's memory backup. With any luck, that will provide a definitive answer to what happened when Sozaku's attempts to hijack us was jammed. And it might also allow me to contact Jester. That much all made sense, though Laura's statement also carried with it an implication that certain others would not be accompanying the Jaegers in their escape. I will return to Pendragon, Annie said. I won't leave Bertolt. Little surprise there, none of them were prepared to leave behind any member of their little family. The gazes now shifted over to Phi. I'll be going to Tokyo, the petite girl said. That's where Colin's headed, it'll let me keep an eye on her. Splitting up like that sounds extremely risky, Leonidas stated. I'd feel better if you two at least retained a fire team or two to act as support. Another pause before Annie nodded. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. All right, Phi and I will take a fire team each. Leonidas nodded. The colonel was still far from happy, but he did look noticeably less unhappy. Assuming we are able to regain control over the London Thought Elevator, what do we do next? Heinz asked. We see how serious Colin and Her Majesty are in enlisting our services, Annie said. Control of a thought elevator, however tenuous, and having all of you on the outside ready to act, gives us leverage. It's pretty obvious that there are hard limits to how far we can push the Empress, but I'll be damned if we rely on nothing but her and Colin's goodwill to ensure the safety of our homes and families. To that grunts of agreement sounded all around. That all sounds as reasonable as we're likely to get, Velmer said, but it all hinges on you being able to connect to the London Thought Elevator. How confident are you that that is even feasible? Annie turned about to face the stone consoles. Well, I guess we'll find out. The Hummel rolled backwards as quickly as its wheels would permit. The massive sword that punched through its upper body made clear that it was not quickly enough. The Lancelot Azure spun about, wrenching the sword free with little difficulty as Laura sought her next target. None were within immediate reach, for Colin, Gino, and Anya had made short work the other Hummels in the platoon. The other 5 platoons were quickly scattering to place themselves out of melee range. All that did however was make them targets for the railguns Colin's nightmares, save for Anya's, wielded in their left hands. The one in Colin's sight went down as a flaming wreck. Gino's was luckier, the grazing shot only tore off the barrel on one of its arms. Laura did not have a clear shot at all, so refrained from risking friendly fire. Anya however made up for both of them as she fired her main cannon. Had her targets been any closer they might not have been the only ones caught in the blast. Still it was hard to argue with the 3 Hummels, or what was left of them, strewn across the sands. By now the survivors had enough time to overcome their shock and were pouring fire as fast as their auto-loaders could feed shells. Green sheens could be seen as the blaze luminous shields absorbed the bulk of the heat. They would not last long enough for Colin's platoon to close again, but that would not be necessary. From the flanks more railgun shots slammed into the German formations. 2 more Hummels toppled over and cooked off. A few of their comrades spun about to meet this new threat, but Todoa's platoon was already on the move. Without shields of their own it had been determined they should not attempt to close on the enemy, they would instead make do with their railguns. Single platoon breaking away towards you, Colonel, Colin said over the radio. No, make that 2 platoons. They're swinging about, trying to encircle. I see them, General, Todo said. Pulling back. The biggest risk with Colin's stratagem was if the Germans were able to use their superior numbers to encircle and pin her own force. Deprived of their mobility, not even the blaze luminous shields would have saved them from the concentrated fire of so many Hummels. Thus far the flow of battle was chaotic enough that the Germans were unable to perform such a maneuver, but chaos could cut both ways. Platoon, halt pursuit, sweep south then east, Colin ordered. The others followed, breaking off from their exchange with the Germans. It was mildly unfair that Colin could literally overhear, and understand, the orders the company commander was trying to issue. Even worse for her opposite number, Colin probably had a better idea of just how well his troops were coming along in actually carrying out those orders. That made staying ahead of the German entrapments a bit easier. That did not make it easy outright. We need to keep up with the Colonel, Colin said. Can't let the Germans split us. Too bad the Krauts aren't cooperating, Gino growled. That they were not. The Germans obviously recognized that letting Colin reconcentrate her forces, while in theory making them easier to encircle, would also see a lot more focused firepower coming from one spot as well. How are our shields? Colin asked, spinning the Gurren about to evade a shot herself. Recovered to 40%, Laura answered. 30, Gino reported. 60, Anya said matter-of-factly. Colin's own shield was a little under 50. I'll take point. Anya, fire for effect. Gino, stay with her and keep any of the Hummels from flanking her. Laura, with me. The 4 Nightmares split into 2 formations with Colin's duo closing on the German mechs. While the top speed of the Hummel was greater than the Sutherland or even the Gloucester, the Gurren and Lancelot gained on them with every passing second. Colin fired again and again. Another Hummel exploded. In truth, she probably could have destroyed the entire enemy force by herself. The limiting factor was the cycling time of the Varus rifle. She was not alone however and needed to engage the enemy with an eye towards keeping her own forces from being similarly reduced. Time to find out if all of the training and drilling of tactics and maneuvers had turned her from an insurgency leader into a proper military commander. The Germans are trying to cut us off, Laura said. Not that Colin herself had not already noticed, but the older girl likely made the report as much for herself as for her fellow knight. I'll take the hit, you close in while they're reloading. Laura pulled back ever so slightly to lengthen the distance between the two of them, making Colin the natural target for the Hummels. The Germans obliged, but Colin made the Gurren almost dance as the shots cratered the grounds in its wake. Colin could hear the curses of the German pilots, which was good. The more frustrated they were, the more likely they were to make mistakes. Fatal ones as a Hummel veered right into the blast from the Mordred's cannons. Anya had activated her float system, taking advantage of her more ample power reserves to get a better vantage point to rain death upon the Germans. It was risky, exposing herself like that. At the same time, the Mordred was much more heavily armored compared to the rest of Colin's platoon, and... Shit! Colin exclaimed. She spun about, using her own float system as an additional boost, but she knew it was already too late. The railgun would take too long to cycle, and a full 5 seconds passed after the pair of missiles slammed into the Mordred before Colin was able to fire. She had the satisfaction of seeing the German jet snap in half and careen in flames down to the earth, but that was little consolation when the Mordred itself was doing much the same. Anya! Gino screamed out. Did she eject? She didn't, Colin snapped. Stay close to her and cover her. The momentary distraction was enough to take the wind out of Colin's charge, enough so for the Germans to retake the initiative. Colin could not fall back without letting them fall right atop where the Mordred had crashed, but neither could she punch through without also leaving that position exposed. Colonel. Regroup on my position now. Acknowledged, Toto said, the strain in his voice reinforcing what Colin already knew. The second platoon had been trying to do exactly that for several minutes now, and Colin's added urgency was not going to suddenly make the rendezvous any more possible than before. Time was short, however, and if Toto did not manage to punch through, the Germans might yet succeed in reducing their numbers while they were separated. The colonel was obviously aware of this and was throwing caution to the wind himself. With him in the lead, the 3 nightmares under his command charged straight at the Hummels. The initial German counter-move stalled out as 2 more Hummels exploded. The others took the time to maneuver about instead of trying to meet the charge head-on. Their repositioning was awarded as their fire slammed into Toto's nightmares. Colin swore again as Urabe's Vincent careened over. At least there the cockpit ejected and the Germans were electing to ignore it, for now. What now, Kaujaki? Toto asked as he and Chiba's nightmares swung about the Gurren's side. You two and Laura hold their attention, Colin said, keep them off of Anya. I can probably take out any other air units before they hit us with another strike, but I can't use my Varus if I'm to do that. Instead I'll try to get close and take them down directly. Understood. Colin narrowed her focus, just a little, to better predict what the Germans were going to do. Now that she had a better understanding of how her Geass worked, she felt just a touch of envy at the ability Euphemia possessed. At a basic level, the Geass was simply an interface into the computational power the thought elevators provided, a power that used mathematics as its foundation. Seeing as Euphemia could literally collapse any computation down to an optimal or near-optimal answer, that skill would be mightily handy right now as Colin tried to plot the exact course she needed to run to kill as many of the Hummels as she could reach without letting them break through to the others. By now the surviving Hummel pilots had a healthy respect, and fear, of the Crimson Lotus. They knew full well what that vicious-looking claw could do and so did their utmost to keep out of its reach. In some ways that worked to Colin's advantage, any Hummel that she approached beat a very hasty retreat. Still it took time to run them down and any that Colin was not chasing could concentrate on the others. Even more irritatingly, the Germans seemed to have given up trying to concentrate on her. The Gurren had little choice but to swing back and forth, trying to slow the German advance. We can't keep this up for much longer, Colin, Laura said. The Germans are splitting their forces, you won't be able to divert to meet all of them. Yeah, I can see that, Colin answered with remarkable calm. Any ideas? Laura said, sounding just slightly testy. Well, we'll either kill them in the next 5 minutes or we die trying, Colin said. The reactions of her subordinates were a mixture of mild exasperation and outright irritation, but they knew Colin was more or less right. There was little point to finesse now, the battle would be determined by which side ran out of mechs first. German quantity faced off against Britannian, and Japanese, quality. The Hummels could fire more quickly due to both mounting twin cannons and having reload times faster than the Varus rifle's cycle time. On the other hand, the survivors of Colin's core platoon could withstand multiple hits before their shields collapsed, assuming they hit at all. Colin circled about, looking for other targets of opportunity. The downside of having thinned the Germans as much as they had was their reduced numbers let them remain dispersed. Too bad there were still enough of them to launch probes and strength. Of course, assuming she got her timing right, that would be changing just about 30 seconds. Highness approached to assist. The radio might have been awash with static and noise, but Colin knew exactly what words were being spoken on the other end. Half a minute later, shells blasted through the Hummel ranks as the tanks of 2nd Marine came into range. The M60 Patton was in many respects an inferior weapon of war compared to the German mechs, especially on an open field like this. Conversely, there were more of them and now it was the Germans' turn to face the quality of quantity. The blast that tore through another platoon of Hummels did not come from the advancing tanks, though one might be forgiven for thinking otherwise. With the cacophony about, the thumping of helicopter blades was easily missed. The deafening booms from their missile barrages only added to the thundering of the battlefield, a thundering that quietened the German pockets to little more than smoldering wrecks. Colin looked at her cockpit's clock. 5 minutes. Exasperated. That was the best way to describe how the others looked. Relief as well. You knew we had reinforcements incoming, Laura said with a sigh. Tanks, yes, Colin said. The gunships. She shifted her nightmare a bit to look up at the hovering helicopters. Not until they were already on their attack runs. Get Anya out of the Mordred, she's still alive but unconscious. Roger, Gino said, and Colin could see him opening up his cockpit already. I'll get Urabe and hand him off to one of the infantry detachments, Colin said. I will accompany you, Todo said. Chiba also made to follow. Colin took a moment to consider it before refraining from issuing a countermand. Urabe had been with both of them since before the Pacific War and furthermore had even followed the two of them into Colin's service, the only other of the 4 holy swords to do so. He had done so out of loyalty to his comrades over the ideal of Japan, and it was a loyalty Todo and Chiba reciprocated in full. So instead, when Colin spoke into the radio, it was to order one of the approaching APCs to rendezvous at Urabe's location to provide the lift the wounded man would need. Urabe had opened his ejected cockpit but remained slumped in his seat. After her own nightmare came to a halt, Colin jumped out. Todo and Chiba were not far behind. Lieutenant, Colin said. Don't move, you've broken 2 ribs. Certainly feels that way, Your Highness, Urabe said with a pained grimace. Let's get you out, easy, easy there. The 3 of them managed, after a fashion, to lift the wounded man out, though despite his best efforts Urabe could not quite suppress the cries of pain from the motion. At the edge of her senses, Colin felt a slight unpleasant tingle in her own chest. She was not exactly feeling Urabe's pain, but she could still read the sensory information. The APC ground to a halt and a young man with sergeant stripes hopped out first, accompanied by 2 other soldiers. Your Highness, he greeted curtly but courteously. Sergeant, Colin said before doing a double take. You were at Chosen. Jean nodded. Yes, Your Highness. I never got the chance to thank you for the rescue, Your Highness. We would have all bought it that day if you didn't come for us. Colin allowed herself a slight smile. Thank me by seeing my man safely home, Sergeant. And yours and yourself as well. To that Jean cracked a grin of his own. Understood, Your Highness. A hiss of static alerted Colin to an incoming transmission over the radio. She quickly climbed back into the Gurren. This is Stottfeld, report. Your Highness, all of the German units south of the city are diverting and advancing upon your position, Andreas' voice sounded. You need to pull back to Baghdad. Colin's eyes narrowed. I still have a company of troops due west of my position, General. They've engaged with the lead elements, Andreas informed her. I do not know if they will be able to hold once the rest of the Germans get there. Colin closed the cockpit. Then we better get to them first. There was a noticeable pause before Andreas spoke again. Your Highness, it is not certain that the forces you have with you are sufficient to hold. Then I guess we'll just have to find out, Colin said more than a bit testily, but I am not leaving those troops behind. Another long pause followed. Nonetheless, there was no hesitation in Andreas' voice when he next spoke. Understood, Your Highness. I will muster what support I can. Good luck, and may the gods favor you with victory once more this day. End of chapter 127. The British government is going to get a little surprise. Should do them good, maybe knock out some of the delusion that they are in control of their own fates a little. Then again, one might need a bigger hammer to pull that off. It should be noted that Charlotte was never actually in the French army, she was commissioned as a simulated lieutenant in the SDIS, and only then through some of Lelich's manipulations. The same goes for Annie, Laura, and Phi, for the intelligence agencies of their respective nations. The paperwork for granting a bunch of minor girls even simulated ranks would probably make for an interesting surprise if any officer not involved in the masquerade ever ran across them. Despite the increased range of Colin's Geass, it must be remembered that modern vehicles and planes can zip across that range very quickly, never mind things like rockets, bullets, and shells. That's one of the weaknesses regarding Colin's power. If someone starts an attack run on her from outside her range, she might well not have the time to react because the time it takes to reach her after she first catches wind of it is too short. It's how Lelich nearly got her at KO with the missiles, and we see those limits again in Colin's engagement with the Germans. The next chapter will handle the aftermath of the Battle of Baghdad, including the little surprise Annie cooked up for Colin. That ought to be a fun conversation. Chapter 128. Britonian military doctrine has always emphasized combined arms tactics and high mobility. Its military leadership has also always recognized that it is impossible to eliminate the possibility of casualties and fatalities on the battlefield. Based on this line of thought, the Empire generally considers the most effective means of minimizing losses is to hit its enemies hard enough and fast enough to quickly defeat them in detail, the reasoning being that an enemy stops being an explicit threat once defeated or outright dead. To this end, Britannian ground forces tend to accept lesser weight in exchange for reduced protection for the body armor issued to frontline units. This decreased weight then permits soldiers to travel for greater distances on foot or carry greater amounts of ammunition. Despite the lesser protection, Britannian units do not generally suffer losses proportionally greater than their opponents, suggesting that there is at least some validity to the Empire's chosen doctrine. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 128. Intermutanda Constantia. Jean was having difficulty keeping his eyes open, not surprising considering he had been up for almost 20 hours. Next to him in the moving APC, Connie and Sasha were both fast asleep. The three of them were the only ones from their platoon in the vehicle, the rest of the space taken up by wounded being ferried back to the city. In that respect the trio could count themselves lucky that they were not amongst the large number of casualties the Empire had suffered this day. Then again the losses the other side took was arguably even worse. Enough of them had been at Jean's own hands after all. A grunt sounded from the stretcher anchored to the APC's floor. Jean looked down and saw that the Japanese soldier was somehow still awake. "You okay, Lieutenant?" he asked. "Water," the man croaked. Jean uncapped his canteen and bent down to help the soldier drink without choking. "My thanks," the man said once he was done. "No problem," Jean said. "Though I thought they'd have sent you back to Baghdad immediately after you got pulled out of that nightmare." The man regarded Jean for a moment, as if trying to recall his face. "You were there, in the APC that pulled up?" Jean nodded. "Sergeant Jean Kirstein, 25th Infantry Division. Lieutenant Urabe Keisetsu, Fenrir Regiment." Urabe chuckled. "I never thought I would say something like that." Jean cocked his head aside. "You were part of the Princess Collins insurgent group before the Tokyo uprising." This time it was Urabe that had the quizzical expression. "And if I were?" "You were the ones that saved the Empress when she was trapped at KO, Jean said. "And you also saved my buddy Cole at Ashford. I got no problems with any of you." Urabe chuckled, then seemed to regret it as he grimaced. Recalling that the man was supposed to have a few cracked ribs, Jean more than sympathized. "Want some more painkillers?" No, I think I've slept enough," Urabe said. "What I could use is an update on our situation right now." "Yes sir," Jean said with a touch more formality. The man might be Japanese, but he was still a lieutenant. "The Germans threw basically everything they had at us after they lost those 4 companies of armor and mechs. Elements of Fenrir Regiment managed to stall them for a bit further west, but the Germans tried to encircle them from both the north and the south." "How many did we lose?" Urabe asked softly. Jean's lips thinned. "I don't know sir. There were definitely a lot of casualties." Urabe stared at the ceiling. "Strange, at one time I counted all of them as traitors. Now, I count them as brothers and sisters." The sergeant said nothing, leaving Urabe to his thoughts. "Do you know, Sergeant," Urabe said after a few moments, "where the bulk of 2nd Battalion's infantry is from?" "I know that they're predominantly Britannian subjects of Japanese descent," Jean said. "That a bunch of them fought in the Tokyo uprising, defending the city and Her Majesty." "Yes, and before I joined I was not merely a member of Akatsuki," Urabe said. "I was a member of the Japanese Liberation Front, and before then a soldier in the Japanese army." To that Jean was not sure how to respond, so he settled for the simplest answer he could muster. "I see." Urabe looked at Jean again. "And you have no problems with that?" Jean shrugged. "Should I? I mean, I get what you're saying, sir, that you bore arms against the Empire in the past. But that's the past. Yesterday, today, you fought on our side. And I for one am glad for it." After a moment Urabe managed another laboured chuckle. "You are a very peculiar Britannian, Sergeant." "So people keep saying," Jean said. "But I don't think so. There are a lot of people like me, not just in Japan but in the homelands. We're all people trying to make do, aren't we?" To that Urabe found a certain resonance within his own thoughts. "I suppose we are, Sergeant." He sighed. "Am I to presume then that the fact that I am alive to be evacuated that Britannia, that we, emerged victorious?" "Something to that," Jean said. 2nd Marine and Her Highness stopped the Germans' northern flanking maneuver cold, which gave the center forces enough breathing room to pull back before the Krauts could envelop them from the south. 25th Infantry fought a rearguard long enough to exhaust the southern force, but, the sergeant grimaced, "I'm not sure how many Sheridans we got left. We are withdrawing." "Back to the city," Jean said. "There's supposed to be 2 fresh divisions that'll pick up the slack while we get some rest. And with any luck, the Krauts will be too worn down themselves to stop us from pulling out of Baghdad completely. Living to fight another day," Urabe said somewhat philosophically, "is a victory unto itself." Jean cracked a wide grin. "Great minds think alike, Lieutenant." To that Urabe mirrored Jean's expression. It was another point of commonality the two men had discovered in the other. Colin pursed her lips thoughtfully as she leaned back against the desk in her improvised office. Seated in front of her was Annie, in a rather lazy posture at that. A few minutes later the night finally broke the silence. You know, Colin said with just a hint of resignation. I'm not even angry with what you pulled off. Not with you at least. I am a bit pissed off at myself for not fully shutting down the thought elevators. A slight growl sounded. Those things have way too much redundancy. Annie cracked a smirk, though it disappeared quickly when she met Colin's eyes again. The knight however did not seem any more, or less, irritated than she was before. It was definitely gutsy on your part, Colin continued. I have a slightly better understanding of how the thought elevators work now, and moving that many people in that short a time without a code to activate the more advanced routines, well, let's just say you got lucky you didn't get half of the Jaegers killed. We all take risks in pursuance of our goals, Your Highness, Annie said frankly. Colin snorted. I suppose we do. Though I would have loved to see the faces on the Brits when they found nearly 3,000 heavily armed soldiers in the middle of London. I hope those colonels of yours know how to talk fast. At that Annie shrugged. Laura knows enough of the contingencies Lelich put in place to be able to justify their presence. At that Colin's eyes narrowed. After a moment she uncrossed her arms and pushed herself away from the desk. You have something to say regarding Lelich. The two women held each other's gazes. Annie did not blink first per se, but she was the one to break the silence. You know exactly what reinforced our mental imprints inside the thought elevator, Annie stated. So how about you stop dancing around the issue and just tell us the truth? Or are we expected to trust you and your Empress when you are keeping secrets like that? Colin let out a long sigh. She supposed this should not have come as a surprise, it was always more a matter of when this thing would bite her in the ass, not if. What do you want me to say? That Lelich is still alive? Because he sure as hell isn't. How about the plain and simple truth, Annie said somewhat testily, instead of trying to sidestep it with quips and leading questions. The truth, Colin said dryly. All right, here's the truth. Lelich is dead. The backup of his data managed to pull off a hell of a hack to gain sapience and is currently running amok in C's world. I resent that accusation. Colin ignored the remark and went on. Considering the ruthlessness that the real Lelich has demonstrated, and his obvious level of competency, I consider his simicry to be as much a threat. That is why when we have control of the London thought elevator, I am going to give it a simple choice. It can accept having its access to the thought elevators and C's world locked down to an absolute minimum, with safeguards that will delete it outright if it tries to override them. Or I delete it outright then and there. The look that Annie now gave Colin was not admirative. Her expression could be described as downright testy. It would be a mistake to think the simicry is Lelich, Colin stated. Whether it qualifies as a person at all remains to be determined. Spoken like a true Brightonian. Oh shut up. And what would Her Majesty have to say about your plans for her brother? When we return to Pendragon, I will be briefing Euphemia about all that has transpired. She will recognize that it is already a significant concession on my part that I do not insist on its deletion outright. The two women held each other's gaze unflinchingly, but Annie could see well that Colin would not be swayed from her course of action. If you carry out with your threat, the German girl tried nonetheless, we will not cooperate with your efforts to artificially reproduce the anti-code and Geass defense. And Laura will do more than just refuse cooperation, she and the Jaegers will actively resist your attempt. And if the simicry itself agrees to the restrictions. Annie's jaw tightened. We will be watchful of any betrayal. Colin snorted. That's sort of the point. You're there to make sure the Directorate and my actions don't take too many risks. If you're not vigilant, then we might as well not even bother. The German girl's eyes narrowed. You know, you're something of an ass when you're being honest. Colin gave a harsh bark of a laugh. You wanted the truth. Did you really expect to feel better after knowing it? To that Annie did not have a response, at least not a direct one. It might just be me, but you seem awfully confident that you have a shot at convincing Lelich to accept your terms. Colin leaned back against her desk again. All of you are willing to put your lives, and a chance to protect humanity from Code and Geass, on the line for its sake. If you are so confident that the simicry really is Lelich, wouldn't it do the same for all of you? Now Annie was openly glaring at Colin. The knight actually had a point, however little Annie wanted to admit it. You've certainly taken a notch up in ruthlessness, Annie stated. I had plenty of examples to follow, Colin replied. A tense silence lingered in the air. It was only broken when Colin frowned and looked away. Annie did not mistake it for any sort of concession or retreat however, something else had caught the knight's attention. What is it? The frown deepened as Colin made for the door. Pow is about to do something really stupid. When the Brightonian forces moved in to secure Baghdad International, to their immense surprise one of the pieces of equipment they found stored at the airport was a nightmare, or at least a bipedal mech with fully functional hands like a nightmare's. Some quick investigation had determined that the mech was of French construction, which made its capture something of a major intelligence coup. Reports of the French demonstration of their Rafale design had filtered back to the Empire, and now they were in possession of what looked to be a late-model prototype. Assuming they could get it back to Britannia intact, of course. A large crash sounded and the soldiers scattered amongst the airfield looked about, more curious than necessarily alarmed. With everything that was going on, some loud noise was not out of place. That soon changed when they saw what was making said noise. Troops hurried out of the way as the French mech plowed through the makeshift base. A few shots were fired, but mere rifle rounds simply bounced off its armor. As the alarm was sounded, crews for the tanks and nightmares hurried to mount a more effective response. Amidst this cacophony stepped out a lone figure carrying a long tube. Unlike the soldiers about her, Colin was no in hurry. She was also walking towards the mech instead of trying to flee from its rampage. From her sight she could tell the pilot at the mech's controls was struggling mightily to control the machine. Colin suspected that the man might be one of the Hummel pilots that they had taken prisoner, though how exactly he managed to escape and get access to the Rafale would need to wait for after the mech was neutralized. As the machine swung wildly side to side, Colin raised the bazooka and fired. The missile slashed through the air and slammed into the knee with unerring precision. The impact itself was not enough to knock the Rafale off balance, that came when the jammed knee refused to bend when the pilot tried to turn the mech around. The end result was the mech careening over and slamming into the ground flat on its chest. The crash was at a fast enough speed that the pilot was momentarily disoriented, but that would not last. Colin was on the move before even that, however, and was closing fast on the downed nightmare. The pilot likely did not even realize Colin had jumped atop his machine before she popped the emergency level to open up the cockpit. Strangely, it was in the same place as on a Britannian nightmare. One moment the man saw the silhouette of a person towering above him as sunlight momentarily washed out his sight. The next only darkness as Colin slammed the butt of her pistol against his head. The German man slumped over, unconscious. Colin reached around him and turned off the machine. She then undid the harness and dragged the man out of the mech and dumped him on the ground. "Secure the prisoner," Colin ordered aloud. 2 soldiers rushed forward to do just that. Right behind them was one General Andreas Darlton. "Your Highness," Andreas said, sounding both impressed and a mite reproachful. "You are uninjured." "I'm fine," Colin said, brushing herself off. "How did that German get to the Rafale and start it up?" "I do not yet know, Your Highness," Andreas said, and this time he sounded annoyed and contrite. "But I will find out." "See that you do," Colin said. The statement was spoken in an almost bland tone, yet it carried the full weight of a command. Colin was learning how to bear her royal dignity. Andreas clicked his heels together. "By your command, Your Highness." Colin spent another moment regarding the general before taking her leave. Through her Geass she knew just how many soldiers were gawking at the scene, which would be almost everyone in sight. Colin did not particularly care about what sort of impression most of them were developing of her, though she did recognize that being regarded as an extremely lethal warrior would help win her greater acceptance from the rank and file. Even more important than that, however, was the impression 2 German girls held of her. Better they understand, concretely as well as abstractly, that it would be far better for them to be on the same side as her than not. Maybe that way the time would never come when she might need to kill them. "Captain Crumey, Her Majesty will see you now," the secretary said. Cecile nodded in thanks as she rose and made her way to the door. After taking a deep breath, the captain pushed it open and entered. Coming to attention, Cecile issued a crisp salute. "Your Majesty," she said respectfully. Euphemia nodded to the older woman. "Captain Crumey. Please, have a seat." "My thanks, Your Majesty," Cecile said as she accepted the invitation. The Empress sat in a relaxed pose in her chair, attentive but at relative ease. That did not mean she was not taking this meeting seriously, however. "Colonel Asplund made a rather impassioned plea that the Britannian military should not accept your letter of resignation," Euphemia said. "Or I suppose I should say he firmly insisted. It is not entirely clear to me why he believes that refusing your resignation would ensure your continued productive service to the Empire, or himself." Cecile kept her face impassive. "The Colonel has a very narrow window through which he views the world. So I have come to understand," Euphemia said. The Empress reached over and pulled out an envelope from one of her standing folders. Cecile immediately recognized it as one she had sealed. "You have ably served both the Empire and my person on many matters, Captain," Euphemia stated. "While I am loath to lose the services of such a capable officer, I also will not attempt to coerce it. Your resignation is therefore accepted." Cecile let out the breath she had not even realized she was holding. As the tension bled out, the woman felt almost lightheaded from the sudden relief. "I thank you, Your Majesty." Euphemia nodded. After a moment letting Cecile work through her tangle of emotions, the Empress spoke again. "Is there something else you wish to ask of me, Ms. Crumey?" The courtesy at the end there, it was indicative of the immediate consequence of Cecile's action. A notice from Euphemia that she considered the older woman to no longer be an officer sworn to her service. and thus also not one she was obliged to take into certain confidences. At the same time the question was a prompt, inviting Cecile to get to the root of why she handed in her resignation. You once told me, Your Majesty, that Suzaku was not responsible for his actions during the Battle of Tokyo, Cecile said very carefully. Yet you openly charged him with culpability in your public address, and added to his list of crimes what happened in the homelands. The woman paused for a moment but Euphemia remained silent, waiting for Cecile to ask the question eating at her. Is Suzaku actually guilty of all those things you have accused him of, Your Majesty? Cecile finally asked. Not all, Euphemia answered frankly. But he is guilty, Ms. Krumi. Do not for a moment doubt that. Cecile's lips quivered. How can I not, Your Majesty, when there is such deception already? Euphemia let her head rest against the back of her seat. You have already demonstrated admirable discretion, Ms. Krumi. That earns you a measure of my trust, enough that I could envision a means by which you are afforded the full and complete truth. Whether, after learning that truth, you would agree with the need for the deception, I cannot say. But should you wish to be taken into my confidence on the matter, you would be set on a path that would either lead to you being bound to my service, or your death. That was a somewhat roundabout way of saying that Euphemia could tell Cecile everything, but if the older woman could not accept that truth, she would be eliminated as a potential security leak. Cecile's eyes narrowed. Having served in the military, she understood the importance of compartmentalization of information. Those that did not have a need to know should not know, that way there was less chance they might leak something sensitive. But sometimes secrets were kept because the danger they represented was not to the people or the nation, but because they were embarrassing or posed a danger to those in positions of authority. The question then was which of the two was the truth behind Suzaku's actions. Your Majesty, Cecile said. Before I give you my answer, whom else knows the truth? In other words, were those in the know of honorable standing, or were they complicit in upholding privilege over the truth? Colin Stotfeld, Euphemia answered without any hesitation, though that first name was something of a given. Millicent Ashford. Cecile's eyes narrowed slightly. The Ashfords had gained much from their closeness to the Empress. It could not be ruled out that they would support such lies for their own continued gain. Laura Arcead. One of Euphemia's closest friends, and the woman whom likely would have become her first knight of honor had the situation in Tokyo not taken such a turn. Out of personal loyalty, she might support Euphemia's deception, even if it weighed upon her sense of honor. Gino Weinberg. The Knight of Three, formerly sworn to the Emperor Charles. For Euphemia to retain his service, and for Gino to swear a new oath to the Empress, was unprecedented. And yet to what degree of favor the knight was held in by his new liege Cecile could not be certain of, nor could she know to what lengths Gino might go to maintain that favor. Anya Alström. Another of the late Emperor's knights, with all the implications associated with that status. Monica Krzyzewski. Cecile frowned outright now. It was interesting that so many of the former knights of the round seemed aware of the truth. Had this awareness played some role in Her Majesty's decision to retain their services? Rybert Kohler. The man whom many suspected might one day become the Empress consort. No question where that man's loyalties would lie. Cecilia Clermont. The mysterious woman whom seemed to possess a better understanding of nuclear and high-energy physics than Cecile herself. Euphemia fell silent, indicating that was the extent of names that might mean something to Cecile. All in all, a rather eclectic collection of persons. The sum of which brought Cecile no closer to a conclusion. If she agreed, the Empress either thought that Cecile herself would become one more addition to that list of names, willingly keeping secret whatever the truth behind Suzaku's actions were. Or her name would be added to another list, one of those whom were permanently silenced because they could not be trusted to keep quiet. Without knowledge of whom else were already on that list, Cecile could not be certain which would be better company, though not being dead had a lot to say for itself. She needed more information. Time to find out just how far Euphemia's consideration for her extended. What service would your Majesty require of me? Cecile asked. Euphemia easily inferred Cecile's intent. The Empress did not immediately answer. After a few moments of silence she reached over again and pulled out another envelope, a large one at that, placing it before Cecile. This one had yet to be sealed. Cecile regarded the envelope, then at Euphemia, and seeing no further motion to stop her, reached out and opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of stiff paper, with the imperial seal affixed to the top. Euphemia the First, by the grace of the heavens of the Holy Britannian Empire Empress. Cecile inhaled sharply. To Cecile Krumi. Hereby appointed an officer in Her Majesty's Most Holy Inquisition. Now her eyes were also agape. With seniority of the 1st day of December, 2020 ATB. Cecile looked up at the Empress again, her eyes still wide. This is a commission. For the Inquisitio. At the rank of Major, Euphemia said by way of response. Cecile looked down and saw that it was true. We reposing a special trust and confidence in your loyalty, courage, and integrity, therefore carefully and diligently to discharge your duty as such in the rank of Major. Cecile read through the entirety of the commission. It was nearly identical to the one she received for her commissions as lieutenant and then captain, save for the obvious differences in service and rank. The only thing missing was the Empress' signature, which would have made the appointment official. You wish for me to serve in the Inquisitio, Cecile said, her voice quivering. Colin is putting together a task force, Euphemia said, a task force that is charged with ensuring that another Suzaku Kururugi never happens again. She could use people that she can trust, and whom have demonstrated high levels of competency. And you believe me to be trustworthy, Cecile said softly. The Empress twirled a pen in her right hand. Answer enough. What could be so terrible, that you would go to such lengths? The woman's voice was now but a whisper. The scales are weighed by the measure of the world, Ms. Krumi, Euphemia stated. Cecile spent a very long time simply staring at the Empress. Thoughts raced through her head as she struggled to come to a decision, any decision. And yet there was only one that could be made at a time like this. She was too deeply involved already, she knew just enough to understand how much more remained to be known. And she needed to know. Cecile set the piece of paper down, and turned it about to face the Empress, making sure to position it at just the right spot for Euphemia to sign. This the Empress did, with not a hint of satisfaction on her expression. After capping her pen, Euphemia pressed the intercom. Rachel, please summon Send and Dame Krashevsky. The newly minted Major's eyes widened. Had the Empress been that confident she would agree to this appointment? Or was the Knight of 12 also here as a contingency? The doors opened and Monica entered, now sporting a black patch over her left eye. Your Majesty, Monica bowed once the door behind her closed. Dame Krashevsky, Euphemia replied, gesturing with her head for the knight to be seated. Major Krumi has accepted appointment to her new posting and is in need of a briefing. Very well, Your Majesty, Monica said as she took the chair next to Cecile. She looked over at the Major. Shall we begin? 2 hours later, a noticeably pale Cecile trailed Monica out of the Empress' office. The Major felt almost physically sick and it took considerable effort to keep from emptying her stomach then and there. That would probably happen eventually. For now there was still work to be done, and still more secrets for her to be brought into, hence why she was following Monica down the hall. And still more horrors that she would need to be strong enough to face. One of the unexpected side benefits of now possessing a code was an apparent immunity to jet lag. With basically perfect control of her own brain chemistry, Colin was able to literally reset her internal clock to whatever time zone she happened to be in. In frankness, at this point she probably did not even need to sleep, but a part of her was reluctant to give up one of the few pure pleasures being human afforded her. Upon Colin's arrival in Pendragon, she was quickly escorted to the Imperial Palace. Enough time was granted for her to grab a quick shower and change of clothes, but soon enough she was seated before Euphemia in the dress uniform of a Knight of the Round. It is good to have you back, Colin, Euphemia said warmly. Thanks, Colin responded, cracking a slight smile. And to be frank, it's good to be back. A sigh sounded. The last 2 weeks really sucked. Euphemia nodded. It was not just the fact that Colin had been obliged to call in a Bravo Delta Zulu, her knight had also needed to actually storm the Baghdad Thought elevator and then fight a holding action against the Germans to give the Empire enough time to get reinforcements over. Whether out of solidarity with the divisions deployed to support her, or because her husband Cole was amongst the divisions so deployed, Colin had flatly refused to leave Baghdad until Imperial forces were able to complete their orderly withdrawal to the newly reconquered port of Kuwait City. Only after she was certain of the city's relative security did she finally leave the Middle East, stopping off in Japan just long enough to see her parents before continuing on to Pendragon. All indications are, however, you completed your mission, Euphemia said. Though, not without some unexpected side effects. Yeah, that was sloppy of me, Colin said bluntly. I think we might have underestimated the full extent to how much Lelich's imprint has changed the brains of his compatriots. We might want to check Captain Revelt as well, see if she can access a thought elevator's system. So you would like to enlist her into the Ordo Malleus as well? Euphemia asked. Unless you have another need for her. Colin responded. The Empress actually thought that over for a moment. In practical terms, I am not sure if the captain possesses a skill set that would be directly applicable to your needs. Having her assist as a test subject, certainly, but I would prefer to retain her in her current role. She is one of the Hereticus operatives that is actually salvageable. Colin shrugged slightly. That should be fine. The Empress nodded. So, what of the other ramifications of the withdrawal of the Jaeger Corps? Well, one consequence is that Annie and company are in a position to do a lot more damage if they don't like where negotiations are headed, Colin said. We might need to give them a larger concession, where the disposition of the home cities of the Jaeger Corps are concerned. That should be feasible, Euphemia said, so long as they understand that if the Europeans get wind of that dispensation and attempt to use it against Britannia strategically, the offer becomes null and void. I think I got that much through to them, Colin said. The knight fell silent and gave her liege a somber look. Is something wrong, Colin? Euphemia asked after a moment. The knight sighed. There's no easy way to put this, so I'll just spit it out. I lied to you. No anger was visible on Euphemia's expression, in fact the Empress looked more thoughtful than anything else. When you say lie, do you mean you withheld information from me, Euphemia said after a beat, or you explicitly told me an untruth? Colin grimaced. The latter. The Empress fell silent again, though still there was no anger in her tone or demeanor that Colin could pick out. It was almost eerie. What then is the reason you are revealing your indiscretion now? Euphemia asked. The grimace deepened. Events have taken on a life of their own, so to speak. It's not really a question of me choosing to reveal it to you, you would have found out on your own. Still Euphemia did not give any indication that she was angry, or even annoyed. Colin was starting to wonder if ice water ran through the Empress' veins. I recall a time, Euphemia said slowly, when I too tried to keep secrets. The weight of them cost me much. The Empress arched an eyebrow up. Is it the same weight that is now upon you? From the statement, it was most certainly not a question. Colin immediately knew what Euphemia was referring to. Lelich, the Geass, all that. Kept from members of her family like Nunnally. I have to admit, I would have thought you'd be angrier, Colin said. Your Majesty. Euphemia snorted. Colin, what would be the point in being angry with you? I may be Empress, but you command at your fingertips concrete power far greater than any that I might abstractly possess. I cannot coerce you to do something you refuse, and should you so choose you could take my life and there would be nothing I could do. Despite saying that, Colin also sensed no fear in the Empress. Ice water did not begin to describe what flowed in her veins. So, this is a lie about Lelich, Euphemia continued. For it to be a lie, however, it would have to be something that you had the willing collaboration of others to conceal, or it was something that only you knew. I suspect that it is the latter. Am I wrong? Colin slowly shook her head. Now she was the one that was starting to feel afraid. Now, of all the things you are privy to, of all the things you have access to, there is only really one thing that you and you alone possess, and that would be the Gestalt from C's world. Colin reminded herself that, while she herself now possessed basically a photographic memory thanks to her access to her memory backup in the thought elevator, Euphemia possessed one naturally. The last time you were in Pendragon, I asked if there were any other Gestalts that were like yours. You said no. May I presume then that that was the lie you told? Colin rested her cheek on a hand. No offense, Your Majesty, but there are times when you scare the crap out of me. I am your liege, Euphemia stated. There is an expectation that I be worthy of your allegiance and service. That you are proving to be beyond any doubt, Colin said. The Empress took a deep breath of her own, the first sign of any stress she felt since the start of this conversation. So, there was a Gestalt of Lelich in C's world. Her eyes sharpened. Is there still one? Yes, Colin said softly. And before you ask, no, that does not mean Lelich is still alive. To be completely clear, Lelich is very much dead. The Empress frowned, thoughtfully at that. But then how is his Gestalt still intact? You yourself said that the Gestalt is a mirror, a shadow, of a living mind. Which should tell you just how even more out of the ordinary your brother, well, was. Near as I can tell, the Gestalt was able to re-anchor itself to the backup of Lelich's physical information stored in the London thought elevator. For all practical purposes that means he's restricted to C's world, but well, as you already know, that does give him a fair amount of power in its own right. Indeed, Euphemia agreed. Have you been in contact with him? Yes. Unfortunately so. Euphemia pursed her lips. Would you be able to pass on a message to him for me? Colin looked at her Empress flatly. Euphemia held up a single hand. I know, this is likely why you did not want to reveal to me Lelich, or at least his Gestalt's survival. And I also recognize that the Gestalt is not exactly Lelich. That is not the message I want passed on. All right, Colin said with a degree of cautious hope. What do you want to tell him? Euphemia clasped her hands together. I presume that the Gestalt's continued survival depends on the integrity of Lelich's data in the London thought elevator. Yes. Colin said, sounding mildly confused at the direction this was taking. Tell Lelich this. If he attempts to make use of C's world or the thought elevators in such a way that I consider to be detrimental to the interests of my loved ones, of Britannia, and of humanity, you are under orders to delete the data backup that anchors his Gestalt. Colin learned something else that day. She did not actually need to breathe anymore either, or at least not in the conventional sense. That was the only possible explanation for how she managed to hold her breath for as long as she did. I'm trying to figure out whether she's your sister, or you're her brother. I'm starting to wonder much the same. I'll make sure he gets the message, was what Colin said aloud. Euphemia nodded, though the manner in which she regarded Colin made clear that the Empress picked up on how her knight's answer was intentionally ambiguous so as to avoid tell her how Colin might convey said message to Lelich. The nod was therefore both an acknowledgement but also an indication that Euphemia would not press Colin on that point, for now. I presume awareness of this development was also what prompted Annie and her compatriots to extract the Jaeger Corps out of Baghdad and send Laura with them. Euphemia said instead. Colin nodded. And their awareness is also the development that required you to come clean to me regarding the Gestalt. Again Euphemia demonstrated her ability to piece together the big picture from the barest of information. Colin strongly suspected that the Empress had possessed this ability even before a Geass was forced upon her. Yes, Your Majesty. Euphemia nodded. This may well complicate efforts to negotiate with them. I think some of that will be determined by how, cooperate, the Gestalt itself is feeling, Colin said. And I think, we have a shot at working out a deal with it. The Empress nodded again, then raised an eyebrow. It? Colin shrugged. It's both Lelich but also not him. Before we start ascribing gender pronouns to it, we need to establish some basic questions about its basic humanity. That elicited a thoughtful look from Euphemia. While the Empress might not have considered that point previously, once it was drawn to her attention it took her little time to recognize the implications. At the same time Euphemia seemed to think the matter would keep as she moved the topic along. I presume any such negotiations between the Gestalt would need to be conducted, if not exactly in person, then at least in direct conversation. Probably, Colin said warily. The Empress nodded. And how difficult would it be for me to hold such a conversation? The knight grimaced. Your Majesty. Colin, Euphemia cut her off. I am speaking as your sovereign of the necessity of negotiating a settlement. Her eyes softened ever so slightly. I am not speaking as Lelich's sister hoping to see him one last time. Colin met Euphemia's gaze and after a moment finally nodded. The main complication is that Lelich's backup is located in the London Thought Elevator. Colin answered Euphemia's question instead of trying to protest the idea further. Even after we secure London itself, that thought elevator will be, for all intents and purposes, home field for Lelich's Gestalt. Is it possible to use one of the other thought elevators, such as the Common Island Thought Elevator, to open a line of direct communications? Euphemia asked. That is your thought elevator, so presumably you would be able to activate whatever safeguards you consider necessary. Colin thought it over. That is, probably possible. In that case, Euphemia said, it has been some time since I set foot in my former domain. With the conflict with the Chinese Federation concluded, I think an imperial visit to Japan is warranted on several counts. Colin tried hard not to grimace. From the amused smile Euphemia gave her the knight was not entirely successful. Your Majesty, there are physical security considerations to take into account as well. It's not just a matter of you flying over in the Avalon. I am sure General Arseid will be able to come up with an arrangement satisfactory to both his concerns and my requirements, Euphemia said. And I have no doubt that you and yours will see to it that any concerns of his are addressed. Euphemia was not openly smiling, but Colin could see how the edges of her lips were quirking. The Empress was not trying particularly hard to suppress it either. May I just note, Your Majesty, Colin said, that you are possessed of a very vindictive streak. Well, I am Empress, Euphemia responded in fair humor. And some punishment is warranted for your deception. That was probably fair, though Colin was fairly certain that punishments for dishonesty did not usually amount to being entrusted with even more work of sensitive natures. The visit to Japan will also allow me to sit down with Marshal Yang and representatives of the Chinese government, Euphemia added. Assuming they accept the invitations, of course. There was no suggestion that Euphemia herself might visit China, that the Empress knew would face complete opposition from all of her knights, including Colin. The Empire still needed Euphemia alive and whole on the throne, and the succession was not so firm that they could take even moderate risks like that. Yang probably will, Colin said. We'll see who he brings along. Euphemia nodded. Incidentally, while you are in the midst of confessing your indiscretions, there is one other matter that I wish to ask you of. Colin regarded her liege warily. There was not much of any humor in Euphemia's expression, though the Empress did not look angry or terribly concerned either. That only added to the mystery of her words. What would that be, Your Majesty? Colin asked. It is regarding Rybert's lineage, Euphemia said, and Colin felt her heart skip a beat, literally. Or rather, the directness of it. Again Colin found herself searching for words to form a response. Again it took her several moments to do so. And again a sigh presaged the words themselves. I sometimes wonder why I bother, Colin said with palpable resignation. I presume your concern is with inbreeding. If so, then don't worry about it. Rai's genome has been so heavily modded that he doesn't have a single trait that would be detrimental to the health of your children. The knight shrugged. If there are any hereditary problems, it would come from you. Euphemia rolled her eyes. Oh, thank you so ever much for that, Colin. The girl in question flashed a wry smile, momentarily. Is there anything else? Euphemia did not immediately respond, instead taking a moment to consider Collins. The other woman had answered the most pressing question, but in doing so sidestepped the leading issue. That was certainly intentional, and Euphemia could even infer why. Whatever the relation between Colin and Lelich in Rye's time frame, the Colin that was sworn to Euphemia had ample reason to hate Lelich with a burning passion. While Colin was obviously not letting that hatred taint her treatment of Rye, she obviously also did not want to openly acknowledge even the possibility of the intimacy that had given birth to the young man. Euphemia could understand that, and for now chose to respect it as well. End of chapter 128. A couple chapters back in an opening snippet I mentioned how the Rafale's combat debut was in Baghdad and faced off against Colin. My original intent was to have Suzaku and Colin face off one last time in Nightmares. As the story progressed, that became less and less tenable, if only because the Britannian military's preferred response to dealing with enemy armor or mechs is an airstrike. Still, I wanted to try to reconcile that opening snippet with the obvious fact that a Rafale was brought to Baghdad. It's probably going to become a running joke in universe about how to qualify for Euphemia's guard you have to take down a nightmare on foot. I think in general I'm better at interpersonal interactions than I am with action bits. Part of it might be doing the action bits requires a lot more planning, and right now I don't really have the time to make the necessary effort. I liked the conversation between Euphemia and Colin. It shows, I think, the fact that Euphemia does have a very strong will. Colin was concerned that if Euphemia learned of Lelich's partial survival, sentimentality might see the Empress make a major strategic mistake. Euphemia disabused her of that notion pretty quickly. It also shows that for all her increased ability, Colin is still fallible. Her own preconceptions still color her thinking, and Colin still has a tendency to underestimate others based on how she herself thinks. The two women might have been forced to mature far more quickly than normal, but they are still very young. The original draft of the exchange between Annie and Colin was actually much more confrontational. In that draft, Colin was actually insistent on deleting the Lelich data backup outright. As I went over it though, I realized that that was hard to reconcile with the fact she was willing to cut a deal with Lelich's gestalt in neutralizing Suzaku. Make no mistake, Colin still hates Lelich. A lot. But she has grown to the point where she will not simply kill someone because they might pose a threat, and her remarks about whether the gestalt is not Lelich mean exactly that she considers the gestalt a distinct persona. If the gestalt demonstrates itself to be a threat, Colin will not hesitate to try to end it. Until then, however, she is prepared to wait and see. 3 or so more chapters and I should properly have crossed the threshold for over 1 million words. Good God, has this thing actually gone on for that long? Chapter 129. It was with noted and grudging reluctance that the Baron Heinrich Stottfeld accepted an appointment as Minister of Industry and Commerce in the cabinet of the newly formed Rochester government. While the Baron was not one to shirk from duty or responsibility, the passing of his wife did not put him in the mood to devote the kind of attention and time such a position would have required. Nonetheless, out of deference to Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia and his old friend the Baron Edward Rochester, not to mention the urging of his daughter the Princess Colin, Baron Stottfeld accepted. Grudging reluctance, however, soon turned into outright regret when events saw the Baron Rochester incapacitated and Baron Stottfeld found himself effectively forced to assume the position of Prime Minister. Despite his open discontent with the situation, the Baron would lead the Stottfeld government for nearly a decade as it continued executing the economic and civil reforms started by the Ashford and Villa Ines governments. In fact, many would consider the Baron's crowning achievement to be the passage of the new Imperial Constitution, a document that took over a decade of careful work to produce. Enshrined within the Constitution was the notion of equal consideration of all imperial subjects regardless of race and religion, the duties that subjects were obliged to perform for the Crown, and the responsibilities the Crown in turn owed to its subjects. Getting the Constitution approved was a bruising political process, but its passage in 1985 CE is often regarded as a watershed moment in Britannia's history. 2 years after its passage, the Baron announced his retirement, apparently considering his own duty to the Crown complete. When the Baron was asked why, despite his reluctance and even resistance to holding public office, he accepted the Empress Euphemia's request to form a government, His Excellency had this to say. There are 3 women in a man's life that you learn not to cross, your mother, your wife, and Her Majesty the Empress. Disappointing the first makes you an idiot. Disappointing the second makes you a brave idiot. Disappointing the third makes you a suicidal idiot. The Empress Euphemia was reported to have sent the Baron a dunce cap after learning of his statement. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stottfeld. Chapter 129. Deus ex homo. I still don't see why I can't come with you, Millie said with a pout. Euphemia humored her friend with a smile. Designated survivor protocol, Millie. The same reason why Colin and I are traveling on different ships. The Rounds are nervous enough with me leaving Pendragon and its security net. For you to also come along, I think would cause a few stomach ulcers too many. Millie blew a raspberry. You could have at least scheduled this visit while Geass and Nina weren't both out of town. The smile this time was somewhat sympathetic. My apologies, Millie, there were some constraints on the timing of this trip. And then mischievous again. I will be sure to bring back some souvenirs. Souvenirs? Millie said in mock indignation. Tokyo might as well be my hometown. Her tone dropped a pitch. So what will you be bringing me? Euphemia fought to suppress a giggle but ultimately failed. Still there was no amusement in her tone when she responded. I expect to swing by Ashford Academy. Would you like me to bring something from there? That drew a thoughtful, almost pensive expression from Millie. There were a lot of memories at her old home, some joyful, but some tinted now with grief. After a moment the young woman nodded. I want Arthur. Euphemia tilted her head aside. Your cat. Nunnally's cat, Millie said firmly. The Empress did not attempt to correct or amend that statement and simply nodded. And then cracked another smile, slight as it was. Perhaps I should invite Shirley and Rivaltz over for a cup of tea as well. I hear Rivaltz has decided to study law at university. To that Millie gave a snort. I'm starting to think Rivaltz should have never accepted that boon of yours. He has yet to disappoint thus far with his choices, Euphemia remarked. And you're going to be the one inducing an ulcer in him if you keep up with this, Millie charged. I know, Euphemia said sounding utterly unrepentant. Still, time permitting it would be nice to see them again. Opportunities to simply socialize have been regrettably scarce. Oh, and what exactly do you call all that time you spend with Rai? Millie teased. That is not socializing, Euphemia said with a sniff. That is flirting. The two women held each other's gaze in silence for several moments before both broke down into laughter. Oh Euphy, the fun we would have had if you only had been able to attend Ashford. Something tells me you would have derived far greater enjoyment in such an arrangement, Euphemia responded with a mischievous smile. Millie gave another chuckle, but then her expression hardened. She reached over, taking the Empress' hand. Take care of yourself, okay, Euphy? I would make for a poor warmer for your seat. Euphemia nodded firmly. I will, Millie. I promise. This sucks. Gino chuckled at the sullen expression Anya made alongside her declaration. The Knight of Six had taken quite the beating outside of Baghdad and actually spent much of the rest of the battle unconscious. Now that she was back in Pendragon, Anya was under strict orders to stay off her feet for the next month or so as her broken leg mended. Not much to be done about it, Squirt, Gino said and gave the girl an affectionate tussle of her hair. Fortunately we don't have any ops in the near term, so you'll have plenty of time to rest. Anya accepted the pat on the head. What about Her Majesty's trip to Area 11? At that the knight shrugged, mostly. The Princess Colin, Laura, and Monica will be accompanying her to Japan with detachments of Fenrir and Loki regiments. Between the three of them and their commands, they should be able to keep Her Majesty safe. You're not going? Jin shook his head. I'll be overseeing the re-equipping of the Fenrir regiment detachment that has been with us since we deployed. We wore down a lot of equipment fighting in Korea and then the Middle East. So Mordred will get fixed up. I'll make sure it's put together right as rain. At that Anya smiled, and Gino was reminded just how little of a proper childhood his fellow knight had had. At only 17 years old, Anya was not even legally considered an adult despite being a rounds. Gino well remembered the incredulity of the general public when the Emperor Charles named her to her seat, and even the demonstration that Anya was a highly competent nightmare pilot had not quieted murmurings as to just why His Majesty would appoint a minor to such a station. Gino knew the answer of course, seeing as he had spent several years under the tutelage of the Empress Marianne while she was in Anya's body. That had been more than a bit weird, but in that time Gino had grown to recognize that deep down Anya was a very lonely little girl. It was a loneliness that Gino, himself an only child, sympathized with deeply. And it was under the Empress Marianne's care that he and Anya acquired a sibling-like relationship, one that Her Majesty herself approved of. Even if she did take the opportunity from time to time of teasing Gino about how he was in effect also hugging her or patting her on the head whenever he favored Anya with such affections. What passed for the Empress Marianne's sense of humor was more than a bit quirky in Gino's opinion. A knock sounded and the two looked over at the door. Enter, Gino said a moment after Anya made no effort to respond. The statuesque figure of Laura Arciad did so in acceptance of the invitation. Gino, Anya, the knight said as she stopped by the bedside. Are you feeling better? Anya nodded. Gino says I gotta stay in bed for a month. No, I said you needed to stay off your feet for a month, Gino corrected. There's a difference. That means you'll push me around in a wheelchair to wherever I want to go then. Gino bit his lip. Arguably he had walked right into that one. Laura gave a chuckle as she watched the interplay. Anyway, Laura said, opening up the bag she was carrying. Before I left, I wanted you to have this, Anya. And handed the younger knight a large cat plush toy. What is this? Anya said quizzically. A souvenir I picked up in Japan when I was last there, Laura said. Mishi has accompanied me on many a night since. You know I'm not a child, Anya said even as she wrapped her arms around the plush. Perhaps not, Laura said, but I have been told stuffed animals are always acceptable as gifts to girls. You have been told? Gino remarked lightly. I grew up with a rather specific aesthetic, Laura said simply. Most of the things that might be considered feminine I received as gifts from my female classmates and the like. At that Gino cracked a slight smile. Classmates like the Empress Euphemia. Her Majesty was certainly amongst their number, Laura said before turning back towards Anya. Take care of yourself while I'm gone, Anya. The younger girl nodded. I will. And then back to Gino. And I will see you as well when I return. I look forward to it, Gino said with a slightly wider smile. Laura gave a nod of farewell to both and took her leave. I like her, Anya stated after the door closed. Yeah, me too, Gino said absent-mindedly, and then realized just what he had said. The younger knight gave a snort. Everyone could see that. Gino cleared his throat. Everyone. Anya feigned a thoughtful look. Well, General Arcead might not have noticed yet, but I give it another week at best when both of you are in Pendragon. The sigh from Gino was entirely earnest. Low blow there, Anya. The girl smirked. Well, I certainly have no objections. Having a sister for girl talk would be nice. While Gino was still on the very young side for a flag officer, the man was sufficiently versed in tactics and strategies to recognize a losing battle and knew when to beat a hasty retreat. In that respect he was actually doing better than quite a few generals in history, never mind the average man. When the Avalon made its final approach to MacArthur Base, a full squadron of F-15 Eagles flew in formation with it. It was an impressive sight, but was dwarfed half an hour later when the newest flying battleship Michel Manfredi appeared in the skies above Tokyo. 2 destroyers flanked it, with an additional 2 squadrons of F-18 Hornets completing its screen. By convention one would have expected the Princess Colin to have arrived on the first ship. She had been making use of the Avalon as her personal transport while on campaign with the Britannian military after all. Then there was the relative prominence of the 2 vessels. One would certainly expect the Empress of Britannia to be conveyed in the more impressive ship. And they were right, the Michel Manfredi did bear Euphemia to Japan. And they were also right, the Avalon was the one that brought Colin home. Sometimes protocol was actually obeyed. It was not as if they existed for no reason after all. A further difference in the arrival of the 2 was that no honor guard or contingent of dignitaries awaited Colin as she disembarked from the Avalon. Instead Colin was hurried over to Nimitz base where the Michael Manfredi would be docking, joining the procession there. Nonetheless, as she approached the soldiers, an Akatsuki rank and file, present all came to attention and saluted. Colin returned the motion, holding it until she had passed all of the soldiers and Akatsuki and reached her father. The Baron Stotfeld gave his daughter a nod of greeting, which Colin returned, and the 2 then stood at attention as Euphemia disembarked from the battleship. The imperial anthem played in accompaniment to Euphemia's steps and the men and women in uniform, Colin included, saluted once more, while the civilian contingent bowed or curtsied as appropriate. Your Majesty, Heinrich greeted once both Euphemia and the music stopped. Welcome back to Japan. Thank you, Your Excellency, Euphemia responded in kind. It is good to be back, and to see so many familiar faces. Colin did not quite roll her eyes, though the knight knew Euphemia was not just referring to her. Most of the people present here were those Euphemia knew to varying degrees of familiarity or intimacy. The Empress greeted each one in turn, Britannian and Japanese alike. There was even a playful twinkle in her eyes as she exchanged a few words with Kagaya. Once the courtesies were concluded all involved headed for the waiting cars. As Euphemia passed the troops in review however she came to a stop before Todo and Chiba. Colin watched curiously as the Emperor's gaze settled on Chiba and the lieutenant tried very hard to maintain her stoic expression. Then Euphemia smiled and moved on. Chiba noticeably relaxed, at least to Colin's senses. Whatever that was about the knight was not sure, but she supposed she could get it out of one of the 2 of them at a later time. The drive from Nimitz base to the palace saw many of the streets packed with crowds eager to catch a glimpse of their sovereign. Against usual security considerations, Euphemia's window was actually open to allow the public to see her. The only reason the Empress was permitted this relative liberty was because Colin was scanning the entire range of her geese to make sure no one was going to attempt to snipe Euphemia. So far things were looking good. It probably helped that Euphemia remained personally hugely popular in Japan for seeing the area through some tumultuous times to its current relative prosperity. Close to an hour after landing, the caravan of cars arrived at the Viceroy's palace and it was with some relief that Euphemia settled into a chair in one of the numerous sitting rooms within its walls. Heinrich gave his sovereign a curious look but refrained from otherwise commenting. As per your Majesty's request, he said instead, there will be a 20-minute break before the first scheduled meeting with myself and the pertinent members of the cabinet. Though if you wish, we could probably push that back a bit to give you more time to rest. I will be fine, Baron, Euphemia assured Heinrich. What of the rest of the schedule? Heinrich did not look entirely convinced but continued nonetheless. As per your instructions, we have scheduled tours of several regions from Hokkaido down to Kyushu. Upon completion of the tour there is a week set aside for your recuperation and, whatever recreational activities you wish to engage in. The Baron said all that without particular inflection, and yet the way his eyes drifted over to his daughter carried with it intent enough. Heinrich knew the Empress was planning on doing something, likely with the assistance of his daughter. He also knew he was being deliberately kept out of it. While Heinrich was certainly not happy about such secrecy, the Baron was not pushing the matter further. I entrust myself to your care for the duration of the tour then, Euphemia said with a slight smirk. Heinrich pursed his lips. I suppose I had this coming, Your Majesty. Whatever do you mean? Euphemia said, her smile now beatific. Colin likewise seemed plenty amused by this turn of events. Perhaps now her father would learn to rein in his supposed sense of humor. Heinrich's eyes met his daughter's. Colin tried to suppress a sigh. Or maybe not. In that case, Your Majesty, I will make sure the others are ready for the meeting, Heinrich said after a moment. I shall have someone show you to the conference room at the appointed time. Very well, Baron, Euphemia said. Heinrich gave his daughter another sideways look before bowing and taking his leave. I sometimes wonder about your father, Euphemia said to her knight. I do too, Colin said. Cup of tea while we wait. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Colin picked up the teapot left behind for them and poured herself and Euphemia a cup each. When she arched an eyebrow at Rai, the other knight started to shake his head, but a look from Euphemia transformed the motion into a nod. You know, there is something I've been wondering, Colin said as she handed Euphemia a cup. Japan is quickly approaching satellite status, which should see it organized into a province soon. Maybe as early as the end of the war. How are you planning on partitioning it, if you don't mind me asking? Presumably you would prefer Japan to remain whole. Euphemia said before taking a sip. Well, I might be a bit biased there, and not because I would stand to gain from such an arrangement, Colin said. You wish for Japan to maintain a greater degree of unity even within the empire, Euphemia stated. Colin nodded. There was no point in dancing around the issue. And that is one of the reasons that I cannot grant that desire of yours. One of? Colin asked quizzically. Euphemia took another sip and Colin took the hint and started draining her own cup. I don't know if you've been following the reports your father has been sending to Pendragon, Euphemia said, but Japan is rapidly turning into potentially one of the more prosperous parts of the empire. In fact, assuming his projections hold out, and considering the degree of rigor that usually underpins your father's analysis, I have little reason to doubt them. Japan as a whole might well become the wealthiest singular entity within Britannia. That much economic power in the hands of a single noble house, even your own, would cause a considerable amount of disquiet. For that reason alone I would be obliged to split Japan into multiple provinces when the time comes. I see, Colin said unhappily, but she did not protest Euphemia's stance. The Empress did have obligations to others beyond her after all. How do you envision this partitioning happening? Assuming you don't mind telling me. Not at all, Euphemia said lightly. At the moment I believe a partition into 2 provinces would be sufficient to quiet the most vocal of criticism. An East and West division seems the most likely, to ensure a more equitable distribution of the existing economic resources such that neither risks being beggared in the near term. The eastern portion would of course be the region you would be granted, with Tokyo as its capital. The western portion will likely be centered around Osaka, but that will be at the discretion of whichever house is given responsibility for those lands. To that Colin nodded. That made sense, more or less. And while she still did not like having Japan split in 2, so long as the other family awarded the other half was open to cooperation, there was a lot they could likely do to ensure a certain degree of homogeneity. That being said, do you know who this other house would be yet? The Empress shrugged rather more nonchalantly than was probably appropriate for such an important decision. Not as yet. Colin pursed her lips. Would your Majesty be open to a suggestion? Euphemia regarded Colin for a moment. I would be open to hearing them. Whether the suggestion would be acted upon was Euphemia's prerogative, and Colin nodded to indicate her understanding, and acceptance, of that point. The Sumeragi family. That elicited a raised eyebrow. Really? I know, Colin said, holding up a hand. They did fund the JLF and try to free Japan from Britannian rule, but they also funded Akatsuki and me, and you made me second in line to the throne. This and that are 2 very different things, Colin, Euphemia said evenly. I know, Colin said again, and finished her cup. I know that I've done a lot more to warrant your confidence and your willingness to expend the political capital necessary to grant me my privileges and responsibilities. But I think there are some compelling reasons as to why Kaguya and her family can be entrusted with this duty, and why it might even be a good idea to give them this responsibility. And you think you can enumerate them in the 15 minutes we still have? At least some of them. Then by all means, Euphemia said, settling into her seat. Colin set her cup aside and clasped her hands together. Okay. So, before all this happened, the Sumeragi family were considered pariahs by much of the general Japanese population for their collaboration with the empire. Despite their cooperation, or maybe even because of it, Britannia didn't really trust them either. Since after the Black Rebellion. The what? Euphemia said quizzically. Oh, the JLF uprising, Colin clarified. The Black Rebellion. Euphemia repeated. Well, Lelich's codename was Roi Noir, Colin explained further, or Black King. And since he more or less instigated it, well, I just kind of started calling it the Black Rebellion. I see, Euphemia said thoughtfully before shrugging. Anyway, please continue. Colin nodded. Right. So, after the uprising, it became more or less public knowledge that members of the NAC were actually funding the JLF in the hopes of obtaining independence. That deflated, at least some of the animosity directed at them, though there still remained a lot of resentment over how the six houses were able to live in comfort even as the rest of the country suffered, whatever their seditious activities were. Kaguya however was revealed to have shifted her patronage to Akatsuki and me, and while that didn't win her any points with those people that still desired independence, it did win her some more consideration from those Japanese that were starting to think being part of the empire might not be so bad with you as their steward. To that Euphemia nodded in understanding. Of course there are still people in the empire whom refuse to overlook the fact that Kaguya did support the JLF to begin with, but then again those same people are probably the ones most unhappy about my own elevation. And that's setting aside the fact that even those whom accept Kaguya is behaving for now might not be comfortable with her becoming a duchess. And for that matter there would probably be a lot of Japanese that would be hesitant as well. And Colin trailed off as she listened to what she was herself saying. Euphemia on the other hand had a grin crossing her face. So you believe that Kaguya would be an appropriate choice for a provincial lord because no one would be happy with her choice? It made more sense in my head, Colin said. A chuckle sounded from behind Euphemia and Colin gave the other knight a beady look. Rai returned it with a blank expression. I think I understand what you are trying to get at, Euphemia said after a moment, and I will take the points into consideration. Colin nodded. That was all she could ask of her liege. A knock sounded on the door, indicating the arrival of their guide. Euphemia set aside her cup and rose. Well then, shall we? Colin straightened. As you will, your majesty. The rooms that Euphemia had used during her previous residency of the Viceroy's palace had remained vacant since her departure, which meant they were ready for immediate use upon her return. It was in the sitting room of those quarters that Colin was resting on one of the couches, reading through a binder of documents. The silence in which she contemplated was briefly interrupted as Rai exited the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Colin did not need any notice from the other knight to know that Euphemia had fallen asleep. Rai was looking pretty weary himself but did not seem inclined to go to bed just yet. Still it was with a sigh that he settled into the couch next to Colin's. Catching up on paperwork, Your Grace? He inquired. Something to that, Colin said, not bothering to correct Rai. After what Euphemia said about Japan's development, I asked father for a précis. The knight held up the thick binder. This is his definition of a précis. Your father is a very studious man, Rai remarked. That's one way of putting it, Colin said. Silence fell between the two for a few moments. It was broken again when Colin closed the binder. There's something you want to ask me. Rai tilted his head. You recall, Your Grace, when I once mentioned that the anti-code implanted within CC was not a product of my time plane. Colin nodded. Before it was deployed to destroy the code Lelich seized from VV, I did a scan of it. Nemo should have the records. I also had her run a very rudimentary comparison of the anti-code that my time plane developed and the one implanted in CC. Colin's eyes flickered as she had Nemo pull up the relevant data. Hey! They're identical. That's a bit surprising. My thoughts exactly, Your Grace, Rai said. One would have thought there be at least some variation between anti-codes developed in different time planes, but it is entirely identical. And unless Nemo has records of an incursion that I am not aware of, we did not plant that one. We did not even have the resources to construct one by my time period. Nemo? Full access. No attempt was made to transmit an anti-code into a different time plane by the Duchess Stotfeld or her associates. Nemo confirms, Colin said. Rai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You have any idea what that means? Colin asked. I wonder, Your Grace, whether we developed the anti-code ourselves. Or if we got it from someone else. Yet another time plane. Maybe. But that raises another question as well. Who did develop the anti-code, originally? And why did we make no modifications to it? Could you have? Colin asked. Rai held out his hands. I am not a scientist or an engineer. I'm a soldier, and I tend to break anything too high-tech. That earned the young man a chuckle even as Colin consulted with Nemo. Any records in the matter, Nemo? I have record of an imperial order forbidding attempts to modify the anti-code, Your Grace, but not the reasoning that led to the order. The humor disappeared from Colin's expression. When Rai gave her a quizzical look, she repeated what Nemo told her. That is, interesting, Rai said. And very worrisome. Tell me about it, Colin said. Nemo, how much data do you have on the anti-code, besides the schematic for constructing one? I also have a verification framework intended to ensure the anti-code was assembled correctly, Your Grace. That and the design is all. No data on the principles that underpin it? No explanations as to how it actually works to destroy a code? No, Your Grace. What about when the design was first created? The data has a timestamp 18 years prior to when Rybert and I were transmitted to your time plane. Colin frowned. That means the anti-code was an extremely recent development for your time plane. Correct, Your Grace. It was a point wherein we were already losing the war. To be honest, Rai, I have no idea, Colin said aloud. I think the point is significant, but I'm not sure how to go about investigating it. Rai's expression shifted in a curious manner. Colin's eyebrow rose. What? Does Nemo's records indicate who developed the anti-code in my time plane? Officially at least. Colin was about to ask Nemo that very point when the reason for Rai's expression became apparent for her. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Rai held his hands out again, well aware of what Colin would think of the anti-code's supposed official creator. And also of how she would react to his next suggestion. You seem to have some means of contacting His Highness, he said very carefully. Perhaps, he might have some ideas. Colin growled. No wonder you danced around the edges like that. It was necessary to provide you with the context first, Your Grace, Rai said not entirely convincingly. This time it was a snort that sounded. All right, I'll pass the word on to Lelich's Gestalt, see if he ha. The knight stopped mid-word and Rai immediately came to alert in response. Your Grace. Colin's jaw tightened. She then rose. I need to get a message off to Marshal Yang, see if he can move his trip up to tomorrow. Rai's eyes widened. Should we wake Her Majesty? No, let her sleep. I want her rested with a clear head when she hears this. The concern did not disappear from Rai's face, but the knight nodded. Visits by foreign diplomats or noteworthies tended to require quite a bit of coordination and choreography. As such, abrupt changes to the predetermined schedule tended to go down poorly with all involved. That Yang was so nonplussed by the sudden request to drop in earlier than expected, even if it was by just a day or so, said much for the man's genial mentality. And despite the sudden change in plans, the Empire was able to organize a welcome appropriate to the man's rank and station. With an honor guard composed of the Bretonnian military, gendarmerie, and Akatsuki at her back, Colin waited to greet Yang as he disembarked from his plane with his own entourage. It was a small group accompanying the marshal, one other officer, a civilian that was likely a career diplomat of sorts, and to Colin's mild surprise Lieutenant Frederica Greenfield. It seemed the lieutenant was still serving as some sort of attaché to Yang. Pushing that aside, Colin came to attention and offered Yang a salute. She might have been a brigadier general, but Yang was now a field marshal. Field Marshal Yang, welcome to Japan. Yang and the other officers all returned the courtesy with one of their own while the diplomat bowed. My thanks, Your Highness, Yang himself said, the slight smile clear indication that he was intentionally treating Colin as a royal instead of a soldier. Colin rolled her eyes. A quirky sense of humor seemed to be a requirement to possess a code or Geass. If you would come this way, sir, she said. As they walked past the honor guard, Yang made certain to make a show of inspecting them closely. The man seemed to understand esprit de corps if nothing else, even if he somehow still managed to leave his own dress uniform unbuttoned with a flap open. Lieutenant Greenfield is still with you, sir. Colin remarked as they walked. Naval attaché as part of the Empire's diplomatic mission, Yang said. She has also been very helpful in helping understand the nuances of Bretonnian society and culture. And unlike the diplomats, she's frank and speaks her mind. Well, she is in the military. Yang cracked a smile at that. There is indeed something to be said for that. And more quietly. So there has been a development. A pretty significant one, Colin responded with similar discretion. Still a bit too early to tell if it's good or bad, just that Lelich's Gestalt nearly got itself deleted while doing the fact-finding. That is interesting, Yang said. Though, are we counting the fact that it survived a good thing? I'm still undecided, Colin said. I suppose that it did survive to pass on the information is good. Yang nodded. Well, I certainly look forward to the coming revelations. 2 hours later, after rushing through the barest of courtesies that they could get away with, Yang was seated in a conference room with Euphemia, Colin, CC, and Rai. That placed almost all of the people relevant to the issue of code and Geass in one room, which was significant in and of itself. All right, Colin began. I called this meeting because there has been a development within C's world, one that Rai here accidentally helped kick off when he asked me a few questions about the anti-code. Glances momentarily turned in the young man's direction but quickly returned to Colin. Now, just to make sure everyone is on the same page here. The thought elevators are at the most basic level extremely powerful computers. The information that they compute, however, is not the digital information that we use to store words or numbers in conventional computers, they compute the physical information that describes our universe. Heads bobbed all around. This much all present were already familiar with, to varying degrees, though CC looked like she was getting a headache trying to think through the nuances. About time she was on the receiving end instead of dishing it out to Colin, the knight mused. Coincident to this, the ability to process the information also gives the thought elevators the ability to manipulate the physical information that describes the materium. For example, we can cause something to heat up or cool down by manipulating the motion of its molecules. Hot things were fast, cold things were slow. More or less. There were, a couple of unanswered questions as to how the thought elevator achieved this, Colin continued. We're pretty certain that the thought elevators are basically computing the state transitions between the original state and the desired state of whatever matter is being manipulated. That's a lot of number crunching. Or rather, that's a lot of number crunching to be powered in some manner. We think we've come up with a way to constrain what that power budget is. That got the others' attention, in more ways than one. We. Euphemia said for them. Lelich's Gestalt, Colin said, and myself. The knight pulled out several pieces of paper and set them before the Empress. I would however like you to check our sums. I did not know you had that much of a head for maths, Euphemia said with a touch of humor even as she began looking over the pages of equations. Colin shrugged. I can do it. I'm never going to be as good as you. The Empress made no response as she immersed herself in the numbers. Her Geass was fully active and it crunched through the mathematics laid out before her with relative ease. In only a few short seconds Euphemia had gone through all of them. The math is sound, she said, though the margin of error of your parameters means the model itself is not especially robust. I know, Colin said, but it's the best observational data we've got. Euphemia nodded in acknowledgement of the point. That being the case, this indicates that the thought elevators are drawing potentially power in the order of yottawatts. The Empress frowned. What could be producing that much power for it to use? Colin looked out the window. I can only think of one thing. The others followed her gaze and blinked at the sunlight shining through. More than a few gasps sounded. You are suggesting, Euphemia said very slowly, that the thought elevators are somehow tapping into the Sunday. Colin nodded firmly. Nothing else even comes close, Your Majesty. But, how? I have no idea, Your Majesty, Colin said, and I think we want to be very careful in figuring that out. Agreed, came the emphatic response from multiple persons. Colin cracked a slight smirk before proceeding. Anyway, setting aside what the thought elevators are, there is also the question of what they are for. We know what they can do, but we as yet still do not understand why they were made to do what they do. Last night, I think we got a step closer to finding that out. Rapt attention was already being paid to Colin, and yet the intensity of the others' gazes somehow increased. According to the records Nemo holds, the anti-code was developed by the Lelich of their time frame, Colin said, and she noted the blinks at the seeming non sequitur. Or rather, it was entered into the Codex database by Lelich. Its exact origins remained unclear, as there is no data on its actual development in the database. A further data point is that the anti-code implanted within C.C, Colin nodded to the woman in question, did not come from Rai's time plane, and yet was identical to the design they had. Now I would chalk that up to coincidence seeing as other versions of us existed as well, but there was a specific directive attached that the anti-code's design was to never be altered. No one interrupted Colin, letting her work through the necessary context. That was curious enough that I poked Lelich's Gestalt to see if it had any thoughts as to what might have motivated its alternate. And then the idiot decided to simulate the anti-code within C's world. Eyebrows rose all around, though none seemed to disagree with Colin's assessment of the Gestalt's thought processes on the matter. What ended up happening was the execution of the anti-code triggered a higher level of authentication than any of us have seen before. Lelich's Gestalt was barely able to back out without failing the authentication outright, which by all indications would have initiated a purge of his data. This suggested to it, and I happen to agree, that the anti-code's actual purpose is not to destroy codes. That is merely a side effect of what happens when you fail the authentication step. Colin fell silent, letting the others absorb this information. Authentication, Yang said slowly. Authentication for what? We've always known that the thought elevators have functions that are locked out even to you or me, Colin said, one of which is the ability to manipulate the physical information of the materium it will instead of the very specific changes we can effect through our Geass. And you think this anti-code, if used correctly, would unlock that functionality, Euphemia said. Yes, Your Majesty, Colin answered formally. Then there is a question of whether we should even attempt it, Euphemia said. There is reason to believe we should, Your Majesty, Colin said, her tone completely flat. Euphemia adopted a thoughtful poise. Please, elucidate. Before continuing, Colin spared a single glance at Rai. Your Majesty, you are aware that there have been leakages of data from other time planes. It was never clear to us why those other time planes, well, bothered for lack of a better word. We've gleaned enough information from those leakages that one thing is evident. All of them suffered some sort of calamity, one which seems rooted in their failure to ever unlock the thought elevators fully. The Empress frowned. The evidence for this? Well, in the case of Rai's time plane, Colin said, nodding to the youth, had they possessed the ability to manipulate the Matrium at will with the thought elevators, they could have destroyed the Krell invasion with ease. Euphemia regarded Rai carefully. That sounds speculative, especially with only one data point. There are others, Colin said, but for the moment I ask that you take this on faith until I get through the rest of this. Euphemia's gaze returned to Colin. Very well. Colin nodded. Now, from what Rai has told us, nothing these interlopers do here has any effect on their own time planes, for better or for worse. The preliminary conclusion that we came to was that those other time planes must have been looking for something that did not exist in their own time planes. Colin's eyes settled on the person immediately across from her. And we think we've figured out what that something, or rather somethings, is. Euphemia returned Colin's gaze. You believe they were searching for me? I believe they were searching for us, Your Majesty. The others looked back and forth at the two women, curious anticipation alight in their eyes. Euphemia's own were no different and she dipped her head, a signal for Colin to continue her explanation. Your Majesty, you recall when Rai linked our two Geasses together inside the New York thought elevator? Euphemia nodded. I have come to suspect, Your Majesty, that our two Geasses are in fact two halves of what was supposed to be a single power. Consider it. I possess the ability to observe the information of the Matrium at an absolute level. You are capable of performing mathematical computations without nary an effort. The exact sort of computations necessary to map the change in physical information needed to, well, change the world. Euphemia's eyes glazed over momentarily as she lapsed into trying to calculate the certainty of Colin's assertion. The uncertainty of course made the number she came up with completely useless, but it was leaning towards supporting her knight's claim. The way you describe it, Euphemia said, it almost sounds like our powers combined would be a miniature thought elevator. That is exactly what I am saying, Your Majesty, Colin said. The possibilities that suggested, wheels turned all around the table. Assuming that is all true, Yang said, what then is the relation to the anti-code authentication? Colin clasped her hands together. This goes back to when Lelich's Gestalt tried using it inside C's world. The thought elevator basically spat out an encrypted key that the Gestalt needed to decode to complete the authentication. It failed, but from the description of the key I think it's another one of those hypercube constructs that underpin the thought elevators. A construct that I was able to comprehend perfectly when my Geass was linked with Her Majesty's. And I as well, Euphemia said with a nod. And this linking could be repeated. Yang said, looking over at Rai. The knight shrugged. Her GR Highness should be able to perform the feat herself now that she has a code. Oh, that is certainly interesting, Yang remarked, making clear it was not something he had ever done or thought to do. Assuming that our combined abilities would suffice to complete this authentication, Euphemia cut in, what exactly do we expect to happen afterwards? Honestly, we're not sure, Colin replied. Euphemia rolled her eyes, which Colin had to admit was well deserved. And yet you think we should attempt it anyway, the Empress said. I do, Colin said. Why? The question was asked with full awareness of the abstract and concrete threats that they were already aware of and which it was claimed the thought elevators would help defend against. There was a more fundamental point to be reached first. Colin's lips thinned. Because, Your Majesty, you are mortal. Who knows how long it would be before another might arise with the same Geass as yours. And there it was. While Colin might have obtained a measure of immortality thanks to her code, Euphemia was not possessed of such advantage. Therefore her life was a window of opportunity, and to waste it might have dire consequences. Euphemia regarded her knight levelly. On this, both you and Lelich are in accord. The unhappy expression deepened but Colin nodded nonetheless. Yes, Your Majesty. Thoughts ran through Euphemia's head as she considered all this. It was certainly a lot to take in, but her mental process was such that she could think through things very quickly even before she gained her Geass. That did not change the fact that there was such a dearth of actual information for her to draw conclusions from. I will speak with Lelich's Gestalt, Euphemia finally said. Then I will make my decision. The others all nodded, accepting Euphemia's word. Now they would see where those words would lead. End of chapter 129. That last bit I highly recommend people read very carefully. It got very technical and I'm not entirely sure I was able to convey it as clearly as I wanted. I just realized that there is a high probability that I'll breach 140 chapters, before the epilogues, before this story is complete. I'm undecided whether I should be happy or irritated at that fact. You know, to be perfectly honest, some of you people reading my story genuinely worry me at times with how bloodthirsty you get. It's not clear to me why when I am trying to say a character is smiling stiffly I would use wryly instead of wryly. I suppose a reader could be making the assumption that the character was smiling dryly, but that's not the impression I would have been trying to convey. This is the whole amused versus bemused thing all over again, and people assuming that a mismatch in what they think my intent is indicates a mistake on my part. Thus far there is only one instance where that has happened, and that's with palpable and palatable, wherein a few times I made a typo. That one is literally the only word choice flip that I am aware of that represents an actual mistake. Anyway, I've seen a recurring pattern where people keep trying to use the canon to poke holes in my story. I've made mention multiple times that I outright disregard the canon wherever it does not suit the needs of my story, because the canon is outright broken in far too many ways. It's literally impossible to stay consistent with canon and still maintain internal consistency to the story. And I feel no guilt or hesitation in making deviations as I see fit. If that is something that bothers you, ask yourself whether this is the type of story you are actually enjoying reading. Furthermore, I made pretty clear that the way Code and Geass works in my story is different than canon, especially considering canon never seemed to actually figure out what they wanted Code and Geass to actually be. On top of all that, I never once implied that Lelich's Geass worked the same way as his in canon. Lelich's Geass in my story has always followed the set of rules I set down for it. It did not suddenly change or acquire new powers as the story progressed. Colin's did grow more powerful over time, but Lelich's was more or less fully mature. The fact that he was able to use his Geass to issue absolute commands to people is simply a manifestation of its application. What Lelich was actually doing is far deeper, and every instance of its application provides an indication of how it actually works. That it works differently than in canon isn't me giving Lelich new powers as the story progresses, it's me having given him an entirely different power than canon in the first place. Neutralizing the Blade Lord would have been pretty straightforward. All you really needed to do was call in an airstrike by a strike jet. Sufficient amounts of explosives would have gotten him easily enough. Zerg rushing him with lots of foot soldiers would literally be one of the worst ways of going about it, and any officer that actually attempted such a tactic as a first resort would have been court-martialed and shot for gross incompetence in the Britannian military. The impressive bit isn't that he took down about 1,000 insane berserkers, it was that he took down the helicopter gunships. As a general remark, this story and its characters are not there to help reinforce any reader's preconceptions. If I fail to invoke any sort of cognitive dissonance amongst my readers, I've done something wrong. Every time I force a reader to reconsider something, I consider that an achievement. And every time I elicit an outright knee-jerk reaction, I get a warm fuzzy feeling. Though when I see I'm eliciting one more or less every chapter, I question why that particular reader has bothered continuing. No, I never had Rai be aware of his parentage before Euphemia suggested it. That was never retconned, and I went out of my way to make clear that Rai thought his mother was the Imperial Chronicler. This is not the type of story that you can just zip through without reading carefully, that is guaranteed to result in you missing details that are important later on. While it is certainly my responsibility as a writer to make sure the text is generally approachable, that does not absolve readers from making the effort to pick up on things as well. The one thing I absolutely refuse to do is spoon-feed readers. I will explain things in author's notes if people have questions, but I expect a reciprocal effort be made to understand things on your own first. I think I've answered most of the points raised thus far by various readers, but I wouldn't be surprised if I've missed some here and there. The story's been going on for a long time after all. If there are still outstanding questions and the like, drop them in a review. Chapter 130. Upon achieving satellite status in 1970 CE, Administrative Area 11, or more commonly known as Japan, was reorganized into two separate provinces. Some had argued that due to its nature Japan should remain united as a singular province, but the sheer wealth a united Japan would represent in the hands of a single provincial lord made that politically intractable. The island of Honshu was split in half, with eastern Honshu combined with Hokkaido to form one province, and western Honshu combined with the islands of Kyushu and Shikoku to form another. The partition was performed along the boundary wherein Japan's power grid switches from 50 Hz in the east to 60 Hz in the west, a historical curiosity due to the manner in which Japan's electrification proceeded. The western province was given the name of Nishi, and the east Higashi. While these in Japanese were literally west and east, in English they served as sufficiently unique identifiers. While traditionally the viceroy responsible for transitioning an area into satellite status would be awarded one of the provincial lordships that resulted, this was not the case for the Baronstadt. This is perhaps not surprising seeing as the Baron's daughter, the Princess Colin, was awarded the province of Higashi to go along with her dignity of Duchess of Tokyo. The Baron himself remained the day-to-day administrator of the province even after the expiration of the viceroyalty before being offered and accepting a ministerial position in the cabinet of the newly formed Rochester government. The appointment of Nishi's provincial lord was however a source of some subdued disquiet, at least amongst the more conservative elements of Britannian society. While Kagaya Sumeragi's loyalty to the empire, or at least to the person of the Empress Euphemia, had been considered indisputable after the Tokyo uprising, the fact that as a member of Kyoto House her family had supported insurgent elements in Japan remained a cause of unease and controversy. While the Empress Euphemia was not entirely deaf to the concerns raised by certain quarters of the court, she nonetheless pressed ahead with her appointment of the Lady Kaguya as Duchess of Kyoto, elevating the Sumeragi family into the peerage. Not surprisingly, the Stadtfeld and Sumeragi families have cooperated extensively to guide Japan as a whole to continued prosperity. While the two families have never intermarried, they remain close both professionally and personally to this day. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stadtfeld. Chapter 130. Unus Mundus. It was with heavy steps that Rommel entered the chamber of the Executive Council of the European Union. This was not the first time the Field Marshal had set foot within the room, though in the past more often than not it was the late Marshal Juin that was the subject of the Council's scrutiny. Rommel was however no stranger to political scrutiny, he had undergone plenty of it during his ascension through the Wehrmacht's ranks. In some ways he could even be said to excel at the sort of bureaucratic maneuvering required for advancement past flag rank. That was not the same as saying he enjoyed it. The customary courtesies and ceremonies were promptly concluded, the council evidently anxious to get to business at hand. Simultaneously though, there was an obvious tension and nervousness amongst the gathered politicians. A nervousness that likely had something to do with the fact that the EU was, arguably, losing the war. Field Marshal Walter Hallstein, the current president of the council, began. I will be frank. The war against Britannia seems to edge ever closer to disaster. Many amongst our citizens question the wisdom of continued fighting, and whether a negotiated settlement with the Empire would not be more preferable. Included amongst those citizens were some of the officials they had elected, Rommel knew. Perhaps those citizens might recall to mind the terms issued to the EU the last time we extended our hand, Rommel stated. Britannia has made clear it does not intend to accord us the same consideration they did the Chinese Federation. Are our people actually prepared to pay the price for cessation of hostilities? Uncomfortable looks met Rommel's gaze, not least from the British and Irish commissioners. All of the European nations stood to lose significantly from Britannia's demands, what with Euphemia's demand that they renounce control over their overseas colonies. Great Britain and Ireland however would cease to exist as independent polities of the Empire had its way, and that was something their respective governments simply did not dare countenance without the situation becoming much graver, or at least appear to. Whether there is an alternative to such bitterness is contingent on the ability of our armed forces to actually stem Britannia's advance, Hallstein said pointedly. The council president had a point there, Rommel knew. Nonetheless the field marshal was not without a riposte. If our people have already decided we have lost, then they will have rendered all the sacrifice our soldiers have endured meaningless. Not to mention that the civilian population of Europe had been mostly sheltered from the brutality of the fighting thus far. Even the atomic bombing of Toulon had limited most of its destruction to the arsenal itself with only a small number of immediate civilian casualties. There were a few exceptions to this of course, the fighting in the Russian Far East was seeing a fair sum of non-combatants caught in the crossfire and being displaced. Then there was the near destruction of Baghdad and the rest of the calamity sweeping through the Middle East, again. None of that however weighed upon the minds of the citizenry as much as what might happen should imperial boots set foot upon Europe proper. Those sacrifices may well be meaningless anyway if we lose the war, Hallstein said. Tell me Field Marshal, what measures are even available to us to prevent such an outcome? Hallstein might have been somewhat abrasive. He might have even verged on disrespectful. He was not however necessarily wrong. But then again, the same could be said of Rommel. The mobilization plans put in place at the start of the year have just seen the third wave of conscripts constituted into combat-ready divisions, the Field Marshal began again. Our factories are producing at a level that is actually sufficient to arm and sustain them on campaign. There is no risk of a sudden collapse along our various fronts, certainly not to the extent that we would suffer a major strategic defeat. We have already demonstrated amply that despite the advantages Britannia possesses, they are not insurmountable. Let us take the example of Britannia's 8th Fleet. For all their power, the ships that compose it are not invincible. The Chinese proved this at Chosin, and we did so again at Rota, Mers el Kabir, and then above the skies of Morocco. Furthermore, Britannia has not once dared to commit their 8th Fleet against a deep strike into Europe proper. They know it is within our means to destroy their fleet in such a case, just as they know with every passing week we come closer to marshalling the strength necessary to smash their fleet even beyond our borders. Rommel might have been exaggerating a bit there. The effort to bring down the few destroyers in the engagements he referenced had cost the Europeans greatly. Even now they were still working to reconstitute the interceptor squadrons lost in the exchange, a task made all the more difficult by the increasing tempo of combat operations against the Britannian forces positioned in North Africa and the Middle East. Still, the basic point was valid, Britannia's flying warships could be brought down if enough firepower could be marshaled to face them. The overall shape of the war has also changed, Rommel continued, and despite the dangers it represents, that the fighting is now at our very borders also provides opportunities that we can exploit to our advantage. Where Britannia has to ship in every gram of food, munitions, and fuel from across the oceans, our own forces are that much closer to our own factories and farms, to reinforcements, and to the entire support base that each of our nations represent. Every kilometer that the Empire has to haul their supplies across represents a chance for us to cut that lifeline. We have our U-boats, we have our fighters, we have all manner of methods to stymie their efforts to gather strength. Britannia's reach may be immense, but it is not infinite. We will only fail to find its limits if we convince ourselves otherwise. In this, Rommel's statement was much closer to reality. The Empire's forces in Africa, but especially the Middle East, really were faced with a daunting logistics challenge. In fact, the entire Baghdad operation was executed on the military equivalent of a shoestring budget. The divisions that were shifted for it had been the absolute limit of what the Empire could deploy and actually provision with enough supplies to keep fighting, and despite its relatively orderly retreat to Kuwait, Britannian forces had taken a mauling even with 8th Fleet and the Princess Collins Guard providing support. Conducting the operation at all had forced it to halt its other offensives in the region, and making good the expended resources would take the Empire at least a bit of time. It was that time that Rommel intended to take advantage of, if his civilian masters would just let him. As immense as the costs to our own nations of this continued war, the costs to Britannia are even greater, the Field Marshal stated. Despite the Empire's successes, its forces are badly exposed. Every kilometer that they advance adds yet more distance that separates them from sanctuary should they suffer a reverse. That they have yet to suffer one does not make them invincible, far from it. We know how to hurt them, we have a much better understanding of the limits of their new weapons, and even if we are still unable to match those weapons, we are not helpless when facing them. Rommel leaned back into his seat, letting some of the intensity of his form bleed away. What he said next, however, had the opposite effect on the politicians facing him. Gentlemen, you asked me here to give you assurances that you could then take to your citizens. Assurances that you could use to shield yourselves from the decisions that your duties demand you make. I will not provide them. What I will provide is a promise. If Britannia is allowed to dictate the terms by which this war ends, no excuse that you could muster would save you from the Empire's demands, and their consequences. Phi looked down at the yellow blazer with scant favor. Then again, it was little surprise that a girl her age would regard the notion of going to school in a less than favorable light. Unfortunately for Phi, this was one decision that was taken out of her hands as a consequence of hanging about the Viceroy's palace. You look perfectly fine, dear, Khotun said with a motherly smile. Now, are you okay with your tie? The silver-haired girl looked at the length of cloth and gave a sigh. Why isn't this just a clip-on? And why do the boys get away without needing one? To that Khotun merely shrugged, seeing as she had no answers. You could probably ask the teachers once you start attending. Maybe I will, Phi said as she wrapped the necktie around the collar of her shirt and deftly twisted it about until it hung with a perfect knot. There. Oh, you didn't seem to have any trouble at all, Khotun remarked. It's not hard, Phi said, just a pain. The smile did not leave Khotun's expression. She had been around the girl long enough to know this was just how Phi was. There was little in the way of actual disgruntlement in her present complaints. As Phi checked her reflection to make sure the rest of the uniform was neat and tidy, the door opened and in strode Heinrich. At seeing the girl he came to a halt, spent a moment giving her a one-over, and nodded approvingly. About time Colin stopped dragging you along while she gallivanted around the world. She may have managed to come up with an excuse to avoid continuing her further education, but I will be damned if she thinks her wards will be allowed the same. Phi raised an eyebrow. Her wards? Entrailed Ren, whom was looking more than a bit put off in the pink dress of her grade at Ashford. A snort escaped Phi before she could stifle the laugh, and Ren gave the older girl a betrayed look. Khotun watched the exchange with obvious enjoyment of the dynamics. In some ways it was like having another chance at being a mother after all the years lost to the invasion and occupation. Are you done with the day's affairs? Khotun asked. Heinrich nodded. Though I could have wished Her Majesty had brought an actual diplomat with her from Pendragon. Did not Marshal Yang only bring a single diplomat with him as well? For the preliminary discussions at least. The Marshal brought a very shred single diplomat with him, Heinrich corrected. And I'm not quite sure when he ever sleeps. Or eats. Or performs any of the other necessaries. Khotun gave a bemused shake of her head at Heinrich's mannerisms. Phi and Ren both snuck in smirks of their own. For all the demands the Baron's stewardship of them created, Heinrich was himself a source of some light-hearted entertainment, not least because of the exasperation he induced in his actual daughter whenever the two were with each other. How long do you think you will need to keep this up? Khotun asked. The Baron shrugged. However long it takes Her Majesty to do whatever the hell it is she's doing down at Common Island. Heinrich leaned over and gave beady looks at the girls. You two wouldn't happen to have any idea how long that would be? Ren gave a sniff. And what makes you think Her Highness tells me anything? That did not dissuade Heinrich, though his gaze did shift over to Phi. The German girl shrugged however. Don't look at me, Colin hasn't said much of anything to me since we got back from the Middle East. Heinrich rose, seemingly accepting Phi's remark at face value. Well, we shall see what answers she can muster when she has returned. The Barn frowned slightly even as he leaned over to regard Phi again. Incidentally, what is that bulge in your blazer? Despite the sound she made, Phi did not look in the least bashful as she opened it up to reveal her folded gunblade. Well, maybe just a bit embarrassed when it was Koton's disapproving gaze that her eyes met. Heinrich gave an exasperated sigh as he straightened. Don't get caught with that on the academy grounds, he warned. Anata, Koton began. I recognize a security blanket when I see one, Heinrich said before Koton could continue with her admonishment. It is ultimately something that they themselves must decide they no longer need. That may be so, Koton said, though her disappointment was still evident, but taking weapons into the school. I am sure an arrangement can be made with the Ashfords, Heinrich said, though the look Koton gave him made clear that was not the actual issue she had. As for the general matter, The Baron regarded the two girls. How about a compromise? Phi narrowed her eyes. What sort of compromise? Heinrich tilted his head. Is there a reason you need your pistol to be loaded, for one? That Phi took a few moments to consider before slowly shaking her head. Even reluctantly at that. But she still acceded to Heinrich's point. That was enough for the Baron, whom now looked to Ren. The girl met his gaze unflinchingly. There is no point of compromise, she said, shifting to emphasize the very large and very obtrusive blade still strapped to her back despite wearing the Ashford uniform. Perhaps, Heinrich said, before looking back at Phi. You would not happen to also have on you that knife of yours, would you, Phi? The German girl raised an eyebrow but drew the blade from under her skirt, eliciting another sigh from Koton as she presented it to Heinrich. The Baron accepted and examined it closely, all the while also keeping an eye on Ren. The girl's eyes were locked on the knife, as well as on Heinrich. She pursed her lips. You cheater! When I am beset by ladies of such caliber day in and day out. Heinrich responded. How do you think a man of so meager character managed to win Koton's heart? Common Island used to be an undeveloped dot off the coast of Japan, overgrown by vegetation and noteworthy only for the large archaeological marvel sited at its center. Since the Battle of Pendragon, said archaeological marvel was beheld with less wonderment and more fear. That fear was what made the presence of a permanent garrison more than warranted. Since it was initially deployed, the garrison had grown substantially. From the initial set of prefabricated structures grew permanent buildings, an airstrip large enough to accommodate the Avalon, anti-air emplacements, cruise missile batteries, gun batteries, and a dedicated radar installation. All in all, Common Base was tough enough to withstand anything short of a determined invasion force, and even then it should survive at least long enough to call for help. In theory, that level of security should also mean Euphemia would be safe during her visit, but the Empress Armsmen and Knights were taking no chances. As such, when the Avalon's passengers disembarked, Colin was the first one down, sweeping the area with her Geass. From the way Monica smirked, the waiting Knight of 12 knew exactly what the Knight of 7 was doing. Even so, Colin's position as a princess of the realm obliged the soldiers present to come to attention and presented arms. Staying that way probably saved them just a bit of effort when Euphemia herself emerged. Welcome to Common Base, Your Majesty, Monica bowed to her liege, then cracked a mischievous grin. Am I going to get in trouble with General Arcead for agreeing to this little jaunt? Euphemia returned the smile. Probably not, Dame Krashevsky. At least no more so than Laura, Colin, and Rai. From the faces the three knights in question made, that was no assurance whatsoever. Preparations are complete in the thought elevator. Euphemia said next, her expression reverting to a more serious demeanor. Yes, Your Majesty, Monica replied likewise. Then let us not waste any time. Seeing as Euphemia did at least take the time to review the troops that had turned out to greet their Empress, she probably did not consider that to be wasted. Other than that, however, the party made for the thought elevator with due haste, or as much haste as the various checkpoints and security measures permitted. It would have rather defeated the purpose of putting in all these measures if they could be bypassed at Euphemia's whim. Ultimately, it took over half an hour to clear all the checkpoints and arrive at the thought elevator's entrance. It was only passing one last barrier there that they entered the stony, almost sterile environs of the inner chamber. Awaiting them was a detachment of Loki regiment sent ahead to prepare, commanded by one Major Cecile Crumi but directed by one Captain Cecilia Clermont. The former issued a crisp salute when she approached to greet Euphemia and her party. The latter obeyed the forms at least, though it was obvious from her motion she had little use for this particular courtesy. Your Majesty, Cecile said, her voice steady and firm, we are ready to proceed at your word. Very good, Major, Euphemia said approvingly, then raised an eyebrow at CC. The older woman gave a simple nod. The gate has yet to lose its lambent, Your Majesty. And there is of certain a keen sense awaiting thee. 'Tis a shame I shan't have the leisure to give him a sound thrashing for his folly. Euphemia raised an eyebrow while Colin simply snorted. Without her code anymore, CC could barely even access the thought elevator's systems, much less attempt entry into C's world. Most of the time the woman did not seem terribly broken up about that loss, seeing as coincident to that was the lifting of her curse of immortality. As silver linings went, that was a pretty big one. At the same time her loss of access to C's world did preclude her from doing some things she obviously would have liked, such as giving Lelich's gestalt the thumping she obviously thought it deserved. Whether that was on the basic principle of the gestalt being Lelich's or because she think it had done something itself to warrant it, Colin was not sure. Nor was she sure it made any difference. Rest assured, Euphemia said just a bit frostily, I will make sure Lelich's gestalt understands that my sufferance has finite limits, and it is up to him to remain within their bounds. CC considered that a moment before giving a nod of seeming satisfaction. There was still attention to C.C's form, but the woman also bore a great determination. For that matter, she was not the only one. Cecile too stood with steadfast resolve, an admirable feat considering the shocks to her worldview she had experienced. By all indications the Major would emerge all the stronger, with the help of those whom shared the burden of truth. Euphemia looked over at Colin, a prompt for the night to begin. Colin stepped over to the stone panels and waited as the others took their positions. After a moment Cecile nodded, indicating they were ready. With the thought elevator having previously been kick-started, Colin did not need any active assistance to connect to it. What Cecile and the others were here for was to try and get some data and readings from Colin's interactions with the thought elevator. Understanding the mechanism by which the thought elevators connected with her code would be an important step to understanding the overall technology that underpinned them, and perhaps one day how to replicate it. Encephalon dive, commencing, Colin declared aloud. The next moment she, Euphemia, Rai, and Yang were standing amidst the sea of shelves that was the thought elevator's first level of access. I remember, Yang remarked, a time when this place was filled with bones and tortoise shells. The others looked at him quizzically and the marshal cracked a dry smile. That was what was used to inscribe text back then, he clarified. I wonder, in another 1,000 years or so, what this place will look like. In half that time, holographic data cards, Rai put in. Yang actually nodded at that while Colin gave a snort. Both men's remarks made sense though, seeing as this projection was based off of the preconceptions of the person that initiated the connection, in this case the knight herself. A wistful, almost sorrowful thought flickered through Colin's head. She wondered how long it would take for her own preconception to move past paper books on shelves. Giving herself a shake, Colin began walking. The others followed, trusting her to know the way through her own thought elevator. Lelich's gestalt was waiting for them in the sitting room-like area, still wearing that garish purple suit with the crowned helmet. Is that really necessary anymore? Colin asked as they approached. A chuckle echoed. Perhaps not, but I have found a mask to be a most useful thing. Despite saying so, the gestalt reached up and pulled it off. And despite being the one that prompted the action, Colin was not sure if having that pair of violet eyes meeting her gaze was much of an improvement. Fortunately for her, Euphemia stepped forward, obviating the need for Colin to muster a response. The Empress approached the fragment of her brother without any hesitation and stopped before him well within arm's reach. None of the others showed any visible concern either, not even Colin. What Euphemia had said before was true enough, as this was Colin's thought elevator, her knight possessed certain facilities to ensure Lelich could not attempt to harm any of them. The reverse was also true, to a degree. The gestalt was anchored to the London thought elevator and without direct access to its systems they could not delete it. That was however not the same as making the gestalt immune to any and all damage, as the Empress now demonstrated. A sharp slap sounded as Euphemia's hand left a visibly red imprint on the gestalt's face. Everyone else winced instinctively at the sound. The Empress had not held back in striking the gestalt. Lelich caressed the stinging cheek, looking more than a bit surprised to be feeling anything at all. Still it did not let the shock linger for more than a moment. I suppose I deserved that, it remarked. Deserve? Euphemia said acidly. Oh yes, you deserved that and much more, Lelich. You precipitated a world war. And your actions led directly to the deaths of every single member of our family. Be glad that I hold enough sentiment to prefer that the last remnant of my beloved brother be kept whole. It was hard to come up with a cogent argument when the other side was right. That did not of course eliminate the temptation to try anyway. To the gestalt's credit, it did not succumb to that temptation. That degree of self-control was not common, and was probably one of the reasons why its conscious half was so dangerous in life. If you have sufficiently vented, perhaps we should get to the matter at hand. The glare did not subside from Euphemia's face, not immediately at least. Still the Empress understood that treating the gestalt with continued acrimony would not contribute to the discussion that needed taking place, and so it was with a more neutral expression that she needed. Colin and Yang took that as a signal to be seated, while Rai took a protective posture behind Euphemia's chair. The gestalt regarded all of them with a thoughtful, even curious expression. I must say, it does come as something of a surprise to see so many individuals possessed of the means to connect to C's world like this, it remarked. Euphemia did not deign to respond while Colin snorted. Yang however seemed amicable to the small talk. In that you are more right than you might think, the Marshal said. Geass holders were rarely granted the privilege, not least because few ever obtain sufficient control of their powers to make the connection without being overwhelmed. Her Majesty is possessed of immense fortitude to have come this far. That elicited a glance from Euphemia, but she again did not bother actively responding. Instead, the Empress elected to redirect the conversation towards the relevant topic. Colin informed us that you had discovered the true purpose of the anti-code we used to destroy the one your conscious self obtained, she said rather forthrightly. The Gestalt gave a nod after a brief moment. The thought elevator system was not pleased with my failure to complete the entire authentication process. Had I attempted to delve in any deeper, I suspect it really would have deleted me outright. But you believe that Colin and I, working together, could do so. Based on what yourself and Her Highness demonstrated in the New York thought elevator, yes. Colin squelched the flicker of irritation the Gestalt's courtesy caused. It was not being condescending in referring to her station, but it was doing so knowing full well Colin remained uncomfortable with her appointment. She was beginning to understand just what her father meant when he said the pastime of the Brightonian peerage was subtly insulting each other. Or openly, if you could get away with it. Even assuming this supposition is proven true, what is the rationale for actually completing this authentication? Euphemia asked. Colin was not able to convince you. The Gestalt responded. She made a most compelling argument. I am here to see if you might yet undermine it. That earned Colin a look from the Gestalt. The knight returned it flatly, offering no support or sympathy. It was the Gestalt that would succeed or fail here, and it would not be able to pin it on any of the others. From that perspective, I should probably just keep my mouth shut, the Gestalt said. My advocacy for a course of actions is more likely to undermine it than convince you of its correctness. A bit late for that, Euphemia replied bluntly. I already know you desire the thought elevator's full functionality be unlocked. Remaining silent will not serve to inspire further confidence in the correctness of this action either. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The Gestalt said dryly. Damnation will be the least of our problems if you and Colin are wrong, the Empress shot back. Again the Gestalt snuck a glance over at Colin. Again the knight offered no sympathy for his plight. In fact, the gaze she returned could well be described as prickly. It was a bit wearing on one's nerves to be subject to such animosity. Still, the Gestalt was no stranger to adversity, which was in any case a poor test of one's character. The true test lay in the possession of power. I am sure Her Highness has already elucidated in depth the strategic advantages full control of the thought elevators would provide, the Gestalt began. Being able to bypass the data fortification, the ability to manipulate matter and energy at will in the matrium, the tactical much less strategic implications should be obvious to you, and I will not bother repeating them. There is however another set of privileges, of rights, that full access to the thought elevator system would grant, that you personally would see the advantage thereof. With full administrative authority over the thought elevators, you would not require direct physical access to the London thought elevator to access my data backup, or to delete it. Colin had to give the Gestalt, and she supposed Lelich, credit. It possessed a degree of cunning that combined with its innate intelligence made for a very dangerous opponent. Or a very potent ally, assuming you could trust it. At the same time, Euphemia was herself no slouch. Your willingness to commit self-sacrifice does not constitute an argument for this course of action, the Empress stated, seeing as you demonstrated as much when you faced us as an adversary. True enough, the Gestalt conceded. But would you not rather that my dedication be employed in the service of a mutual goal instead of in opposition? I would much rather you held enough appreciation for your own existence to not treat it with such callous disregard, Euphemia countered. If you cannot appreciate your own existence, how can I ever believe you have regard for the lives of others? And if I have no confidence in that regard, how can I trust your goals can ever be in the interest of the greatest good? There were moments when Colin felt genuine pride at being Euphemia's knight. Beyond just the bargain struck for the betterment of her people, or of the mutual respect and shared adversity both had weathered together. There were times, and this was one of them, when Colin saw just what sort of person Euphemia was in the truest sense. And it was a person that Colin held no reservations in granting her loyalty. Lelich's Gestalt regarded Euphemia wordlessly for several moments, before finally cracking a wry smile. The greatest good. You say that as if it were an absolute. And yet my own example should serve as ample warning of such hubris. I sought to do what I thought was for the best. Shall we enumerate the mistakes I made? The times when I was simply wrong? And the cost of those mistakes? The Gestalt's face tightened into one that Colin and Euphemia actually flinched in sympathy to. Nunnally is dead. My mother is dead. Charlotte is dead. You say I helped precipitate a world war? Yes, I did, and all in pursuance of what I thought to be the greatest good. And if you need to believe that unlocking the thought elevators would serve some other such greatest good, then it might well be better that they remain out of our reach. The Gestalt fell silent, and after a few moments of it remaining so, Euphemia cocked her head aside. That is all you have to say to try to sway me? The Gestalt snorted. Euphy, let us not pretend that you were actually undecided when you stepped into the thought elevator, you knew exactly what course of action you would take. The purpose of speaking with me was not to hear some compelling argument from me that might help you make up your mind, it was to give you an opportunity to judge me personally. So, my dear sister, what is your verdict? It was in many ways a fascinating exchange that she was witnessing, Colin mused. Brother and sister, each highly intelligent and possessed of cunning to match, maneuvering for advantage in a game where the stakes could well dictate the future of not simply their family but the world at large. It was remarkable that so few people could set into motion such momentous events. And a bit frightening that Colin herself was now counted amongst them. For now he night watched attentively at an instance wherein the weight of responsibility was not upon her shoulders. The thought elevators, Euphemia said after a long silence, will remain locked. Colin's expression slipped and for a brief moment a frown crossed her face. Yang did not bother hiding his own look of disappointment but he made no move to verbalize it. Of those listening only Lelich's Gestalt and Rai remained impassively composed, at least on the surface. There was little doubt that the former's thoughts were racing behind the steady gaze with which it regarded Euphemia. May I at least be granted an explanation for that decision? The Gestalt asked. Euphemia dipped her head in assent. The power that Colin has described, I cannot entrust it to anyone. Not her, not myself, and certainly not you. I do not have confidence any of us would be capable of wielding this power responsibly, or even correctly. And while I am aware of the threats that await humanity in the beyond, we are already on course to obtain the arms necessary to defeat them. Furthermore, we are gaining these arms at a more measured pace, one that gives us time to understand and recognize the calamity that might result from their misuse. To suddenly gain the ability to rewrite reality at a whim, however, such is too much too quickly. The Empress shook her head. Humanity is not ready. We are not ready. To that the Gestalt too dipped its head. A sound argument. Euphemia raised an eyebrow. But not one you agree with. It gave a wry smile. I do not, but I have found that attempting to force my choices upon others is simply an impetus for greater tragedy. The Gestalt rose. The choice set before you was a hard one that I cannot make for you. It must be something you choose of your own volition. If that is beyond you, nothing I could possibly do or say will grant you salvation or deliver you unto damnation. And with that the Gestalt turned about and took his leave, disappearing outright from the visualization after a few steps. Colin's own lips thinned as she considered what to do next. If Euphemia was really set on her decision, she had little choice but to respect it. And despite everything the Empress was not wrong, Colin. The sudden address caused the knight to blink. Yes, your majesty. Not just Colin but Rai and Yang both also looked over at the young woman. Is Lelich gone? Colin blinked again a few times even as she ascertained the answer to Euphemia's question. The Gestalt has disconnected, she confirmed with a nod. And it is not attempting anything untoward as far as you can ascertain. This time Colin shook her head. No, your majesty. Then let us not tarry, Euphemia said, rising herself. Prepare to activate the key. Colin stared blankly at the Empress. In fact she spent several long moments staring at her. In fairness to Colin she was not the only one. Both Rai and Yang were giving Euphemia similar looks of surprise. The Empress herself was also patient enough to give them a bit of time to overcome their shock. The clearing of her throat marked the end of that patience. Sorry your majesty, Colin said hurriedly. It's just, I was not expecting that. As intended, Euphemia stated frankly. Had I revealed to any of you what I truly intended, Lelich might have been able to discern the deception. Yang gave a slow clap. I have seen many a man and woman through my very long life, your majesty. I would not care to how do you Brightonians put it, play poker with you. Colin's own expression showed no trace of such humor. What about everything that you said earlier? About how you don't trust anyone with this power. That humanity, was not ready for it. And I remain of that opinion, Euphemia said. All the more imperative that we make sure Lelich's Gestalt is not given the opportunity to try to unlock that power itself. The frown did not go away. Your Majesty is thinking of its claim that full access to the thought elevators would allow for access to its data in London without physical access. In point of fact no, Euphemia responded, though if Lelich was actually telling the truth that would serve as another means of restraining it without deleting it outright. No, what I had in mind is something more straightforward. If the thought elevators could be locked once, they can be locked again, with a key of our creation and one which Lelich does not possess. The Empress' gaze was fixed on Colin. And which can be used to unlock it once more, should the need ever genuinely arise. Heads nodded about Euphemia, Colin's included. It was now apparent that Euphemia had been several steps ahead of her knight the moment she was made aware of the key, mapping out consequences of either course of action in the same methodical way she approached much of her decision-making as a sovereign. Still, there was something to be said of her response to Lelich's Gestalt. Euphemia. The Empress had dipped ever so slightly, obviously noting the intimate address. The thought elevators are possessed of great power, that much you know already, Colin continued. Are you sure you yourself could lock them away again, if they could be used to fulfill your deepest desires? Ryan hailed sharply, and Yang regarded Euphemia with a curious look. The Empress herself remained stoically composed, however, and her answer came with no hint of hesitation or doubt. I make a presumption here with respect to what sort of new lock you, Colin, will be able to create. But as one of the keys necessary to open this new lock, I would have it be my passing. Colin's eyes were fixed upon her liege, but that did not stop her from seeing the unhappy crease of Rai's face, or the approving tilt of Yang's head. As for Colin herself, she again felt a flicker of pride at having Euphemia as her liege. Steadfast, loving, even kind. And possessed of a heart of iron resolve that saw her stay the course of whatever path she chose, like now. It was a standard Colin found no shame in seeing as an example. It will be done, Your Majesty. Euphemia nodded, and favoured Colin with a smile of gratitude. She then rose and followed Colin away from the collection of seats. Only a few steps were necessary to take them to an open space, one absent of any furniture. The two women positioned themselves to face one another. Hold out your hands, Your Majesty. Euphemia obeyed, and Colin did likewise, taking hold of the other woman's hands. Colin glanced over at the men. If this works the way I think it will, the two of you will not be privy to what we see, she informed them. Then we shall wait here with bated breath, Yang said. The knight nodded, then to her liege. Are you ready? Euphemia responded in kind. Begin at your discretion, Colin. The knight responded in kind, and took a deep breath. Unis Mundus Network, commence activation. End of chapter 130. We've gotten to the point where Microsoft Word needs a couple of tries before it actually figures out how many words there are in the master draft. When I first introduced the Executive Council, I treated it as a sort of amalgamation of the real-world European Council and European Commission. That was probably a mistake, as the European Council did not exist as a formal institution until the Treaty of Lisbon. I also seem to have accidentally scribed details from the Council of the European Union, which is not the same as the European Council, and which possesses a rotating presidency every 6 months. And people wonder why the EU is regarded as an unwieldy institution. Though in some respects that might explain why the EU hasn't been able to coordinate worth a damn against Britannia. Anyway, I'm taking this opportunity to tighten up the consistency. From henceforth, the Executive Council will be my equivalent of the European Commission. The previous appearance it put in will be fixed up in my master draft, eventually. And I may or may not upload the fixed version, it all depends on if I ever do go back and do a thorough editing pass to fix up the issues I am aware of. If I am being perfectly honest, that is highly unlikely to actually happen, but I at least do keep a running list, of sorts, of issues in my master draft's notes. As is evident, Lelich is far from being forgiven by anyone on Euphemia's side. They might consider him to be an ally, of sorts, but they remain justifiably wary of him and are more than prepared to move against him if there is even a hint he intends to try something. I wonder how many people will get the reference at the end there. Or will understand the ramifications of it. Rai referring to Colin as mum is foreshadowing for something that won't be addressed until probably the epilogue. It's also not the first time I've done that. The payoff for why Euphemia and Colin have their specific powers didn't happen until over 100 chapters after they got their powers, and yes, the duality of their powers was planned that far back. Then there were the insinuations as to what Damocles was. Whenever I issue a flat outright denial, I mean what I mean, I'm not trying to hide anything. If I am trying to hide something, I either don't answer at all or I'm much more ambiguous. Chapter 131. While great wealth has always been concentrated in the hands of the Britannian peerage, from the time of the Empress Euphemia 5 houses in particular came to assume a preeminent position second only to that of the imperial family itself. 2 of those houses were not surprisingly that of the royal houses of Ashford and Stottfeld. The other 3, the Alberia, Kraft, and Sumeragi, also possessed very close ties with the 2 royal houses. For the former 2, it was through direct marriage. For the third, a shared heritage and cultural identity. The initial steps towards greater commercial cooperation was taken by the Baron Heinrich Stottfeld, whose commodities trading business had expanded to include saccharide after his friend the Baron Edward Rochester withdrew his interests to concentrate on his governmental duties. This involvement expanded significantly with the large stake Baron Stottfeld acquired in exchange for helping the Sumeragi group pay the fine levied upon it by the then Princess Euphemia for its support of the Japanese Liberation Front, and with his lordship's appointment as Viceroy of Japan the Baron proceeded to transform the nascent Stottfeld group into a major commercial power. By the time he was enlisted to serve in the Rochester government, the Baron's business interests had seen him eclipse even the Sumeragi family in wealth. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stottfeld. Chapter 131. Disilitervism. Mathematics was something that while Colin was not bad at it, was still not something that came to her with intuitive naturalness. Euphemia on the other hand possessed an almost instinctive ability to work through numbers even before she obtained her Geass. With it, the focus of Colin's sight was rendered into something comprehensible. Something, almost familiar. The overlapping squares that formed the foundations of the hypercube became visibly distinguishable, revealing numerals embedded within each of them. 5 lit up, one after the other, presenting the sequence that a user would presumably have to complete in order to complete the authentication process. 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11. Prime numbers, Euphemia remarked. Colin nodded. That should be simple enough, I think. I can pull up a list of known prime numbers. No need, Euphemia said. Suddenly faces within the hypercube started lighting up, the sequence happening so quickly to be almost instantaneous. Linked as she was to Euphemia's Geass, Colin was able to see the exact steps the other woman took to compute the primes in her own head. The knight knew enough mathematics to know that what her liege did was no simple feat, and was reminded again of just how frightfully powerful Euphemia's Geass was if used appropriately. The hypercube flashed once upon all of the prime-numbered faces being activated before going dark. And another series of faces lit up. 4 was first, then 2 twice. 6 was next, with 2 and 3 both flashing once. 8 was followed by 2 a total of 4 times. Prime factorizations, the two women said simultaneously. Euphemia gave Colin an impressed look. I can see your computations, Your Majesty, Colin admitted. Nonetheless, Euphemia said charitably, before getting to work herself. The Empress went through another sequence of activations as Colin did little more than watch, as much the computation happening in Euphemia's head as which of the faces she activated. This one took a bit longer, if only because there were more activations Euphemia needed to perform. From what Colin could tell, it was certainly not because the actual number crunching was giving the other woman any difficulties. The hypercube flashed again when she finished. And then Rai and Yang, and the environs of the thought elevator's interior, disappeared from their sight. In their place the two found themselves in a darkened environ, bathed in a gentle blue light. The source of that light was a translucent teal cube mounted in a golden 3-axis gimbal, floating above a circular base of similar color with 3 struts equidistant to each other, the entire construct standing no taller than Colin and Euphemia's waist. The two looked about, making out the outline of a room of some sort, with chairs and consoles, but nothing particularly indicative. Where are we? Euphemia asked. Somewhere within the UMN, Colin answered, releasing her grip from Euphemia. The Empress did likewise, taking as a signal Colin's actions that it was okay to do so. From the quizzical look that she gave her knight though, the accompanying statement did not really tell the former anything. I presume UMN is an acronym for that Unis Mundus network we just activated. Euphemia said. Colin nodded. It's the system that was built atop C's world to harness its powers to affect physical phenomena in the Matrium, the real world. I see, Euphemia said thoughtfully. Then, what is that? To be honest, I have no idea, Colin admitted. But with their Geasses still linked, Euphemia reacted almost as quickly as Colin as an entity entered their combined senses. In the dim light the first thing that was actually visible was a pair of shining red irises. The sound of heels tapping against the floor came next, but by then both women were able to make out the salient features of the third woman approaching them. Or at least something that was in the form of a woman. The figure was clad in a blue and white dress with oversized metallic armguards above the wrist and elbow. The other distinguishing feature was a seemingly stylized headguard, with 2 large side pieces that extended back and rose up almost like a pair of cat ears. The most striking thing about her, however, other than the red eyes, was the flowing blue hair that fell past her waist almost to her knees. That hair swayed back and forth as she between Colin and Euphemia unblinkingly. The two likewise stared at her, not least because neither had actually expected to run into a person after accessing the lock. Biometric scans indicate a 99.9895% match with Colin Statfeld Kaujaki and Euphemia Lee Britannia, the woman spoke. No indications of contamination or corruption, progression of anima awakening has not yet reached criticality. The first bit Colin and Euphemia understood without any problems. The last two, not so much. Who are you? Colin asked. The woman's eyes met Colin's own. After a brief moment the knight blinked as the perfect symmetry of the other woman's eyes became evident. They were artificial. In fact, as Colin examined the rest of what first appeared to be flesh, their uniformity made entirely clear that the woman that stood before them was not human. Or even a woman for that matter. What are you? Colin amended. And how do you know us? Euphemia added. My designation is Cosmos, the artificial woman said, answering the questions in the order they were asked. I am a combat android charged with defending Zarathustra from misuse. Your data is in the archival records of the UMN. That last bit was directed at Euphemia, the android apparently being very literal in her response. Colin and Euphemia exchanged glances. A humanoid robot able to pass off as an actual human was far beyond contemporary technology, but was likely trivial for the civilization that created the thought elevators. That being the case, Cosmo's designation as a combat android was also something they should take very seriously. What do you intend to do with us? Colin asked, keeping her hand away from her sword but ready to draw at a moment's notice. Cosmos looked back to Colin. You are presently not designated as threats to Zarathustra. I will remain on monitoring duty unless you demonstrate otherwise. So Cosmos was not going to try to harm them, for now at least. What is Zarathustra? Euphemia asked. Colin inhaled reflexively but still kept from adopting an aggressive poise. Granted they needed more information on a myriad of things and Zarathustra was amongst them, but there was always the possibility that showing interest in the thing could be construed by the android as the first step to threatening or misusing it. The way Euphemia's composure never wavered by even a millimeter, Colin could not help but admire her liege's nerve. Cosmos met Euphemia's gaze with equal if not greater stoicism. You do not yet have authorization to access that system's information. But you revealed its existence to us, Euphemia pressed. If Colin tightened her jaw any further, she might actually crack a few teeth. Cosmos said nothing in response and after a few moments Euphemia tried again. Why did you reveal Zarathustra's existence to us if we do not have clearance to its information? The existence of Zarathustra is not classified, this time Cosmos answered. Further information about the system is. That was an interesting oversight, or perhaps it was intention, Colin was not sure which. Equally interesting was Cosmos' very rigid responses. While the android answered with a fair degree of clarity direct questions, it did not seem capable of inferring them from broad statements. Interesting, Euphemia said aloud before turning to Colin. We seem to be at something of an impasse. Maybe, Colin said, looking around before settling on the android again. Cosmos, can you help us access and navigate the UMN systems? My duties do not include serving as a UMN procurator for users, Cosmos responded. In other words, no. Do you know how to activate such a procurator then? Euphemia asked. Cosmos took the effort to actually look at Euphemia again before responding. Yes. And stopped there, the specific question answered. Can you activate one for us? Euphemia followed up. Yes, Cosmos said again, but made no move to actually do so. Colin rolled her eyes. She supposed that Euphemia's words could be interpreted as a question instead of a request. The Empress herself seemed unperturbed. Would you please activate a procurator for us? The android made no visible movement to comply with Euphemia's request. Colin however sensed something happening through her code. The effect of that something became visible when a white stylized rabbit-like construct materialized before them. A pair headphone-like objects was attached to the side of its head, along with rods poking out behind its head. A halo of letters floating behind it topped it all off. Hello, I am Bunny, the construct announced, UMN Procurator. Root users, you have 1,200,956 unread messages. Colin did a double take. Wha? How many? 1,200,956, the Procurator repeated. Would you like to review them now? Perhaps later, Euphemia quickly took over even as Colin's mind tried to grapple with just where those messages might have come from. Can you tell us what Zarathustra is? This time it was Euphemia that Colin did a double take of. The Empress really knew no hesitation when she set her mind to something. Zarathustra, ancient Iranian prophet whose teachings developed into the religion of Zoroastrianism, Bunny answered. That was probably not the Zarathustra that Cosmos was referring to. Is that the only definition you have of Zarathustra? Euphemia asked. It is. So much for that, though Euphemia did not look deterred in the least. All right, then can you tell us where we are presently? And what you yourself are? You are presently in the executive office of the Damarung, Bunny answered. I am a procurator, an assistant AI designed to facilitate access to the UMN's functionality. The Damarung, Euphemia repeated. Is that a ship of some sort? The Damarung is the mobile colony that serves as headquarters for Vector Industries. What is never mind, Euphemia stopped herself. We could spend hours here trying to discern information for your answers, but that is not why we are here. Bunny, is there any immediate or near-term dangers to us that you are aware of? No, root user. Despite the answer, Colin was not about to heave a sigh of relief just yet. Cosmos continued to regard them intently, as if just waiting for them to trip up before she acted with lethal intent. Colin was determined not to be taken by surprise and made ready to extract herself and Euphemia at the first sign of trouble. To that end. Should we reset the lock now? The knight suggested. One moment, Colin, Euphemia said. Before we get to that, there is one thing I want to check. Colin cocked her head aside. And that would be, Your Majesty. Euphemia gave her knight a reassuring smile. Those messages. I think perhaps it would behoove us to at least see what some of them are. That Colin conceded probably made sense, so she nodded. Still, how should we go about trying to work through 1,000,000 messages? We don't need to, Euphemia said. You will have all the time in the world, eventually, to do so, but a small sampling of the messages should be sufficient to discern the urgency of doing so. Again her leech had a point, and so Colin let her take the lead. All the better to allow her to maintain a watchful eye. Bunny, display the most recent unread message please. What appeared before the two was not text, but a projection of a woman. A woman that was the spitting image of Colin, dressed in a red and black tinted outfit identifiably that of a knight of the round. What the hell? Colin murmured, nearly letting herself be distracted by the surprise. Perhaps another temporal variant of yourself? Euphemia suggested. Gods, I really hope not, Colin growled. Euphemia gave her knight a sympathetic smile, but her attention was drawn back to the projection as Bunny spoke. Timestamp of message is August 19th, 13,799,109,920 BCE relative from local time. Beginning playback. The number did not immediately register. When it did, the projection of Colin began speaking and their immediate opportunity to express their shock passed. I am Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus, Canoness of the Order of the Bloody Rose, and Knight of Honor to His Highness the Prince Lelich. An audible growl sounded to Euphemia's side. The Empress ignored her Colin's expression of irritation, seeing as it was on a moot point. There were far more important matters to be addressed. I leave this message in the hopes that humanity's existence will not be forgotten, even if our end is marked in failure. We sought to safeguard our future, but we overstepped our bounds and paid the ultimate price for our hubris. Know however that for all our mistakes, the heights we achieved were monumental. The greater tragedy is that the depths we fell were so mirrored. Euphemia and Colin exchanged glances, each noting the details the other picked up, the biggest one being timestamp. Bunny announced. 18 billion years was an incredulous number, and in fact from the data Colin was able to pull from C's world was longer than the suggested age of the universe. Either that date was inaccurate, or this message really was older than the universe itself. That should have been impossible, but they had witnessed quite a few impossible things already. The ability to manipulate the material universe at our whim, the projection continued. That was the temptation that set us upon the road to extinction. The means to this miracle was the collective subconscious of the human race, C's world. Within that world is power, power enough to harness the entire universe to our will. And access to that power is made possible by the system of 12 thought elevators and their ancillary support systems. Euphemia and Colin both frowned there. There were 9, now 8, thought elevators that they were aware of. Where in the world could the remaining 3 be? We took the first step of seizing control of this system when all 9 on Earth came under the control of the Holy Britannian Empire, an empire I chose to serve when I swear an oath to the Prince Lelich. The next step came when Britannia laid claim to the moon, a claim no other power possessed the means to contest, and so came to hold dominion on the remaining 3. The two exchanged glances there. If nothing else, this told them what their own Britannia needed to do next, if only to keep the thought elevators out of the hands of others. What we thought to be the penultimate step, the seizure of the sword of Akasha on the Jovian moon of Ganymede, turned out to be our undoing. Because that was where they discovered the Krell, the two knew. The effort to reach Ganymede was Herculean. It required the construction of a massive ship, able to carry enough fuel to reach Jupiter and return while carrying all the instruments we would require to access and activate the sword. The war against the mimics set our efforts back at least a century, seeing as it required the diverting of resources to avoid extinction by their hands. It also added urgency to the Jovian expedition, for we thought that with the sword of Akasha we could ensure the mimics' creators or any other xeno-threats would be rendered impotent should they dare threaten humanity again. And it might well have, except we found not just the sword on Ganymede, but a new threat that overwhelmed us. A look of sorrow crossed the projection's expression, one Colin found more than a bit unsettling. It really was like looking at a mirror and seeing a reflection that she did not want to see. There were 3 of us whom possessed codes, necessary to access the thought elevator system. Myself, Lelich, and CC. Together the 3 of us had seen humanity through dark times indeed, and were confident that we could continue with our stewardship until humanity as a whole was ready to assume full responsibility of the power that was Code and Geass. Of the 3 of us, it was I and CC that embarked aboard the Von Braun, the vessel that would carry us to Jupiter. And upon our arrival, it was CC whom led the expedition down to the sword of Akasha to secure it. The sorrowful expression became one of outright pain. And it was CC whom fell victim to the thing that had been trapped within the sword for untold millennia. Colin was already aware of the broad strokes of this due to her access, albeit intentionally limited, of Nemo's databases. Still, to hear her other self explain it like this made the entire thing made it so much more concrete. We were to call it the Krell, but in truth any name would have done. And when it seized control of CC, it forced open the gateway back to Earth and stepped through. The projection took a deep breath. It succeeded in doing this, because I failed. The Von Braun was equipped with weapons sufficient to disrupt the sword's functions, but I hesitated. I thought it might yet be possible to save CC and her party. Instead, I gave it enough time to enact its escape to Earth, where it set in motion our extinction. Colin's own expression now bore a frown. This particular detail had not been revealed to her, and she was experiencing some mixed feelings about it now. No one liked hearing their mistakes were what precipitated a disaster, but denying it was no healthier in the long run. Where I hesitated however, Lelich did not. In the year and a half it took us to return to Earth, he had sterilized the entire British Isles in an effort to stem the Xenos' advance. In doing so, in sacrificing millions, he bought the remaining billions years, if not decades. And if I had not hesitated, I could have bought us an eternity to regret our actions. Instead we were left with a scant century or so. Colin made a mental note to drag every detail regarding the war against the Krell from Nemo's databases. To hell with concerns about being pigeonholed into making the same mistakes, she wanted to know exactly what her other self and Lelich had done, and what warranted such extreme measures. The question of victory was soon answered, the projection continued, and with it that of survival as well. The human population continued to dwindle, until the issue of viability began turning against us. Despite our advances in genetics, we were reaching a point where even if we won the war against the Krell, we would have faced extreme difficulties repopulating our broken world. And so a choice was made. If we were to die as a species, our final act would be to rectify our mistake, to take the Krell with us into oblivion. And yet, to choose to commit suicide as a species, that is too much, even if all seems lost. We had to strive for something beyond a mere monument to our sin, or even a testament of our redemption. We had to have some manifestation of hope, and so we created one. Now the projection's expression softened, to one of affection. The chances of you ever seeing the message is slim, Rai. But just as we invested our hope that you would survive, even if in a different time plane, I hope that someday, somehow, you will hear these words. Your mother, and your father, you became everything we could have ever hoped for, and we are proud of you. The projection stilled before blinking out a moment later. Colin's lips thinned. The pretense that Rai might not, genetically at least, be her child was becoming more and more threadbare. In truth she was not even sure why she tried to maintain it. Perhaps because, despite everything, she still found the notion that Lelich was the father of any child of hers to be loathsome, never mind the possibility that they could have been intimate. The knight cast a sideways glance at Euphemia, wondering if the Empress would choose this moment to force the obvious truth into the open. Colin would not have blamed her liege for doing so, even as a part of her hoped Euphemia would continue to allow the pretense. The frown on Euphemia's expression made clear the Empress was perturbed by something, though what Colin could not immediately discern. That needed to wait until Euphemia herself spoke. We may have made a fundamental error regarding Rybert and his origins, she stated. Colin tensed ever so slightly. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Rybert claimed that he came from a point in time far into the future, Euphemia expanded, and Colin almost let out a sigh of relief before processing the actual ramifications of the other woman's statement. Could it be possible, that instead he comes from a time far in our past? Colin tried to follow Euphemia's chain of thought. Are you, referring to the timestamp of that message? Euphemia nodded. How old is the universe generally accepted to be, Colin? The most recent consensus is somewhere around 13 or 14 billion years, Colin answered. Another nod. And the message is from that approximate time frame. Suggestive, no. This time it was Colin's turn to frown. Are you suggesting that Rai might be from a previous universe? More or less. But, Colin said slowly, wouldn't that mean his universe ended shortly after he came here? That is the implication of the relative timestamp, Euphemia agreed. The other possibility is if that timestamp is indicative of the start of our own universe and does not extend into the time frame of the previous one. That Colin could see, even if the entire notion still seemed ludicrous. Then again the whole time-traveling thing in general still gave her headaches. How would we tell the difference though? Well, the easiest way would be to play back another message, Euphemia said. Say, the one previous to what we just watched? If it too is from a prior universe, the timestamp on it should give some indication which of the two cases we are dealing with, or if there is yet a third option entirely. Watching another message would probably not cause any problems, and they had much to gain from any additional insight into this whole matter. Colin cast a quick glance over at Cosmos, but the android remained immobile even as its eyes did not for a moment shift from the two women. Seeing no further motion, Colin gave a nod. At her assent Euphemia looked over at the procurator. Bunny, please play the next unread message. A new projection appeared, and both Euphemia and Colin inhaled sharply. Where the projection of an alternate Colin stood previously, in its place was the visage of one Euphemia Lee Britannia. A Euphemia whom was clad in a pitch-black gown, whose dress seemed to ripple with faces of anguish and horror. It was her eyes however, her cold, violet eyes that chilled any that met them. Timestamp of message is September 6th, 27,598,219,913 BCE relative from local time. Beginning playback. I am Euphemia Lee Britannia, the projection spoke, and the familiar yet frigid tone sent needles dancing down Colin and her Euphemia's spine. Princess of the ruinous powers, champion of the changer of ways. I am a being whom has forsaken mere mortality, And yet in the end I am a testament to the frailty of immortality as well. Even as Colin listened to those words she felt an urge to just shut it down. This Euphemia was the one whose fragment had driven Lelich to resort to familicide in an effort to avert a mere possibility. In some respects she was the instigator of the greatest tragedy in the life of Colin's liege. It was almost painfully ironic. Yet those thoughts did not distract Colin from an important detail this message revealed. Its timestamp was not the approximately 13.8 billion years of the first message, instead it was a little over double that. That was telling, and more than a bit frightening. Could an entire universe simply end just because something had happened to the human race? Were they really that special of a species? It hardly seemed credulous. The best of intentions is a poor excuse for my sins, the projection said, but it is undeniable that that is what we sought. The world is not a kind one, only those with power can hope to preserve themselves. This was a lesson all my family learned, time and time again, as those opposed to us, in their envy and bitterness, drew our blood one by one. Somehow this other Euphemia's expression twisted even more sinisterly. We determined, my siblings and I, that if the world would not deign to leave us in peace, we would take hold of the necessary means to impose upon the world our terms. Our vision. And the means we arrived at was the power of code and Geass. And ended up visiting untold horror upon everyone else, of which Euphemia and Colin, and Lelich, had witnessed only an instance. That instance was however more than enough to grasp the magnitude their monstrosity. We thought we were ascendant, the projection continued, with none bearing the power to stand in our path. Instead the seeds of our downfall, of humanity's downfall, sprouted within our very ranks. By our very blood. The sinister gaze gave way to a mixture of genuine regret, albeit mixed with anger. Lelich. It was remarkable, how this other Euphemia managed to combine spite and affection in that single name. At the same time Colin felt something very uncomfortable in her gut. It felt like respect for this other Lelich. Grudging respect, but if he had actually tried to stand up to his insane siblings, she owed this particular Lelich at least that much. In our victory nothing was denied us and each of us claimed many a prize, the projection continued. Lelich was no different in this respect, his contributions to our victory warranting the granting of whatever boon he sought. A hand rose and came to rest over where the projection's heart would be. The greatest of which was my person. Euphemia's eyes went agape and Colin recalled the visible disgust the suggestion of some sort of relationship had elicited from the Empress. This Euphemia obviously held no such reservations or inhibitions, or perhaps she did and they were ignored by the one taking his desired prize. If so, that grudging respect would need to be withdrawn. Just as my greatest prize was him in turn. To that Colin herself winced. Yet, this particular iteration of the Brightonian imperial family was completely and utterly fucked up. That Lelich did not hold himself aloof as we engaged in every excess imaginable. The brief image elicited by those words that ran through Colin's head at what those excesses might be was enough to make her want to hurl, or maybe it was Euphemia's disgust being reflected upon her. Either way it was probably a good thing that was not biologically possible in here. Both before our victory and after seemed proof enough that he harbored no intentions to end our dominion. It was only after his final victory was assured that I, realized the extent of his betrayal and how far back it stretched. The projection pursed its lips. Patience, that he possessed so much of it was what made him so valuable in the war that sealed our dominance. It was also the second greatest weapon he employed against us. The projection's expression noticeably hardened in anger. Against me. Rejection, was apparently not something this Euphemia took well. Something that Colin suspected her own liege also shared, at least a little bit. A moment later however the projection's expression smoothed over once more into resignation. The greatest weapon that Lelich employed however was to be himself, or rather the removal of his person as a factor in our downfall. A thought flickered through Colin's mind, one that she recognized was not her own. It seemed Euphemia had already figured out where this train of logic was going and Colin caught glimpses of it as the math resolved in the Empress' head. Still she did not quite understand it, and so waited for the message to fully explain. A plan that relies on a single pivotal point is fundamentally flawed, the projection stated, for it thus suffers from a single point of failure. Lelich recognized that no plan to topple us could rely on his continued involvement, and so he structured his to not only continue without him, but to actively employ his removal from the field in its advancement. For with his supposed defeat, what could there possibly be left to fear for the likes of us? That was actually pretty clever, Colin mused. Even cunning in some respects. And seeing the context this message was left in it was obvious the rest of Lelich's plan had succeeded as well. Only too late did we realize that Lelich willingly sacrificed himself, that his defeat was no victory but the prelude to our own fall. For in the wake of his defeat Lelich had seated within our ranks countless adherents to his cause, acolytes as determined and as patient as he in orchestrating our downfall. The success of one would have been enough. That too emerged nearly simultaneously, striking at us from different sides, merely quickened our meeting with fate. A dry chuckle sounded, one that carried with it a chilling echo. I had thought Suzaku Kururugi a replacement for my Lelich, the projection said. And he was in every measure, when he demonstrated the truth of his convictions. And when I sought shelter with Cornelia, I instead found Colin Stotfeld standing amidst the ashen ruins of her citadel. Colin frowned. While she was glad to hear that in the end she was one of those conspirators that rose to unseat the monsters that the Brightonian imperial family had become, it must have been quite the convoluted path that ultimately led all of them to this development. And Suzaku as a good guy? For that matter, Lelich himself as one took more than a bit getting used to. From their initial victories they forged their followers in the Order of the Black Knights, in homage to their fallen Black King, Lelich. Even so, I and my surviving siblings thought we might yet subdue this rebellion and mete out suitable punishment to those whom had forsworn themselves. Again we proved ourselves blinded to the realities already outpacing us. It was only when the moon was itself shattered that we began to realize the means by which the Black Knights intended to lay us low. They were going for the thought elevators, the foundation of our godhood, and they were prepared to unleash their full fury to achieve this end. The frown morphed into outright horror on Colin's face. With her greater understanding of what the thought elevators were, and what they tapped into, she was cognizant of the fact that they had gotten very lucky when the New York thought elevator's physical form had been destroyed. Had the thought elevator drawn upon the fullness of whatever powered its operation, it would have outright glassed everything within the range of its effect. If this Euphemia's insinuations were correct, then the Black Knights that Colin's own prior iteration had founded were prepared to do just that. We of course tried to stop them, the projection went on, oblivious to the sickening feeling its words were inducing on its audience. We did not merely submit to our fate, and my brothers and sisters demonstrated again and again just why we had emerged triumphant in the first case. In the Black Knights, however, we had finally met a force possessed of even greater ruthlessness and conviction. And one by one the thought elevators fell and my siblings perished, until only I remain, the last of my blood. Abe's amused smile crossed the projection's expression. In truth, I should have been one of the first to fall, struck down just as Cornelia was. But Suzaku, in one respect he fell short of the standard Lelich set. Where my brother would not have hesitated or stayed his hand, Suzaku did. The projection bared its teeth. And I have seen him given ample opportunity to regret his mistaken mercy. Just as I will assure that the victory that they will soon claim against me will be Pyrrhic. If there was one universal truth about the members of the Brightonian imperial family, it was that they did not hold back. Once their minds were set, they were utterly unfettered in the pursuit of their goal. Colin had borne witness to both the good and bad of such resolve. When one considered that that resolve could as easily burn a world as save it, it was hard to tell whether in the end the dangers were worth it. Of my many deeds, my many sins, I will not succumb to hypocrisy and claim regret over my decisions, the projection said. I ascended to my power, my privilege, on the sacrifice of others, and to suggest I would have preferred a better way once I was atop the masses is an insult I will not bear. Her eyes softened to something approaching human. And yet, as I face my final hour, a final hour built upon those very sacrifices, I realize that there was one thing that I would have sacrificed myself for. The smile this time held no menace, only sorrow. Lelich, if you had asked. If you had only asked. The projection fell silent and a few seconds later blinked out, leaving Colin and Euphemia once more in the dimness of the room. The only sound the knight could hear was the heavy breaths her liege took. She is a warning, Euphemia eventually said. Of what I could become, were I to succumb to my despair. The Empress took another deep breath. I pray that it is enough, to guard against any such horror. Colin allowed herself a slight smile. You are not alone in facing such pain, Euphemia. The knight reached out and took her hand. We are all there, whether you ask of us or not. To that Euphemia gave her knight an almost surprised look, before returning the smile with equal warmth and gave Colin's hand a squeeze. Once she released it, however, she looked back over at the rabbit-like avatar floating in the air. So, we are answered, she said. The timekeeping of these messages extends beyond the age of our own universe. So it seems, Colin agreed, sounding less than enthused at this development. Again she glanced over at Cosmos and again the android had not moved a millimeter. It was more than a little unnerving to be watched so intently. Though it does raise other questions, Euphemia went on, seemingly unperturbed. If Rybert really is from an earlier time instead of the future like he believes, how exactly did he get here? Colin tilted her head. What do you mean? Ry's explanation is predicated on time travel being possible, Euphemia said. We took that claim at face value because we did not have any evidence to contradict it. This however offers an alternate explanation that we had not previously considered. All of the intrusions, from the other timelines, are simply echoes from previous universes. That saw Colin nod very slowly as she followed the chain of logic in Euphemia's head. It might be that the time travel thing was merely the best explanation that Ry and his universe were able to come up with based on what information they had, Colin suggested. I mean, look at it from their perspective. They'd encountered things that had a time frame which from their point of reference was in the future. How could they have even guessed those things were in fact from the past? And from a prior universe entirely? Point, Euphemia agreed. Though I think I and Rybert are going to need to have a little talk about this non-linear temporal data transmission he's talked about. I have this impression that it was more than just an attempt to explain the temporal incongruities they encountered due to lingering elements from previous universes, that it was something his own universe actually employed. After a moment considering that and recalling the tidbits Nemo had dropped, Colin nodded. Maybe there was some time traveling after all, or at least time calling. Is there anything else you want to check on, Your Majesty? Colin asked. Euphemia adopted a thoughtful poise again. We've learned a great deal, and have had many questions answered. Enough that I am satisfied, even. There is however one thing that I would like to resolve before we lock the system down. And that would be? Colin asked, tilting her head. Whom the creators of this entire system, this UMN, actually are. That, Colin had to admit, was a pretty damn important question, one that she really should have thought of herself. Or rather not let slip her mind at this particular juncture. Then again, with all the new information that was being revealed to them, little wonder some things slipped. I suppose we could try asking Bunny. Colin suggested. Or see if Cosmos is willing to field that one. The android made no move at the mention of her name, not that Colin was expecting her to respond to anything but a direct address. Euphemia shook her head. No, I think there is another way of answering that question. And it might just also provide us a why to the what. Colin said nothing in response, waiting for her liege to demonstrate what this way was. Bunny, Euphemia prompted. Play back the oldest message in the queue. That caused Colin's eyes to widen. The Empress command actually made a great deal of sense. Her eyes stayed wide as a new projection appeared before them. Euphemia's expression immediately mirrored Colin's as she gazed at the dainty figure of a woman, older than the two now bearing witness to her message, but physically no more than a few years at most. What so stunned the two watchers however was the projection's features, ones painfully familiar to both women, and yet not entirely the same. It was a form framed by flowing sandy brown hair falling well past the waist. A face graced with an all-embracing smile. And a gaze anchored in a pair of violet eyes that were a reflection of Euphemia's own, and of their innumerable brothers and sisters. And all that held her right by her own two legs. Timestamp of message, Bunny said, its words barely registering in the awareness of the two women, is January 3rd, 161,290,114,558,126,997,985 BCE relative from local time. Beginning playback. It was an absurd number, reaching so far back that a merely human mind could barely conceptualize it, much less understand its ramification. Euphemia and Colin could, but their thoughts were focused on something else entirely. The projection before them smiled, and spoke. To those whom are viewing this message, I bid you greetings. I am Nunnally 6 Britannia. Euphemia could be heard struggling for breath as her chest tightened to almost painful levels. Colin reached out, helping support the other woman even as her own attention was fixed squarely on the projection as it continued speaking. Daughter of the Emperor Charles and the Empress Marianne. Sister of the Empress Euphemia. And sister to the Demon King Lelich. From the peripheral vision Colin's Geass granted her she saw Cosmos move, a pair of bright blue eyes shining. End of chapter 131. I'm trying to recall when was the last time a single chapter was just one scene. I think it was for Euphy's coronation. Yes, Euphemia is capable of doing prime factorization in her head. I'm sure those of you with some familiarity with its usage in the real world understand the ramifications of this. Nice to know there are people out there that appreciate a classic. Those of you familiar with the franchise should probably be able to infer where the explanations are going to at least some degree. Much as we spent 80 to 90 some chapters building up to Rise' appearance and the whole chain of events that kicked off, we've spent another 40 to 50 chapters building up to this point. A near complete explanation for what C's world and the thought elevators are is coming next chapter. I had to cut it out of this one as it would have added another 3,000 some words. With the amount of information that has already been dropped, well, I think I'll leave all of you some time to at least process the current set. Note that this isn't a retcon of the time-traveling thing Rai spoke of. As Colin herself pointed out, Rai's timeline created a theory of time travel that fit within the data available to them. The results of that theory are effectively identical to what is actually happening with the multiple universes as far as Rai's timeline could discern, hence why it's a valid theory, from their perspective. That it is incorrect is simply due to a lack of additional data that Colin and Euphemia are now in possession of. Chaos Euphy's message actually underwent 2 rewrites as I tried to create a more coherent narrative. Inquisitor Colin's was actually the easier to write, since at least some background material of her timeline had been provided in prior chapters. I'm unclear as to why it matters in the least whether Colin or Euphemia could have done better than Lelich given the information they had. Nor am I particularly clear on why there's a need for Colin or Euphemia to be better than Lelich. Nor have I stated anywhere that they consider themselves to be so. So I'm not sure what the complaint is even about. If the complaint is a roundabout way of saying Colin and Euphemia have no right to be angry with Lelich, I wholeheartedly disagree. That Lelich's actions were premised on incomplete information does not excuse him from bearing responsibility for his actions. He chose to precipitate a global war, he chose to try to wipe out his blood relations. That he did so out of a misguided belief that he was doing the right thing does not excuse his actions. This degree of culpability extends to Colin and Euphemia as well. Colin does not try to hide from the fact she ordered the deaths of hundreds of thousands with the bombing of Baghdad. Euphemia does not pretend that she's not deliberately drawing out the war against the Europeans and getting more people on both sides killed as a result. Both of them have reasons for doing so, and both recognize the degree of animosity that they are generating as a consequence. In so recognizing this, the two hold no expectation that others would just let go of their anger over these actions. And if Lelich were to hold such an expectation, then Colin and Euphemia would have proven themselves his better in at least one respect. They take responsibility for the consequences of their actions instead of demanding others let them shirk them. Chapter 132. The cooperation between the Kraft and Stotfeld families originated only partially in the marriage of Cole Kraft to the Princess Colin shortly after her appointment to the line of succession. The other cause for the growing entanglement of the two families' commercial interests lay with the economic demands of the lands they would respectively rule. Marquis Kraft's mother, the Lady Fleur von Tertzental Mariel Kraft, was a major agricultural commodities broker, similar to how the Baron Heinrich Stotfeld was a major mineral commodities broker. Japan had not been self-sufficient in food production even before its incorporation into the Holy Britannian Empire, and the decrease in agricultural activity in the aftermath of the invasion had made it even more dependent on imports from outside the islands. The then Princess Euphemia's land reclamation program started Japan on the path of rebuilding its farming sector, but due to the mountainous nature of its lands the islands were never going to be self-sufficient. When the Baron Stotfeld assumed the office of Viceroy, His Excellency engaged with the Lady Mariel Kraft to not only establish more stable supplies for Japan but to also further normalize the area's domestic agricultural market. Of course the benefit to the Kraft family was also substantial, it could hardly be anything less with the Duchess Kraft acting as their representative. In collaborating with the Baron Stotfeld, Her Grace helped secure for her husband's recently granted province of Columbia not just a major market for its produce but also closer ties to Japan's reviving industrial sector. This created a trade link between the two provinces, with freighters bringing manufactured goods from Japan to Colombia and then heading back the other way with agricultural products. This link further served as a bridge for other commercial arrangements, and a significant amount of cross-investment between the provinces followed. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 132. Desi ut semper victurus, vive ut cras morigerus. Whereas Colin's attention was split between the seemingly active Cosmos and the projection of an older Nunnally, Euphemia's was fixed solely on the latter, at least for now. Colin did not need to look over at the android to note the change in her eyes, but what it portended the night was unhappily uncertain. Colin kept her own eyes on Cosmos, letting Euphemia's provide her with the sight of the message proper. You undoubtedly have many questions, and the fact that you stand before me marks you as one whom has likely overcome great trials to reach this point. I will endeavor to do my best to answer those questions, or at least the most salient ones. The projection's chin rose ever so slightly. What is the code? What is the Geass? What are the thought elevators? And what are their relations to each other? Those are the questions that I will answer. The rest is up to you to delve into the Damarung's databanks. A direct reference to the mobile colony they were aboard. That augured well that this Nunnally was actually capable of providing answers. You are likely already aware of the existence of C's world, the collective unconscious shared by all mankind. Conceptually the idea of such a shared mind stretches far back in human history. Anaxagoras of Athens, Huangbo Xiun of China, others like these men postulated on the notion of a shared universal mind. The rhetoric of their words however did not constitute concrete evidence for its existence. Still the idea persisted and was even expanded upon by the likes of Carl Jung of Germany. As Nunnally's projection reeled off these names Colin drew upon the data within the thought elevator to pull up some sort of reference on them, sharing them with Euphemia in the process. Philosophers, religious teachers, psychiatrists, such were the men to have apparently first stumbled upon the truth. While the Empress was looking at the information, briefly, her attention quickly shifted back to Nunnally herself. Many in the scientific community thought such ideas were nothing more than fantasy, especially seeing as how difficult it was to empirically test. Until we realized that the very evidence for this universal mind existed in the words that we had previously dismissed. At that the projection took a deep breath. The Greeks called it ichor. The Japanese, sakuradite. The violet eyes sharpened. And in the form that unlocked the secret of the collective unconscious, we call it refrain. Euphemia and Colin both inhaled sharply. As a drug, refrain is made from the residue left over from sakuradite refinement, hence why variants of it have arisen in many places where the mineral itself is present in some quantity. What scientists had dismissed as the ramblings of madmen or drug addicts was in actuality the few glimpses into the collective unconscious those persons caught before being overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of the sight. It required an extraordinarily strong mind to withstand the rigors of delving into the collective unconscious, and the number of such minds throughout the course of human history up to its formal discovery was a scant handful. And that very discovery was rooted in a great tragedy, and a great crime. Seeing as refrain was involved at all, Colin did not doubt it. Just as the knight did not doubt she would not like where this story went. The Holy Britannian Empire, of which I am a princess of, is a land whose history was often written in blood, our own and that of other peoples. The politics of the court, the maneuvering for advantage and power, was a major source of this turmoil, and one's rank was not necessarily any great protection, as my father, the Emperor Charles himself, learned while merely a child when his own father was murdered. That saw Euphemia and Colin narrow their eyes together. The two women's link with each other was not the only reason their responses were mirrored, though. Both knew enough of Britannia's history, the former more than the latter, to recognize the parallel to their own timeline. It was not against his own father that the Emperor Charles launched a coup d'état after all. My grandfather, one whom I would never know, was with his wife murdered by factions at court that sought to prevent his ascension to the throne. In the aftermath, those factions managed to inject what they presumed to be a lethal overdose of refrain into my father and his brother Vivian, with the intention of passing off their deaths as the result of grief. Despite all the reasons she had to hate the Emperor Charles, despite her utter disgust with his involvement in the Directorate and the machinations he employed to seize control of the world's thought elevators, machinations that included the invasion and occupation of Japan, and despite a hatred driven by the destruction of her family that had resulted from said invasion, Colin felt a genuine and mounting horror, and sympathy, for the Emperor, and even Vivian. If this was the sort of base callousness members of the court were capable of resorting to, little wonder the more decent ones like Euphemia were prepared to so readily resort to the hangman's noose or the executioner's axe when dealing with the peerage despite their otherwise genial sensibilities. Instead they planted the seeds of their downfall, the projection said gravely, with not a hint of satisfaction. My father and uncle awakened their Geasses, and they employed them to utterly destroy the conspirators that had transgressed against them, in both mind and body. From C.C., Colin and Euphemia had learned specifically what Charles and Vivian's Geasses were. The former possessed the ability to manipulate memory, to effectively rewrite it at will, while the latter could alter their perception in various manners. If this earlier iteration possessed the same powers, then they were capable of fully reciprocating the horrors that had been visited upon them. And yet Colin found it hard to actually sympathize with the courtiers. Sometimes, vengeance was not hollow. The awakening of their power did not go unnoticed, the projection continued, and before long they were contacted by a woman whom claimed to share their abilities. She called herself C.C., and from her my father and uncle learned more about the limits of their newfound power, as well its potential dangers. It was a danger that Vivian began succumbing to as his mind began to fail under the strain of his connection. And it was in his desperate efforts to save his brother that my father committed the Empire's resources to unlocking the truth behind C's world, founding the Geass Directorate. Resources that Colin had only recently gained a fuller appreciation for, and which she now understood could effect awesome things when directed at a specific task, like winning a war. Or, as it seemed, unlocking the secrets of the human collective unconscious. Progress was slow even with C.C's assistance, not least because no one else had previously attempted a systemic examination of code and Geass, but eventually they had progressed to the point where they discovered those with a code, like C.C., could help anchor those with a Geass, like my father and uncle. That provided a degree of stability to their minds, enough so that Vivian survived and even recovered a degree of his former vigor. With this initial success, the three set their sights on an even loftier goal, to see if they could induce the emergence of Geasses in others in a more controlled, stable fashion. 12 volunteers were selected from the most loyal of my father's adherents. The projection of Nunnally took a deep breath. Only 2 survived the procedure, the Knight of 5, Bismarck Waldstein, and the Knight of 6, Marianne Lambrouge. A slight smile cracked. My mother. There were distinct parallels between what happened in this, seemingly first, timeline, and their own. Bismarck and Marianne's possession of Geasses, for one, even if their sources were different. From those sacrificed the Directorate was able to refine its process, eventually creating a second-generation treatment process that they believed could guarantee its recipient would survive to receive a Geass. Still there were certain constraints and parameters that any such subject would need to meet, otherwise the Geass itself would overwhelm their mind. The lips on the projection thinned noticeably. The odds of this were determined to be lesser the more malleable the recipient mind was. Malleable, like that of a child. By the gods, Colin uttered reflexively. Euphemia herself said nothing, but the way her body stilled, her eyes sharpened, and her own breathing became regular to the point where the tempo of her heartbeats could be discerned from her inhalation and exhalation. The Empress was angered, to a degree matched only on a few prior occasions. Lelich was the first, Nunnally said, and then our brother Rollo. The mention of that name momentarily pierced the horror and fury embodied by the two women with confusion. They knew of only one Rollo, and that young man had certainly not been of any relation to the 6 Britannias. The results surpassed our parents' expectations, though the expression with which this was said could not be considered happy. Their minds were not only stable despite the changes induced by the formation of Geasses, but their control over their powers was near absolute. And despite being twins, the Geasses that manifested were very different. Colin and Euphemia exchanged glances at that bit. The knight shook her head, indicating that as far as she could tell, their Lelich had no such surprise sibling. But still, a twin. That was a new twist. Euphemia went back to regarding the message while Colin's primary attention shifted back to Cosmos. Where Lelich was able to spread himself out to others, instilling within them a fragment of his self, Rollo could seemingly do the opposite, remove himself so utterly that he could not be touched by others. Powerful as these abilities were, however, they were to pale in comparison to the gift, and curse, with which I was issued. And which probably played a crucial role in how they got to this point, was the unspoken insinuation. Causality and probability, Nunnally stated. The former I could observe, the latter I could predict. It would be inaccurate to suggest I could see into the future, but I could see enough and calculate enough to discern the general pattern that permeated our lives. In some respects that actually sounded like a more powerful version of their own Geasses, Colin noted. And in one person. Which suggested the UMN authentication was intended to be accessed by someone like this Nunnally, instead of using a tandem combination like Colin and Euphemia. It was this power that allowed me to foresee and avert many a potential tragedy, Nunnally said. Many, but not all. Were it only that easy, Colin sympathized. Despite the many successes my father achieved, the world was hardly any more gentle a place than when his own mother and father were slain. While this event scarred him greatly, he was not its only victim. Vivian shared with his brother the same pain, and despite holding out for so long, the wounds within his heart had cut deeper. Deep enough in fact that the madness of Geass was merely forestalled instead of averted in his case. It seemed despite the differences the parallels were even more striking. Their Vivi had after all went on a murderous rampage out of similar madness. Although theirs potentially had the excuse of having been infested by a Krell at the time, maybe. Vivian's rampage was headed off, but the madness that had taken hold was too deeply rooted. In the end, in perhaps his final moment of lucidity, he took his own life to spare his family further danger, but that act did spare us from further pain. Nunnally's expression softened. Father took his passing hard. They had been together through so much after all, been each other's strength in the darkest of times. With Vivian gone, even with Mother by his side, I think that was about when Father began to give up on making the world a better place, and simply settled for making it a more ordered place. The notion of an Emperor Charles that was actually interested in making the world better was more than a bit foreign to Colin, seeing as she could recall nothing that this timeline's version had done that could be considered in pursuance of that goal. Despite the ebbing of his vigor, Father did manage to institute measurable change, Nunnally said, and there was even a hint of pride in her voice. His naming Schneeisel as heir primus went unchallenged, despite Odysseus and Guinevere being older. And when he passed away a few scant years later, Schneeisel's ascension was not marred by protest or political intrigue, but by celebration. The way Euphemia's lips thinned, the Empress was likely recalling the tragic circumstances of her own ascension. How markedly different they were, in both cause and effect. Schneeisel had of course been briefed on the Directorate and its works, as had Cornelia in her capacity as Marshal of the Empire. A slight quirk of the lips there. Our sister was extremely perturbed by the fact that her own family had been subjected to such treatment. Or that her mentor, my mother, would have permitted it. From the way Euphemia also smiled it seemed the Princess Cornelia that she knew would have done much the same. As loath was Colin was to admit it, the members of the Brightonian imperial family did have a set of standards they held themselves to, at least some of them. Just as some of those standards were ones Colin herself now found herself upholding. Nonetheless the Directorate's work continued under C.C's auspicious and we of the 6 Britannia line lent our aid even as we charted our own paths. Lelich elected a martial career, following in our mother's footsteps. Rollo took a different tack, joining the Inquisitio's Ordo Hereticus. And I elected to employ my talents in what I hoped would be more benign tasks and joined the Camelot Institute as a researcher. The projection paused for a moment there, as if the speaker needed a moment to gather her thoughts. That was my intention, she began again after that moment, but life, reality, is often not so accommodating. The truth of this statement was painfully familiar to Euphemia and Colin both. There was a sense of foreboding within the two women as they waited to see how Murphy had laid awry Nunnally's plans. My work in theoretical and applied mathematics at Camelot saw me create a model using real and imaginary numbers that could be used to describe the conscious and unconscious portions of the human mind, a model that the Geass Directorate found directly applicable to their own work, Nunnally explained. With that model, their progress advanced at a startling rate, and within a year of receiving my paper they had a hypothesis as to the cause of C.C's seeming agelessness and invulnerability. The young woman smiled mirthlessly. I had, unwittingly, unlocked the means to immortality, and thus precipitated a schism within my family. That, sadly, made sense. The lure of immortality had led many a great man astray in the past. In its basic form it was after all power over the most primordial of fears, that of death itself. And power was a very corrosive thing for even the strongest of wills. Lelich was the most steadfast in opposing us making use of this development. Of us siblings, he was the closest personally to CC and understood better the lonely solitude that immortality brought. Rollo, whom by nature was more insular than the rest of us, did not fear that solitude, and believed this longevity would grant further opportunity to achieve greatness. I was the tiebreaker, and I agreed with Lelich. Her lips thinned. It was a fateful decision, and one that I still consider to be the correct one. Nonetheless, the immediate consequence was to induce a further sense of isolation in Rollo himself. He withdrew from us more and more, and despite efforts by us to reach out to him, he declined to reciprocate. Nunnally took a deep breath. Perhaps we did not want to consider the possibility that Rollo would ever harm his family, despite the example of Vivian. Perhaps we wanted to believe that we were stronger, and that Vivian's madness was his alone. There are many recriminations that could be submitted, but none of them matter. What matters is that Rollo made his decision, and presumed to make one for us. Nunnally clasped a hand over her heart, a motion so reminiscent of the prior message. For me. Colin felt another chill run down her spine. She really did not like where this was heading. Rollo's service in the Inquisitio had seen him build up a power base, loyal and dedicated to his vision. That in and of itself was not terribly surprising. Lelich had done the same in the army, and could be said to have done so more successfully, seeing his mother's connections provided him a ready foundation. With it, he precipitated a coup attempt of his own. Schneisel and Cornelia both fell, a testament to the thoroughness of his planning, whereas Lelich escaped death thanks to the sacrifice of many of his adherents. My sister Euphemia and I fell into Rollo's custody, and for a time it looked as if he would succeed in his ambition. Except, in his isolation, Rollo underestimated the sea of change that was testament to father's conviction. The people would no longer abide a man to wear a crown he had stolen, and that was exactly what Rollo was attempting. Nunnally's expression tightened into a painful grimace. Rollo did not take this rejection well. It further exacerbated his isolation to the point he began dismissing the Empire's subjects as impediments to his supposed greatness. The grimace was now of sorrow. Rollo, my brother, was losing his grip on reality, and the strain of his connection to the collective unconscious was accelerating his slippage. At the same time, Lelich was rallying portions of the Empire to unseat Rollo. The bulk of the armed forces immediately declared for Lelich when he publicly announced his intentions, a development that made clear Rollo could not win. Reason should have dictated Rollo stand down, but reason is not something you ask of a madman. Nunnally tilted her aside. Or from any man, truth be told. Colin suppressed the urge to snort at that. She doubted Nunnally intended that as a jest, but experience with the decision-making process of the men in her life lent such ironic credence to that judgment. His impending defeat instead made Rollo simply more desperate. He sought to validate his beliefs in some way, anyway. And he struck upon that way when he imposed upon my person the treatment to transform my Geass into a code. And that was the decision Rollo had presumed to make for her. Colin found little in the way of sympathy for this wayward son of Britannia. This act did not save his cause, Nunnally stated, her composure obviously restraining the sorrow that she still felt. And in fact it would doom him personally. Lelich did not take kindly to what he did to me, and killed Rollo with his own hands. The woman's lips thinned again. It was an act committed in anger, and done so publicly and vehemently that some ascribed to my dear brother a demonic visage. But Lelich was no demon, and he regretted Rollo's death for the rest of his mortal life. That regret, and a fear that the power might indeed arouse in him the same darkness that was Rollo's downfall, was why he ultimately declined the crown, and supported Euphemia as the new sovereign. The smile this time was more nostalgic than sad. Euphy held such a grudge against Lelich for forcing that duty upon her, but on this both he and I agreed, she was the better choice. It was an endorsement Colin quite agreed with, and she was grudgingly beginning to accept that Lelich was not intrinsically an ass. Reluctantly and slowly, but still. Euphy's reign was remembered fondly, and not just because she brought a period of stability and harmony after the trauma of the brief civil war. Lelich continued serving in whatever capacity she required or asked of him, eventually ascending to the rank of Marshal of the Empire. And I continued with my work. Nunnally took a deep breath. In some respects, Rollo was actually right. Time granted me by my code, allowed me to achieve much. But the price, I sometimes wonder whether they were worth it. It was a question that Colin knew she herself would be asking in due time. Despite my having an apparent eternity, I made an effort to not waste any of it, Nunnally continued. With every passing year more and more of the collective unconscious secrets were unlocked. The ability to create secondary Geasses, which relied upon a code bearer to act as a filter so as to not overwhelm the wielder's mind. The understanding to safely terminate one's connection to C's world outright. At this Nunnally smiled warmly. CC was offered freedom from her curse, and she spent what she called the happiest years of her long life by Lelich's side. Warm, but still sorrowful. And this time she was the one whom was bade farewell to, by not just Lelich, but their children and grandchildren. Colin did not know if it was relief she was feeling, that in this instance it was not her that was matched with Lelich. At the same time she could not help but wonder how CC would respond to this. Would the Frenchwoman be as taken aback as herself at the notion of such a pairing? Or would she treat it with apathy? In having a way to terminate a code, Nunnally said, interrupting Colin's musings, my immortality became a matter of choice instead of a sentence. And there were certainly times when I considered ending my long vigil, especially as I watched generation after generation of my family pass on. And yet, my work continued to demand continuation. Something drew me indelibly further and further into C's world, even as I sought to make concrete those aspects of it that would benefit humanity. The collective unconscious is after all the heritage of all mankind, it was not my place to monopolize it for my sole gain. And in time, I could be said to have succeeded. The thought elevators were the first, physical, manifestation of that work. They prototyped the concept of a transfer column, which used C's world as a means of sending and receiving tremendous amounts of data, enough in fact to fully describe the physical information of a person or thing. A whimsical smile crossed Nunnally's face. Teleportation, in layman terms. That would explain how Sozako had escaped to the London thought elevator from New York. And how Laura and the Jaegers managed to do the same from the Middle East. With the basic concept proven, I set out to replicate it on a grander scale, Nunnally said. I envisioned a network, one that would span the whole of the collective unconscious, serving as both repository and medium for information. With Britannia having assumed dominion of all humanity in the form of the Sanctum Imperium Tyrannum, and with my extended family's continued support, I was given all I needed to build the Unus Mundus network, the very network within which you are viewing this message. It would serve as a monument, to not only my life's work but to every person whom ever touched upon C's world and added to our understanding of it. With the UMN, humanity was able to reach the very stars themselves, spreading across this galaxy and then others. The survival of our species as a whole seemed assured. But it must be remembered, oft enough times mankind has been its own worst enemy. Oh crap, Colin instinctively muttered. Euphemia made no visible reaction, but Colin could sense her liege's emotions over their link. It well mirrored the knight's own trepidation. The Fermi paradox is the name given to the great question, though it had been asked many times before and the formalization of it was done not by Fermi himself but others. Succinctly put however, it asks why, despite the countless stars in just our own galaxy, much less the other galaxies that span the universe, we have yet to encounter other intelligent life. Of the many proposed answers that, the one we ultimately found to be the most correct, at least within the local group of galaxies that we have explored, would be that of the Great Filter. Civilizations that reach a certain level of development have a tendency to wipe themselves out, with the only thing remaining to mark their passing the very worlds they turned into their graves. None however had reached the level of development of mankind, and so we thought ourselves safe from such self-inflicted calamity, not least because of how widespread our civilization had become. That saw Nunnally pause yet again, as if the woman was marshalling herself before she could continue her tale. Considering the calamity she was leading up to, Colin did not blame her in the least. After a few moments of suspenseful silence, Nunnally spoke once more. Our understanding of physics, of the foundations of the universe, had reached a point wherein we felt we could achieve mastery of the cosmos itself. The matrium was ours to reshape at our needs and even whim. Our power was great, but our hubris dwarfed even that. And so we embarked on what we thought would be our greatest achievement, the salvation of the universe as a whole. Hubris might be a bit inadequate to describe the ego that aspired to so lofty an ambition. At the same time Colin was not sure if any word in any language was sufficient, and having access to all language mankind had ever created, that was saying something. A well-understood principle by this time was the cosmic expansion of our universe, an expansion that was accelerating. Our cosmologists hypothesized that were this to continue, all matter within our universe would simply cease. The force that drove this expansion was dubbed dark energy by the scientists that first quantified it in the 20th century. An apt term, seeing as we could neither see nor measure it for a very long time. But when we did discover the means to detect and even interact with it, a proposal was advanced. What if we could harness this dark energy for our own purposes? What if, by diverting it from fueling the expansion of the universe, we could create an equilibrium that would hold our universe static and permit us to exist forever? Ambitions was starting to sound mighty inadequate too. The arguments against such machinations were many. The potential calamities that might befall such a venture matched the scale with which we would be attempting to effect. Furthermore, it was pointed out that the question of locality could easily tip the scales from stopping an expansion to inducing an implosion. A big crunch instead of a big rib, as it were. Such warnings did not dissuade us however, so sure were we of our control over the matrium. But as they say, pride goes before the fall. Colin was having just a bit of trouble understanding the full nuances of what Nunnally was describing, even with access to the collective knowledge of mankind, undistilled, but still. Some of it clearly involved concepts that this timeline had yet to discover or develop. Others, it was more a matter of scale. How could mere humans, even as powerful as Nunnally hinted at, effect change upon the very universe itself. It truly boggled the mind. In some ways we vastly overestimated the extent of our own power in the form of the collective unconscious, Nunnally said with a wry smile. In others, we underestimated just how delicate the equilibrium that held the universe together actually was. When we activated the zero-point generator, we generated power at a cosmological scale, yes, but we also created a resonance cascade that proceeded to literally reverse the flow of dark energy. Instead of flowing outward from the origin point, it began to pour back towards it, pulling space-time along with it. We had initiated the Big Crunch, and set the universe on the path to its end. Colin did not know how to feel. It was just too hard for her mind to grapple with, at least on an emotional level. Abstractly she could understand the cataclysm this represented, but how could one know what to feel, or even how to feel, for something as catastrophic as literally the end of existence? The only response she could muster was a numb shock as she stood there, waiting for Nunnally to conclude this horror story. Our greatest minds, myself included, sought some way of reversing our great mistake. Our sin. And yet all of the facts pointed to only one conclusion. The end we had invited was inevitable, our universe would end. Nunnally gave a sad, regretful sigh. It seemed we had failed to pass this great filter as well, except our grave would not be merely a single world, but all of existence. That certainly qualified as a failure, and Colin felt some sympathy for this Nunnally's predicament. She, and her iteration of humanity for that matter, had likely not intended to end all creation. But intentions mattered little on such a scale, only the consequences. In the process of our futile attempts to save ourselves, we learned more and more about the structure of our universe, Nunnally said. Enough so that I saw a possibility that, even if we could not save ourselves, we could still ensure our legacy is not lost. The Big Crunch, though it would mark the end of our universe, would also mark the beginning of a new one. And with our mastery of manipulating physical information, we could transfer a great deal of that information into the next universe. Nunnally was obviously simplifying things here, so that anyone viewing her message would not need an understanding of the sciences she obviously knew to understand what she was saying. Still Colin could not help but feel a bit frightened at the power that was being insinuated. We could even force the next universe to exactly duplicate the evolution of its information to allow for a second rise of humanity, and using the record of C's world, the peoples whom compose our lives. It would be a reincarnation, in the simplest of terms. But there was an equally simple problem with such a course. If the next universe was to be a mere repetition of the current one, then the next iteration of humanity would simply repeat the mistake we made, and seek to implement the same solution. This was, to be frank, unacceptable. That Colin agreed with wholeheartedly. If the best that mankind could achieve was to keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again, and destroy the universe every time, they did not deserve to perpetuate as a species. Changes must be effected, on humanity, and on the key players of our history. Changes that would better equip them to guide our race down a different path, a better path. How to achieve this, however, was a non-trivial challenge. How could we know what changes were necessary? How could we make corrections if deviations occurred? And, the gods forbid, how could we reset to try again if the situation became unsalvageable? All of this required both an observer to monitor the changes and a system to make those decisions based on the provided data and parameters. The thought elevators, as already existing transfer corridors, and the code bearers and Geass wielders so connected to them, would serve as the necessary eyes. All that we needed then was the decision maker. Zarathustra. And now they approached the heart of the matter, the great secret that Colin and Euphemia had not even suspected existed until they stepped into the UMN. The secret that apparently was the determinant in so many events in their lives. Zarathustra's purpose is simple. First, it seeks to apply a set of directives that would hopefully produce persons capable of bearing code and Geass without succumbing to either madness or the temptation to misuse the collective unconscious. Second, it would trigger the Big Crunch if conditions were such that a universe was not salvageable. Colin had known that second bit was coming, Nunnally had hinted at it clearly enough in her prior statement. That did not make her any less happy about it, seeing as it amounted to killing anyone that might still be alive at that point. And while Nunnally had claimed that most alien life killed itself off anyway, that did not change the fact that some might have been thriving civilizations rivaling the human race. It was an unbelievably arrogant thing to do, never mind the sheer monstrosity of it. The difficulty in fulfilling the first duty comes from the complexity of instilling within a person the desired traits for a stable code bearer, Nunnally continued with nary a pause. Traits such as loyalty, fairness, humility, but perhaps most importantly a strong will are not simply things you can breed in. Nurture as much as nature dictates the will a person comes to possess. Zarathustra therefore cannot simply follow a set of fixed rules in pursuing its directives, it must search and optimize the parameters it applies. Unfortunately, this search entails error, and these errors when compounded can create a cataclysm even worse than what my own precipitated. Thus the UMN is locked away until such time as Zarathustra is able to recreate the conditions that augur well for the success of its mission. And thus does Zarathustra possess the means of resetting the universe, to protect against greater calamity. That still did not justify all the lives taken in the process, in Colin's opinion. Especially since, assuming each message represented a testament from a failed universe, over 1 million iterations had taken place since this Zeroth universe. How many untold lives had been snuffed out across those iterations? The necessity of this recurrence is an abominable thing, Nunnally said, though Colin was hardly comforted with the other woman's agreement, and it marks the greatest sin that mankind, has committed. And yet in our selfish, prideful need, we made a choice. The survival of mankind, paramount to the needs of every other race. Was it a decision made of weak desperation? Perhaps. Know however that the only way to prevent further recurrences is to succeed where we failed, ensuring the survival of mankind within the universe we called home. Nunnally 6 Britannia. It was all too easy to forget of which family she was born due to Nunnally's genial manners and kind demeanor. Her father was the Emperor Charles, her mother the Empress Marianne. Her brother the Prince Lelich, and her sister the Empress Euphemia. Nunnally possessed all the characteristics that could be ascribed to her family. Love. Compassion. Intelligence. Cunning. Ruthlessness. Those and more marked their entire family as extremely capable, and extremely dangerous. They could do great things, or terrible things. And sometimes those things were one and the same. In this instance it was certainly a great and terrible thing this Nunnally had done, and done in such a manner that despite Colin's disgust and horror the knight would have little choice but to try and live up to the former's expectation. The only other alternatives would simply see Zarathustra initiate recurrence again, at which point the gods only knew how many more iterations would pass before another combination of code and Geass bearers would be able to complete the authentication that led them here. For that matter, until she could review all of the messages, who was to say someone else had not in a past iteration but still failed in the charge imposed upon them. In this Colin did not doubt for a moment whose sister Nunnally was. I recognize full well that what I have done amounts to genocide on an unimaginable scale, Nunnally said, though again the woman's frankness brought no consolation to Colin. By my deeds I am, arguably the greatest mass murderer in the history of existence. And in imposing upon you the burden of preventing the next occurrence, I am making an utterly unreasonable demand upon you. I will ask no pardon for my deeds, nor sympathy for my reasons. Not that Colin was feeling in any way obliged to grant either, whatever consideration she had for the Nunnally she knew. I would however ask you to remember what you care for, and decide what you are prepared to do to protect them. Colin's jaw tightened. The attempt at manipulation was so trite as to almost be condescending. Even so the knight could not deny the basic point. She was prepared to go to extreme lengths to protect her friends and family. She just liked to think she would not sell her soul in the process, however. Nunnally's expression softened into a smile again. A genuine, kindly, even familiar smile. One that struck a dissonant chord with the words she had just uttered. It is not my right to hope that you will choose a path to my liking. Still, if I am to be granted at least a single clemency, of this I would ask for. The woman was no longer looking, abstractly at least, at her listeners. Alice, has your long vigil finally ended? Both Euphemia and Colin looked over in the direction of Nunnally's gaze to where Cosmos stood. The Empress' eyes widened, her focus no longer solely fixed on Nunnally's projection, as she noticed the blue of Cosmos' eyes. The projection blinked out, leaving them in the soft glow of that strange translucent cube. Cosmos blinked, and a pair of red pupils once more gazed about. Alice, Euphemia said slowly. There was an Alice, at the birthday party Millie threw for me and Nunnally. At that Colin blinked as her own memory was triggered. She came up to me, said when she grew up she wanted to be a knight. The two women exchanged glances before looking back over at Cosmos. The android however remained stoically impassive, returning their gaze without a flicker of emotion. Whatever fragment that had surfaced during Nunnally's message was dormant once more. Seeing that they were unlikely to elicit any further responses, Euphemia turned to her own knight. Does your access to the UMN provide you with the means to access and control Lelich's data in the London Thought Elevator? Colin blinked and took a moment to formulate a response. I think so, Your Majesty. And you have the means to contact his Gestalt? This answer came more readily. Yes, Your Majesty. Summon him for another meeting, Euphemia said. With all that we have learned, there is much to discuss. The Empress gave a slightly pained look. For all of us. And that all included Rai as well, Colin immediately picked up. She nodded. By your command, Your Majesty. And tilted her head. Should we lock down access to the UMN as you originally intended? Euphemia pursed her lips. The scenario has changed, in a way none of us could have ever predicted. For now, I think I want at least you to retain access to the UMN and its systems. Is it possible for you to revoke my access while retaining yours? Again Colin had to spend a few moments accessing the system via her code to find out. In truth Euphemia's ability to do anything in here, or even get in, was limited by the fact that she possessed a Geass, not a code. But there was always the possibility of the Empress obtaining a code, inadvertently even, so this precaution was not completely unwarranted. Yes, Your Majesty, Colin said after a few moments. Then do so. We shall see if further safeguards are necessary, after our discussion with Lelich. Colin gave her liege a look. At noticing Euphemia raised a curious eyebrow. Yes. Are you sure you haven't already made a decision, or at least that decision, and calling Lelich is to allow you to make a different one? Euphemia gave a wry smile at that. In this instance, Colin, I do require some additional input before I make up my mind. I think you will agree this latest development has ramifications far greater than any of us could have predicted. To that Colin gave another nod of her own. The Empress would have to be more than mere prescient to have predicted all this, she would have needed to be omniscient as well. Then shall we get going? Euphemia nodded and took hold of Colin's offered hands. At the same time she spared a glance for Cosmos. May this not be the last time we meet, Cosmos. The android blinked, and a pair of sapphire eyes met Euphemia's. I shall await your return. Before Euphemia could muster a response, Cosmos blinked again and her eyes reverted to their original crimson. Euphemia closed her mouth, but her lips quirked into a slight smile. A moment later, the visage of the chamber and its lone occupant faded as Knight and Leech took their leave. End of chapter 132. Bloody hell, did this thing really take almost 7,000 more words? Now I'm really glad I split it from the previous chapter. I think this may be perhaps only the third chapter that was taken up by a single scene. How many chapters back was it when Colin discovered the Directorate was actively using refrain to try to boost the Geasses of its test subjects? Something like 30 or 40 chapters, I think. And some of you probably thought that was just a throwaway scene. I had a long debate with myself as to which character I wanted for the first message. Lelich was one of the other options. So was CC. Suzaku was never really in the running, though he might show up in one of the other iterations. I ultimately settled upon Nunnally because, for better or worse, she does have a habit of being a sort of MacGuffin in the Code Geass universe. I did not have much further use for her in the mainline story, but I liked the iteration that was in Nightmare of Nunnally enough that I thought she deserved at least one more showing. Obviously, while I did derive some of the stuff for this Nunnally from Nightmare of Nunnally, I had to alter and tweak things. The baseline story simply would not have fit within the narrative I had created. The overall length of this chapter was ultimately due to how much information needed to get dumped. As the origin point of pretty much everything that has happened in this story thus far, Nunnally needed to provide enough information to tie off most of the remaining questions. She still hasn't provided all of it, but I think I got most of the most important ones. If you think there are still outstanding major ones, drop a question in the reviews and I'll do my best to respond to them. The cosmological concepts that Nunnally brought up are intentionally a bit vague, since they cover topics that we humans are still trying to come to grasps with. Some things we're pretty certain we know, the expansion of the universe and acceleration of that expansion for one. Some things we have constrained but do not know what it actually is, like the dark energy that we believe is powering that expansion. Others like the Big Crunch or Big Rip scenarios depend on parameters that we are still trying to fully constrain, though assuming my understanding is not out of date, the Big Crunch scenario seems increasingly unlikely. But anyway, if any of you are confused by Nunnally's explanations at any point, feel free to ask in the reviews and I'll do my best to clarify them. I just can't think of any additional explanations to do right now because work has fried my brain due to some rather intensive thinky time over the past 2 weeks. As an aside, the majority of the reactions to the steady stream or revelations has been from Colin's perspective. Euphemia's thoughts have been, if not outright absent, intentionally opaque. Ponder on the ramifications of that. I don't know what AO3 is, so presumably no. If the story is still ongoing and is actually receiving updates, ask the question in reviews there. If the story is outright finished or looks dead, and A Call to Duty isn't dead, I'm just working on getting this sequence of chapters for a cold calculus out of my head so I can actually think about other things, then send me a PM. A Trail of Tears also isn't dead, I just don't have the mental bandwidth to work on 3 stories concurrently, so I need to finish a cold calculus before I can go back and rework it based on the new information CS3 has revealed. My response time to such a PM is not going to very quick, however, the earliest would probably be the next time I log into my account to upload a new chapter. I really do mean it when I say I don't respond very quickly to PMS, it's almost completely arbitrary when I do so. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. Chapter 133. The re-establishment of the Ashford business empire, while significantly aided by the restoration of the family's noble standing and even its elevation to royalty, had already been in the works prior to the Empress Euphemia's ascension. While the Ashford Foundation had been effectively dismantled following their prior disgrace, Reuben Ashford, patriarch of the family, succeeded in shifting a significant amount of assets out of the company before competitors were able to lay their claims. Many of the Foundation's best and brightest engineers would join the Rainford Group, led by Reuben's old friend Gwyn Rainford, and helped that company win the second nightmare contract issued by the Britonian military with the RPI-13 Sutherland, a substantially superior machine to the first-generation Glasgow. The Ashford family's discreet stake in the Rainford Group saw them benefit from the substantial windfall the contract represented. By the time of the Princess Millicent's marriage to the Lord Geass Alberia, the Ashfords were well on their way to re-establishing the Ashford Foundation as a leader in cutting-edge research and technology. Combined with the return of the Carolinas to the Alberia family as a wedding gift from the Empress Euphemia, the combined Alberia-Ashford family was in possession of ample resources to invest in their ventures even after making good the chronic underinvestment in infrastructure the late Duke Helmut Alberia was guilty of. In the nascent years of its resurgence, the most prominent of the Foundation's products would be the nuclear reactors it produced for use in the Imperial Britonian Navy's new generation of flying warships, conventional aircraft carriers, and submarines. And in 2020 CE, the Foundation would complete the first of its commercial nuclear fusion power plants. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 133. Facilius est multa facere quam diu. It seemed almost a requirement for members of the Britonian imperial family to possess phenomenal self-control over their external expressions. Her ability to literally read Lelich's data however made clear that beneath the calm facade it presented as Euphemia completed the explanation of what they discovered inside the UMN, the Gestalt was furious. It was a smoldering rage though, not a volcanic one that threatened to wreak untold destruction in the wake of its eruption. That seemed to be another common trait. Anger did not interfere with their ability to continue making entirely rational decisions. In fact, it only seemed to sharpen the speed at which their minds worked through all of the relevant information before a conclusion, one that generally did not bode well for whomever or whatever angered them, was reached. If anything could be said to interfere with their rational decision-making progress, it was sorrow, and there was just a hint of that as well in Lelich's data. You are suggesting that my actions were deliberately manipulated in order to precipitate the necessary character development in yourself and Colin, the Gestalt stated levelly. Euphemia nodded. Zarathustra, as far as Colin and I can determine, mapped out the potential reactions of us as individuals, the impact those reactions would have, and what stimuli had the greatest probability of inducing those reactions, over the course of the million-plus iterations that have occurred. From that map, it determined a chain of events that had the greatest probability of achieving its intended outcome. The Empress' own expression tightened. It only began attempting to execute that chain some 100,000 cycles ago and has been iteratively tweaking it since as results kept diverging outside of margins acceptable to its programmed outcome. And all this was created by Nunnally, the Gestalt said, sounding more disbelieving than distraught at the notion. A Nunnally, Euphemia said pointedly. She is no more, or less, the Nunnally we knew than the Colin that left the final message from the prior cycle is or is not the Colin that sits before you now. Lelich glanced over at Colin, whom had been mostly silent throughout this conversation. Not because she was intentionally doing nothing, but because with her link to the UMN she was pulling lots and lots of data and feeding it to Euphemia over their still active link to help the other woman's explanation to Lelich's Gestalt. A natural enough division of responsibilities. How do we shut it down? The Gestalt asked. We can't, Colin finally spoke up. The look Lelich's Gestalt gave her did not look convinced, but the knight shook her head. Nunnally, the one that created Zarathustra, took into account the possibility that whoever finally succeeded in accessing the UMN would want to commandeer the system, whether to shut it down or for some other purpose. She literally embedded it into the collective unconscious so that structurally the two are one and the same. We tinker with it, we risk setting it off by accident, or worse. The Gestalt leaned back, deep in thought despite the flatness of its expression. It did not take very long to arrive at some sort of conclusion. What is it you want of me then? It asked. Your willing cooperation would be a start, Euphemia answered. Considering what is at stake, I would prefer that we not have to expend more energy fighting you. Agreed, the Gestalt said with a nod. I see little point in us being at odds, especially considering Colin could probably delete me at will. Not entirely true, but Colin no longer required physical access to the London Thought elevator to pull it off, so the difference was negligible. So you will lend us your aid? Euphemia asked. The Gestalt tilted its head. Would I be allowed a few terms? Euphemia and Colin exchanged glances, the motion more instinctive than actually necessary seeing as a far more detailed exchange of thoughts was occurring over their link. The knight then looked over at Rai and Yang. Both men shrugged, as if saying they had no part in this particular decision. Colin tried hard not to roll her eyes. Rai she supposed at least had the excuse that he was still digesting all this, including the revelations about his own timeline. Yang could have been a bit more helpful though, unless the Marshal was entirely serious about retiring and leaving everything to the younger generation. If they are within reason, Euphemia said after she and Colin converged. The Gestalt hummed. I would like to think they are, in light of the fact that my life was manipulated such that I could serve as an adversary for the purpose of developing the two of you. That was almost painfully on point. Euphemia simply nodded for Lelich's Gestalt to continue. My first term as we end this, ambiguity as to whether I am Lelich or not, it said. While I readily concede that the exact nature of my existence makes me distinct from the Lelich that you two knew, the same could arguably be said of Colin's gestalt before her conscious and unconscious halves were able to merge, and the two of you make no distinction between the two even in reference to before that happening. I would ask that the same courtesy be extended to me. That was not quite what either Colin and Euphemia were expecting. It also seemed a fair enough point, so both women nodded in acceptance. The next term, Euphemia said. The next, Lelich continued, giving a slight smile before his face hardened, is that you help me clean up the mess I made in Europe. Colin sighed while Euphemia frowned, though the divergent outward reactions did not mean the two women were having divergent mental reactions. What mess would this be? Euphemia asked. Simplistically put, I instituted multiple fail-safes to account for a variety of eventualities ranging from my premature death to Britannia militarily defeating and occupying Europe. Even though you managed to kill Marshal Juin when you bombed Toulon, the rest of the European General Staff remains committed to enacting those contingencies. If you allow them the freedom to do so, this conflict will not merely end with the conclusion of formal hostilities. While Colin was at this point prepared to admit that these problems were not solely Lelich's fault, the exasperation she felt at the sheer number of complications they still needed to deal with was mounting. Despite knowing it would be a pointless gesture, she still felt a strong urge to throttle Lelich. Britannia has no intention of occupying Europe proper, Euphemia said, besides a few points of strategic interest. What would the European reaction be in that situation? I did not instill exact instructions for the fail-safes, Lelich responded, instead I issued more general objectives. That being said, based on the developments of this war, it is highly likely that the surviving European nations will push to advance their own atomic weapons program with the end goal of having sufficient warheads, and delivery mechanisms, to destroy Britannia as an organized state. That's insane, Colin blurted out. Atomic weapons capable of that would also render significant portions of the planet uninhabitable, Euphemia stated coldly. Are you saying your fail-safe will not bother taking that into consideration? Unfortunately so, Lelich said, sounding genuinely regretful about that. Colin let out a low hiss while Euphemia seemed ready to deliver unto her brother another physical rebuke. After taking a deep breath, the Empress successfully resisted the urge and settled for a verbal one instead. You may have been manipulated to serve as an adversary to myself and Colin, Lelich, but the manner of your opposition, and the ultimate responsibility for it, was entirely of your own choosing. Lelich made no effort to try to dispute that point. Euphemia took another deep breath before continuing. Are your agents concentrated in specific nations or are they spread across the continent? The critical ones are in France, Germany, and Russia, Lelich answered, with ones of lesser importance scattered about a few other places. The Empress pursed her lips. What of the British Isles? Just a few safe houses and what was needed to secure the London Thought elevator. Lelich shrugged. I focused most of my efforts on the continental powers. To be frank, neither the British nor the Irish really mattered compared to the continental powers. Those peoples likely held a different opinion on their respective nations, but that was the thing with opinions, having one did not require the rest of the world to care. Do you have a suggestion for how to stop this contingency from coming to pass? Euphemia asked next. If you gave us their identities, could we not track them down and eliminate them? Lelich stroked his chin. Possibly, and with Colin's code and Geass, you might even succeed. But there will be some collateral fallout from the effort, especially considering many of those individuals are respected by their peers. Cutting them down is liable to incite the European populace in ways they themselves might fail to do alive. By making martyrs of them, Euphemia summed up. A nod. There is another way. You could arguably attempt to outlast those persons whom I instilled this drive into. As numerous as they are, they would still need the willing cooperation of their fellows, not to mention physical resources, to carry through with my directives. If you can keep the Europeans from diverting the resources necessary to develop such an atomic weapons program for that long, the danger would be greatly reduced. How the hell are we supposed to do that? Colin demanded incredulously. It's not as if the European states are third world countries. Even if they surrender, they'll still have all the industry necessary to recover to at least some degree of their previous standing. The solution to that is obvious, Lelich said bluntly. You would need to reduce Europe to third world status. Colin's jaw dropped while Euphemia frowned contemplatively. Yang seemed almost impressed at the suggestion while Rai remained unperturbed. Lelich's present solution was probably tame compared to some of the things the prince resorted to in the prior timeline. That would require removing more or less all of Europe's machine tools and other industrial equipment, Euphemia stated. Yes. Lelich responded, more by way of confirmation than a question. Trying to prevent Europe's renewal or acquisition of nuclear arms via some sort of treaty to end the war would certainly not work. With her access to C's world, Colin actually had an inkling, a faint inkling but an inkling nonetheless, just how many pieces of equipment that entailed. For that matter, Lelich should have the same. The Europeans would never willingly permit this, Euphemia continued. This would require at least an occupation of their territories long enough to remove all of their industrial assets. Arguably so, in which case you might as well just incorporate all of them into the empire. Euphemia shook her head. No. The flat rejection drew a quizzical look from Lelich. The European population is at present some 600 million. Combined with the amount of useful land on the continent proper, it would be a net loss to Britannia if we were required to assume responsibility for those lands and their peoples. Even though arguably you would be in position to also demand control of their overseas colonies in Africa. Lelich pointed out. Again the Empress shook her head. Merely integrating the territories Britannia already possesses is going to be an arduous task for the next several generations. And as far as Africa goes, while that continent is a much larger landmass and has less than half of Europe's population presently, the Europeans, especially the French, have been underinvesting in their colonies for so long the cost to bring them up to an acceptable level would divert far more wealth than I am prepared to commit for subjects that I do not want to be responsible for. Beyond a few places of strategic interest I have no intention of annexing Africa or Europe. That is ultimately your choice, but I suspect you will not be able to remain as aloof to Africa or continental Europe's circumstances as you seem to desire, Lelich remarked. That is also tangential to the pertinent matter, and I agree, you would need to occupy Europe for at least long enough to strip it of its industrial assets. Still, that does risk inflaming the rest of the population in a manner that my sleepers might not otherwise be able to. Damned if they did, damned if they did not. Sometimes there simply were no good options. Would it be possible to cancel the command? Colin put forth. The others all looked over at her, not that Colin could figure out why, the suggestion seemed obvious enough. I mean, Monica was able to cancel out our Geasses with her artificial code, Colin went on quickly, and she was able to at least disrupt your compulsion on one of the gendarmes you co-opted to shoot me. The knight managed to say that last bit with remarkable sanguinity. There might be a way to use the thought elevators to amplify the effect, to cancel out the compulsion you used on these other sleepers, maybe making use of the London thought elevator. A possibility, Lelich readily agreed, though whether you'd be override the other failsafe and keep my sleepers alive afterward is an open question. Colin bit back a retort about how uncharacteristic it was for Lelich of all people to care about a few more deaths. Then again that was probably unfair, Lelich was not an outright psychopath and the deaths that he had caused did weigh upon him. Much as Colin's own did on her. I don't know, the knight instead admitted. And I don't know how long it would take to pull it off either. For all I know we won't figure out how to do it until after they were dead anyway. Lelich gave an understanding nod. The effort is still worthwhile nonetheless. It might have sounded consolatory, but Colin knew the young man was being entirely sincere. She was not sure if that made it better or worse. In that case reducing Europe's industrial capacity would still be necessary, Euphemia noted. Colin nodded unhappily. Likely so, Your Majesty. The knight could literally hear the thoughts that flickered through Euphemia's head as the Empress worked out the nuances. Doable, she declared after only a brief moment of further consideration. Though to institute this we would have to demand an unconditional surrender on the part of the European nations. Were you not already contemplating exactly that? Lelich pointed out. Not to such an extreme degree, Euphemia responded, I was intending on just settling for the destruction of their cultural heritage in a few symbolic instances. That actually seemed to give Lelich pause as he took a few moments to muster a response. You really are angry with the Europeans, he half asked and half stated, even in light of my complicity in setting them to war. The European nations term themselves a democracy that follows the will of their respective electorates, Euphemia said. Could you have set them upon a path to war had those electorates genuinely wished it otherwise? You might be surprised at just how easy it is to manipulate those electorates, Lelich offered, even without my Geass. All the more those people be taught an abject lesson on the consequences of their actions, Euphemia declared. The liberal European model grants its citizens a great deal of power, but with that power comes an even greater responsibility. If they have mishandled that power, they do not get to shirk from the responsibility of facing those consequences. The Empress actually gave a sniff at that. You can either have your cake or eat it, never both. To that Rai and Yang nodded in agreement while even Colin found herself swayed by her liege's position. Democracy might offer the promise of having a say in how you were governed, but its great weakness was that it made no demands that people actually make their say. On the other hand, the other great promise it offered was a way for political leadership to change hands without blood needing to be shed, which was quite worthwhile in its own right. Of course there was also no requirement that forces external to a democracy needed to respect that promise, as Britannia was deliberately electing to not do in this current war. What of your Jaegers? Euphemia asked. Do you believe they would stand idly by while their home nations were so reduced? To be frank I do not know, Lelich answered. The reason for their effectiveness is because they are free to choose how they would defend humanity from code and Geass. That would be regrettable on many levels, Colin mused. Especially after all the genuine effort they had gone through to try to win them over. Will you try to convince them nonetheless? Euphemia pressed. Lelich's expression made clear just how difficult that was likely to be considering their other objective. I can try. Are there any other concessions beyond what you already conceded that I might be able to offer them? And which did not conflict with deindustrializing Europe? A tall order that, which was likely why Euphemia took a few moments to actually consider what she could possibly offer. The only thing we could offer in additions is emigration to the Empire, Euphemia finally spoke. That would allow their families to avoid the coming adversity that will result from Europe's effective economic collapse. It would also get them out of the line of fire if and when we figure out how to cancel your compulsion and use it on Europe, Colin also added. There is something to that, Lelich said before making a noncommittal shrug. I will forward your terms to the Jaegers via Laura. Whether they will accept, I cannot say. That was probably the best they could hope for. In either case, Euphemia said, would you be willing to help us replicate the mental shielding you created with your Geass? In other words, to what extent would Lelich cooperate if Euphemia and Colin met his terms? To the former's credit he answered without missing a beat. Certainly. Succinct and hopefully final. There was not much else they could ask for at this point. This matter is settled. Lelich did the asking then. Euphemia nodded firmly. Sinking back into his seat, Lelich's gaze shifted over to Colin. Then let us move on to my third request. Euphemia raised an eyebrow. How many more requests are there? This is the last, her brother assured her. The Empress tilted her head, inviting him to explain it then. Lelich's lips quirked slightly, but not in any inclination of humor. The thought elevators provide a connection to the minds of every human alive. Lelich began his final request by way of explanation. Those whom have passed away leave behind not their memories, but the raw information distilled from those memories. Geass wielders and code bearers on the other hand, due to their active connection back to the thought elevators, have complete copies of all their data made and retained even after their death. None of this was exactly new information as far as the others were concerned, but they indulged Lelich in setting the context. Contract that I formed with those I imprinted, Lelich continued, and that was enough for at least two of his listeners to piece everything together already, even as they said nothing and let him explain himself, is not technically a proxy connection as with a proper code and Geass. Therefore, as far as I can ascertain, my compatriots, the Jaegers, and all the other individuals whom I imprinted do not have their data backed up by the thought elevator. The young man was now staring straight at Colin. I would like confirmation that I am not mistaken in this regard. In other words, were copies of his compatriots' data floating around inside the thought elevators, or the UMN? And more specifically, was a copy of her? The search that Colin conducted actually took a bit of time. Scanning both the thought elevators and the UMN was not actually instantaneous, even if it might seem so compared to contemporary computer systems. The silence was therefore not intended to build up the suspense, it just actually took that long for Colin to complete the search. Finally, the knight shook her head. There is no data backup of any of your compatriots, or anyone else that you imprinted less deeply, Colin stated. The sigh that Lelich let out sounded of relief. And yet a tinge of sorrow colored his expression. I see, he said softly, this time he did smile ever so slightly. Then she will at least be granted a proper rest. He missed her. That much Colin knew to be absolute truth. Despite everything Lelich had done, despite everything that the woman he was now mourning had done, Colin could still feel some sympathy for both of them. Lelich truly loved Charlotte, a love the late French girl had returned earnestly and fully. And even more importantly, genuinely, of her own free will, not because of any compulsion Lelich had instilled upon her. The greatest proof of that sincerity was now displayed before Colin as Lelich willingly accepted that Charlotte was beyond his reach now. Colin wondered how she would feel when the time came for her to say farewell to more of her own loved ones. The only certainty was that her face would likely mirror the grief she witnessed on Lelich's now. Despite being effectively immune to intoxication, or perhaps because of it, Yang was a rather prolific enjoyer of quality alcoholic beverages. Colin herself was still not quite convinced of the appeal of such overindulgence, though she did admit to a growing fondness for the raspberry cider that Cole's family first introduced her to. Rye's seeming immunity was not a byproduct of his artificial code and instead came from the cybernetic implants that more or less protected him from anything that might poison his body. That said, one side effect of this filtering was the need to expel the filtered substances in some manner, which explained the multiple instances of Rye excusing himself. The relevance of all this was in explaining the many empty bottles almost overflowing from the coffee table centered between the three code bearers. Heinrich might have a few words when he found out just how much of his collection they had worked through this evening. And Colin was certain her mother would add her own disapproval. For now though, the young woman simply took another sip. I must say, Yang said philosophically, I never expected the truth behind code and Geass to be so fantastical. The Marshal might have looked a bit more dignified making that statement if he did not have a full glass of whiskey in his hand. Or maybe not, the well-practiced motion of taking sips seemed somehow fitting. Colin gave a snort at her line of thought before taking another sip from her own cup. Are you regretting offering to give away your code now? The knight asked, only half-jokingly. On the contrary, Yang said. If nothing else, these revelations have convinced me that I am getting far too old to deal with such responsibilities. The future should be guided by a new generation, and I should count myself fortunate that I have found one whose judgment is, mostly sound. That was probably praise, even if the marshal added a smirk to that last bit. We are still following the previous timetable then? Colin asked. Yang nodded. Upon the conclusion of the war, I will transfer my code over to you. Not that you technically need it anymore, but I think I am quite ready to enjoy some mortality. It was a sentiment that only one whom had experienced immortality was likely to hold. Colin wondered how long it would be before she herself yearned for such release. At the same time, I think there will be a few other things I'll be asking of your Empress upon the conclusion of the war. Lowering her cup, Colin cocked her head aside. Oh? And what would those be? Nothing terribly dramatic, Yang said, taking a sip before continuing. It has already been determined that Europe's industrial base needs to be removed, to prevent those nations from emerging as credible powers again before you have neutralized Lelich's sleepers. I was thinking of asking for some of that equipment to be granted to China, to help us rebuild and upgrade our own industrial base. That elicited a slight frown from Colin. You disapprove? The knight's lips thinned. I suppose I just feel like that's too much, as if you were benefiting from the misfortune of others. Colin held up a hand. I know, that is to a certain extent how the world itself works. It's not entirely a zero-sum game, but sometimes someone does need to fall for you to rise up. Call it sentimentality or naivety, but I just can't find it within me to be comfortable with the notion. I would not dream of chastising you for that sentiment, Yang said. You are not wrong, after all, on either count. In fact, that you feel this way while also recognizing that sometimes this sentiment cannot be fulfilled, it speaks well of your maturity. I suppose, Colin said, not entirely convinced, or rather not feeling particularly uplifted even if she was convinced. Still. Taking the European industrial equipment for China? Aren't you afraid that's going to poison relations between China and those nations even more? That is certainly a risk. And yet when weighed against the benefits, I find that the risk is acceptable. Colin frowned, more in thought than in disagreement. What exactly are the benefits? I mean, does China actually need all that equipment? Your nation is considered a major industrial power, to the point that I know there are Britannian manufacturers that complain about being undercut by Chinese ones. To an extent that is certainly true, Yang said, but China's factories operate at what you might term the lower end of the value chain. Many of the things China produces are fairly simple in terms of manufacturing complexity, and we perform a lot of assembly of components that are actually imported from the likes of Britannia or Europe. Or even Japan for that matter. Dependence on such low tech, relatively speaking, business is not viable in the long term. Newer developing nations will eventually start undercutting us on labor costs much as we did to other nations in the past, or automation in more advanced economies will allow for more manufacturing to return to those nations. In fact, many Britannian companies are already investing heavily in robotics for that very purpose. I see, Colin said. I hadn't really ever thought about all that. Yang cracked a slight smile. Considering your future responsibility as a provincial lord, balancing the various considerations of old versus new industries will likely consume a significant portion of your delegate's time. Colin mumbled something unintelligible, or perhaps unmannered, before taking another sip from her glass. Out of the corner of her eye she noted the third member of their little party had a rather pensive expression on his face, and likely not for the same reasons as her. Something wrong, Rai? The knight stopped staring rather blankly at his own glass at being called and looked over at Colin. After a moment he shrugged. Just, mulling over some remaining holes in our knowledge, your Gra Highness. Colin's lips thinned ever so slightly. Whatever these holes were, they were occupying enough of Rai's attention that he was slipping a bit with her address again. Care to share? She asked, implicitly offering to help with whatever was bothering him. Rai said nothing at first, before sighing and setting aside his still mostly full glass. The revelation about the recurring universes is consistent with the information that I have. There are no contradictions between what we believe to be the transmission of information nonlinearly through time and the linearity simply spanning multiple iterations of the same timeline. There is however one thing that I as yet cannot reconcile however. Rai looked straight at Colin. What am I? To that Colin gave a slow nod in understanding. One of the details that she had learned while plumbing the UMN for the explanation she and Euphemia gave Lelich was that people could not technically cross the boundary between recurrences. The data that composed them, yes, but that was not quite the same thing as the people themselves. You are Raybert Kohler, Colin stated. That much do not ever doubt. So Her Majesty also insisted. Am I though? Rai responded. Based on what you learned, I am simply an instantiation of the data of the original Raybert Kohler. He died when his universe ended. All the experiences, all the memories that I hold, they are his. I never actually experienced them. It was an understandable insecurity, and not one that could be blithely dismissed. There was also no easy answer to it, since the real question being asked was what value any life was, not just Rai's own. Instead of answering verbally, right away at least, Colin set aside her glass and shifted over to Rai's seat, plopping down next to him. Reaching out, she took hold of his cheeks with both hands. The other knight stared blankly at her, looking both confused and even a little embarrassed at the contact. Your Gr Highness, what are you doing? What do you feel right now? Colin asked instead of answered. Confused, came the deadpan response. Colin gave a snort. I meant physically. This time Rai took a few moments before answering. Your hands. Colin nodded. Warm, aren't they? With Colin more or less cupping his cheeks, Rai did not have much freedom to nod, so he answered with words. Yes, Your Highness. And how do you know that? The confusion had not gone away. Because I can feel it, Your Highness. The warmth now spread to Colin's lips. You feel, Rai. You know where that feeling is coming from. You know what that feeling is. And you feel in turn. Confusion. Embarrassment. Even happiness. All those, grounded in the memories you hold, the memories of which you build upon, and the memories that drive you into the future. You, are Raybert Kohler. The son that your mother and father loved with all their heart, and are proud of. The man that my liege has fallen in love with. And you are not going to doubt any of their judgments. Am I clear? Rai's breathing was becoming more measured, more drawn out. That was not the cause for the softness of his answer though. Clear, mum. I mean, ma'am. Colin's smile almost faltered, but after a sigh of her own she drew Rai in and gave him a tight hug. The young man's body tensed for a brief moment before he relaxed and allowed himself to return the embrace. No backsliding now, Colin said after releasing him. If you ever have these worries again, come to me and talk to me. If I catch you keeping it all bottled up, I'll give you hell, you hear me? Yes, Your Highness, Rai said a bit more crisply. That was probably good enough for now and Colin gave him another gentle smile. The clink of ice caused her expression to flatten out once more and she looked over at a seemingly amused Yang. Well, it would appear that my confidence in your ability to bear your duties remains validated, the Marshal said, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Colin. And you seem to take to a maternal air quite naturally. The eyes were now far less amused as they stared at Yang. The Marshal seemed to recognize a minefield when he neared one and rose. Seeing as it is getting late, I think I shall retire for the evening. And took his leave, with the last non-empty bottle in hand. After the door closed Colin gave a snort, then glanced over at Rai again with a curious expression. As if sensing the attention, Rai looked back her. Yes. Colin tilted to her head thoughtfully, then made up her mind. When we first met. You addressed me as Mum. Rai blinked a few times and then nodded. He did not elaborate further, requiring Colin to continue her inquiry. You corrected yourself to ma'am. Was that an actual correction? Or did you actually intend to call me Mum? A complicated expression crossed Rai's face and the young man took a few moments to think it over himself. He finally shrugged. I meant to call you Mum, Your Highness. Or rather, I did so instinctively. That was what all of us called you. Or I suppose your prior iteration. All of you? Colin asked quizzically. Rai nodded. My cousins, relatives, even my, well, mother. We were all part of the extended Lamperouge-Statfeld clan, and you were our matriarch. Those of us in the know, well, we shortened matriarch to Mum. That actually made sense, Colin reflected. How, extended, was this clan? She asked, and tried to ignore the other name associated with it. In my time, a few dozen, Rai said. In prior times before the war, it was easily in the thousands. My mother, she used to tell me stories about how members of the clan would be trusted with certain tasks, positions, and the like, all geared towards the advancement of humanity as a species. The knight smiled weakly. I grew up thinking how wondrous it would be if it would do so again. Colin leaned back, absorbing all this. She really needed to dig through Nemo's data archives. Well, this time around it'll be the Kraft Statfeld clan, she said, but I fully intend for my family to carry out that very duty. The smile she favored Rai with was much wider. Along with yours and Euphemia's. That caused Rai's expression to soften slightly before he gave a much firmer nod. It would be my honor, Your Highness. The office that Colin and Euphemia were seated in once belonged to the latter. Now the occupant of the seat on the other side of the desk was one Heinrich Stotfeld, the present Viceroy of Japan and Colin's irrepressible father. Technically Euphemia could have demanded to be seated behind the desk as its occupant instead of on this side as a guest, as Viceroy Heinrich served at her pleasure after all. The fact that Euphemia elected to not do this and instead be seated next to her knight, there was a message of sorts in that as well. At present however the Baron was focusing rather more intensely than Colin had ever seen of him, going over the papers that Euphemia had prepared only the previous evening. He was also going over them very quickly, more so than Colin might have believed was possible and still understand the figures in any meaningful way. And yet her father seemed to be doing just that. Perhaps Colin should not have been so quick to discount her father's innate abilities after all. With a thud Heinrich closed the blinder and tossed it back onto the desk. He looked over at the two young women. I presume this is not all an elaborate hoax. Euphemia shook her head while Colin rolled her eyes. Ability notwithstanding, her father really could be remarkably tactless. Then again, his disbelief was probably warranted in this case. The projections for the costs involved with Project Hormungandr are as rigorous as I could manage with the time I had available, Euphemia expanded upon her gesture. While there is certainly some margin of uncertainty, the order of magnitude is correct. Your Majesty, Heinrich said dryly. By those estimates, this, Project Hormungandr, which I will note you do not exactly explain what it actually is projected to cost, in today's rates ignoring future inflation, upwards of 200 trillion pounds. Euphemia nodded. That is so. The Baron made a slight choking sound. Your Majesty, the gross national product of the entire empire at this point is only 5 trillion pounds, even taking into account the increased outlay to fight the war. You are talking about 40 years worth of the entirety of the empire's economic output for this project. I am. Heinrich stared at Euphemia for a few seconds longer before shifting his gaze over to Colin. The knight offered a simple shrug. About time he was faced with something that could flabbergast even him. Then again with the way he grunted perhaps her father was not so taken aback after all. The cost of the project is spread out across the many years of its construction, Euphemia pointed out. It is not as if we need all of the money at once. Even so, the continuous outlay of funds is going to be immense, Heinrich said, not to mention the distortionary effect that amount of government spending will have, even if it is drawn from accumulated surpluses, which by all indications you would need to start building up as soon as the war ended. Agreed, Euphemia said nonplussed. Your family will also need to start building up a reserve, as the House of Stottfeld will be participating in Hormungandr as a Tier 1 partner. Oh, we will now, will we? Heinrich said, his gaze shifting back to Colin with a beady intensity. Colin offered a weak smile before clearing her throat. Look, father, I know we're not giving you much to go on right now, she began, but this is something that Her Majesty and I have discussed at some length. Subjectively speaking, thoughts could be accelerated to a considerable extent inside the thought elevators such that the amount of time that passed in the matrium was much shorter relatively. Hormungandr is important on many levels, including securing the long-term prosperity of our family, and well, even humanity as a whole. Heinrich's eyes shifted back and forth between the two young women and even Euphemia felt a slight pressure from the man's gaze. This, Project Hormungandr is making a major assumption that our descendants would actually carry it out, the Baron pointed out. I am so aware, Euphemia assured him, and I still intend to begin laying the groundwork. Colin nodded, adding her own support. Heinrich's lips twitched, though whether from a smile or a frown Colin was surprised she could not quite discern. Perhaps it was a combination of both. It is doable, the Baron finally said. There are however many conditions that will need to hold true. Undoubtedly, Euphemia agreed, before cracking a smirk of her own. I was hoping you might help see to the sewing of some of them. That caused Heinrich to regard the Empress with an outright frown. What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? And now for the tricky bit. As Colin has mentioned, she intends for the House of Stottfeld to participate in Project Hormungandr as a first-tier partner, which will entail your family helping shoulder a portion of the financial burden in exchange for directly reaping the rewards of Hormungandr's completion. That will require your own family's finances to be very sound to build up the necessary reserve for when the time comes. I have little doubt that you, Baron, will be able to set the newly formed province that will cover a portion of Japan on a path towards considerable prosperity, which should serve to provide that reserve. Euphemia's head rose ever so slightly. I would like you to help do the same for Britannia as a whole. Heinrich spent several long seconds just staring at Euphemia. Thinking back, Colin noted that this was also the first time she had ever seen her father outright speechless. The moment did not last forever, though the response that Heinrich finally managed was hardly eloquent by any measure. What? Euphemia suppressed a smirk of her own, apparently also finding some amusement in finally flat-footing the Baron. You are a skilled businessman, Baron. What is more, you are of the rare breed that seems to understand the balance that government must strike in intervening in the economy and letting businesses carry on with their activities. Furthermore, you are possessed of a strong sense of responsibility. Any one of those skills I could find a use for in my government. With all three, I would be prepared to entrust you with a great deal of responsibility, and opportunity. Heinrich continued staring at Euphemia, as if still unable to quite comprehend what the Empress was suggesting. He looked over at Colin, whom gave a firm and quick nod, and then back at Euphemia, whom met his gaze with calm poise. Your Majesty, Heinrich slowly began. I am not sure I would be interested in that degree of responsibility. Or opportunity. Colin's jaw tightened as she did her best to keep a growl of irritation from sounding. That was perhaps unfair, they had just dropped all this upon her father out of nowhere. Still, for all the times that he might finally show some fallibility, why could he have chosen a less inconvenient one? I understand your reservations, Baron, Euphemia said, sounding far more magnanimous than Colin herself was feeling. Certainly, give it some thought. Still, it is my hope that you will not disappoint either myself, or Colin. Heinrich continued staring at Euphemia for a few moments longer, and then looked back at his daughter. Colin's own eyes were unflinching, making clear how she wanted her father's decision to fall. After a moment Heinrich let out a sigh. It was of resignation, exasperation even. It was also one of acceptance. Colin allowed herself a slight smile. And a grateful one. End of chapter 133. Fourth wall? What fourth wall? Grumble grumble. There has been a lot of follow-up necessary to deal with the fallout of the revelations from the last couple of chapters. Even I didn't realize quite how much. We'll hopefully be returning to the European theatre soon, interspersed with other plot points as needed. The circumstances being what they are, I was able to reveal the thing with Rai and Mum earlier than I expected. Note also that Rai's insecurities haven't just gone away from Colin's little pep talk. It is likely to continue rearing its head in some way, shape or form throughout the rest of the story. He won't be whiny about it, but neither will he always be fine about it. People's worries and the like don't just disappear on demand in real life, and they certainly won't in this story. Or what's left of it. There is always a risk for an author that we end up injecting too much of our own ideology and beliefs into a story without regard to what actually makes sense in the overarching narrative. I should note that whether it makes sense in the context of the original narrative that a fanfic is based off of is less pertinent, since the entire point of a fanfic is to inject the writer's own interpretations. The main issue is the internal consistency of the new work. Anyway. For the most part I think I've managed to avoid screwing up the overarching narrative just to suit my personal beliefs. I won't claim I completely succeeded in that regard, but I'm pretty sure at minimum I didn't screw up my story's own internal consistency trying to force through such things. The relevance of this point is that as we get closer and closer to the ending, I'll be laying the foundations for why Britannia will continue as a unified and even stable nation long after Euphemia's death. Now this could be problematical for some readers' suspension of disbelief for many reasons, not least because the solution to the empire's long-term survival is a political one. Everyone has an opinion on politics, what is good politics versus bad politics, so on and so forth. And ultimately, I fully expect the political solution that I am crafting for Britannia will not jive with a lot of readers' beliefs. I'm okay with that, because to be frank, my use of the specific political solution I'll be inserting into this story is not an endorsement of that particular type of solution. At best the only judgment I'm offering for it is that it's not a bad solution in the right context. And with respect to the story itself, my only goal is to make sure that the solution as presented does make sense for why it might work for Britannia's situation. To be honest, I could care less if the solution is at all applicable to anything else. I'm not here to exhort ways to fix real-world problems even if I do reference them from time to time. As I've stated in the past, the purpose of this story is not to help a reader affirm his or her existing beliefs or ideas. If such affirmation is the only thing you get from what you read, or is the only thing that you look for when you read, then well, I'd actually be somewhat disappointed that you managed to make it through 100+ chapters of one of my works. And a bit surprised. Ultimately I wrote this story to, besides getting all the ideas out of my head so I could stop thinking about them, to present to readers if not exactly novel ideas at least sufficiently interesting applications of those ideas that they are encouraged to think about possibilities or combinations they are not usually inclined to think about. Generally half the fun for when I read is when authors surprise me with, if not new ideas, then ways to apply old ideas in ways I did not expect. Being able to know what comes next is all well and good, but after a certain point you've tread enough paths that you'll usually know the ultimate ending to a work well before you reach it. It's the journey along the way that can still make it worthwhile getting there. Oh and as an aside, no, what I plan to happen to Europe is not because I don't like the continent or its nations or anything. It just fits thematically into the story and its characters. I swear. Ahem. It's not clear to me why Colin's conduct after her knighting is any surprise. Colin spent several years at Ashford and even with her intermittent attendance later on learned how to conduct herself as a member of the Brightonian peerage. She is the recognized daughter and heir to a baron, let us not forget. Furthermore, her appointment as Euphemia's Knight of Honor came with direct obligations that are pretty evident, whatever training she might lack. She is responsible for Euphemia's safety and she is also responsible for executing Euphemia's will, and she was granted the knighthood with the expectation that she perform these duties. Both sides understand that the appointment is both in fact as well as in name. If she were to conduct herself in a manner that openly declared the knighthood was a political ploy, she would be demeaning the dignity of the position and therefore be considered to be failing to uphold her liege's honor. That would undermine Euphemia and thus undercut the princess' ability to carry through with her own side of the deal. Colin's not stupid and would have been aware of all this before agreeing to Euphemia's proposal even if it was dropped rather abruptly. Chapter 134. By the time that commencement of Project Hormongondra's construction was being seriously mooted by the imperial government, the great houses aligned with the Ashfords and Stotfelds were already heavily intertwined. The Stotfelds had taken advantage of the Sakuradite wealth their ties with the Sumeragi offered to build up an extensive electronics industry in the Japanese provinces, focusing on cutting-edge processes and verified supply chains considered integral to the Britannian military's procurement process. Simultaneously, the Ashford family's continued involvement in that very process saw them source a significant amount of parts from the Stotfelds, and the mutual trust saw other civilian applications also prefer that family's lines. The next phase of greater integration would come about as a direct result of deliberations over Hormongondra's projected costs. As rich in power as the Britannian imperial government was, even it was eager to try and spread the burden and risk of the project's massive expenses. To that end, an agreement was struck whereupon the houses of Kraft, Stotfeld, and Sumeragi agreed to fund a third of the costs for the space elevator that would be anchored in the Pacific Ocean for an equivalent stake in its ownership. The houses of Alberia and Ashford, joined by the House of Rochester, provincial lords of Virginia, came to a similar agreement regarding the Atlantic Ocean space elevator. These interests would repay the investments of these noble houses many times over, and their shared interests in the space services, the elevators, and the orbital ring they anchored made possible saw ever closer cooperation and mutual investments take hold. The final step of this integration would come several generations later when the Ashfords and Stotfelds, the unquestionably dominant partners in their own spheres, agreed to combine their commercial and industrial interests. The Alberia, Kraft, and Sumeragi families, after being offered several concessions, agreed as well, with the Kraft family doing especially well in the negotiations. Approval from the imperial government took much longer to obtain even with the personal closeness between the royal houses and the imperial family. Permission was ultimately granted and the merger culminated in the formation of Vector Industries, led by its first chief executive officer, Lord Wilhelm Kraft, and supervised by the chairwoman of the board, the Princess Kimiko Stotfeld. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 134. Munit Hec et altera vincit. While the necessity of seeing to the matter within the thought elevator had shifted its schedule, Euphemia's tour of Japan nonetheless had proceeded without further complication. The flurry of activity within those 2 weeks was such that Colin had actually felt the need to try to get Euphemia to slow down a bit. For the most part the Empress proved physically able to keep up with the demanding schedule, but she did ultimately acquiesce to the concerns raised by her knights, all 3 of them presently accompanying her, to find a bit more time to rest between her engagements. The present engagement that Euphemia and Colin were now headed to, now that they were back in Tokyo, could technically be counted as one such period of rest and relaxation. Whether the other invitees agreed with that assessment remained to be seen. Of the 3 persons presently occupying the sitting room of the Ashford Academy Student Council building, only one succeeded in conveying any semblance of calmness. Even so, it would be a lie to claim Shirley was not feeling some degree of nervousness. That she was managing to keep it mostly hidden from sight was probably a good indicator of the young woman's maturation over the past year or so since the death of her father. And of the comfort she drew from Rivalt's steadfast support. Had Rivalt's been aware of this, he probably would have wished that his own confidence could be similarly bolstered. The door opened and all 3 rose. 2 more women entered before the doors closed behind them, and Colin and Euphemia smiled in greeting. Having been notified beforehand that this was to be a purely informal gathering, no one bowed to greet the Empress or Princess. Rivalt's, Euphemia said, surely. And then to the last of the trio. Alice. The younger girl met Euphemia's gaze with surprising mettle, not averting her gaze or looking at all bashful. If there was any uncertainty in her expression, it likely came from confusion as to why she might be summoned for a social gathering with such august personages. It is good to see all of you again, Euphemia said, taking a seat and indirectly prompting the others to do likewise. I hope my invitation was not any imposition upon your time. Colin snorted in a most irreverent manner. Alice looked between the 2, as if waiting for Euphemia to take offense. When the Empress simply offered a smirk, the girl's confused expression only deepened. That Rivalt's and Shirley both seemed to take everything in stride was probably not helping. It was no imposition at all, Shirley said, Euphemia. Alice's eyes now widened from confusion into outright consternation. Addressing the Empress in so familiar a manner, the girl seemed like she thought Shirley would be struck down by the heavens or something. Euphemia however gave the other girl a warm smile. And then her eyes fell upon Alice. There is no need to worry so, Alice. This is intended purely as a social visit. I wanted the chance to get to better know one of Nunnally's best friends. At the mention of the deceased girl, Alice's expression shifted yet again, taking on a more ambivalent form. Reaching out, Shirley gave her a comforting squeeze of the shoulder. It seemed to do some good, at least as the tension noticeably lessened at Alice's side. Practicing your bedside manner already? Euphemia said lightly. Shirley cracked a smile of her own. It is never too early. At Colin's mildly confused expression, the chestnut-haired girl explained. I've decided to study medicine, to continue in the good work my father dedicated his life to. To that Colin gave an approving nod. That sounds like a wonderful idea, and I'm sure he would have been proud. I'd like to think so, Shirley responded. The knight looked over at Euphemia. Wait, how did you know about Shirley's goal? Spend a bit more time in Pendragon, Euphemia answered. Millie is if nothing else quite the social butterfly and is quite happy to let you know what she knows. That made sense, seeing as how Millie and Shirley were good friends. Colin then cast her gaze upon Rivals. So what did you end up deciding to study at uni? Colin asked. Accounting, Rivals said. I know, it's certainly not as glamorous as Shirley's chosen vocation, but it is a practical one. And an important one, Euphemia lent her support. My first position within government was as an auditor for the Exchequer. The Empress adopted a thoughtful expression. And if you are to demonstrate competency at your studies, I could well find a use for your services upon your graduation. Both Colin and Shirley chuckled at that while Rivals feigned a sigh. Euphemia was probably joking about having a job for him like that, and there were limits to just how much Rivals wanted to be taken into Her Majesty's confidence. Euphemia was probably also joking. Probably. Looking over at Alice, whom still seemed unsure of her presence, Euphemia tried again to engage the girl. Colin told me that you wanted to be a knight when you grew up. Alice fidgeted a bit. It was a childish dream. Euphemia frowned slightly. It might have been a dream, but that does not make it childish, nor does it being childish serve as a strike against it. Alice did not look convinced. Why did you wish to become a knight? Euphemia pressed, albeit as gently as she could manage. Alice shook her head, as if refusing to think back to such a time. The concern on Euphemia's face was now mirrored by the others. Alice. Colin said softly. The girl looked at Colin, and the knight saw the tears she was fighting back. Reaching out, Colin took hold of a hand and squeezed. The girl's composure collapsed. I wanted to keep her safe, Alice said as she began sobbing. I wanted to be her knight, but I couldn't do anything to keep her safe. And now she's gone. Taking hold of the girl, Colin gave her a comforting hug. Alice's form went limp as she allowed herself to be held. That did not stop her body from trembling ever so slightly though, and Colin allowed Alice to let out all of her grief and regret. Euphemia and Colin had known that Alice breaking down was a possibility. The younger girl had apparently been one of Nunnally's closest friends and being summoned was certain to evoke certain memories and their associated emotions. They had not however expected the chance of such a breakdown to be high. Based on Alice's remarks however, there was much more than just friendship playing a role in all this. It took Alice a few minutes to recover her composure, but even after her tears ran dry her face remained sullen. She seemed to have calmed enough however to be responsive. Alice. The girl in question looked up at Euphemia. Did you know who Nunnally was? The Empress asked. Alice's expression remained flat for several seconds before she finally nodded. I wasn't sure, but, me and my friends. A couple of us, we noticed little details. Like, how Abigail was called by her middle name by Millie a lot. And how there was a Princess Nunnally. And an Empress Marianne. How did you even come to think about such things? Colin said in mild wonderment. My family left the homelands after the Empress Marianne's death, Alice answered frankly. My parents, they're minor nobility, not especially rich or powerful, but they still were proud of their heritage. They didn't like the direction the imperial court was taking, and so moved to Japan, where there was a large number of Britonian families already in the concession. Quite a few families did the same, Euphemia said with a nod, then glanced at Colin. In some respects yours was one of them. Technically her father had been sent to Japan as a Xenos spy, but Colin did not say that aloud. Having learned more about her family since that revelation, the young woman knew there were more nuances than just that. Nunnally, she was always so kind to everyone, Alice went on. She never held a grudge, not even against the snootier kids from richer or more prestigious families. And she was willing to be anyone's friend. It was just a sort of joke between some of us, how much better the empire would be if there were more princes or princesses like her. But then, her middle name. It got some of us thinking. What if she really should have been a princess, and what if she was only here because someone as kind as her couldn't be one? That was a harsh rebuke for the court, but not one any of the others could or would argue against. It was to a painful extent true after all. How many of you realized the truth? Euphemia asked. Alice took a moment to actually think, not necessarily to recall whom else was a confederate, but whether she should be revealing any of this at all. After that moment however she answered unwaveringly. There were 4 of us, all from families that left the homelands under one circumstance or another. Lucretia was the one that first suggested it in passing. We thought she was joking. Sancha was the first to take her seriously. Alice chuckled dryly. Dalk, I don't know if she ever really believed or not, but she never breathed a word of it to anyone outside our circle either. That Nunnally's false identity had held so long was something that Colin always considered something of a minor miracle. Now it was looking less and less like it had held and more that the people around Nunnally did their utmost to make it hold, at least to outsiders. And Colin herself might well have been another maintainer of this masquerade had Millie's original plans for her came to fruition. Euphemia offered Alice another gentle smile. I would like to meet them, those whom held Nunnally so dear. Alice looked at the Empress, and after a moment nodded. As painful as this day had been at moments, it was also doing her own heart a world of good to finally be able to share some of her sorrow with a member of Nunnally's family. A knock sounded, intruding upon the brief moment of serenity that had descended upon the room. After a quick glance at Colin, whom remained unperturbed, Euphemia responded. Enter. A maid did so, curtsying in greeting. Your Majesty, apologies for the interruption, but I thought you should know, we are having some difficulty getting Arthur ready to travel. Euphemia gave the maid a confused look. Is something wrong with Arthur? He has refused to leave his mistress' bedroom since her passing, Your Majesty, the maid explained. And he is resisting efforts to separate him so now. At that Euphemia nodded and rose. I would like to see him. Millie asked for me to bring him to Pendragon, but if he truly is so morose, I would witness it myself before telling Millie it was not possible. Colin moved to follow her liege and even Alice hopped off the sofa. At a quizzical look from the knight she shrugged. I haven't seen Arthur in months. I want to make sure he's doing okay. That seemed to also be what Shirley and Rivalts were thinking when they too rose and the entire party followed the maid over to the main house. The room they arrived at looked like it had not been disturbed since the passing of its owner. The bed, the furniture, and the little marks that imbued it with the character of the girl that used to occupy it, everything seemed as if frozen in time. And atop that bed was the dark furred cat with an eye patch pattern on its right eye. Arthur remained prone on the bed and seemed to watch these new intruders warily. Alice was the first to approach the cat and dropped to her knees as she rested her hands and chin upon the bed. Arthur, do you remember me? The cat's head rose slightly. Its ears flickered once and it gave a single meow. Alice smiled and reached out slowly. When Arthur did not lean away, she gave the cat a scratch between the ears. After letting Alice pay him some attention, the cat went prone again, neither resisting but also not really responding. His spirits were obviously still low. Euphemia joined Alice next. Arthur. At that the cat's ears twitched again and he looked over at Euphemia. And then he peered over, sniffing at the air. Gingerly, as if uncertain, he began inching closer. Extending her hand, Euphemia let the cat get a good sniff. This he spent a few moments doing before rubbing his cheeks against the offered hand. MRRRW. The next sound out of the cat was a happy purr as he proceeded to pull himself over and made to snuggle against Euphemia directly. The Empress smiled, taking the cat into her arms. Do I remind you of her, Arthur? She asked somewhat rhetorically. The purring only grew louder as Arthur curled up against Euphemia. And that was answer enough. And thus far Imperial forces have not attempted to advance further north from their Kuwait beachhead, Richard O'Connor, operations head of the European War Staff, concluded. Heads nodded all around the table. The fact that Britannia was for now sitting idle in the Middle East was a welcome relief, seeing as it gave the EU time to shift resources and reorganize their own forces. The Wehrmacht's losses from Baghdad alone were forcing a retrenchment of their positions, with forces that had previously been positioned in Arabia being pulled north to avoid any encircling attempts the Empire might launch. While this in theory conceded considerable ground to Britannia, the Empire's own forces seemed content to hunker down in their beachheads at Kuwait and around Muscat. This inactivity however needed to be balanced by the fact that Britannia was using the time to heavily reinforce, with reports of upwards of 20 fresh divisions en route or having landed and even more on preparing to set out. It was beyond Europe's means to stop that flow what with the depletion of their naval resources. As such the only option left to them was to try to meet the Empire with sufficient forces of their own, which was itself a decidedly non-trivial task. The situation in North Africa is at a similar state of stalemate, Richard began anew. Imperial forces have thoroughly entrenched themselves in Morocco, and attempts to dislodge them have thus far failed. At considerable cost to the French forces that formed the bulk of said attempts. While the Imperial forces are technically required to ship in all of their munitions and supplies from their homelands, the Empire has invested considerable effort into doing so, including effectively all of their flying transports. Furthermore, their oceanic freighters are under such heavy escort to the point where the Kriegsmarine's U-boat fleet are having considerable difficulty getting through to them. The British general grimaced. The number of U-boats that have been sunk in these attempts is also seriously proving deleterious to morale and the Kriegsmarine's overall readiness. For all the looks of slight sympathy, there was also a degree of frustration amongst the officers gathered. The German military had long touted its submarine force as a major deterrent against the threat of Britannian invasion, able to keep the Empire from shipping sufficient troops and supplies to mount any serious attempt. While the U-boats were taking a toll, the rate of shipments between Britannian homelands and their North African beachhead had not slackened. Richard was not the only that was starting to suspect Britannian shipyard output was actually outpacing sinkings, which said really sad things about the U-boat service's lack of effectiveness, or conversely Britannian industry's surfeit of it. Interestingly, no member of the Kriegsmarine was present to defend his service from such insinuations. The European war staff was still wont to be too fixated on continental matters, to the detriment of the wider war effort. As a consequence, the Empire has been able to effectively build up its strength without significant interruption since it seized the beachhead. Conversely, Rommel put in, does this not mean that the Britannian positions are lacking in depth? A sufficiently deep breakthrough should be sufficient to completely eliminate their beachhead. The proposal was characteristic of Rommel. The Field Marshal was a firm believer of decisive thrusting attacks that could then turn about and encircle his enemies. It had been how he won the victories that catapulted him to his lofty flag rank after all. Unfortunately, what worked at a tactical level on the battlefield did not necessarily translate to strategic success in war. The few probing sorties that the French forces have launched thus far indicates that while the Britannian lines do lack depth, each individual line as it were is proportionally much stronger, Richard said frankly. Furthermore, because of how compact their lines are, the concentration of troops and shorter time they require to maneuver, there are basically no junctures where you can flank them without being encircled yourself. It would appear that the only way to break the Britannian beachhead is to hit them with overwhelming force, and it is unfortunately taking time to marshal that force. At least some of that was due to the demands of the other theaters, but others were coming down to the fact that a few of the European nations were reluctant to dispatch a significant portion of their armies to North Africa to begin with. Portugal was one such example, though at least that nation had the nominal excuse of fearing a Britannian invasion of its mainland territory. The Benelux trio on the other hand were unlikely to face any such threat in the near future but had steadfastly refused the continued demands by the General Staff to make available more of their national armies for European service. The three nations seemed determined to try to minimize any further expenditure of wealth or blood on their part. This posture was however drawing ever further rancor from the other powers like France and Germany, and it was doubtful they could continue such intransigence for much longer without risking major economic sanctions. The last report I saw indicated the Britannians have almost 100 divisions positioned in Morocco, Manuel Gutierrez Melado, the man responsible for keeping Europe's field armies properly supplied, remarked. They are making no offensive moves at all. That was more than a bit surprising for all of the assembled officers. The Britannian armed forces were not known for its timidity, as its mad dash through Korean Peninsula and then the Middle East amply demonstrated. Not since they secured Oujda and Jerida, their furthest positions east, Richard answered. Prior to that, the Britannian forces launched extremely heavy attacks supported by substantial naval and aerial assets. That was the other thing the men gathered here were struggling to grapple with. Combined arms was something they all understood in theory and even in practice. The problem they were facing was, however, the rate of attrition from continuous combat was seriously wearing down the material of the national militaries that composed the nominally unified European armed forces. The heavy losses taken by the French in air and naval assets since the start of the war could in theory be made up but the resources of other nations. In practice, differences in doctrine, language, and the general willingness of the nations these assets belonged to muddled all that. Not all of France's nominal allies were holding out like the Benelux trio, of course, others were more than willing to commit their troops and support elements to the battle in North Africa. Greece, Ireland, and Italy in particular had been very forthcoming, sending troops, vehicles, and weapons to reinforce their French compatriots. The problem, however, was that for all the EU's supposed normalization of doctrine and procedures, integrating forces from different nations was still far from plug and play. Even worse, despite France's supposed cultural dominance, French was not necessarily spoken by the large majority of the troops sent to assist her own armies. The soldiers that could speak it, or the French soldiers that understood the languages of their counterparts, were thus called upon to help with the coordination wherever they were found. These points of friction did not mean the European cause was utterly hopeless, far from it. As the various national armies spent more time in the field fighting side by side, problems were identified and more importantly rectified, and in time the disparate forces would likely operate as a single cohesive whole. On the other hand, their opponents were already a single cohesive whole, and the Britannians had exploited the advantages this offered with ruthless efficiency. The Britannians are planning something, Rommel stated. That was obvious, but no one chided, even in their own heads, the remark by the field marshal, for even if it was obvious, what that something was not. Agreed, Peter Ivanovich Ivashultin, the man in charge of the General Staff's intelligence work, said. The Empire could launch a general offensive into Algeria, but they are holding off. Odd, considering every day they wait allows us to increase our own strength. Maybe, and maybe not, Manuel grumbled. There is a limit as to how many troops we can commit to North Africa. As it is, the Britannians are showing no such limit. That was a sobering assessment from the man responsible for managing the EU's warfighting resources. While the general had certainly not yet descended to dire warnings about Europe's capacity to continue waging the war, all of them could read between the lines of Manuel's reports. Then again, not all of those reports were bad news. Britannia may have marshaled great strength and resources against us, Peter said, but we are not without some fruits of our own. The Rodina's arsenals and factories will ensure that we are not wanting in arms when the decisive battle is joined. The Russian general had reason to sound proud. True, his nation's armed forces had taken a mauling from the Britannians, but these defeats simply galvanized the sons and daughters of the motherland to ever greater efforts. The result of this was an output of arms, munitions, and other essentials of war that far eclipsed that managed by the industries of the other European states. At a basic level, this had not come as a surprise to the general staff. Russia's industrial was after all acknowledged as the largest on the continent, even if it was not quite as intensive or efficient as, say, France or Germany's. The difference, however, was the degree to which the Russians had mobilized for the war, a mobilization that the Western European powers only began to commit to in earnest after it became clear Britannia was not going to accept any diplomatic settlement while her armies remained to contest the war. By now this mobilization had shifted the bulk of production to a war footing, but the head start plus the vigor with which the Russians had applied themselves meant they were outstripping their allies in every meaningful metric. In fact, the productivity of Russian industry was seeing some serious consideration by the general staff to equipping some of the other national armies with the products of that industry. Needless to say, the companies of those respective nations were lobbying furiously against such a shift. The demands of the war be damned. Not all of their reasons were entirely selfing. There was a point in that shifting over to new weapons would cause some significant dislocation while the transition was underway, but everyone involved knew the real reason for their resistance was their desire to not lose the lucrative defense contracts. And despite the obvious strategic advantages, the respective governments of these nations were sympathetic to such concerns. After all, the factories of these companies were located within their borders and employed a great many of their citizens. Economic concerns loomed large as ever in spite of the war. Simultaneously, the reality of the war did make inevitable at least some accommodation with reality. The simple fact was that the Western European factories literally could not keep pace with the military's demand. The production of general-purpose vehicles, especially heavy-duty trucks needed to move not only supplies but the soldiers themselves, competed directly with the manufacturing of actual frontline combat vehicles like tanks. The factories of Western Europe simply could not meet the produce enough in both categories. Seeing as trucks were trucks and one really did not need any special training to handle one model versus the other, something that even the Western manufacturers were prepared to grudgingly concede, the decision had been made to shift all of their lines to the production of combat vehicles and to rely solely on the Russian factories for transport vehicles. While Manuel might not be prepared to admit it to his nominal civilian masters, the quartermaster general was absolutely thrilled with the decision. One of the biggest headaches he had faced since the start of the war was the sheer heterogeneity of the motor pool used by the European forces. The consequences of this had resulted in a loss rate of 2% of total strength per month for basically the first year of the war. The cost of repeatedly replacing the vehicles with yet more that would succumb to the same depletion had been enough to get the European governments to show some sense and adopt the Russian trucks uniformly across the deployed forces. Of that none of us doubt, Peter, Rommel assured his Russian colleague. Still, this waiting would be trying on any man's nerves. Britannia obviously intends to unleash the totality of their forces once they are confident of victory. The surest way of defeating such an offensive would be to preempt it, but regrettably that is not within our means. Instead, we must wait for the Empire to make the first move, and surrendering the initiative in such a manner is always fraught. Still, we must not mistake Britannia as being invincible. Her armies can be overcome, and a staff officer suddenly burst through one of the side doors, swinging it open loudly enough to draw the attention of the attending officers. The almost frantic light in his eyes was enough to hold their attention as the Wehrmacht captain hurried over to Rommel's side and spoke softly but at length into the field marshal's ear. Rommel's expression stiffened in surprise, but whether good or bad the others could not quite tell. His message delivered, the captain stepped back and attention shifted over to Rommel. The field marshal clasped his hand together. "Gentlemen, we have just received word that Britannian forces are advancing upon the city of Krasnoyarsk." Peter inhaled sharply, the most audible of the reactions even though all the others recognized the name. The third largest city in Siberia, it was widely expected to eventually be targeted by the Britannian 6th Army. None had expected the Empire's forces to advance this far west already though. "We are still unclear how large a force Britannia has committed to this offensive," Rommel continued, "but indications are that it is substantial." The German looked directly at Peter. Simultaneously, the Russian 24th Army of the Siberian Military District had just completed its transfer to the Krasnoyarsk region, with all 10 of its divisions. The tense nervousness that previously permeated the chamber seemed to vanish in an instant. In its place was a feeling almost akin to hope. Perhaps even elation. Rommel allowed himself a smile as he met all their gazes. "Gentlemen, the terms of this war have for far too long been dictated by Britannia. It is time we changed that." "So those are the terms?" Euphemia said as she and Colin walked down the hallway. Colin nodded. It took Laura a bit of time hoping back and forth, but we have more or less final responses from all of the Jaeger Corps. As I said, Nord and Nidhogger have a few additional things they want as concessions, and Zephyr wasn't clear how they're involved at all unless you're intending to also try to invade Switzerland. The Empress raised an eyebrow without missing a step. They think I would not. Apparently that's what Lelich told Laura to tell them, Colin said with a wry smile. After that, Zephyr is more or less prepared to sign, assuming Nord and Nidhogger do so. And Jester? Colin shook her head. A flat no. They, degree of animosity from the French Jaegers is, well, almost as vehement as how pissed you are at the European governments. Euphemia took that remark in stride as well. Then they intend to fight when Britannia's forces set foot upon Europe proper. Very much so, Colin said. And even if they weren't planning on that, indications are they'd never be willing to cooperate with the Directorate in researching defenses against the Code and Geass. Interesting that the other corps would be willing to collaborate, Euphemia remarked. This time it was Colin whom raised an eyebrow. Are you really complaining? Especially considering what you're threatening to do. Hardly, Euphemia said. Nonetheless, the opposition by Jester does represent a threat that must be dealt with. Incredulity shifted into wariness as Colin regarded her liege. What do you mean? How effective is the protection the Jaegers possess from your Geass? Euphemia answered with a question of her own. Passable, but at this point I can pretty much brute force my way through it, Colin said. And if a Jaeger were to attempt to approach you, would you be able to pick them out before they got too close? That Colin took a moment to consider. I'd have to be actively scanning. I see. Euphemia's lips thinned. That being the case, allowing any rogue Jaegers the freedom to act against Britannia after the war seems unwise. Wariness was turning into outright concern on Colin's part. Are you suggesting you would seek to kill everyone in Jester? Colin asked bluntly. Euphemia came to a stop and returned Colin's gaze levelly. Are you suggesting I should not? Colin grimaced. I just think, if we go down the route of killing anyone that might be a threat, that's not a path we want to take if our goal is to try to protect not just humanity but the entire universe. True enough, Euphemia readily agreed. If you would prefer I spare them, I will not endeavor to hunting them down specifically. Colin blinked. You'd do that, at my word. Euphemia chuckled. Why not? You are my trusted knight, second in line to the throne, and the one charged with seeing my legacy is not tarnished. I fully expect you to do whatever is necessary to ensure my and mine never cross the line, even if it means marshalling your own resources to stop us by force. Surprise turned into something else entirely. Are you seriously suggesting I decide if it's necessary to launch a coup against your heirs? The Empress gave her knight a bemused look. Are you seriously suggesting the thought never occurred to you after you accepted responsibility for the long-term execution of our plan? A growl sounded in Colin's throat. And all this just for teasing you about getting fat? Euphemia gave Colin a sympathetic smile. The other woman was growing into her role, but even with her immense powers she was still far from possessing a matching intuition as to all her responsibilities. And that was for now fine, better for her to acquire this awareness naturally than for her to use her code as a crutch. Still some decisions would not wait for that awareness. So, what say you regarding Jester? Euphemia asked. Colin sighed. I don't want to kill them. But, you raise a point. Jester has already decided to oppose us, and the moment the Empire's troops set foot in France, they'll be part of the opposition. And in the worst case, they might even go to ground to try to fight some sort of insurgency while we deindustrialize the country. So to avoid that we would need to draw them into a battle they cannot refuse, Euphemia stated. Colin frowned. What, are you suggesting, Your Majesty? The woman she was asking as was Colin Stotfeld, Knight of Seven. The woman she addressed was Euphemia I, Empress of Britannia. And it was as Empress that Euphemia answered. Jester has as its base as Paris. The other corps have already made clear they would fight to the last if their own respective cities were threatened. I presume the same holds for Jester. Colin took a slow, deep breath. Your Majesty. I've already killed one city. I do not want to kill another. Euphemia said nothing for a few moments as they walked. How much of that time was because the Empress was actually searching for a response versus trying to find a way to deliver it Colin was not quite sure. That she ultimately arrived at one was never in doubt however. Paris is a place, the Empress stated frankly. Bereft of its people, the city is merely a collection of empty buildings. How hard would you fight for such a place, were it your home? Colin immediately made the inference being hinted at. I suppose, the old me would have fought to my last breath, she said. The current me, would know better than that. A point, the Empress noted. The reaction that needs to be provoked must be one that can override their better judgment. One that would prompt them to fight back immediately instead of fading into the background to strike another day. And how would you do that? Colin asked, her curiosity piqued despite knowing better. My understanding is when the Japanese imperial palace that used to occupy this land was razed, Riots broke out across much of Tokyo despite the still recent shock of Japan's defeat, Euphemia said. Even though the palace was more or less emptied by the time of its destruction. Still the Japanese people rioted nonetheless, because to them the palace was a symbol of their cultural identity. Tell me, how many such symbols is Paris home to? Colin's expression darkened as she followed the Empress' line of thought. To think, that a time would come where the destruction of a people's culture was something she would even contemplate. If you disagree, Euphemia said, stirring Colin from her inner turmoil, say the word and I will stay my hand. Colin met her liege's gaze levelly. So you weren't kidding, about what you said before. The Empress regarded her levelly. You are my knight, Colin. You bear my honor because you believe it to be worth bearing. If you believe me to err such that that would no longer be the case, I will not simply ignore your counsel heedlessly. This took several moments for the knight to mentally work through, and in the process Colin actually felt a slight shame at her prior thoughts. Sometimes I forget, Colin admitted, that the ties that bind us go both ways. Euphemia placed a comforting hand on her knight's shoulder. You will bear a heavy responsibility in the years to come, Colin. I don't want you to be weighed down by it already. Colin took a deep breath. Her doubts had not magically disappeared from just a few comforting words from her liege. Neither had they grown however, and for now that was enough. What would the purpose of Paris' destruction serve, she finally asked, beyond provoking gesture to stand and fight? The question was asked in frank seriousness. Euphemia answered with equal sincerity. To permit Paris' evacuation before its destruction would send a message that Britannia is not entirely merciless. To see all its districts reduced to rubble, even those of historical and cultural significance, would mark the depths to which Britannia is prepared to carry the age-old animosity between our peoples even if the shedding of innocent blood is curtailed. And by threatening the destruction of the city wholesale even after its evacuation, you would also compel the most fanatical of the surviving French military units to stand fast in defense of their city, Colin added a bit of her own understanding. Euphemia nodded. The thoroughness of Europe's defeat is not intended to render it incapable of future aggression. The only way to guarantee such an outcome would be to wipe out its entire population. I have no desire to go to such an extreme however, and will settle for, culling, their population. That's why you're so insistent on bringing the war to Europe, Colin said, the pieces finally clicking into place. Euphemia gave her knight a mildly surprised look. You were not aware. Colin's lips thinned. I don't think I ever considered it from that direction. Or I suppose I didn't take you quite so literally in the past. Hey. Well, I suppose I should take it as a good sign your faith in me remained intact despite that misunderstanding. Euphemia cocked her head aside. Is it still now that you understand what I intend? The knight grew maced. I understand what you intend to do. I don't like it, but I'm not going to tell you to do otherwise. This war, it's different. The number of people killed, the amount of destruction it's already caused, it all eclipses anything that has come before. And yet, it won't be the last war. Far from it. Mankind will find other causes and means to wage war anew. Your way, it won't end war. But it might remove the capacity for it from one side for a bit longer than the conclusions of past wars have. And that might be enough. It would be an imperial peace, Euphemia emphasized. Colin offered a wry smile. I can think of worse ones. That the Empress conceded with a tilt of her head. Still. Mankind being what it is, a Britannia bereft of external enemies might well seek one from within. Isn't that what I'll be there for? Colin asked. To provide both an outlet as well as a guard against such tensions erupting outright. Not quite how I would have phrased your duty, Euphemia said, but you are not wrong. The Empress smiled sadly as they arrived at her room. I do not think I could say this enough, Colin, but you are a brave woman to assume such a duty. Colin chuckled dryly. That or I'm hopelessly optimistic. Optimism is hardly a flaw, Euphemia said as she opened the door. Whatever response Colin might have mustered to the seeming encouragement was never uttered as Euphemia abruptly came to a halt in the doorway. Colin already knew what was going on inside and so was not taken aback at all. In fact the knight allowed herself a faint smile at the sight that had momentarily befuddled her liege. Inside the room Arthur was lying flat on his stomach, engaging in what amounted to a staring contest with two petite girls in similar postures. It was however not the sight of Phi and Ren lying there opposite Arthur that had caused Euphemia to come to a dead stop, but the pair of cat ears poking up from their heads, colored to match their respective hair colors, that did the trick. And to top it all off, each girl also had a matching tail hanging off of the back of their hips. The sight was surreal enough for Euphemia to just stand there gaping for several seconds. What? The Empress finally managed. Arthur's own ears flickered at hearing his mistress and the cat rose, giving a happy meow and darting over. Euphemia reflexively reached down and picked him up, letting Arthur nuzzle himself in her arms with content purrs. Their game ended, Phi and Ren rose. So, does that mean we win? The German girl wondered. Ren on the other hand looked a bit put out. It sure didn't feel like it. Colin gave a chuckle, and from the way Euphemia shot her a look, the Empress was apparently realizing that her knight had known exactly what would greet them when they opened the door. This close, it was actually hard for Colin to not see something, and even if Fi's mind was somewhat shielded, Ren's was not. The two of you keeping Arthur company. The Empress however addressed her remark not to Colin. Things have been boring with Iko gone, Ren said with a pout. With Todoa's return alongside Colin, the Stotfelds had of course been obliged to return the Colonel's pet to him, and despite his obvious attachment to Ren, Iko had been more than happy to be with his master again. It was probably a good thing Ren did have Fi with her as a compatriot of sorts, as despite her intentions Colin was still finding it difficult to slice off time to actually spend more of it with the girl. The knight suppressed a sigh at that thought. She was supposed to try to help Ren socialize and live a more normal life. Instead she was relying on everyone else but herself to pay Ren the kind of attention she needed. Well, I am sorry to say that Arthur will be coming with me back to Pendragon, Euphemia said. Perhaps it's time that Colin started procuring a few pets of her own. Been thinking about it, the knight said. Was originally thinking of getting a puppy, seeing how much you liked Iku. She cocked her head aside. Though, perhaps you also have a thing for cats. Fi gave the ears on her head a tug, pulling them off to reveal that they were part of a headband. Home EC class had a crafts project, Fi said, so I made these for me and Ren. They are rather fitting, Euphemia remarked, then smiled mischievously at her knight. You did not make one for Colin. Or for Her Majesty. Colin shot back. Without missing a beat Fi reached into her pockets and pulled out one headband in each hand. One was red, and had distinctly droopy ears. The other shared the triangular shape atop of Fi and Ren's. No tails though, Fi said. Ran out of material. The two older girls stared at Fi for a few moments and it seemed not even Colin, despite her sight, had seen this coming. A quizzical meow from Arthur stirred them from their surprise. After giving the cat a quick scratch behind the ears Euphemia let him down. Well, at least you're not pulling guns out of those pockets, Colin said dryly. Got those too, Fi said. I like these pockets. They're really deep, makes it easy to hide my gun blades. Colin sighed. She had hoped of all people her father might have succeeded in weaning the two younger girls from carrying around weapons all the time. Then again, that sort of miracle might have been asking just a teensy bit too much from even her father. Now that Colin herself would be spending some time in Tokyo, the knight was determined to see if it might just be within her means. While Colin was so musing, Fi walked over and reached up. Euphemia obliged with an amused smile, letting the German girl put it on her head. For the briefest of moments Colin actually felt a flicker of concern at the Empress allowing Fi such direct contact. But then she recalled that, for all their readiness to draw blood, Lelich's little family were not bloodthirsty monsters. They killed to keep those they loved safe, and they would avenge any kin that fell, but now with Lelich's gestalt, in truth the only thing left of Lelich himself, on Euphemia's side, the Empress might as well be the newest addition to that family. Remarkable, how so much could change in so little time. The German girl then looked over at Colin and with a chuckle the knight leaned over to let the shorter girl reach up. When she rose, Euphemia could not help but giggle herself at the sight. That looks more to be a pair of dog ears than a cat's, she remarked. Even lacking a mirror, Colin could see well enough to agree and offered a wider grin. Well, I'll just have to get a proper pack going then. She looked down at Ren. You think you kitties will be able to handle yourselves surrounded by wolves? Ren flashed a smirk of her own. Of course. What self-respecting cat would let mere doggies get out of their place? Euphemia chuckled at that and even Colin had to admit Ren's retort was spot on. Cats did seem to have a rather certain air about them. MRRRW. Of course the one actual cat present seemed more confused than certain as Arthur looked up at the various humans quizzically. Reaching down Euphemia gave him another scratch between the ears, earning the Empress more purrs. The sight was almost reminiscent of a mother cat tending to her kittens, even if Arthur was mostly grown and Fi and Ren were far more mature than their years warranted. A frown crossed Colin's expression as she looked out the door. The others seemed to instinctively pick up on the motion and Euphemia straightened herself. Is something wrong? A moment later an officer in the uniform of the regular army appeared and came to attention. Your pardon, your mage, he began before his mouth failed to shut and was left dangling. Colin could not quite blame the man, the sight of Euphemia with a pair of cat ears on her head had to be quite the sight. Taking pity on the captain, she cleared her throat. Is something the matter, Captain? She asked. The man's jaw slammed shut and he clicked his heels together again. Your pardon, your majesty. He declared, maybe a decibel or two louder than before and pointedly trying not to stare at his sovereign. An urgent message from Marshal Vander. Whatever bemusement or amusement Euphemia might have felt at the officer's surprise vanished. Speak, she commanded. Your majesty. Elements of 6th Army has advanced against the Russian city of Krasnoyarsk and have become engaged with significant elements of the Russian army. It took a mere moment for both Euphemia and Colin to search their memories, and a few other sources on Colin's part, to recall the context regarding Krasnoyarsk. While Colin frowned, Euphemia's expression morphed into something else entirely. What the hell is 6th Army doing that far west? The Empress demanded. Marshal Vander has summoned the war staff for an emergency conference and requests your remote attendance. The captain was still half shouting and still very much trying to avoid directly looking at his sovereign. Had he, the man might have noticed that any silliness or humor the pair of ears atop Euphemia's head could evoke was now absent. In their stead the Empress presented the visage of not a mother cat, but an angry tigress. One whose bared teeth looked ready to tear through anything that dared impede her way. And Colin found that she had no problem at all with that. End of chapter 134. I'm actually curious. If Paris was threatened with complete annihilation, ignoring the potential deaths that might result, how much would French people from other parts of France actually care? I know I have a surprising number of French readers, including a few that even seem to be cheering the oncoming devastation about to be visited upon their capital, so I would be interested in hearing your opinions on this point. Arthur always struck me as a very loyal cat. One can imagine he's lost some weight since Nunnally's passing, and the Ashford household staff had actually moved his food bowls and litter box into Nunnally's bedroom because he refused to leave it. Something to note, when mention is made of Morocco or Algeria or the like, the characters are not talking about the modern-day countries. They are talking about the historical colonial regions so named. The borders of those colonial regions do not line up with their modern-day counterparts, so don't be surprised if I end up referring to some place as being in one or the other despite it not being in the respective country in the modern day and vice versa. You know what's somewhat amusing? And also a bit sad to be honest. This story has gone on so long that I'm literally starting to forget certain things. Like how Cecile had already been promoted to major all the way back after the Battle of Pendragon. I am not looking forward to going through and cleaning up all the intermediary references in my master draft. Also, consider this notification that she was actually promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel, so don't be surprised if people start addressing her as colonel from here on out. Civilian gun ownership in the Britannian Empire is interesting. There is no Second Amendment, so the right to bear arms isn't a thing. That being said, civilian ownership of guns is fairly widespread. Certain types of weapons it's fairly easy to get one, easy being you need to be 18, enlistment age, or older, pass a safety certification test, you can actually take the test by the time you're 16 in preparation, pay a fee, and you're entitled to buy one. The fee and test are recurring every 5 years, the government's way of making sure you actually want the gun and so will put in some degree of effort. It's also a pretty straightforward test that would require some effort to fail, though it is a written test so I suppose you need to be able to read and write as well. If you want to keep a gun but no longer use it and bother with the tests, it needs to be rendered permanently inoperable, usually by sealing the barrel, before being taken out of registered circulation. Of course, if there are types of guns that a civilian is permitted to own, there are certainly types they are not permitted to own. But which types fall in which category? Bolt-action hunting rifles are actually the only weapons civilians are permitted to own outright, and each rifle in circulation has a serial number or, as time goes on, some other tracking mechanism that ties a rifle to the person that purchased it. If you want to sell your rifle, you need to go through the government to make sure the other side has their paperwork up to date and get the serial number transferred to them. Heaven help you if you lose your gun and it gets used to commit a crime, as such negligence results in an automatic revocation of your authorization to own a rifle for at least a decade. Now if it is stolen and you report it promptly, the government is a bit more forgiving. In that case it operates a sort of two-strike system, with an appeal option available on a case-by-case basis after that. People under the age of 18 are still permitted to use a rifle under the supervision of either a licensed instructor or their legal guardian. This is how Cole and his sister Nora learned how to shoot, from their mother actually. Naoto similarly learned how to shoot from Heinrich, much to Kotone's disapproval, and had things not gone balls up with Japan and Britannia, Colin would likely have also joined her brother and father on their hunting trips. Heinrich was a pretty good shot with his Remington 721 and taught Naoto everything he knew, which tragically played its own part in convincing Naoto to take up arms against Britannia. So what kind of guns are civilians not permitted to own? Well, the answer is, sidearms, automatic, and semi-automatic rifles. The former might seem a bit odd at first, except that the Empire domestically does not believe in the use of a firearm by a civilian for the purpose of self-defense. That being the case, the government considers it a more than fair trade-off that in depriving its common citizenry of handguns it also reduces the absolute number available, which reduces the absolute number that criminals can get their hands on. Every handgun that is issued to the police or gendarmerie or military is also tracked, to varying degrees of success, and no, private security companies are not permitted them either. Automatic and semi-automatic rifles are sort of self-explanatory. As far as the Empire is concerned, if you need an automatic or even a semi-automatic rifle to bring down game, you probably shouldn't be hunting. Combined with the damage these sorts of weapons could do in a criminal environment, law enforcement would prefer to minimize the chances of that happening. Perhaps surprisingly, concern about such weapons falling into the hands of insurrectionists is not a major motivator for restricting access to these rifles. The main reason here is from a practical perspective, mere rifles and other such small arms are not going to be a credible threat to the integrity of the government. Yes, they can get a lot of people killed, but they would be all but useless against an organized response by the military or even the police. The only reason the insurrectionists that attacked Pendragon got as far as they did was because they had modern anti-armor and even a few anti-air weapons. That and most of the Swords of God were reservists or provincial soldiers with formal military training and so knew how to use those weapons effectively. Without those advantages, the AFVs, nightmares, and strike aircraft stationed in the city would have curb-stomped them well before they were able to threaten anything of actual importance. Places like Japan were awash with guns through a combination of leftover weapons from the old Japanese military that the empire wasn't able to get a hold of quickly enough, some overly blatant corruption on the part of certain supply officers who ultimately were lined against the wall after Cornelia and Euphemia started clamping down on that nonsense, and a bit of smuggling from the Chinese and Europeans that did not want to see Britannia consolidate its hold over the place. By and large, in the developed satellite areas, the gun control mechanisms the empire has works to keep weapons out of the hands of the general population. It's the undeveloped or newly conquered regions that the system hasn't had enough time to remove weapons from general circulation. Now, the registration of gun owners serves one other purpose as far as the imperial government is concerned. It provides a handy list for who the military should conscript first in time of war. After all, if you know enough about a rifle to be able to pass a written test, you probably know how to handle a gun and have a slightly higher probability of being able to actually hit something with it as well. This more than anything else was why Cole was part of the first wave of conscripts. The government knew he could already handle a gun. That he also completed secondary at a fairly high-level school was just a bonus, since that suggested he could be put to technical work. In the case of Colin, her situation is actually kind of amusing. As a provincial lord, she is permitted to own guns to equip her provincial guard, which she herself is also permitted to make use of. And as an active duty knight, she is also issued a sidearm and rifle from the armory of Her Majesty's Guard, as a formality if nothing else. That's the set that Colin usually uses, since she was a knight before she was a provincial lord, and with the time she spends on Her Majesty's business it's simpler for her to just check in and check out weapons from the Royal Guard armory instead of her own provincial armory. Also that way any rounds she uses comes out of the imperial budget instead of the provincial budget. Not that such trifling amounts matter, but there is the principle of the thing. Incidentally, the gendarmerie and police only have semi-automatic weapons at best. The only gendarmerie detachment with access to automatic weapons is the one stationed in Pendragon. The relevancy of this info dump? Fi is going to be all sorts of irritated about the complicated arrangement, which amounts to her being a sworn armsman in Colin's Royal Guard. That'll be necessary to permit her to retain her gun blades, since those are classified as handguns despite their odd design. In her own words, lame. Random aside. I saw someone advertising a patron in the story summary of their story. I thought that kind of action was against this site's terms of service, unless those terms changed in some way that I don't recall, and also potentially nebulous considering one of the oldest disclaimers for news stories was, and not profiting from this work. Then again, maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Granted, I actually can think of ways to make money writing using Patron and this site without crossing that particular line. One would more or less use stories here to establish credibility as a competent writer, and on your own site or Patron post chapters of original works, and that is what your Patron supporters are funding, not chapters of fanfics. Those would just be a sort of bonus, and why am I even thinking about that? I literally physically do not have the time to work on my current set of stories on top of my day job and freelance contracts. I am most definitely not trying to find yet something else that I'm obliged to spend time on due to being paid. I think mental exhaustion is starting to take its toll. Chapter 135. The Princess Colin's pride in her Japanese heritage was well known, best exemplified by her efforts to help preserve aspects of Japanese culture even as her domain more closely integrated with the rest of Britannia. Central to these efforts was an attempt to introduce the rest of the empire to Japanese culture and history, from its media and literature to its culinary traditions. One such project saw Her Highness, in conjunction with the House of Sumeragi, commission modern English translations of several of Japan's great literary works such as The Tales of Ise, The Tale of the Heike, and what is widely regarded as one of the world's first novels, The Tale of Genji. These and other translations introduced to the broader empire a rich literary tradition that helped further widen the interests and awareness of Britannia's subjects, worthwhile in its own right as part of Princess Colin's efforts to, if not achieve a greater egalitarianism in the empire, at least reduce the social tensions between the myriad of peoples and cultures under imperial rule. Amusingly, when asked about the titular protagonist in The Tale of Genji, Her Highness had the following less than admiring assessment of the man's character. He was a right ass for the way he treated the affections of all the women around him. This if nothing else indicates that Her Highness had indeed read the work herself, though whether in the original classical Japanese or a modern form is unknown. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 135. Audens dies ipsi iu8. By the gods, Colin groaned. This is unending. Seated at another desk in the office, an eyebrow quirked upward on Heinrich's expression as he regarded his daughter. Surely you did not think the management of an administrative area would be easy? The Baron chided. No, Colin said sullenly, no, I was under no such delusions. Still. How many forests were cleared to provide for all the paper I've gone through in just the past hour? A rather wild exaggeration, Heinrich said. I doubt we have gone through even a single tree from the Amazon this past day. Colin had to give her father some credit, the man really did possess masterful control of his expression. That or he was being entirely serious, which might be even more impressive. With a sigh she picked up the next report on her stack and started flipping through it. In truth she had no one but herself to blame for this. Or if there was someone else that she could blame, it would have been her liege, the Empress, for appointing her as Duchess of Tokyo. While Colin had already begun to recognize that being a noble was not solely about being waited upon and having one's every whim fulfilled, that was far from actually understanding just how much work a lord was expected to put in managing his or her domain. And just why a noble needed to be waited upon so much, they literally did not have the time to do anything for themselves. Even with her code and Nemo's assistance, a begrudging assistance even though the AI did not openly complain about being used for such mundanity, it took a lot of time and mental effort to go through all of the reports and truly understand the information associated with them. Perhaps the most surprising bit was that her father's input sometimes provided her with more insight than accessing the raw information available in C's world. Her shadow had been right, there was a distinction between information and knowledge, as the current report was demonstrating. Father. Heinrich looked up again. This report, on agricultural policy, Colin continued. I think I understand its purpose, but could you clarify its rationale a bit? Which agricultural policy would this be? Heinrich queried. Co-op Facilitation 1. The Baron nodded. It's a recognition that, in the long term, Japan is not going to be a major producer of agricultural goods. The amount of arable land is proportionally very small amongst the islands, which precludes some of the more intense farming practices possible in other parts of the empire. As such, Japan is never going to win market share based on cost. If we want to avoid the entire agricultural sector collapsing outright and having to import basically all of the food we eat, we need to start laying the groundwork now. I see, Colin said thoughtfully. So you want Japan to focus on quality over quantity? That is the idea, Heinrich said, at least for those things amenable to such shifts. Basic staples like rice or wheat, the rest of the empire will be able to grow them at such lower costs that I doubt anything short of direct subsidies would be able to prop up internal growers, which I refuse to do. And shrugged. Then again, the Japanese tend to be somewhat neurotic about their rice, so there may be some ways of improving its cultivation enough that they can be grown on the islands at a price point that isn't just short of ludicrous. It certainly won't be doable with current methods, too much manual labor involved. Despite the rapid-fire nature of her father's remarks, Colin was actually able to follow all of it. She could even come up with some points of her own. What about China? There is already a free trade agreement being negotiated, and agricultural products will definitely be included. The Asian mainland grows way more rice than the rest of Britannia combined. There was a flicker of approval on her father's expression, approval that Colin was thinking of these things herself. Quite so, and the sheer proximity of the Chinese mainland is going to mean it would also be a much cheaper source of other foodstuffs as well. But that only emphasizes the need to invest in qualitative improvements to Japan's own agriculture. That's probably true, Colin more or less agreed. Though, in the past, how did Japan deal with encouraging domestic agriculture? Tariffs and subsidies, Heinrich answered, neither of which are sustainable in the long run without creating massive distortions in the economy. And with Japan now part of the empire, tariffs would have little meaning considering domestic sources from other parts of Britannia would not be affected. Subsidies, to be frank, I have much better uses for Japan's tax revenues than propping up businesses with handouts, especially with the need to build a nest egg for this Hormungandra of yours. It's technically not just mine, Colin pointed out. Of course not, Heinrich drawled. Colin chuckled and closed the report before setting it aside. The understanding of this matter at least was more or less resolved and she moved on to the next one. The genial mood that she was in was abruptly shattered as she finished reading the overview of said matter. What the hell? A slight flicker of concern crossed Heinrich's face, but all that remained of it when he looked up at his daughter was a frown. Language, Colin. The young woman suppressed an eye roll. That was rich coming from her father, considering the man's complete willingness to resort to far more colorful language when he felt cause to. The moment of levity however lasted no longer than that as she met Heinrich's gaze. You knew about this? Heinrich cocked his head aside. Again, you will need to be more specific, Colin. There are a great many things that I have had to know since my appointment in your stead. Colin's cheeks flushed as they recognized the admonishment, mild as it was. Sorry, she conceded. I mean about this, Bureau Human Registry that some people are circulating. Selling, even. Ah yes, that matter, Heinrich said levelly. Of course I know about it, I'm the one that issued the edict banning the continued practice after all. But this is, I mean, how could they even do something like this? The frown returned for a brief moment before Heinrich adopted a more thoughtful look. I suppose you were too young to have learned about this in school before the invasion, he said frankly. Then again, I am not at all certain a Japanese school would have actually covered the matter with the sort of honesty necessary to understand the situation. Colin frowned. What is that supposed to mean? Heinrich sighed slightly. Colin, are you honestly surprised that the Japanese possess racist attitudes all of their own? Their attitudes are in their own way as discriminatory as any bandied about by pure-blood Britannians. Despite being nominally a liberal democracy before it was occupied by the empire, Japan possessed what amounted to both a class and caste system, one very much fixated on the concept of race and the belief that as the people of Yamato, they were somehow special. And those not of Japanese descent, or those not of sufficiently pure Japanese descent, have faced discrimination if not outright persecution for ages. Colin fell silent for several moments. There was a certain intensity in her father's words and tone, almost a cutting edge at that. Almost as if he took the matter personally. Ogai and Anu never demonstrated anything but total acceptance of me as Japanese, she stated. At that Heinrich nodded. Your brother knew how to choose his friends well. But there was a reason that, when you were a child, you had no contact with your maternal relatives. Your mother's parents, for one, never forgave her for marrying, in their words, a gaijin, irrespective of whatever Britannia's relation with Japan at the time was. The Baron snorted. About the only thing that would have angered them more was if your mother had married a Korean. Or a Burakuman. At that Colin blinked. My mother's family was opposed to your marriage. To the last, Heinrich stated bluntly. The acrimony over our marriage was enough that Koton had not spoken to them for years when the invasion rolled around. After it, well, I wouldn't know where they are now even if I particularly cared. A somewhat callous remark, but the anger underneath her father's tone was very real. Whatever happened when her parents got together, it must have been ugly. Setting that aside for the moment, Colin said as levelly as she could, might you explain to me this matter with the Burakuman? And this list. Heinrich's eyes flickered, as if surprised by his daughter's ability to take such revelations in stride. He however acquiesced to her request. The people regarded as Burakuman can be traced back to the class system instituted by the Tokugawa shogunate, the Baron began. They were people engaged in what was then considered unclean professions such as butchery, undertaking, and the like. When the shogunate fell, the new government removed the formal restrictions on those people and ostensibly granted them equal standing with other commoner subjects. In practice, considerable discrimination continued and remained prevalent up to the invasion. In the aftermath of the war, the general desolation of Japan's economy meant everyone was genuinely on equally crappy footing. People were too busy trying to survive to bother too much with this unclean lineage nonsense. Now that Japan is getting back on its feet, it seems certain stiff-necked conservatives are thinking it's time to start that back up again. A slight growl sounded from Colin, not just over the basic notion of such blatant discrimination, but the sheer stupidity of it as well. This has to be a violation of some law, she said. Heinrich actually nodded. The Area 11 Special Administration Exemption, which accorded all people of Japanese descent equal standing as imperial subjects, within Japan itself at least. And the definition of Japanese in this case is determined by the imperial government, not some ideologue still convinced of the so-called divinity of their dead emperor. Colin blinked again. What? Heinrich frowned. For someone whom identifies so strongly with your mother's heritage, you seem to know surprisingly little about Japan's history and mythology. Colin shot her father a mild scowl at that. What can I say? My education in the Japanese school system was interrupted. True enough, Heinrich allowed. Are you at least familiar with the Japanese creation myth? Colin actually had to think a bit, as well as refrain from cheating by just looking it up via C's World. She needed to temper her usage of that connection, lest she become too dependent on it. The islands of Japan were created by Izanagi and Izanami. And there was something about Izanami passing away from childbirth, and Izanagi becoming distraught with her death, to the point he ventured into the underworld to try and retrieve her. More or less, Heinrich said, though the slight smirk was enough to tell Colin that was probably got some detail wrong, or at least was not aware of the entirety of the myth. One of Izanagi's children was the goddess Amaterasu, the deity of the sun. It is from her that Japan's emperors have historically claimed descent from, and thereby justified their rule over the islands. In fact, up till the invasion itself, officially the Japanese imperial family never actually renounced claims of divinity. Colin mulled over that a bit. The Japanese imperial family. They were all executed by Britannia. Why was that? You think I would know the reason? Heinrich replied, a hint of incredulity in his tone. I think you have your suspicions, Colin riposted. The Baron grunted. True enough. If speculation is enough to satisfy you, then I shall speculate. From a purely practical perspective, it was to eliminate one potential rallying point for any Japanese insurgency. It was also, I believe, meant to provoke the most fervent of the imperial family's supporters into unthinking violence, to make it all the easier for Britannia to eliminate them as quickly as possible. I think, however, the Emperor Charles also ordered the execution of Hirohito and his family because the Japanese imperial family's claim to outright divinity offended him. Colin regarded her father quizzically, waiting for him to elaborate. The Baron shrugged. Britannian society, for all its people's spirituality, always skewed away from the notion of direct divine intervention, Colin, Heinrich said, going into lecture mode again. Divinity helps those who dare, or so the saying goes. That caused Colin to blink. Isn't that the motto of the imperial family? Quite, Heinrich said with a wry smirk. Or at least the Latin variant is. There is an even older variant in Greek. But in any case, the point should be clear enough. Britannia believes firmly that the right to rule, the right to anything for that matter, is not something that is granted because you are supposedly favored by some higher power. What you hold, what you are capable of holding, is measured by your own ability. To resort to justifying your position by calling upon some higher power, is such a continental sensibility. What? Colin could perhaps be excused for her confusion, seeing as Japan was very much an archipelago detached from the continent of Asia. Heinrich, however, gave a faint sigh of exasperation. What are the schools teaching you these days? Rule by divine right, or rather by the divine right of the Christian God, is the means by which the European continental monarchies justified their rule and the methods they employed to perpetuate their rule. For all Britannia's many obvious crimes, the imperial family has never resorted to such justification. The imperial family rules because it is powerful, and because it provides for the needs of its subjects, whom in turn accede to being so ruled. The same goes for the provincial lords, all the way down to the humblest landed peer. Knowing that her father was somewhat twerking her, Colin ignored his flippancy and focused on the core message. Britannia ruled through strength, but inspired loyalty through care, and a degree of fear. There might be a better way out there, but even with the breadth of knowledge at her disposal, Colin was hard-pressed to find one that was genuinely better. Maybe one that was less worse, if only by a hair. And the Japanese imperial family's claim to divinity offended the Emperor Charles. Colin repeated. I suspect it did, Heinrich said. Recall that this was shortly after the murder of the Empress Marianne, and I doubt that His Majesty could be considered charitable even at the best of times. For Japan to fall, in the mindset of certain elements of Japanese society, it was as if divine favor was being withdrawn from their leaders. Such a notion would imply that the fault lay not with Hirohito's own failings as a leader, and such rationalization, such avoidance of ultimate responsibility, offended the Emperor Charles to the extreme. To drive home the point that he considered Hirohito personally responsible for Japan's failure as a state, he ordered his execution, along with that of his entire immediate family and those that were in the direct line of succession. Colin mulled that over for a bit. It did make sense, in so much as it was consistent with the Britannian mentality. Personal responsibility was a big thing in the empire. If you screwed up, and it was demonstrably not because of variables outside your control, the buck stopped with you. And sometimes even if there were factors outside your control, you were still responsible for not taking enough care or having enough slack. It still felt a bit excessive. The Sumeragi are actually related to the imperial family, Colin pointed out. For that matter, most of Kyoto House was before, well. Heinrich nodded. And it is my sincere hope that young Kaguya has the sense to never try to make any claims relating to that lineage. She seems to have a good head on her shoulders though, so who knows, she might well strike a balance between her Japanese past and her Britannian future. Colin raised an eyebrow. And what about me? You are my daughter. That you will succeed goes without saying. And her father said that with a completely straight face too. What mother ever saw in you, Colin said with feigned resignation. It's a mystery to I as well, Heinrich said without a hint of shame. Then again, no man exists that is so wise as to be able to fathom the mind of a woman. We just try to get away with nodding along and pretending we do. Marshal, General Johnson is here to see you, the receptionist announced. Zex Vander, Marshal of the Empire and head of the Imperial War Staff, looked over at the phone with a slight frown. Send him in, he said after a brief moment. The door opened a second later and Harold Johnson, head of the Army Staff, nodded. I hope this is something quick, Harold. Zex said. We have a briefing with Her Majesty in half an hour after all. Hopefully, sir, Harold responded. I just wanted to run something by you related to that Baghdad mess. An eyebrow arched upward. And that will somehow be quick. Well, it's relating to a very specific aspect of it. After a beat, Zex sighed. All right, have a seat. Harold offered his superior a knowing smile as he accepted the invitation. So, what exactly is this about? Zex asked. You recall one of the after-action reports from Baghdad mentioning a whole lot of Sheridans were deployed. Harold responded with a question of his own. Geass took a brief moment to recall the point before nodding. I also recall that very few of them came back with the campaign force. Quite, Harold affirmed. Their lack of actual armor pretty much made them target practice for the German tanks, or even their man-portable anti-tank weapons. Which raises the question of just how they were deployed in the first place. To that Harold actually cracked a smirk. Well, I have to give the 25th's quartermaster some credit, what she wants, she gets. Oh. The Sheridans were originally earmarked for 2nd Cavalry to serve as reconnaissance tanks, Harold explained. They arrived just a hair too late to join 2nd Cavalry in being dispatched to Baghdad as part of the first wave. They were however ready to deploy when the 25th were preparing to reinforce the Baghdad force, something that a Major Sula seemed to have noticed. Using the priority authorization granted to the 25th to help them expedite any requisitions they might need for the operation, she requisitioned all of the Sheridans, and their crews, to accompany the 25th as reinforcements. Geass stared at Harold somewhat blankly. I feel like someone somewhere should be getting his ass tarred for letting a quartermaster major slip something like that through. I'll admit, I had a similar thought when I first got the details on my desk, Harold said, but this Sula is sneaky. I'm starting to think even with her sneakiness, she's wasted as a quartermaster. A transfer to a line regiment might well be appropriate. So long as she does not keep resorting to such backhanded means against our own supply line, Geass said, then frowned thoughtfully. I seem to recall another footnote in the reports, something about the 25th also being responsible for a shortage of night vision equipment. Yes, apparently the 25th's quartermasters thought they might need the equipment if they were forced to engage in night fighting in an urban environment, Harold said, recalling the same in more detail. Turned out to be right for that matter, the equipment was apparently put to good use fighting off the German attacks. And the 25th's preparedness in this respect is also thanks to this major. Geass said quizzically. In this case, no, Harold clarified. This requisition order was signed by one Captain Cole Craft. The quizzical expression turned back into a frown. Craft, the son of the Duke of Seattle. Harold nodded. And the husband of the Princess Colin. Geass' eyes widened. Husband. That's what the official records say, Harold said. They were updated shortly after the Battle of Chosin, a battle that both of them were direct participants in. By the gods, Geass murmured. I'm not sure I want to know. It is somewhat morbidly fascinating, Harold said. They're obviously keeping quiet about it for some reason, but as far as I can tell the Princess Colin and Lord Cole do care for each other. To be honest, I'd really prefer to yank the captain from his current posting and put him in a staff position somewhere just to save me from getting more ulcers thinking about what might happen to him, and what Her Highness' reaction would be in such a case. Unfortunately, the last time we tried that he kicked up such a fuss we had to leave him where he was, mostly. Mostly, you mean by promoting him out of sequence mostly? Harold shrugged. By all indications he really is very good at his job. Give him another year or so to get some more experience and he should make for a very competent quartermaster captain. Geass sighed. I suppose the Princess Colin could have found a worse match. But then, I doubt you came to gossip about the social loves of the royals, so let's get back on topic. Certainly sir, Harold said with his smile reverting to a more stoic expression. Anyway, as you and I both know, the Sheridans were pretty piss-poor matches for anything remotely anti-tank the Germans threw at them. At the same time, the troops on the ground seemed to really appreciate their presence, along with the added firepower they represented. This got me thinking about a hole in our current arsenal, basically an effective armored gun platform that can be airlifted without having to resort to the Naglfar transports. Geass took a moment to consider the point. You have a point. The closest we have is the Sheridan, and its survivability is problematic. I'm glad you agree, sir, Harold said. The Marshal gave his subordinate a flat look for several seconds. All right, Harold, you obviously want something, so out with it already. Well, it's nothing much, sir, the general assured his superior with a wry smile. Seeing as there is an obvious capability gap, however, I think it would behoove us to see about filling that gap. You mean design an AFV that is somehow light enough for basic airlifting but still sturdy enough to serve in an anti-tank role? Geass said somewhat skeptically. Not really serve in an anti-tank role, Harold responded. I was thinking something more along the lines of an airlift-capable gun platform that can at least stand up to small arms. The Sheridan's biggest problem is less its armor and more the fact its main gun is so inadequate, even in the fire support role. If we could, say, fit the main gun of the M60 on a lighter platform, we could get heavier fire support to our infantry more easily than with our current tanks. Geass mulled over the notion for a few seconds. An interesting thought. The issue would be making sure whatever platform mounts the gun would be able to handle the force of it firing. And whether we could come up with a design quickly enough to make a difference before the war ends. Regardless of whether it's ready before the end of the war or not, the capability gap will still exist, Harold pointed out. Maybe, Geass allowed, assuming the gap warrants filling. As much as we want our troops to have the best and most of everything, there are constraints on our ability to actually field and supply so many weapons. I recognize that, Harold assured the Marshal, and it's why all I'm asking permission to do is conduct a paper study. I'll have a team examine the concept, go over reports, and see if there is a case for having a mobile gun system like what I'm suggesting. And if they come back with a no, the staff can go along with their recommendation. To that Geass nodded. Fair enough. And rose. Now, seeing as our not-so-quick chat is out of time, I think we better make for the meeting. From a logistical perspective, deciding which of a meeting's participants goes where is determined by where they are relative to each other, who is closer to whom, and of course the relative inconvenience of traveling for each of them. By this metric Euphemia could have summoned her generals, admirals, and marshals to the Imperial Palace instead of going to Valhalla base. As busy as they were, the demands on the Empress' own time were even greater. Still, out of consideration for those sworn to her, it was Euphemia that traveled the not entirely short distance from the palace to the military's administrative headquarters. The soldiers on duty made sure to be extra alert with their liege present. With Rai and Gino trailing her, along with other members of Fenrir Regiment in the lead, Euphemia was escorted to the conference room. All of the officers inside rose in deference upon her entrance. Once at the head of the table, the Empress nodded. Be seated. They obeyed, after Euphemia herself was so seated. The Empress' gaze fell upon Geass. Marshal Vander. If you would please. By your leave, Your Majesty, Geass said. Approximately 3 weeks ago, 6th Army began an offensive against the Russian city of Krasnoyarsk. I regret to report, however, that the Russians were present in strength, and have completely encircled the 6th Army divisions employed in the initial surge. All attempts by those divisions to break out of the encirclement have thus far failed, and 6th Army's remaining strength is woefully inadequate to attempt any credible relief. The room was deathly silent. Several of the attendants present already knew all this, but to have it repeated so frankly served to further emphasize that all this was real. All this had happened. And what it amounted to was an outright disaster for 6th Army. In some respects such a development was not entirely unexpected, and balanced against the Empire's victories 6th Army's encirclement was barely a road bump. It was nonetheless a very expensive road bump, in not just the material that would be lost if large portions of 6th Army was forced to surrender, but also in terms of the men and women that would be prisoners for at least the foreseeable future. That would make 6th Army's defeat measurably worse than the one Britannia suffered in the Middle East in the first stage of the war, considering General Craig had managed to evacuate the bulk of his troops before his rearguard was overrun. How exactly was this turn of events permitted to unfold? Euphemia asked. Question though it may be, none could miss the frostiness of the Empress' tone. It boded poorly for whomever was ultimately responsible for this debacle. Reports from the field indicate that General Gregor was the one that ordered the offensive to be carried out, Geass answered, and that he had been preparing for it for quite some time. These preparations should have been noted by the war staff, and it was a lapse on our oversight that the general was able to execute the offensive at his discretion. For this, I am accountable, Your Majesty. The Marshal made the admission unflinchingly and seemed prepared to accept any consequences that might follow from accepting such responsibility. The flat expression on Euphemia's face offered no hints as to what those consequences might be. This obfuscation by General Gregor, the Empress began. It would have required the cooperation of his staff and immediate subordinates. In all likelihood, yes, Your Majesty, Geass agreed, though not entirely happily at that. And has the general offered a rationale for his gambit? Geass' lips thinned. General Gregor has stated that he believes his actions are in accord with his standing orders, which are to degrade Russia's capacity to make war to the best of his own capability. At that a glint flickered through Euphemia's eyes. All whom caught it knew the Empress was not convinced in the least. Whom is presently in command of the elements of 8th Army occupying our Southeast Asian territories? The Empress asked. The seeming non sequitur caused Geass to blink before answering. Lieutenant General Frederick Weyand, Your Majesty. General Weyand, Euphemia said thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, he was also responsible for cleaning up the mess Gregor made in Area 12. How appropriate. The Marshal cleared his throat. You wish to dispatch General Weyand to relieve General Gregor, Your Majesty. Not just General Gregor, Euphemia said, and it is not a wish, but an order. General Gregor and his staff are to be returned to Pendragon to face a panel that will investigate the propriety of their actions. If they are determined to have conducted themselves in a manner unbecoming of an officer, they will answer for it. A noticeable tension rippled through the assembled officers. Conduct unbecoming of an officer was a vague charge, intentionally so at that. It was usually used to admonish an officer whose conduct, while not outright violating the orders he or she was under, was considered to have in some way fallen short of the oaths they swore to their sovereign. And the exact punishment prescribed to it was equally variable, ranging from a dishonorable discharge to in the most severe cases being lined up against the wall. Arguably at minimum Gregor probably deserved the former. The latter, time would tell. Your Majesty, recalling General Gregor at this point in time may well prove deleterious to efforts to rescue 6th Army's forward elements, Zex pointed out, ever dutiful whatever his liege's mood. While General Weyand is a highly competent commander, even he would need some time to get his bearings and familiarize himself with 6th Army's disposition. I am well aware, Euphemia said, but at this point I am more concerned with the possibility that General Gregor would attempt an even more reckless gambit in an effort to salvage this disaster. What 6th Army needs right now is a pause, even if it costs us the divisions engaged at Krasnoyarsk. As you yourself stated, the reserves it currently possesses are woefully inadequate to attempt to relieve them, better that they be held back instead of wasted in some futile gesture. As unhappy as Zex obviously was with the situation, he could not disagree with the Empress. Euphemia offered a knowing smile to the man. Fret not, Marshal, I have no intention of simply abandoning 6th Army. They will however need to be reinforced, heavily, and this reinforcing will take them. When 6th Army is truly ready however, it will advance across the Siberian plains and avenge this defeat, and free their compatriots, this I swear. You know, you officers really have it lucky, Jean remarked. You actually get decent coffee instead of the sludge we put up with in the ranks. Cole snorted while Armin gave a wry smile. Last time I checked, you were an officer too, Cole retorted. Well yes, but I'm a non-commissioned officer, Jean countered. That means I still work for a living instead of those of you with fancy braids on your shoulders. And with a smirk of his own. Sir. Had Jean been flippant with anyone else so senior over him, said officer was likely to have chewed him out. Cole however knew his friend meant no disrespect, and that this familiarity would not see Jean presume too much when orders were handed down. I think the last time I had good, proper coffee was back when we were in Japan for our leave, Jean said. God, how many months ago was that? Too many, Armin said with earnest feeling. To that Cole nodded, adding his own agreement. The conclusion of the Korean campaign had given him and the rest of the 25th a bit of downtime in Japan while they were re-equipped and reinforced, but that now felt like a distant and faint memory. Since their deployment to the Middle East, the division was a participant in enough major operations that their current posting in Kuwait City as a garrisoning force felt almost like a vacation. Any news on how much longer we'll get to just sit on our butts? Jean asked. Cole nursed his own cup and took a sip before answering. Another week at most. We've gotten the last of our reinforcements integrated, logistically speaking at least, and Scuttlebutt says there's going to be a major offensive real soon. One that'll see us break out of our Kuwait perimeter and try to stomp the Krauts flat. Damn, Jean murmured. Well, hopefully this'll convince the Europeans to throw in the towel. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Armin put in, especially considering what we're hearing out of Siberia. The deflation of Jean's expression was very clear. We dodged a god-baitum Ned bullet there, not getting assigned to 6th Army. The more I hear about General Gregor, the less I ever want to be under his command. We'll see how long that lasts, Cole said. I somehow doubt Her Majesty's going to be pleased with that mess. Jean gave his friend a meaningful look. You know something? No, I don't know anything you two, or at least Armin, hasn't already heard from the grapevine, Cole said, outright denying Jean's insinuation. Colin's back in Japan, remember, and as far as I know she's not involved in any further military matters. Hey, that's almost a shame, Jean said. I mean, I know the two of you are an item and you're bound to worry about her and all that, but with all the ass she's kicked so far, I'd almost feel safer having her with us at the front. While Cole understood the sentiment, both sides of it, he was still more glad of Colin being out of the line of fire than wanting her to be around to bail him out as needed. It was an instinctive thing that ignored the fact that Colin was for all intents and purposes immortal, and likely near invincible. Awareness of facts however did not always lead to the most rational of decisions. Well, time to get back to the squad, Jean said, draining the rest of his coffee. Thanks for the Joe. The crescendo of a siren cut Jean off. The three men exchanged a single glance before each dashed off towards their stations. Report, Andreas said as he emerged in the command center. Air Defense Net reports large contact, one of his subordinates responded, estimate minimum of 6 squadrons. So far none of our forward elements have sighted any ground forces following, but additional recon drones are sweeping the approaches now. The general nodded. If the Europeans were throwing that many planes against them, it was certainly in concert with a major ground offensive. It seemed the recent success of the Russians was encouraging the Germans to attempt a decisive victory of their own. Sir, update for Air Defense Net. The officer looked at Andreas grimly. They've detected another wave incoming. Radar profiles suggest they're cruise missiles. Count is upwards of 100. This was it then, what the Europeans had spent the last month or so building up to. That much firepower actually stood a decent chance of breaking through Task Force 80's defenses. Admiral Mittermeier is launching his interceptor squadrons now, more reports flowed in. Admiral Greenfield is doing the same. Sortie our squadrons as well, Andreas ordered. The more we can thin out the European squadrons, the better chance we'll have of seeing them off after getting pounded by those missiles. Yes sir. Britannia's squadrons, at least those equipped for air-to-air combat, presently also numbered 6, with the remaining jets mounting air-to-ground ordnance presently. They could be swapped out of course, but that would take at least a bit of time which the Europeans were obviously not inclined to grant. Andreas examined the situation map carefully. A total of 4 divisions was spread across the city's perimeter, dug in with sufficient depth to make for a formidable defense. He had another 2 divisions further out positioned to act as a harrying force against any enemy attack, though that very positioning meant they were also vulnerable to being outflanked or encircled. And then there were the 6 divisions stationed within the city itself serving as his strategic reserve. How he employed them, where he employed them, would determine the course of the coming battle. The distant thundering of missiles launching could be heard. Missiles engaging. Andreas gripped the table, steadying himself. First, however, he needed to weather this one. The bulk of the air defense network protecting Kuwait City was comprised primarily of Patriot missile batteries, with a few Phalanx batteries serving as last-ditch options at certain strategic points. Everyone in the command center waited with nervous tension as those defenses engaged the oncoming wave of cruise missiles. It was a battle of attrition, whether the Britannian forces had enough counter-missiles and the like to defeat the enemy attack, or whether the Germans had really managed to muster enough cruise missiles to saturate the Britannian defenses and break through to their targets. The tactical map available to Andreas and his officers provided at least some information about the number of missiles incoming. It did not, however, provide much in the way of detail on how the air defense's efforts of stopping those missiles was going, at least not directly. The total count of incoming missiles was dropping, so the defense net was obviously having some successes. Whether they were having enough of them, the increasing tempo of louder and closer explosions was not encouraging. Andreas could not see the missiles outside his sides or the Europeans. He could not watch as they danced in the air, weaving about towards their respective targets. He did not witness those that failed, and those that succeeded. He could hear them, however, both distant and near, as explosions rumbled, and some of those explosions were very near indeed. The Empire's anti-air defenses were some of the best in the world. But there were others whose technical prowess could match Britannia's, whose weapons matched the Empire's in lethality. Even more importantly, European doctrine was well thought out and practiced, even if the EU soldiers did not have quite the same level of hands-on experience Britannia's armed forces were granted. The first wave of cruise missiles was more or less sacrificial, intended to tie down the air defenses. One way of achieving this was to go for the air defenses themselves, the batteries, the radar emplacements, and other command and control nodes. Most did not get through, but that was fine, since stopping them still achieved the goal of forcing Britannia to expend a great deal of their available anti-air munitions. The second wave thus faced far fewer obstacles, in at least their initial approaches. Point defenses lit up, however, in their terminal stage, burning through their scant ammo in seconds. And then the sheen of green light flared as the blaze-luminous shields of the Britannian warships shuddered from the impacts. Shuddered, and in many places broke. More missiles broke through, slamming into the 4 battleships of Task Force 80. The Prince Clovis had been the furthest out, keeping station just outside the city perimeter to allow it to lend fire support to the units stationed there. Fire and smoke rose from its hull and the ship began leaning aside as the functional float units strained to keep it aloft. As the ship descended, albeit slowly and in a controlled manner, it became very clear they were not entirely succeeding. In this they were at least doing better than the Prince Adonis, as the second of the 4 targets began to literally break up. More missiles had managed to break through and explosions ripped through its hull. There was nothing slow or controlled in its descent as parts of the ship splintered off and plummeted to the ground. The only silver lining was that all of the ships had been positioned such that there was nothing immediately under them that would get crushed. At least, nothing of military value. The Prince Lelich and Reen Swartzer were also burning, and an explosion ripped through the core of the Prince Lelich as its own complement of cruise missiles detonated. That should have broken the battleship's back and sent it to the same fate as the Prince Adonis. Instead the ship hung there in the sky. In fact, those on the ground watched with some incredulity as streaks shot up from the ship as every surviving missile was launched. And then the Reen Swartzer did the same, with a far larger salvo. Compared with the barrage that had slammed into Task Force 80, the response by the surviving battleships was paltry. Nonetheless it was a response, and a declaration of defiance that despite the horrific wounds inflicted upon them, at least 2 of 8th Fleet's battleships intended to keep fighting. Back in his command center, Andreas could see the status indicators marking the aftermath of the engagement. Both Prince Clovis and Prince Adonis were out of the fight, the latter permanently so. Prince Lelich was now also making a descent, but it was headed for the shallow waters of the harbor, likely to put down in a manner that might allow it to lift off under its own power again. This left only Reen Swartzer aloft and able to provide fire support with its railgun batteries, if one did not count the 8 destroyers still hovering serenely in the air. Andreas took a moment to process all this. The focus on the battleships was almost certainly intentional, the Europeans apparently considering their heavier guns and cruise missile payloads a greater threat to their ground forces. That was probably true enough, seeing as one battleship alone mounted as many, and heavier, guns than all of the destroyer escorts combined. At the same time, the singular railgun mounted on each destroyer was more than powerful enough to take out any target Andreas might need neutralized in the coming battle, and having 8 individual platforms meant they could provide that fire support in 8 different locations. "Sir, our fighters have engaged the enemy," an officer reported. Andreas nodded in acknowledgement. The battle was far from over, and the scales might yet tip in the EU's favor even before their ground forces made contact with his. But what would not change was his duty, to his nation and to his empress. When Britannia's enemies finally met his forces, he would make certain it would be them that ruled the day. End of chapter 135. Oh hey look, the Russians are dismantling another 6th army. Ahem. We're slowly advancing. I'm going to be putting a hard limit on the chapter count, in that the main story cannot exceed 150 chapters. If it looks like I can't keep to that limit before the Battle of Paris, I'm going to skip to it. I don't have the energy to do more than that without burning out. For that matter, I've started putting together a list of all of the peripheral storylines that I've dropped outright for lack of time. I'll probably post that list once the story is done, just to give all of you an idea of how much was ultimately cut to avoid me losing all interest in finishing this story. I have to wonder if the lack of responses about Paris is an indication from my French readers that they don't care enough about their capital to comment, or that they do care and think it's so obvious they needn't answer. As mentioned in last chapter's author notes, fear of insurrection is not a driving factor in the gun control laws within the empire. If it ever got to the point that there's so many people with mere guns that want to take on the government that the armed forces' much greater capacity for destruction is not enough, the empire is probably on the verge of disintegrating anyway, something the people that drafted and updated the gun control provisions were well aware of and took into account. They fortunately, or I suppose me since I'm the one that inserted it into the story, did not succumb to the slippery slope fallacy. As for the notion of using 3D printing to make guns, I should point out that any halfway competent machinist would be able to make one, or most of one, now on a CNC mill. Or a really good machinist could even make one using an older style mill. And in any case you'd need medium to high-end equipment to make something that would not just shatter the first time you shot it. So while in theory the proliferation and wider diffusion of manufacturing technologies might allow also for a wider proliferation of weapons, it's a lot more nuanced than that. After all, Japan has a lot of highly skilled machinists and access to a lot of machine tools, but the cultural mentality isn't there to use those tools for such ends. Similarly, the attitude towards a gun in the empire isn't a, "I must have one to feel secure" thing. The people with guns use them, fairly regularly at that, for the purposes of hunting or protecting their property from wild animals, lots of animals in the Americas. As a weapon to use against their fellow man? Homicide with a firearm is an automatic death sentence with no formal right to appeal. The only way you could get out of such a sentence is if the sovereign at the time decides to commute such a sentence, but that is extremely unusual and in Euphemia's reign she never does it. Furthermore, selling unregistered firearms constitutes sedition, which in the empire will either see you hang or be given a life sentence of hard labor. Which is going to inevitably lead to questions about the empire's judicial system, so I might as well answer that now and get it out of the way. Broadly speaking, the civilian judicial system in Britannia, at least in the satellite level areas or the homelands, has 2 categories of crimes that it deals with. There are petty crimes like theft or battery that they don't really bother sentencing people to prisons for. They see no point for the most part, since sending a person to jail for such offenses doesn't serve as a deterrent to others and broadly speaking doesn't make the person less likely to reoffend in the future, theft especially. Most people that are convicted of such crimes get the equivalent of community service and get sent through rehab of sorts. This is actually what I meant when I said the empire does have a social safety net. Much of it is geared towards getting people back on their feet so that they don't make another screw-up that requires the government's attention again. How successful this system is uneven depending on the region of the empire you're in. After Euphemia becomes empress, she starts dedicating a lot more resources to this and it gets noticeably better. Still, all in all, the system was not bad. A certain class of violent crimes that fall short of homicide or attempted homicide will see someone sent into the military, where they will either get the necessary discipline instilled within them or face the firing squad. Britannia does not screw around with this sort of thing. At the same time, if they serve honorably, they are discharged as recognized veterans with all of the associated benefits. This system is of course not perfect. Some problematic people do end up rising through the ranks because of this, and some such individuals were participants in the whole human and drug trafficking ring Luciano Bradley participated in. Still, if they are caught, they will go to the wall, as happened when Euphemia cracked the branch of the ring operating in Japan. So, what crimes will get you tossed in jail for a measurable period of time short of an official life sentence? Mostly white-collar crimes actually. Embezzlement, large-scale fraud or theft, manipulations of the financial market. The length of time you're behind bars is also calculated in a rather interesting manner. Here's how it works. First, the empire keeps a sort of baseline value of how much it costs them to house and feed a prisoner. Then they look at the total financial damage the criminal caused. They divide the latter by the former, and that is the number of years the guilty gets sentenced to, officially. This is also calculated automatically. Judges do not control the actual sentencing lengths here, these serve as minimum baselines. Now, there is a second part to this calculation, which is how much assets the guilty party has that the empire can actually seize, and this amount is after any possible restitution to the victims is made. They subtract that amount from the total damages amount, and that number divided by the housing costs is how many years the person has to serve before they are eligible for parole. Whether they are ever granted parole is another matter entirely, and the sovereign has the authority to override a parole board. These laws actually came into being after the empire suffered their equivalent of the Great Depression, the same depression that ultimately saw Charles execute a coup to come to power. As emperor he was then responsible for cleaning up the mess left behind, and as you can all probably tell, he was not happy with the people that precipitated it and got creative with the punishment. As an aside, corporations are not people under imperial law. If a company screws up, the people behind it, usually quite a few people, are going to get nailed. So we've gone over the things that the empire won't bother jailing you for, the things it will jail you for, and at least 2 things it will hang you for. Presumably there are others. As mentioned previously, homicide with a firearm will see you hang. So will premeditated homicide of other types. Conspiracy to commit homicide also has a very high probability of seeing you executed. The main thing to note here is that Britannia is not seeking to deter other potential criminals or even to necessarily punish the criminal they have caught. Instead it represents a deliberate decision on the part of the empire that it wants that person permanently removed from society. It basically is an act of culling. The empire, and the society that it supports, has made a decision that they do not want to expend the resources to maintain prisoners for a long period of time and then deal with the consequences of trying to reintegrate them back into society. Is this the right approach to take? I neither make nor offer any judgment in that regard. What I do offer is an idea, one that I think can fit with the directness of Britannia, and offer a contrast to the neoliberal model that the European Union espouses to that might help explain why the EU is, in many respects, so afraid of the empire. Note that all of the above is imperial law within fully integrated regions. In newly conquered or not yet integrated regions, things work very differently. Couple of questions I forgot to answer last chapter. Damon Euphemia was pretty much saying that if Lelich had asked her to help in his planned revolt, she would have agreed. That's the insinuation at least, whether she actually would or not is left unknowable. The point it was supposed to demonstrate however is some of her bitterness that Lelich never did ask her. There are multiple facets to the remark that really is up to the reader to try to interpret. With respect to the question of how the thought elevators exist iteration after iteration, that one's more complicated and will need for a future chapter as Colin unravels how more of the system as a while works. Chapter 136. While the provinces of Nishi and Higashi both sought to preserve a measure of Japanese cultural identity in their education systems, the emphasis was not always the same. One example of this was the seminal Japanese literary work studied in secondary education. The province of Nishi used the tale of Genji, a classic that detailed the life and career of Hikaru Genji, the son of an emperor in the ancient Heian court. The rather transparent goal of the Nishi provincial government, as directed by the Sumeragi family, was to promote the notion of an aesthetic golden era for Japanese culture during the Heian period. The province of Higashi on the other hand used a different story for their secondary literature course, the tale of the Haika. This tale detailed a military conflict between 2 major clans, the Terra and the Minamoto, for dominance over Japan, ultimately culminating in the defeat of the Terra due to their arrogance and pride. The goal of the Higashi government, directed by the Stottfeld family, was in many ways as transparent as that of their Nishi counterpart, in that they sought to convey a message in their choice of text. Whereas the Nishi government sought to celebrate the glories of the past, the Higashi government sought to emphasize the impermanence of that glory and the ease with which it could be lost. Which message carried with it the greater lesson was and remains to this day more a matter of subjective opinion and taste than objective fact. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stottfeld. Chapter 136. I use ad bellum. Jean dropped flat on his stomach as the snap of a near miss sounded. The Germans were definitely onto his position now, not that it would do them much good. Fire in the hole. The thump of a mortar launch was accompanied a few seconds later by a much louder boom. Even amidst the ding, Jean was gratified to hear only the whizzing of bullets nowhere near his position. Peering up, he surveyed the battlefield. The 25th had been sent forward to reinforce the western perimeter, arriving just in time to help 2nd Cavalry blunt a concentrated push by the German panzers. Since the initial assault, the German infantry regiments had caught up with the panzers and were participating in the grinding push forward. Or they were trying at least. Got 2 squads of Krauts leapfrogging towards us, Sasha reported from her nest. Even in this ding, Jean could hear the bark of Sasha's rifle as she tried to do something about it. Connie, get that MG ungemmed already. Jean called out. Working on it, sir. Came the less than promising response. A crack sounded. Got it. All right, mount it up. With a grunt, despite his smallish frame, Connie was actually quite strong. The soldier shoved the machine gun back atop the ridge. A moment later it began spewing lead death upon the advancing Germans. Sasha's contribution with her marksman rifle was more modest, but together they managed to stymie the German advance handily, for the moment at least. From behind another huddle of bodies bunched up around Jean's position. "Sorry we're late, Sarge," a soldier with corporal insignias said. "You got that law?" Jean responded. The man gave a cheeky grin and jerked his head aside. Looking over, Jean was heartened to see at least 3 of the pipe launchers. "All right, get one up to Sasha and..." The boom that sounded was accompanied by a shower of dirt raining down upon them and all of the soldiers went flat as pancakes. After a few seconds passed and they registered that they were still alive, Jean rose up a bit. He grimaced. "Got 2 tanks making for us," he called. "Get that law up to the sniper nest now." One of the soldiers carrying a launcher scrambled back to do just that. "Give me one of those," Jean said, and promptly had another launcher shoved into his hands. "Connie, cover fire, make sure the kraut grunts keep their heads down." "Yes sir." Moving a bit further to the left, Jean rose to one knee to brace himself and aim. The law's official penetration rating was supposed to be sufficient to beat the frontal armor of a Leopard tank, in theory. In practice, a lot of things could and did go wrong in the field. And seeing as they only had 3 of the launchers for the moment, Jean would settle for just stopping the German tanks. And stopping one was exactly what Sasha did as she launched from her sniper nest. The rocket slashed through the air and nailed the tank on its top armor, a marvelously placed shot considering the angle she had to work with. Even better, the hit seemed to have penetrated deeply enough to trigger secondary explosions amongst the tank's own ammo. The tank ground to a halt even as flames leaked up from within before a final explosion ruptured its body. Jean was not going to get anywhere as good a shot. Instead he aimed a bit lower. Clear. The backblast from a law was arguably better than that of its bazooka predecessor, but the sergeant still did not hang around to find out if he scored a hit. Instead he dropped down and crawled away, hoping that the explosion he heard came from his shot actually hitting its mark and doing some worthwhile damage. By the time he got back to the others the grins on some of their faces seemed to indicate he had. "Nice shot, Sarge." "Thanks." "What did I hit?" "You got their tracks good, that thing's not going anywhere." Jean grunted. While the Leopard might have been immobilized, it was still more than close enough to shoot at them. And while dirt was a surprisingly good absorber of tank shells, they could still keep Jean and his squad suppressed long enough for the German infantry to advance and dig them out the hard way. "We still need to take out that." Another rocket zipped over his head so quickly that Jean did not immediately realize what had happened. Looking over, he was just in time to see the tracked Leopard go up as its top armor was penetrated by the shot. Looking back, he saw Sasha toss aside a second expended law. He gave a snort. "Potato Girl and her Spud launcher." "Sarge," the girl in question said into the radio, "I'm seeing more tanks, and Emma out of bazookas up here." Jean's smile disappeared. Technically the law was not a bazooka, though once a piece of information entered Sasha's head it was hard to get it out, hence why the girl treated all anti-tank rockets as bazookas despite them having been replaced with laws after the Korean campaign. That was not the salient point of her report however. "Give me a count," Jean responded. "Make out at least 2, but there's lot of dust getting kicked up so might be more." That made sense, seeing as a standard armored platoon was composed of 4 tanks. Jean supposed that they had been lucky enough already that all 4 tanks did not reach them at the same time. "This is Sergeant Kirstein, additional enemy armor approaching our position, we are out of weapons, requesting immediate support," Jean called into his radio. "Report acknowledged Sergeant, hang tight," came the response. "Hang tight," Jean repeated. "Hang tight with bloody what?" He was mindful enough to at least not say that over the radio. "Whatya we gonna do, Sarge?" Connie asked, apparently momentarily out of targets to hose with his machine gun. "Well, we could always try chucking grenades at the tanks once they get close enough," Jean said dryly. That in and of itself was not a terrible idea, assuming they could land the grenades somewhere where they would do some good. Of course the problem was by the time the tanks were that close, breaking cover to try to actually throw those grenades was a decidedly unhealthy venture. As Jean opened his mouth to issue more orders, any sound that came out was completely blanketed by a steadily growing hum. Looking up, Jean watched with more than a bit of relief as a pair of gunships roared overhead. Their payload of missiles was already lighting up and streaks of light slammed into the advancing enemy ranks, including the 2 tanks. An armored advance might have been highly effective even against entrenched infantry, but air power still trumped the former. And for the time being, Britannian air power commanded the skies around Kuwait. In seeming accompaniment to the helicopters, Jean felt the ground starting to tremble in step with the nightmares now advancing. That was from Jean's perspective an even more welcome sight, having armor backing him up instead of being on the receiving end. And more than just army as several APCs came into view following the nightmares. Looking over the ridge again, Jean watched as the German troops started flowing in reverse as they tried to get out of the way of the Britannian armor. That also felt good. Jean might not have anything personal against the Germans, but better them running away than him and his squad. Sergeant Kirstein, his radio crackled. This is Kirstein, he responded promptly. Hold position, platoon is converging on your position, but be prepared to move out once the unit is concentrated. Understood, sir. So we licked the Krauts and can go home now, Sarge. One of the other soldiers said jokingly. Jean flashed a wry grin. Not until we've actually earned our pay. Licked the Krauts? They were just the appetizer. I'm not going home until I've had a few bottles on the Seine. Bottles of beer, right? Got no use for rotting grapes. That earned a bot of laughter from everyone in earshot, Jean included. The moment of levity would not last long, but in war he would take any that he could find. Hopefully they would be enough to sustain him, and his squad, until all of them could go home. So assuming the drive to Basra works out, the city will serve as the first in a chain of supply depots. Major Sula, head quartermaster for the 25th Infantry, looked out at her subordinates to see if anyone had questions. No one made so much as a peep, so the major continued. We can expect reactions from the native population to be hostile, especially after what happened in Baghdad. Security is therefore going to be a major concern, and while General Darlton has made clear he does not want to provoke the general populace further, any that appear to threaten the depot is to be dealt with firmly. Which probably also meant permanently, Cole understood. He did not like it, but he did understand the necessity. The actual rate of advance will dictate the requirements the Basra depot must fulfill, Sula stated. Presently projections indicate we will need to handle the supply needs for at least 15 other divisions. We will be the inland link for those divisions to Kuwait, and it will be up to us to keep them fed, fueled, and armed. Cole considered those numbers. As impressive as 15 divisions sounded, it was barely half of the numbers that were even now streaming out from Kuwait advancing west and north. General Darlton's stratagem of luring the Europeans into assaulting his entrenched positions had paid off spectacularly, with the bogged-down German divisions finding themselves on the receiving end of encircling maneuvers by the newly arrived Britonian reinforcements. The actual planning required to shift so many forces from even as close as Muscat to Kuwait at just the right moment had been devilishly tricky, and Cole remembered the many days and nights he and the other quartermasters labored almost non-stop to make it happen. It was however looking like the success of this gambit was not going to result in any decrease in their workload. Quite the opposite, in fact. Your respective assignments are in the briefs each of you received. Get in any additional requisitions for manpower you feel you might need before we leave, as otherwise the bulk of the line regiments will be spoken for. Dismissed. The assembled officers rose, saluted, and filed out. Looks like I'll be following your lead again, sir, Armin said, the slight smile letting Cole know the other youth had no objections to their continued partnership. Looks that way, Cole agreed. And it also looks like we're not going to be in Basra itself. Armin nodded. Some place called Zubair. Can't say I know much about it. There was a pretty short brief in one of the regional dossiers, Cole said. Medium-sized city, large portion of the population are from a group called the Najdi in origin, unlike the Shia population of Basra itself. Otherwise nothing terribly special. Wonder why they're putting us there, Armin said aloud. If I had a guess, it's to support the southern salient of the advance along the Fertile Crescent, Cole said. So you think there will be a northern salient as well? Cole nodded. I've seen enough of the deployment orders to make a guess. Then again, General Darlton may be thinking of something else entirely, like marching on Tehran, for all I actually know. Seems a tad unlikely, Armin remarked. Isn't there a mountain range separating us from that region of the Middle East? The Zagros, I think it was called. True enough, and the roads being what they are in the Middle East, advancing along the southern side of the Fertile Crescent is sort of an obvious thing to do. Hell, I think that's exactly what the Empire did the last time around. But if you or I can figure that out, the Krauts definitely can too, so they'll know where to try to meet us in force. And while I suppose the Empire could slog away and grind them down the hard way, I'd like to think that someone with General Darlton's reputation might yet be able to work around the Germans and cause their lines to collapse without sending Jean and the others into a meat grinder. Armin's lips twitched. I see your point, sir. His expression turned pensive. Even after everything, the end of the war still feels a long ways away. I know what you mean, Cole said. I mean, I suppose we are only a stone's throw from Europe proper, but even once we get there, there's no indications the Europeans are going to just throw in the towel, we'll still have to fight them on their own turf. Armin grimaced a bit more openly. To be honest, sir, I sometimes feel like we're also partially responsible for that. I mean, the Europeans did fire the first shot, and we definitely need to make sure they aren't in a position to do that again. But at the same time, we really aren't giving them a reason to stop fighting. That was more true than even Armin realized, Cole knew. I don't disagree, the captain said. In fact, I think the war could have probably ended months ago if Britannia was willing to grant the EU terms similar to what China got. But what Britannia wants now, the mere end of this war isn't enough. The Empire wants something more from the Europeans, something that the Europeans still don't want to give up. And so the war is going to go on, until Britannia gets what it wants, or the Europeans are somehow able to turn the tide and remove from the Empire's reach what it wants. I know, Armin said softly. I understand that, sir. I guess, I just have to wonder how easily all the lives spent are weighed against these goals. Cole offered a comforting hand on Armin's shoulder. And I wouldn't have you ever stop wondering that. It's what makes me think I can actually entrust Nora to you. To that Armin gave a more genuine smile. Thanks. Hey, anything to deflate Jean's ambitions in that direction. Oh, so that's how it is, Armin said, mirroring Cole's grin. Just because you managed to bag yourself a princess. That last bit was also more true than Armin might have realized, though Cole had no intention of revealing just how closely he was bound to Colin now. A part of Cole was almost scared at the public reaction once his union with Colin became widely known. Another on the other hand looked forward to the day when all the world would know just how deeply he loved her. To the day when he could return to her side. To the day this war was finally ended. Nice doggy, Ren said, giving the dog in question a scratch along his cheeks. Enoch gave a cheerful bark, and his actual master smiled at the sight. It seems your little sister has quite the deft hand with animals, Nora remarked. Colin smiled wryly at having Ren being called a younger sister. As the adopted child of Heinrich Stottfeld and Koton Kaujaki, whom had finally remarried even if the ceremony itself amounted to little more than a quiet dinner, Ren Stottfeld was legally Colin's sister. And considering Nora was Colin's sister-in-law, Ren could also be considered a younger sister to the former. An impish, mischievous younger sister. Just be careful that Ren doesn't try to steal Enoch from you, Colin only half-jokingly warned. Oh, I doubt that would be too much a problem, Nora said. Though perhaps that is an indication that you should adopt a pet of your own. I've been thinking about it, Colin said. The timing just didn't feel right before, what with all the traveling I was doing. And the campaigning that went along with that traveling, both women knew. And now, well, I'll actually have to figure out how the whole getting a dog process works, Colin said with a dry chuckle. I guess there is always the option of just dropping by a pet store. Nora tilted her head thoughtfully. I actually know several breeders and handlers of good standing. If there is a particular breed you are looking for, I could ask around. Do any of these handlers have Japanese breeds? It was a legitimate question, seeing as these breeders would most likely have focused on the variants that their predominantly Britannian customers would have cared about. To Colin's mild surprise, however, Nora actually nodded. The Shiba breed is actually quite popular, their relatively smaller size making them easier to keep as pets in Japan. Really, Colin said, not even hiding her surprise. Nora cracked a smile. The reddish shade of their fur is considered quite distinct, though it is a trait shared by several Japanese breeds, including the Akita. Ren's hand shot up. I want an Akita. Since you didn't let me keep Aiku. Aiku wasn't yours to keep in the first place, Colin chided the younger girl, and then to Nora. Aiku is Colonel Todoa's pet, my family had been looking after him while the colonel was overseas with me. Nora nodded. An Akita should not be difficult to procure. Are you looking for a puppy, or an older dog? Colin looked over at Ren. Puppy, the girl declared. There you have it, Colin said. Though, maybe make that too. Ren might not let me and Cole play with her puppy. Ren stuck her tongue out at Colin before turning her attention back to Enoch. I will see what I can do, Nora said, echoing Colin's smile. Though, perhaps you might need a third in case Cole tries to monopolize his puppy. Colin chuckled. Speaking from experience there. He tried to spoil Enoch, but never could quite entice him away from me, Nora answered. Father would sometimes tease him about thinking he could get the better of the women in the family. Your mother certainly presents a formidable aura, Colin said. Worried about her reaction to your and Cole's marriage. Well, yes, Colin admitted. Not so much that she might disapprove, just that she might be dissatisfied at the timing. I can see that, Nora said. At the same time, Mother might surprise you. The way you and Cole were wed, it's very reminiscent of how her and Father got married. Colin raised an eyebrow. Really? Mother's family did not initially approve of their match, Nora elucidated. You know that Mother is of noble lineage, but her family's holdings were small and their wealth was nothing substantial. Their original plan for trying to improve the family fortunes was to have Mother marry a more prominent noble. Instead, while Mother was at university, she went into business for herself without telling them. By the time she formally completed her studies, Mother was probably wealthier than the rest of the family combined. That's really impressive, Colin said frankly. And, now I'm even more worried about annoying her. Nora chuckled. As I said, Mother might yet surprise you. Though I do know for certain she is planning a large ceremony to at least celebrate the marriage, in collaboration with your own father. Colin snorted. Not helping there, Nora. Considering what your mother is capable of alone, I shudder to think what she might do partnered up with my father. Your father is a very dynamic individual, Nora said politely. And from all indications, a very loving parent and husband. I suppose that is so, Colin allowed. I didn't always think that, but now, after everything my family's been through, I'd be lying if I said he wasn't. Do you know how your parents met? Nora asked. Colin smiled ruefully. I do now at least. My father was a trade attaché before Britannia's relations with Japan broke down. The young woman did not breathe a hint of his other role as a Xenos analyst. He broke his arm while on a hunting trip and the Keio University Memorial Hospital was where he went for his follow-up checkups when he got back to Tokyo. My mother was a nurse working there, and he apparently asked her out on his last appointment. She chuckled. Well, more like finally successfully asked her out. Apparently father had tried once before, but mother was not comfortable with the notion of going out with one of her patients. Nora gave an amused smile at that. The two dated for I think a year or so before they tied the knot. Back then, father wasn't actually a baron, he had an elder brother that was expected to inherit the title. Colin's lips thinned. Before there was an accident. I'm sorry, Nora said. Colin shook her head. No, it's all right. I never actually met my father's side of the family, it all happened before I was even born. But when father did become a baron, well, his marriage with a foreigner made things complicated. I think it's one reason why while the marriage was registered under Japanese law, it was never actually formalized under Britannian law. The young woman could not quite keep the bitterness from her voice, something that Nora picked up with ease. But it is now, Nora more stated than asked. Colin cracked a slight smile. Better late than never, but yes. The smile Nora gave in response was a bit wider. Well, that certainly can't be said about you and Cole. A snort sounded. And then Colin adopted a pensive expression. Did your mother's family come to accept her marriage? Eventually, I believe it was about the time I was born, Nora answered. Mother and father had already established themselves successfully in their respective fields. Father was a branch manager at Imperial Bank of Britannia, and mother's commodities business was handling a rather large percentage of Columbia's products and she was expanding all throughout the West Coast. By that point the overall family fortune was such that, even if prestige-wise her family were still considered petty nobles, the wealth that mother personally controlled was starting to place her amongst some of the greater peers. The girl smiled wryly. And it was hard for mother's parents to stay too angry when they were presented with grandchildren to dot over. Colin snorted at that. Even so, her thoughts continued to drift back to her own maternal family. Growing up she had not paid their absence too much mind, if only because there were plenty of other people around her that did not seem to pay her mixed heritage any mind. Now though, and despite knowing of their relative poor treatment of her mother, Colin could not help but wonder what had become of her maternal relatives. She probably could find out, if not via her authority as Duchess of Tokyo and a princess of the realm, then by her access to C's world and effectively the entire collective unconscious of the human race. But did she really want to? That sounds nice, Colin finally said, sounding rather noncommittal. Nora did not miss the odd tone and gave Colin a curious look. Did your parents have similar difficulties with your mother's family? Colin half grimaced. So it would seem. The one time my father brought it up, he was still angry over it. I haven't had the courage to ask mother about it. I see, Nora said. I can see why you wouldn't want to upset her. But, how important is it to you personally, this apparent lack of acceptance? Colin sighed. I don't know. I grew up as Japanese for the most part, even if English was as much the language at home as Japanese. I always knew, intellectually at least, that they're Japanese that cared about matters of race and ethnicity as fervently as any Britannian. Hells, I've dealt with my share of them over the years. But I never considered that my own family would be amongst those numbers. To that Nora reached out and gave Colin's hand a sympathetic squeeze. The world is far from perfect, Colin. And we have to remember that, since we are part of it, neither are we, or the people we would like to have faith in. People make mistakes, but those mistakes don't automatically make them bad people. I know, Colin agreed. It's just, after all this, there are still times when I feel like some things should be so obviously right, that people should know when they are wrong, and when that doesn't happen, I get angry, or disappointed, and generally unhappy. Nora regarded Colin thoughtfully. You know, she began after a few moments. The decision to invade Japan was actually extremely unpopular amongst large portions of the empire. Colin looked over at the older girl, a mite confused as the seeming non sequitur. Prior to the Sakuradite embargo, Japan had been considered one of the empire's firmest allies in Asia, Nora went on. There was even a substantial Japanese population on the homeland's west coast, from California stretching all the way up to Colombia, enough so that intermarriage was a thing. And even beyond such personal relations, the diplomatic ties between Japan and Britannia went back all the way to the Meiji Restoration. There was a free trade agreement, a mutual defense pact that obliged either nation to come to the aid of the other if they were attacked by two others, and all sorts of other connections. Japan and her people were considered friends, up until the Sakuradite embargo. Colin kept her expression flatly neutral. Bits and pieces of this she already knew, at least in isolation of each other. And if she was going to be completely honest, the Sakuradite embargo had been a very aggressive economic maneuver on the part of Japan and was guaranteed to have provoked a reaction. From what Nora was saying, however, it seemed war came as much a surprise to portions of the Britannian populace as it had the Japanese. Even after the embargo was announced, a lot of people in the empire, even if they were furious, didn't treat it as some permanent break in relations between the two nations. Nora continued, confirming that bit. Most expected that a diplomatic solution would be found, and that some of the more bombastic rhetoric coming out of the government was just that, rhetoric to set the stages for negotiations. The young woman gave a thin smile. When the military was actually mobilized, it wasn't just the Japanese people that were alarmed. While Colin was still not quite sure where Nora was taking this, she remained silent, letting the older girl finish making her point. The Japanese government got worried enough that they tried to walk back the embargo when that happened, Nora said, revealing remarkably more knowledge about the circumstances of the war than Colin had expected of the other woman. The empire didn't care. A tight grimace appeared at that last bit. Or at least, the government didn't care. And so we went to war with Japan. We broke what was a prosperous, developed nation, mismanaging the occupation for years before the then Princess Euphemia assumed the viceroyalty and started restoring Japan to what it was before, to what it should have been. And even worse, Japan's invasion opened the floodgates of further expansionism, seeing us take the Philippines, the Indonesian archipelago, going so far as to take the Middle East. And for what? For the thought elevators, though as Nora was decidedly not read into those matters even if her brother was, Colin said nothing. Britannia is arguably the largest and most powerful nation on earth now, Nora said. In some respects, I am proud of its accomplishments. But what the empire did in the last decade or so? Its almost haphazard expansion across the world? We assumed responsibility for hundreds of millions more people as a result of those conquests, and we've failed in that responsibility many times over. As mistakes go, few can match their magnitude. It is not just a single tragedy, but countless millions played out over and over again. That is the mistake Britannia committed. The young woman offered a gentle smile. It is also a mistake that I believe the empire can still make good on. Colin spent several moments just staring at Nora. It was certainly a roundabout way she had taken, but Colin understood what her sister-in-law meant. On many counts, come to that. Which was why Colin ultimately returned Nora's smile. You might need to remind me of that from time to time, Colin said. I'm afraid I can be a mite stubborn. Considering the rest of the family, you are in good company, Nora assured her. Reflecting on that, Colin found herself in complete agreement. Stubbornness did seem to run in the family. But there was another name for stubbornness, and that was determination. Rai was at a slight loss as to what to do. Being so stymied, he simply stood there as Euphemia stared intently before her. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Euphemia finally reached out, and tipped over the White King. I concede, she said. A noticeable sigh of relief escaped the young man. Said relief vanished just as quickly as Euphemia's gaze fell upon him once more. The smile she gave him was beatific, yet Rai did not feel in the least reassured. That was quite impressive, Rybert, Euphemia said. I do believe this is the first time anyone has beaten me at chess since I acquired my Geass. I played the game often in my childhood, Rai made himself answer as levelly as possible. Some of my opponents were of similar caliber. One of these days, Euphemia said with a slight chuckle, I would like to see if my powers might yet allow me to defeat Lelich. He was a downright terror when we were children, absolutely merciless at the game, as poor Clovis found out time and again. Though Lelich was never able to beat Schneisel. Did he manage to do so in your time frame? Not in an actual game, Rai said. Arguably the Lord Lelich was the winner in terms of real life, however. Euphemia cocked her head aside. Oh. Rai grimaced slightly. Prince Schneisel, miscalculated with respect to the coup attempt that ultimately saw to the Empress Euphemia's ascension. The Lord Lelich did not, and so where his brother failed, he succeeded. It was still strange in some respect, how the same names referred to what amounted to very different people. Still neither had any difficulty tracking the context in which the names were used. As such, Euphemia simply nodded in response to Rai's answer. I must admit some degree of disappointment in my prior iteration, the Empress said frankly. I would have thought that, with her brother still present, she would have had the necessary anchor to avoid becoming overly stoic. Or perhaps I simply am afraid that I myself possess a similar propensity. I honestly cannot say, Rai responded with equal candor. I was not there to witness how that specific time period unfolded. Though my understanding is that the Lord Lelich was less emotionally supportive than he could have been. That era was difficult for all involved. I suppose it would have been, Euphemia agreed softly, seeing as she had undergone similar tribulations. And then she smiled mischievously at Rai. Still, I consider myself fortunate to have a family to look forward to. Rai returned it with a slight more somber one of his own. As do I, Euphemia. Despite being the one to broach the point, Euphemia's cheeks still colored ever so slightly. The fluttering in her stomach did not deter her however. I'm thinking 2 children. I'd want at least 1 girl, to help balance things out. Though depending on how many children Colin and Millie have, I suppose that may or may not matter. Rai raised an eyebrow. Planning that far ahead already? Well, Colin and Cole are already married, Euphemia said, so technically speaking we're actually late. Rai gave a grunt of acknowledgement. There is some cause for not rushing too headlong into it, Euphemia. I would prefer that our children have their mother. To that Euphemia gave Rai a reassuring smile. I am well aware of my health and the rate of its improvement, Rybert. Have no fear on that count. She leaned back into her chair. Besides, what with my doctors and guards hovering over me, I have scant opportunity to do anything that might endanger my person. Rai cocked his head aside. You say that as if you even have any time for more vigorous recreation. Is that a challenge, Rybert? Euphemia asked with a mischievous grin. I can certainly make the time for it, if you are so inclined. A surge of wariness spiked through Rai, not least because of the beady looks being shot him by the only other armsman physically present, that of Lieutenant, Senior Grade, Elizabeth Hawkeye. What, exactly, do you have in mind, Euphemia? He asked very, very carefully. The massive grin was still on Euphemia's face when, some 20 minutes later, they were in one of the palace's gymnasiums dressed in fencing attire. Rai on the other hand was looking rather rueful of this turn of events. Arguably what he had feared/anticipated Euphemia was insinuating might actually have been far more preferable, on many levels, than this. At least in the former, the encounter would have been entirely private, even more so now that Nemo was no longer riding shotgun in Rai's head. Here however there was an audience, a glaring audience at that, whose ire was directed at Rai for allowing their liege to endanger herself, however minutely, by picking up the épée once more. Ah, it feels so nice to set foot on the dueling ground once more, Euphemia said. Her smile disappeared. A shame my guards are insisting that we use blunted ends. Can't say I agree there, Your Majesty, Rai responded, seeing as that would guarantee me a skewering, either at your hands or the rest of the guard if I so much as nicked you. Consider this payback for beating me at chess, Rybert, Euphemia said without a hint of shame as she put on her mask. On your guard, Rybert. Her Grace Her Highness the Princess Colin warned me about your capriciousness, Rai responded as he did the same, and almost as an afterthought, Your Majesty. As if Euphemia needed any more reason to poke him with the pointy end of her épée. Once ready, the two exchanged a salute. The armsman selected to serve as referee, one Captain Alexander Louis Armstrong, was perhaps the only one so sworn that did not reflexively object to Euphemia's little indulgence, nodded. Ready. Begin. Euphemia had grown up under the care of the Princess Cornelia's royal guard, and as part of that growing up was trained in the use of a sword by its members. Some of this was part of her basic education as a royal, while other reasons were more practical in their bearing. And while Euphemia never did manage to match the aptitude of her sister or her instructors, she still possessed a passing competency with the fencing épée. Keeping up with her practice was also a good way to stay in shape. Rai on the other hand was not much of a fencer. Rather, the swordplay he engaged in tended to worry less about little details like right of way and more about how to stick the pointy end of a blade into the other guy without being similarly perforated. Arguably the concept of right of way in fencing had evolved from such considerations, but as with all competitive sports it had seen a degree of sanitization, removing some of the more lethal focus. Rai's skills possessed no such refinement. Conversely, almost ironically, that meant he was actually harder to hit, since unlike in a sporting match a mutual kill was not something one walked away from in actual combat. The two duelists circled each other, their very motions probing for some opening in the other's guard. Euphemia's motions were still a bit stiff, it having been several months since she was last permitted to draw an épée. Still there was a practiced familiarity with her movements, indicative of how she knew what to do even if she was working on remembering how to do it. Thus her first lunge was a bit short, her body protesting slightly at the sudden exertion even after having been stretched and warmed up a bit. Rai deftly parried but did not advance a counterattack of his own. Were he facing anyone else the knight would have done so, but Euphemia was obviously hoping to make the duel last long enough to actually enjoy it. Plus disappointing his liege seemed an even worse idea than actually scoring on her in front of her other armsmen. Euphemia still managed to recover quickly and the gap that Rai might have been able to exploit mostly disappeared. There was enough of a weakness in her overall stance however that Rai could force an attack, and so he did. His own lunge carried him not quite as far into Euphemia's range, but his longer range allowed the blade to go deeper. The Empress tried to forcibly push aside the thrust but was only able to avoid a hit by twisting to the side. Before she could retaliate, Rai pulled his épée back, the motion so sudden she almost overbalanced with the sudden loss of a countervailing weight. Rai followed the motion of Euphemia's body carefully. The Empress blade had a distinct tendency to drift, as if indicating the angle of attack she was contemplating. Her épée flicked, whacking Rai's hard before bouncing into another jab at his chest. The blow was not strong enough to actually bat aside the knight's épée, and Rai was able to divert the following thrust well clear of his center. With Euphemia leaning forward and overextended, she was perfectly open to a riposte. This time Rai took it. Point. Euphemia had actually come to a complete stop upon feeling the tip of Rai's épée, while the knight himself was already drawing back when Alexander declared his scoring. When Euphemia returned to a more relaxed stance, her motion was leisurely compared to the quick, almost flighty motion of Rai. The Empress pulled off her mask, revealing a playful grin. "Phew, it certainly is nice to stretch the legs once in a while," she said. "Though you might have tried stringing me along a bit longer, Raibert. Something to keep in mind for future endeavors." Rai was starting to wonder if Euphemia was in fact venting a little from the sheer frustration of all her minders insisting on her taking it easy as far as strenuous activities were concerned, considering how forward she was publicly being. Propriety apparently be damned after all the coddling she had endured. Rai could sympathize to a certain extent. The demands of her station would stress anyone, and concern for her safety and health meant outlets for that stress had been severely constrained. Still, if this was the limit of her venting, it was harmless enough. Euphemia turned to face the watching armsman. "As all of you can see, Raibert here is not only a deft hand with the épée, but also has no reservations about directing that hand against my person. While that hardly warrants being considered a slight, I do have a reputation for capriciousness to maintain." Rai stiffened. On the other hand, it was looking like the Empress' sense of humor was deciding to vigorously assert herself, and that could be far from harmless to its victims. "As such, I offer a bounty to any whom succeeds in humbling Raibert. Any that succeed in avoiding being scored in a match against him for longer than I lasted shall be granted their choice of duty slots for 1 week, and any that manage to actually score on him during that same period of time will receive a bonus of 1 month's pay." Murmurs rippled through the gathered armsmen. As a reward for beating on the Empress boyfriend, that was quite tempting. It seemed volunteers would not be in short supply. On the other hand, Euphemia continued, a distinctly impish smile on her face, "Those whom fail to keep Raibert from scoring on them, will be obliged to stand watch during my evening rest periods, when I indulge in my dramas." A few armsmen actually made choking sounds at that. The enthusiasm for attempting their liege's challenge was diminishing rapidly. Euphemia regarded all of them. Will none rise to the challenge? Nervous looks were exchanged all about, the armsmen wondering whom amongst them would accept the odds. Rai's skills as a soldier was by this point well established, so all recognized the very real risk of actually losing to the youth. Dared they risk spending an entire evening suffering through the mind-numbing soap operas that the Empress somehow found enjoyment in? "I accept your challenge, Your Majesty." The voice that sounded was clear, confident, and feminine. The armsmen all snapped to attention to make way for Brigadier General Valletta Nu as she strode onto the dueling mat. Rai's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. From amongst the men and women sworn to Euphemia's service, Valletta was arguably one of the most skilled with a blade. He felt a quickening of his blood, a stirring of eagerness to face a worthy opponent. Rai's grip tightened as he also took a step forward. "And I yours," he declared. End of chapter 136. A reminder that for all her application of soft power, Euphemia did know her way around the sword. Also note the use of English by Armstrong instead of French for officiating. That was intentional. We're edging towards the ending of the storyline. The next couple of chapters will likely explore a bit more of the lore and continue setting the stage for the Battle of Paris. I expect the last few actual chapters will describe the battle proper, where Britannian troops marched down the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. Fun fact, much as in World War II, the French are also going to disable the Eiffel Tower's elevators so that if Britannia wants to fly its flag from atop it, they'd need to climb all those stairs. Unfortunately this time around, the Empire has slightly different plans for the Eiffel Tower. After the Battle of Paris, we'll move into a couple of epilogues that covers various points of interest in Euphemia's reign and after her passing. And then I'll be done with this story. Finally, there's a straight answer for why Britannia uses holy in its name and a BS answer. The straight answer is that sunrise was the one that added it, not me. The BS answer is that Britannia did it as a sort of thumbing their nose at the Europeans, basically declaring that, unlike Napoleon, the Holy Britannian Empire will succeed in commanding the favor of the heavens on its terms. A bit of sacrilegious bluster, though as time goes on, it becomes clear it is not bluster. The conversation between Zex and Harold is intended to set the stage for why Britannia decides to adopt basically the striker AFV. It may or may not actually come into play later. The scene was more to give some further insight into other things, and that just happened to be a topic I had already mentally hashed out. The striker may see earlier introduction in this timeline than in real life, but it's still going to be way after the Great War is over. Wow. Just, wow. I'm trying, and struggling, to figure out a more wrong reading of Colin's remark in the previous chapter's opening than terming it as an accusation of sexism. If nothing else, it seems to strongly indicate the reviewer in question has never actually read the tale of Genji, or is at all familiar with the dynamics of the Heian imperial court. It also further begs the question of why a reviewer that openly disliked the direction the story was taking over 100 chapters ago thinks it worth their time to continue following a story that they obviously do not enjoy. Chapter 137. It is with some degree of irony that in the public imagination the Princess Colin is indelibly associated with the Britannian armed forces, the very same military responsible for the conquest of her own homeland. The origin of this association is certainly from Princess Colin's participation in the Korean campaign and the pivotal role she played at the Battle of Chosin, while her feats at the Second Battle of Baghdad cemented her reputation as a skilled and deadly warrior and at minimum a competent field officer. It would however be her actions, and that of her husband the Viscount Colecraft, after the war that saw the military rally to the Princess Colin as truly one of their own. Cognizant of the trauma and stress the Empire's soldiers suffered from in the aftermath of the war, and suffering from those same traumas herself, the Princess Colin dedicated a considerable amount of time and effort on her part to ensuring the needs of returning veterans were looked after. The province of Higashi would indeed attract a large number of veterans because of the supplemental mental health support pioneered within Her Highness domain, support that the Lord Cole would see disseminated throughout the Empire after his appointment as Director of Veteran Affairs in the Ministry of War. Princess Colin's own duties saw her continue to interact with, and lead, the military on numerous operations and expeditions, and the rapport she established with not just her officers but with the rank and file saw her regarded favorably by much of the military. The respect and even devotion the Princess Colin inspired in the military could in some regards be seen in the large collection of challenge coins she accrued and displayed in her office in the Tokyo Royal Palace. The first such coin was given to her by Sergeant Jean Kirstein, one of the survivors from the 25th Infantry Division that Her Highness saved at Chosin. First Marine was not long in giving her one from their own unit, and after Baghdad it was reported that Major General Jeremiah Gotthold presented her with one on behalf of 2nd Cavalry. The coins themselves remain on display to this day in the palace's public museum wing, and with the continued military service of many of Her Highness descendants the collection has only grown. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 137. O Fortunatos nimium suasi bona norant, Agricolas. Remind me again why any of us thought we stood a chance against General Kohler. One Master Sergeant Moss Hughes wondered aloud as he accompanied his friend and nominal superior, Major Roy Mustang. Because we all had our heads up our asses and were stupid enough to think we could match General New or General Arciad in swordsmanship, Roy said tiredly, and because Armstrong actually did manage to hold out long enough to at least avoid getting scored. A sigh escaped him. Gods damn it, I had to cancel my date because of this. Moss gave a hearty laugh and clapped a hand on Mustang's shoulder. I'm sure Riza will forgive you, considering she was there to watch you get knocked on your ass. Roy grumbled something unintelligible, and probably impolite as well. Of the dozen or so armsmen that ended up attempting Euphemia's challenge, only 3 actually succeeded in any meaningful way. The first was of course Valletta, whom demonstrated just why she was considered the latest in a line of swordsmen that counted amongst its numbers Brigadier General Jonathan Eyre, and the Empress Marianne Six Britannia. The second was the irrepressible Alex Louis Armstrong, whose exuberance was only magnified by the display of showmanship that accompanied the duels. Where Valletta had actually managed to score on Rye however, the good captain only succeeded in avoiding the point of Rye's épée, which arguably was still no mean feat. The third, and last, opponent to succeed against Rye ended up being Laura Arciad, the knight having caught wind of Euphemia's little excursion and thus dropped by to make sure her liege, and friend, was not overextending herself. To Laura's credit she only stepped into the ring after having achieved her original objective, but it seemed there was a bit of a competitive, fiery passion in the young woman as well. How come you didn't have a go at it yourself? Roy demanded of his friend. You're supposed to be pretty handy with a blade. Moss gave a smirk. A soldier should know when to retreat, sir. Why I oughta, you do remember that I'm still in charge of the general duty roster for Her Majesty's personal screen, right? Or are you so eager to miss Alicia's birthday? All humor disappeared from Moss' expression and Roy actually felt his heart skip a beat. The glare he was now on the receiving end came with such suddenness he did not even see the other man's expression actually shift. Do you know what you are suggesting, sir? Moss asked, his tone devoid of any inflection or even emotion. Yet despite the softness of his words Roy heard every single one loud and clear. I'm just joking there, Sergeant, he said, not quite able to hide his nervousness despite being the other man's superior. Moss' face reverted back to his usual frivol joviality. Ah, I knew you were, sir, you're not one to keep a man from his family. Right, Roy said, not quite convinced. Anyway, don't you have a shift to cover? Indeed I do. Moss gave a rather sloppy salute. See you later, sir, when you come relieve me. Cheeky bastard, Roy growled even as he could not quite keep from smirking himself. Ma's on duty saw him enter Her Majesty's office where Euphemia was busy attending to some paperwork. After a brief exchange with one of the other soldiers on duty, he assumed the relieved man's station. As a sergeant, Ma's post when he was on duty tended to be more of a supervisory role, but there were still times when he would serve as one of the Empress' direct minders. For her part, Euphemia had not paid the changing of her detail much mind. The comings and goings of her armsmen was more or less part of the background of her life, and she had learned long ago that simply staying out of their way as they went about their duties was a better consideration than constantly acknowledging them. Besides, the documents before her did actually require her attention as she considered the decisions they would inform. Soon enough the time came that she would need to start making some of those decisions. The doors opened to reveal a large, sturdy man dressed in the colors of the Chinese Federation. Upon entering, Colonel Honggu bowed in deference to the sovereign he now stood before. Your Majesty. It is an honor to be granted an audience with your person. Colonel Hong, Euphemia greeted with a touch of warmth. Colin has spoken highly of your character, and your persuasiveness. Her Highness was of strong and admirable character herself, Hong responded. I hope she has been well since our last meeting. Euphemia chuckled slightly. I keep her busy, but otherwise Colin seems to be enjoying her respite in Japan. I am glad to hear it, Hong said with a slight quirk of his lips. The Empress tilted her head slightly. Please, have a seat. At your leave, Your Majesty, Hong accepted. I have reviewed in detail the request from Marshal Yang, Euphemia began once the colonel was settled in. The specialists from the Ministries of Agriculture and Health have also provided me with their preliminary assessments, and indications our dioxin levels are indeed well in excess of what would be considered toxic to the human body. Decontamination of the regions subjected to Britannia's defoliation campaign will however not be quick and simple. Nonetheless, to not act now would simply invite further anguish in the future, Hong said. Indeed, we are already seeing the consequences in the ill health of many of the people living in the targeted regions. Euphemia nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Britannia was also seeing some unpleasant effects on its own soil, especially around the air bases that had handled the defoliates in Japan, the Philippines, and Borneo. Plans for decontamination of the lands there were already being drawn up, and Euphemia recalled a livid Colin learning about the ecological and human health consequences Agent Orange had inflicted on her homeland without Japan even being the intended target. For the Chinese Federation, the damage was both more widely spread and more intensively felt. The expediency of war often resulted in long-lasting consequences. Our understanding of dioxin's effects on the human body is unfortunately still very incomplete, Euphemia said. While I would be prepared to extend what technical aid Britannia is capable of, at this point we simply do not know with any great certainty what treatments will actually work. This is quite evident, Hong said. Nonetheless, it is Marshal Yang's understanding that Britannia has access to technologies that are, not as yet generally available. He therefore requests their employment to try and help his people. The Empress' expression remained collected without any hint as to what was going through her thoughts. As part of the agreement with Yang, some details about the Directorate's work had been shared with the code-bearer, including its advances in the medical and biological sciences. The Marshal was himself actually quite adept in the medicinal arts, having several thousand years of applied practice under his belt after all. Little wonder he might recognize some manner in which the Directorate's more methodical and scientific developments could help in his people's plight. The technology in question is not generally available for a reason, Euphemia finally responded. There is a practical issue of whether they can be deployed beyond their current environments. There were multiple layers of truth to that statement. The Directorate's technology, while highly advanced, was in many respects still in the prototype stages and were not designed for field deployment. Furthermore, the only people trained to use the instrumentation were the Directorate personnel, and risking any of them outside the security of the Antarctic facility required very careful consideration and planning. The Marshal is fully cognizant of these issues, Your Majesty, Hong said, conveying more nuances than the man might realize. He makes no demands, nor asks for any promises. He simply petitions that Your Majesty consider the feasibility of lending China these means. The deference Hong was showing Euphemia here was not unusual, seeing as even if she was not his Empress, she was still an Empress. To behave in any manner less respectful than how he would have conducted himself before the Tianzi would likely have never entered his mind, especially when Euphemia had demonstrated herself to be worthy of that respect. I will give the petition due consideration, the Empress answered, and as a token of my hopes for a long and prosperous friendship between our two nations, I am prepared to dispatch additional specialized medical teams to at least begin attempts to treat those of your people whom are suffering from the ill effects of the defoliates. Hong bowed his head. My gratitude, and that of my people, Your Majesty. Some might have argued that this was the minimum Britannia was obliged to do, considering it was the Empire's herbicide campaign that was the cause of these problems. Others would repost that it was not Britannia that started the war in the first place. Trying to fix blame was in general a thankless task, and at a certain point the involved parties needed to move past that in order to establish a lasting reconciliation. This was however easier said than done, and in some cases neither side actually wanted a reconciliation. It was perhaps fortunate that that was not the case with Britannia and China. If that matter is for the moment concluded, let us move on to the next topic, Euphemia said. Of course, Your Majesty, Hong said with a slight dip of his head. Marshal Yang wishes me to inform you that he has considered, at length, Britannia's request to transit supplies through Federation territory. There are many factors at play, not least the opinion of other powers. The Europeans would likely take it as an unfriendly act if China helped facilitate the logistics of the forces currently engaging their own in battle. Euphemia stated what Hong was insinuating rather bluntly, even if the supplies in question are not munitions or weapons. Yes, Your Majesty, Hong said, not quite able to hide the quirk of his lips. The colonel seemed to appreciate straight talk, but then again he was a military man. There is already some degree of tension over the Federation's withdrawal from the war, with many Europeans treating it as tantamount to a betrayal of sorts. There are limits as to how far the Europeans can actually express their displeasure, Euphemia responded. If nothing else, they should recognize that China is effectively the only nation that might be able to serve as a diplomatic intermediary. For that reason alone the EU is unlikely to press their discontent beyond what is necessary for public consumption. Hong regarded the young woman sitting across from him. Confident, articulate, and clearly intelligent if not outright cunning. All traits that he hoped in time his own sovereign would demonstrate. The costs the Empress Euphemia had paid to achieve her current place however. Then again, it was not as if his Empress did not know loss. His other, arguably greater hope, was that she would not come to know more. That is likely so, Your Majesty, Hong said. Still, while the advantage to Britannia of such an arrangement is obvious, along with the disadvantage to the Europeans, the Marshal is still trying to ascertain of what benefit China acceding to this request would bring. A reminder, that even if Yang was committed to the long-term unification of their respective peoples, the code-bearer was determined that that unification be one where his nation was accorded due respect. The trickiness of this came actually from two issues. The first was that by the time unification actually came about, Britannia and China would not be equal, the disparity in the resources available to the two could not make it otherwise. The second was what constituted due respect differed between their cultures. What a Britannian might consider an indication of respect a Chinese might call rude, and vice versa. It would take time for their cultures to acclimate to each other, to understand each other, to not let resentment build from misunderstanding. The war staff has examined the extent of China's rail network, Euphemia said. It is clear that in certain places there are bottlenecks that in times of war would complicate the movement of supplies, and in times of peace, costly delays for industry. The improvements made to these junctures to support the war will certainly be of use after it. And that was on top of the payment Britannia was already offering for the use of that rail network. One would have thought that should be enough all by itself, but rarely was an opening offer accepted in negotiations. There would be little point to the art of diplomacy were that the case. There is much to admire about Britannian engineering, Your Majesty, Hong said. And there is much to admire about the Chinese people's industriousness, Euphemia responded. I am certain together, we will accomplish much. I as well, Your Majesty, Hong said. And the Marshal. That is why he has another subject he asked me to broach. Euphemia tilted her head aside. And that subject would be. While China is no longer a participant in this war, the military has kept itself abreast of its developments. Britannia is winning, of that we have no doubt. Nonetheless, this conflict has exacted a cost to your empire. To your people. It is a cost China knows as well. But if only your people continue to pay it, some amongst them might resent the gains mine will make upon the conclusion of this war. The Empress' expression turned pensive and her fingers drummed against the desk. I somehow doubt you mean that China intends to rejoin the war, she finally said. In that you are correct, Your Majesty, Hong said. What China needs now is time to heal, time to rebuild. What exactly then is China proposing? Hong's head dipped slightly. Not China, but the Marshal. He offers, if Britannia should so desire, permission to recruit from amongst China's population soldiers to bear arms for the empire. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. An interesting proposition. And a complicated one. That it is, Your Majesty, Hong agreed. Nonetheless the Marshal wished it to be conveyed. The Empress remained silent as she ran the sums in her head. There were quite a few reasons why the ability to draw upon China's vast population, even a small fraction of it, and arming them with Britannian weapons and trained in Britannian doctrine, would be hugely beneficial to the Empire's war effort. The fear of the Europeans doing exactly this was one reason why Britannia was willing to allow China's withdrawal on fairly generous terms, though Yang's offer of his code was arguably a larger factor in that. Britannia however would not be the sole beneficiary of such an arrangement, for in order to be useful, these volunteers would need to be properly integrated into the Empire's armed forces. What they would learn while in Britannia's service, the training, doctrine, and protocol, all of which they would take back with them once the war was over and pass on to China's own generals. Not all of it would be useful, but the insight that they could still provide into how Britannia's forces worked would still be considerable. From a strictly operational security perspective, that was not a good thing. But from a long-term political and even strategic perspective, especially one that envisioned unification as its ultimate goal, it was not necessarily a bad thing. To have Chinese soldiers whom understood the Britannian perspective, and to have imperial servicemen and women whom possessed first-hand experience fighting alongside the Chinese instead of merely against them. To teach but also learn in turn. It would not be easy and it would certainly not be quick. But it might still be worthwhile. All these points Euphemia was able to consider in the passing of a mere second. Less, in fact. The Empress nevertheless let a still silence hang in the air for several moments before responding. I will discuss the matter at length with my generals, and I will make a decision in due time. At that Hong bowed his head again. He had pleaded his case, or as much of it as Euphemia was prepared to hear at this time. The rest was in her hands. The first time Colin visited Niflheim base she had felt as if her ass was being frozen off. Now, the bitter cold was simply a piece of information, one of countless at her fingertips that she could choose to acknowledge or ignore. Or, in time, even change to her liking. That thought, not the cold, elicited a grimace from Colin. It was a dangerous thing, treating her powers as something to be employed for her mere convenience. Were she to treat the code with too cavalier an attitude, the damage she could do to the world, to the universe even, did not bear thinking. Trailed by the Stahlritters, Colin was greeted by a party representing the various authorities of Niflheim base. Foremost amongst them was the statuesque blonde-haired woman known as Aryan Road. The three knights behind Colin all bent their knee in deference. You returned to us, Your Highness, Aryan Road said. I trust my Stahlritters met your expectations in their duty. They have and more, Colin responded. You have much reason to be proud of them, Anguis of the Directorate. Aryan Road offered a wry smile and stepped aside, inviting Colin to enter the base proper. The princess accepted and the two were soon walking side by side while their respective retainers stayed back to give them a measure of privacy. The Knight of 12's duties precluded her accompanying you? Aryan Road inquired. Something to that, Colin answered. Dame Krashevsky is overseeing the establishment of bases to protect the Indian and Mongolian thought elevators. I expect that to occupy much of her time in the near term. A shame, Aryan Road remarked. Monica was due for another lesson in swordsmanship. On the other side of the world, Colin was pretty certain a shiver was running down the woman in question's spine. You consider her a student of yours? This time Colin was the one to ask a question. All enforcers and prospective enforcers enter my tutelage, Aryan Road said, and then with a slight grimace, and none have as yet left completing it. Colin made no follow-up remark. She was aware enough of the Directorate's history now to understand what Aryan Road was referring to. The men and women whom were regarded as prospective enforcers, all were taken under Aryan Rod's wing to be trained into deadly warriors, adults and children alike. Yet for all the harshness of her training, for all the dangers by being an enforcer or even a mere candidate represented, Aryan Road had sought to ensure all whom came under her instruction were provided the tools necessary to meet their charge, and to perhaps even conquer the darkness that marked them for recruitment in the first place. Thus far, the number of her pupils yet to fall in battle were far outnumbered by those that had. And of those whom still lived, all still struggled with the darkness within their hearts. Knowing what she did about some of that darkness, Colin felt no urge to comment thoughtlessly on the matter. We have prepared for your arrival to the extent feasible, Aryan Road continued after a brief lull. Our engineers have tried to follow your instructions, but there were several instances where they did not have sufficient information to be certain of their results. Colin nodded. That was not terribly surprising, seeing as some of the things she was asking them to do was as yet beyond contemporary scientific understanding. A few were even on the edge of what current engineering was physically capable of. But they needed to start making progress on a proper data interconnect to the thought elevators systems, and by proxy Nemo. There was simply too much information locked up inside effectively Colin's head, information that humanity needed. Information that she needed. That's why I'm here, Colin said. I didn't expect them to get it all right in the first pass. Hopefully the week that I've set aside to meet with them and test what they do have will be enough to set them on the right track. Hope. I somehow doubt you rely solely on hope in the pursuance of your ambition, Your Highness. Colin cracked a wry smile. Maybe not, but I've found that hope sustains in ways that anger cannot. Anger yet drives you. The knight shrugged. It probably always will, to some degree. But it doesn't feel particularly good. Aryan Road gave what Colin sensed was an approving nod at that. Well then, Your Highness, I certainly hope you will not be given cause to lose that hope. Thanks. I think. Colin looked down at the rows of server racks that composed one of the supercomputer clusters installed at Niflheim base. The advantage of being in one of the coldest places on the planet was the relative ease of cooling all these systems. All they really needed to do was draw in outside air, run it through some filters to minimize particulates, blow that air through the server rooms, and then expel it topside. In fact, there were times when the air could be too cold and actually damage the computers, necessitating it be at least heated up a little bit. Operating in the Antarctic certainly came with an interesting set of challenges. While some of those clusters were used by the resident researchers to run simulations, this one was dedicated to interfacing with the thought elevator systems. Abstractly, the thought elevators really were extremely large and powerful computers. Extremely large, powerful, and advanced computers for that matter, which operated on principles that contemporary human society was still groping at. Without the ability to replicate that level of technological sophistication, they were forced to adopt more brute force approaches, assuming even that was within their means. In this case it was, if only barely. The thought elevators had multiple mechanisms for interacting with it, with the primary being a sort of neural interface that interacted with the code inside a person's brain. This particular interface involved entangled particles that no contemporary technology could yet deal with, even though the effort to try had driven a lot of the advanced particle physics research that produced things like the Hadron Cannon. There were secondary interfaces, however, that modern technology could detect and even interact with. The interface this cluster was used to support piggybacking off of relied on the minute electrical fluctuations generated by a person's nervous system to exchange data. There was a multitude of difficulties associated with this piggybacking, not least of which was the very act of detecting and capturing the fluctuations at a great enough granularity. Colin's eyes had not quite glazed over when the engineer in charge of the physical interconnect started talking about millivolt granularity ADCs and the like. The same could not be said for when a programmer started talking about FFTs and how they were used to deconstruct the signal data from the electrical impulses. Now though, having had some time to actually look into the background underpinning this system, Colin possessed a far clearer understanding of what they did, why they did it, how they did it, and even in a few cases why they were wrong. Getting the engineers and programmers to correct those mistakes had taken a bit of doing, a combination of their natural suspicion at being told what to do by someone they still considered a non-domain expert, and Colin's own inability to fully explain herself. Even with Nemo's coaching, the young woman still had some difficulty clearly explaining complex technical points. "Your Highness, we are ready." Colin straightened and turned towards the technician. Technically she did not need to wait for him to address her. Technically she did not even need for him to have walked over to find her. Flaunting her super senses, however, would have probably been a bit impolite. "Then let us proceed," Colin responded. The two arrived in the thought elevator's chamber shortly, a chamber filled with a great deal of instrumentation. Whereas Schneeisel and Camelot's efforts to study the thought elevator could only achieve a cursory examination at best, the directorate knew enough to be able to take actual readings. Hopefully that ability would allow them to achieve what Colin needed today. As she stopped before the panels, Colin glanced over at the lead engineer. Jörg Rosenberg, the elderly man behind the Patermotter's original design, nodded in turn. For all the engineer's distaste for the neural interface foisted upon his creation and its pilot, Jörg had been required to intimately understand the system to better integrate it and even keep it from causing Ren any harm. That made him the perfect person to oversee the run today. "At your will, Your Highness," he assured her. Colin nodded. Reaching out, she placed her left palm on one of the stone panels, and was suddenly no longer in the chamber. She was, however, still very much in the thought elevator. "Nemo, still with me?" A woman with long flowing hair materialized next to Colin. "Yes, Your Grace." Colin turned to face her. And then looked down. Then up again. The projection was, not wearing clothes. It was, however, not quite outright indecent. Not quite, if only because the projection's long hair was enough to cover parts of Nemo's upper body. Down below, it was probably a good thing the projection did not exactly mimic the female physiology. "Would it have been so much for your avatar to come with some clothes?" Colin asked. "The Duchess Stotfeld never found reason to bother adjusting my avatar," Nemo said with a sniff. "Yeah, well, that's another thing she and I differ on," Colin said before sighing. "Let's just get this over with." With a visible face this time, Colin could actually see the irreverent smirk previously confined to her imagination. In some respects Nemo reminded her very much of CC. Since their last such visual encounter when Nemo was first installed into her, however, the AI's projection seemed to have undergone some degree of change to pick up a few features from Colin herself. That was likely a consequence of Nemo becoming more acclimatized with Colin's neural topology. How far those changes might go, Colin decided was something she would worry about in the future. "Let's start with something relatively simple," Colin said. "Begin replay of the wave function for a neutron in one spatial dimension. With or without spin, Your Grace." "Without." "Executing, Your Grace." Numbers flashed through Colin's head. Back in the real world she looked over at Jörg. "I am beginning computation. Monitoring telemetry and displaying the processed output on the monitor to your left, Your Highness." Colin's expression remained stoically rigid as she watched a sequence of numbers stream very slowly across the display. With her right hand she typed away on a keyboard, correcting the errors and mismatches that cropped up. Inside the thought elevator, she had Nemo replay sequences that were improperly read to see if they could reproduce the problem and identify the cause. The ultimate purpose of this experiment was twofold. One was to provide a deterministic benchmark for reading data out of the thought elevator using a code bearer as an intermediary. The other was to use the thought elevator interface as a bridge to Nemo herself, allowing the AI to offload some of its immense stores of technical data for use by the Empire. As Britannia was as yet incapable of replicating the kind of neural interfaces from Rise time plane, this was the only way to get to that data short of Colin trying to write down or type out that information. Presently typing out that information was actually the quicker approach due to the slowness of the signal processing needed to convert the electrical impulses into actual data. The bandwidth of this interface also paled in comparison to the direct entanglement used by Colin's code. Once they improved the signal processing system, however, it would be measurably faster than manually typing. And once Nemo's, and the thought elevators, databanks became thusly accessible, Britannia and humanity could start making measurable progress in guarding against the distant threats they had been warned about. Inside the thought elevator, Colin looked aside as another presence stepped forth. While Lelich had dispensed with the bowl-like helmet, he was still in that gaudy purple suit with the exaggerated collared cape. Colin was devoutly grateful Euphemia did not share in her brother's terrible fashion sense. "Something you need?" she asked even as she continued with the experiment. "An update on the issue of my deep cover sleepers," Lelich said. "Those within the reach of Nord, Nidhogr, and Zephyr have been neutralized. Though that is no guarantee that other sleepers will not encroach upon their respective regions after the war, it should at least make more complicated any attempts by sleepers to take advantage of the reconstruction progress of those regions to rearm Europe." Colin grunted. "Your Jaegers are certainly efficient at their tasks, if nothing else. When motivated, they take seriously their charge," Lelich responded. And in this case the Jaeger Corps had good reason to be motivated. The terms Euphemia ultimately agreed to were less than straightforward. That was inevitable, considering the complexity of deindustrializing Europe without simultaneously condemning large swaths of its population to starvation due to the collapse of industrial agriculture that would follow. Then there was the fact that Europe would inevitably recover, unless again Britannia was prepared to resort to wholesale genocide and depopulate the continent. Fortunately for the Europeans, the Empire was not prepared to let either things happen. And since they could not stop Europe's recovery, Britannia might as well try to influence it in some manner so that any threat a resurgent Europe might represent in the future was delayed as long as possible. That was the foothold the Jaeger Corps, or at least the ones prepared to cooperate with Britannia, would provide. Nord and Nidhogr were north enough that Britannia's armies were unlikely to get to their cities before their respective governments were forced to surrender, while Zephyr was based in Switzerland. Nominally neutral in this conflict, Euphemia however had a bone to pick with Switzerland and Monaco and Liechtenstein, and San Marino, basically all of the European states that served as hubs of opaque financial transactions. So did Colin for that matter, seeing as the human and drug trafficking rings that exploited her people funneled most of their money through those hubs to escape detection by the authorities. One thing that both women agreed on was this could not be allowed to continue, and if it required putting boots on the ground to force those nations to cough up any and all information on their Britannian clients, then so be it. Of these nations only, Switzerland possessed anything remotely resembling the resources necessary to actually resist Britannian aggression, but even the Swiss were likely to recognize that for an opponent prepared to pay the costs, its natural defenses and historical reputation would not suffice as deterrents. And Britannia, or rather Euphemia, was very much prepared to pay the costs to put an end to Switzerland's role as a vehicle for tax evasion and money laundering by Britannian interests. One must recall that she started her career as an auditor in the Exchequer. In any case, the homes of the three cooperative corps would likely be spared destruction, and the payment they would be granted for their cooperation with the Directorate's research would come in the form of resources and even industrial equipment that could be used to accelerate Europe's recovery. That would arguably position the Corps and its associates as major players in the post-war European environment and perhaps allow for them to slip Britannia's control in the long term. At the same time it would have been unreasonable for Britannia to refuse any concessions at all. Better to grant their nominal partners a modicum of freedom and breathing space that they could obviously follow, and be watched while doing so. "I see you are also hard at work," Lelich remarked. "A mathematical sequence of some sort? A highly complex one at that." "Do you mind?" Colin snapped. "As you pointed out, I am working here. I could do without any pointless banter." Lelich's expression flickered, and not in anger. He was certainly taken aback however, but not just that. Lelich pursed his lips before dipping his head. "My apologies. I did not mean to distract you from your duties. I was, never mind." Colin blinked. The flicker that she saw in Lelich, the burst of data before he was able to rein himself in. It was regret, and loneliness. A loneliness that Colin could actually understand, considering she was one of the few that could even begin to understand the situation this Lelich found himself in. "No, I shouldn't have bitten your head off like that," Colin said. "Just, if you really have nothing better to do than watch me do maths, go ahead. Just don't distract me." Lelich gave her a slight but undeniably grateful smile. He said nothing however, respecting the implicit compromise allowing his presence. Colin tried not to let his staring bother her. She still hated him for everything he had done, all the people he had killed. But it was a smoldering hatred these days, not the fiery, raging fury in the immediate aftermath of those deaths. And it was tempered by a recognition that Lelich now suffered greatly as a result of not only his own actions, but the machinations that ultimately led him to such a fate. As a resident of C's world, Lelich arguably had at his fingertips the sum and limit of man. But for all the knowledge and power that this access granted, everything that Lelich could hear from the thoughts of the people whose minds he could touch, none of them could actually hear him. Not in the way they used to at least. No one could hear Lelich anymore, save for Colin and a select few that still possessed some connection to Code and Geass. Today, the number of such persons numbered a mere handful. Yang and Rai, strangers as far as Lelich was concerned. Euphemia, the last living relative Lelich possessed, estranged nonetheless. Lelich's remaining compatriots, only able to exchange what amounted to text messages via the thought elevator's consoles. That left Colin, whom by some ironic twist could not only hear Lelich, but even relate to him. Just as he could relate to her. That did not make it any easier to ignore him staring at her. If you're going to be hanging around while I'm working, Colin finally gave up, you might as well make yourself useful. Lelich gave a chuckle at that, though it was one of concession and acknowledgement of Colin's sentiment. I have taken a bit of time to brush up on my information theory, Lelich said, in addition to basic signals theory and the foundational mathematics. If I were to review your proposed method to transmit data via the neuroelectric interface, perhaps I might be able to come up with some suggestions. Knock yourself out, Colin responded. I never did particularly like maths. A dislike shared by many, Lelich said lightly. Colin did not respond, verbally at least. Instead she shoved a packet of data detailing the translation system she was having the directorate engineers use to Lelich and let him be digesting it. For a time only silence was exchanged between the two of them, 3 if one counted Nemo. There was a certain tension to that silence, and a certain nervousness. But Colin was not trying to kill Lelich, and the former prince was similarly reciprocating. Considering their past interactions, this was inarguably an improvement. It was also merely a beginning, not an end. Euphemia looked down upon the projected map of Europe and its surrounding lands. Most of it was shaded in the blue of the European Union, but here and there patches of crimson-marked territory Britannia controlled. Especially pertinent today was that slice of North Africa opposite the Iberian Peninsula, so close it was as if a stone's throw away. That proximity portended unpleasant tidings for the Spanish and Portuguese in the very near future. Your Majesty, Geass said respectfully as he stepped to his Empress' side. Marshal, Euphemia responded in kind. The news from the front seems to indicate things have stabilized. To that the man nodded. The Russian advance has been halted, for the time, and General Weyand is making use of the lull to reinforce his positions as best he can. Another determined push may still breach his lines, but they are more compact than before and his forces should be able to fall back in good order should the need arise. One did not usually equate retreat with military success, but the sheer scale of the Russian front meant any sort of mobility was an advantage, whether going forward or back. So long as what was left of 6th Army could avoid getting flanked and encircled, they would remain a threat the Russians had to honor. In the meantime, Britannia would do her best to rebuild the 6th until it was they that threatened flanking and encirclement instead of being threatened. But details regarding the Russian front was not what Euphemia was here to discuss, not today at least. 8th Air Force has completed staging of its forces in Morocco. Euphemia asked. That was to be the topic of today's discussion. Yes, Your Majesty, Geass confirmed. All bomber and fighter wings have completed transfer and ground support stations all report readiness to commence operations. Operations. Such a clean word for the planned strategic bombardment of continental Europe. There were many avenues to Europe's defeat and actually defeating their armies in the field was arguably one of the more expensive ones. Better if they could render that army unable to fight via indirect means, such as eliminating its source of arms, munitions, and other instruments of war. As per your instructions, the campaign will focus on Spain and Portugal's infrastructure instead of attempting to directly attack its manufacturing industries. As such, the preliminary target list concentrates on power plants, bridges, train depots, and the like. While we are unlikely to be able to shut down the country, we should be able to complicate the movement of goods sufficiently to significantly increase the costs of continued industrial activity. Euphemia nodded. Manufacturing, while most efficient in large centralized factories, could actually still be widely dispersed and retain a high amount of output. As such, trying to bomb factories and industrial districts within a city would only serve to scatter that manufacturing into countless offshoots that were more easily hidden and harder to destroy efficiently. The inputs of industry on the other hand, the raw materials, the power plants, and the bridges and railways that brought some of Tiho's inputs to the factory floor, these tended to be large and fixed and therefore easier to target and knock out. True, the civilian population was also dependent on such modern instruments to support their daily lives, but forcing the government to choose between seeing to the needs of its people versus the needs of the war was no bad thing from Britannia's perspective. Our probes of the European Air Defense Network have mapped out substantial portions of its radar sites and batteries, Geass continued. Preparatory strikes are already underway, though we expect resistance to continue to be fierce, especially as our planes venture deeper into the Iberian Peninsula. Euphemia nodded, accepting the losses that would inevitably follow. One additional note, Geass said. I thought your Majesty would want to know, but all of the herbicide originally earmarked for European deployment have been returned to the homelands. Good, Euphemia said emphatically. The Empress' reaction did not completely arise from some compassionate impulse to spare the Europeans the ravages of dioxin poisoning. Rather, a very practical concern was also in play. The cleanup costs of dealing with the defoliation campaign in China, never mind the additional trouble of cleaning up the sites where the chemicals were stored and loaded in Japan and the Philippines, was not something Euphemia wanted to add to. Besides, knocking out transportation links would hopefully impede the distribution of farm produce sufficiently to make actually poisoning the farms outright unnecessary. Our more optimistic projections indicate that Spain and Portugal's economies should be under significant strain within 6 months, Geass said. Even should the Spanish and Portuguese manage to maintain their current level of output of war materiel, their civilian population should start feeling the effects of constrained consumption within that time frame. And be all the more eager for an end to the fighting, though Euphemia was not so naive as to think that a people's spirit could be so easily broken. No, the Spanish and Portuguese were a proud and hardy people. They would keep fighting so long as they believed in themselves. All she could hope to reasonably achieve was ensure they had naught but sticks and stones to fight with once the time came. Very well, Marshal, Euphemia said. I see no reason to further delay. You may commence the strategic bombardment of the Iberian Peninsula. By your will, Your Majesty. Thousands of miles away on the other side of the planet, the engines of the mighty Eighth began spinning up. Soon their roar would fill the skies above Europe. End of chapter 137. Work has been busy as of late. I still expect to finish this story, but rate of output will likely remain slower for at least the short term. In stories it is always important to avoid being too overt with author tracks. Not everyone is going to share your belief after all, and trying to push it to the point of compromising the narrative doesn't make for good story. Some of it is going to leak in inevitably, I am me, and trying to pretend otherwise isn't going to make the story better. In general, I do try to call to the attention of readers things that I feel might veer too much into author tracks without some additional background info that there was not enough time to deal with in the story proper, and I try to provide that info in the author notes. How successful I am is subjective, but the best I can do is the best I can do, and I have no problems if people still disagree with me. If everyone did agree with me, I'd start getting worried. There are however some things that I believe in strongly enough that I really don't give a damn if they slip into the story, that I make no apologies for believing. One of them is the care for veterans. My personal position is that nations with genuine representative government that are governed by rule of law, if that nation maintains a standing army, that nation is ethically obligated to see to the care of veterans even after they are discharged. We, the people back home, are who these men and women are fighting, and dying, for. We, through our actions at the ballot, are the ultimate arbiters of where and when these men and women are sent. And it is for the sake of our continued comfort and well-being that these men and women are risking their own lives for. In at least my personal moral and ethical standard, these men and women are owed whatever support is necessary to allow them to return to their previous lives. Sometimes this is not possible, the technology might not exist or a person might be too far gone mentally or physically, but the government and people that these men and women served should make their very best effort to try nonetheless. As a consequence of this belief of mine, the mere notion of privatizing veterans care is something of a berserk button for me. Privatization has always been a cost-cutting mechanism, and I have no hesitation in declaring my disgust at the notion of a country wanting to pinch pennies in the care of those that fought for it. Disagree with the policies that send these men and women out to fight. Call them to account should they conduct themselves in a manner unbefitting of their uniform. For that matter, disagree with any personal views they might hold irrespective of their service. But those that have served honorably deserve to be treated with respect and honor in return, and trying to skimp on the care they need after they come home is an insult to their sacrifice. A friend of mine's father was in the past few years in and out of the local VA hospital, and was in the VA for long stretches of time for that matter. I also considered him a friend, and would go and help keep him company as my time and travel logistics coincided. The care the VA provided him was good, the hospital facilities themselves were well maintained and whatnot. The food though? There was a reason he had a cache of snacks in his suite and we would often bring him food from the outside. Panera's was an easy alternate source of more edible meals. As a veteran of the Vietnam War and also having been posted in Germany, he had lots of interesting stories. It is my sincere regret that I never set them all down on paper, and that my chance of doing so is now past. And now on to other matters. There is no possible way for Europe to have a monopoly on any strategic mineral. Oil. Britannia controls oil reserves stretching from Texas down through Mexico into Venezuela and Brazil. Then there are the oil reserves up in Canada and Alaska. And for a period of time Britannia also controlled the Middle East, and they're in the process of taking back that control. Steel, the production of which depends on access to iron ore, coking coal. In the real world, the United States has one of the largest reserves of coal in the world, and a few other things, all of which are readily available to Britannia. It's not just the US region that has iron, but Canada, Brazil, and the big one, Australia, all have ample deposits. Aluminum comes from bauxite, and again, Australia and Brazil are major sources. So is Indonesia, which is also a Britannian possession. Rubber, an oft overlooked resource but of major strategic importance. Guess where the bulk of natural rubber comes from? Southeast Asia and Indonesia. The Chinese Federation controls the former, Britannia the latter. And since synthetic rubber, which is inferior to natural at that, is derived from petroleum, there's another thing putting strain on Europe's oil reserves, of which more and more are getting cut off as Britannia reclaims its former domains or starts cutting off parts of Africa from their colonial masters. Tungsten, or as it was known during World War II, wolfram, and subject to a lot of effort by the Allies to deny it to Germany, largest reserves are in China, then Canada, then Russia, then the US, then Bolivia. Rare earths? China, then the US, then everyone else. Copper, it's Chile, China, Peru, the US, Congo, Australia, Russia. And as for uranium, considering Europe's atomic weapons program hasn't even managed to produce a single bomb yet, what does it matter how much Europe has access to? And even that Britannia has plenty of, Australia and Canada both have ample reserves, plus it actually has the know-how to make bombs. Starting to see a pattern here? Either Britannia controls some of the largest sources of these resources outright already, or China, which is now neutral and free to sell to either side, is the biggest. Resource-wise, Britannia has all of the raw materials it needs to feed its industry to churn out weapons to fight the war. Furthermore, Europe emphatically does not have a larger industrial base than Britannia. European industry is concentrated primarily in Europe itself and European Russia, which has the largest industrial capacity of the EU member states. Industry is noticeably absent from its overseas African colonies, which are treated as captive markets for their colonial masters, not as targets of economic development. By the time of the Great War, Britannia on the other hand has fully integrated all of North and South America into a single polity, with an integrated economy, fully industrialized, with ready access to all of the resources that industry needs. The absolute wealth the empire commands easily dwarfs that of Europe, and prior to its most recent round of conquests, the fact that it had a lower absolute population actually was to its advantage. Fewer people to share the wealth means on average a higher per capita GDP. The population question is also much more complicated. If one combined all of the empire's most recent conquests, the disparity in population falls to a much closer ratio. Europe and Africa would still edge out Britannia across the 4 continents the empire has possessions in, but not by much. But the African population does not contribute much to Europe's overall industrial productivity, and certainly not much in terms of a ready pool of manpower for military service. Similarly, while Britannia's Indonesian possessions were still a net drain on its resources, its core territories had much more economic slack to compensate. There's a bloody reason some of the more recent wars of conquest were unpopular with elements of Britannian society, since suddenly the empire found itself responsible for the welfare of hundreds of millions more people, many of whom come from nations that were considerably less developed economically. Upgrading those economies was going to cost a lot of money, and the refusal to commit the necessary resources by the House of Lords played a pretty major part in the slowness of their integration, even in the case of Japan, which was considered a developed nation before its incorporation into the empire. In addition, the portions of Britannian society that approved of the conquests did so because they thought they could exploit the conquered regions to make a quick buck. Think the likes of KBR and nobles like the Duke of Toronto or the Duke of Windsor. This was one of the major distinguishing points between Schneeisel's faction at court, of which Euphemia was a member, and the nobles that opposed them. Schneeisel and his supporters wanted these new regions properly integrated. Their opponents, mostly centered in the Conservative Association, were more interested in basically strip mining the new areas and make as much money as possible in the short term without a care for the long-term ramifications. While Schneeisel's faction was winning, it was a long slog, and Clovis' appointment to the Viceroyalty of Area 11 represented one of the compromises that had to be made. Clovis was generally considered sympathetic to Schneeisel's cause, but he was also widely recognized as not competent enough to actually advance that cause. The Conservative Association was not going to let Schneeisel put one of his more capable partisans in charge of Japan, but they were prepared to let Clovis take the position, and Schneeisel, not having quite enough political capital at the time, had to settle for his brother and hope he didn't botch the situation too badly. That obviously did not work out, but by the time Clovis got himself killed, Schneeisel was in a stronger position and was able to sort of sneak Euphemia's appointment through. The association was already aware of Euphemia's ability, but they were still underestimating her. It was only really after she had the Duke of Windsor hanged that they realized their mistake in not trying to block her appointment, but by then it was too late. Ultimately it was only with Lelich's command killing such a substantial percentage of the peerage, plus Alberia and Caen's treason, that finally broke the conservative association's back. A lot of them were actually related to the imperial family in some way, shape, or form, which is not too surprising. And Euphemia is taking full advantage of the more or less absence of any meaningful political opposition to ram through a lot of reforms even as the war rages. Not all of those reforms are political, quite a few are economic as well. We'll see if there's time to cover them. Better armor comes at the expense of more weight. It should also be noted that the Striker family of vehicles that Britannia fields has a few noticeable differences as compared to what the US military fields. The general intent is the same, but Britannia made a few important tweaks to suit their particular operational needs. The other thing is, the Britannian variant of the Striker MGS does not mount a 105mm gun, it ultimately ends up mounting a scaled-down railgun. Similarly, the Britannian M1 Abram is also railgun equipped instead of mounting a regular cannon. After having seen how absolutely devastating the Varus rifle was in the hands of nightmares, Britannia developed a cheaper variant that's still capable of punching through basically damn near any tank armor that might feasibly face it and started slapping it onto its next generation AFVs. Suffice it to say, with such a weapon the need for a conventional 120mm or even a 105mm gun is limited. Chapter 138. Though the Empire remained formally neutral throughout the European War of 1914, Britannia's actions during that conflict were arguably major factors in the political accommodations that the European nations arrived at after its conclusion. As a non-aligned polity, the Empire continued trading with the belligerents, selling both military and non-military goods to both sides. In addition, Britannia insisted that those ships sailing under its flag and carrying non-military cargo be allowed to traverse contested territory to continue carrying out commerce. Failure to respect the neutrality of such ships would see the Empire adopt a hostile stance against the offending nation. Neither the Allied nor Central Powers wanted Britannia to enter the war on the side of their enemy, and so this particular provision was more or less respected over the course of the war. Ultimately, the greatest beneficiaries of Britannia's industrial might would be the Allies, their more direct routes to Britannia allowing for easier shipment of military goods. Military shipments to the Central Powers needed to either run the gauntlet of the North Atlantic or circumnavigate all the way around to the Middle East and then take a land route to the Ottoman Empire. Despite these limitations, the Central Powers were able to make large purchases of war material, but perhaps even more importantly, they were still able to acquire large quantities of more basic industrial and agricultural goods like steel, fuel, and food. These alone likely helped prevent the outright collapse of the Central Powers as the year 1918 CE progressed. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 138. Non oro, said Pharaoh, recuperanda est patria. You asked for my terms. I have given you them. There is nothing further to negotiate. So declared Euphemia, Empress of Britannia. The man seated across from her fought to keep his expression from slipping into visible despair. As German Foreign Minister, Gerhard Schroeder represented a significant escalation in the prominence of statesmen sent to try and negotiate with Britannia on behalf of the European Union. Germany was arguably the second most powerful of the European nations after Russia, though the French were liable to reflexively object to such a ranking. In either case, Germany's voice carried far greater weight, proportionally, than did that of Great Britain or even the combined Benelux trio. To have sent their foreign minister himself to try and negotiate an end to the war was a very clear indicator of how the winds were blowing in Europe. Unfortunately for the Europeans, their sentiment counted much less than they needed it to in determining the war's conclusion. Your Majesty, perhaps you do not understand, Gerhard started. Euphemia raised a hand, silencing the older man. Nein, Herr Schroeder, Sie sind der Geniech, der es nicht versteht, she said in barely accented German. Gerhard seemed momentarily taken aback by the Empress' apparent mastery of his mother tongue. Then again, Euphemia's fluency in German was perhaps not that widely known. Her opportunities to demonstrate it were likely rare. Britannia seeks not the judicious conclusion of this war, Euphemia continued in German, but the preemption of the next one. Any end to this war that permits Europe the opportunity to prepare for another one is unacceptable. As such, the only terms we are prepared to extend to Europe is that of unconditional surrender. In what state your nations emerge afterward, will be at our discretion. The exchanging happening in Gerhard's native language should have given the German diplomat the advantage. Instead, the man found himself on the back foot, with the Empress effectively dictating every turn of this exchange. It was more than a little disconcerting, but Gerhard was not prepared to give up just yet. Your Majestat, he tried again. The surest way to prevent any future conflict would be to build a lasting relationship based on mutual respect and understanding. Failure to do so will only see current resentment fester before eventually bursting forth to precipitate more tragedies in the future. That argument would be more convincing if the European states had demonstrated any progress in achieving such understanding amongst themselves in the first place, Euphemia retorted sharply. All the EU has done is paper over its differences. Beneath that veneer, your regions and peoples continue to cling tightly to their differences and use the excuse of diversity in strength to avoid the responsibility of understanding. Under such conditions, a rupture would have been inevitable. And considering they, In sincerity of Europe's appeal to mutual understanding, we have no intention of placing our confidence in any agreement that is underpinned by it. The rebuke stunned Gerhard, as indicated by the loss of composure on the man's expression. The diplomat could not even outright deny Euphemia's charge, his duties requiring him to actively confront these differences on a daily basis. But neither could he wholeheartedly agree with such a view either, as it went against everything he had dedicated his life to making good. Your Majesty, Gerhard began once more. Cynicism of such a view cannot be to anything but the detriment to mankind as a whole. You are presuming an insurmountable barrier between the coexistence of different peoples. I cannot accept such a view, and I grieve for the world that one whom wields power such as you would hold it. That was a very brave thing to say, especially considering Euphemia's reputation amongst European political circles. Granted there was not any actual risk of the Empress ordering the execution of a recognized diplomat, Euphemia was not that capricious or stupid, but there would also be a sneaking anxiety on Gerhard's part that would give the German man pause. Overcoming that anxiety enough to speak so frankly was no mean feat. And so Euphemia repaid that frankness in kind. Herr Schroeder, you again misunderstand, the Empress stated. We presume no such insurmountable barrier between peoples, we simply deem the approach taken by the European Union to be wholly inadequate, almost farcically so, to the goal of achieving mutual understanding. Your governments have elected to coddle your peoples, to give them the illusion that they can remain within their own little worlds, within their own conceptions, and that others would respect them being so withdrawn. Such latitude achieves not the integration that you claim to seek, but the perpetuation of differences that act as barriers to that integration. Explained in that light, Gerhard was simultaneously relieved while even more frightened. Relieved that Euphemia was not the cynic he originally feared her to be. Frightened by what the Empress might consider to be the proper way of overcoming differences. If that is what you believe, Your Majesty, am I to presume your demand for unconditional surrender is based on how you believe cultural and societal differences should be surmounted? You may so presume, Euphemia answered. A terse answer, and not the one to the question Gerhard was actually asking. And what, exactly, is this method, if your Majesty is inclined to its explanation? The German tried again. Euphemia tilted her head aside and gave Gerhard a contemplative look, as if the Empress was trying to judge whether the German man would actually understand her this time. After a brief moment she shrugged and proceeded to answer. I believe that people are neither lazy nor stupid. That however does not mean people are always rational, and in their irrationality, people can do monstrous things. The role of society must be to act as a civilizing force, one that provides bounds that help people check the worst of their excesses. And what if not of excess would one call an environment that fostered governments so steadfastly determined to avoid the consequences of its, and its people's, choices? Gerhard's jaw tightened. What we seek, Your Majesty, is not the avoidance of consequences. To seek a means to lessen bloodshed, to lessen suffering, is not avoidance of consequences. As a civilized society, we have a moral obligation to find a better way. To find a different way, rather than to simply visit death and destruction upon those that we disagree with. To aspire to such a standard is not excess, Your Majesty. Euphemia tried not to roll her eyes at that. Aspirational as the German foreign minister might have sounded, such lofty ideals had not obviated the European Union's need to maintain a larger, modern military force, nor loosened the grip by which they held their colonies. But in frankness she did not care about the hypocrisy as much as the simple denial of reality. Your aspirations are your own. To demand that others acquiesce to them however constitutes an act of violence in and of itself. By convincing yourself that you are better, you also seek to convince yourself that you should not face the consequence of opposition. You claim that is not excess, but what else could such denial represent than the excess of a society wishing to enjoy the fruits without the necessary labor? Blood is the price paid for many of the prizes your societies enjoy. That you can even try denying it indicates that you have simply spilled someone else's blood instead of your own to make the payment. And that bill, Herr Schroeder, now comes due. Gerhard's eyes burned with a fierce intensity. And so we descend into barbarity at your whim, Your Majesty. The armsmen standing behind Euphemia cast their own withering gazes at the man, but the German diplomat did not let them faze him. One had to give him some credit, Gerhard did possess a steely nerve. And yet that nerve was not enough to keep a chill from running down his spine at the smile Euphemia now directed at him. Your governments have requested a means to end this war without further conflict. We have offered one. We have no control over whether you accept or not, that choice is solely yours. If you decline to accept, know that you have elected to continue paying in blood whatever it is you seem to value. It is a blood price you are demanding, Gerhard persisted. And which you agree to pay, Euphemia responded without missing a beat. Gerhard tried to muster his own retort, but the German man found that as much as it appalled him, the Empress was not wrong. Europe could surrender unconditionally, it could accept whatever fate the Empire decided to mete out, and that would in theory end the fighting and the resultant bloodshed. But a part of him revolted at such capitulation, especially to a nation such as Britannia, a sentiment that Gerhard was not alone in holding. And the worst part, the German was growing ever more certain that Britannia did not care about that sentiment, and would continue to kill however many Europeans as would ultimately be necessary to make the scales tip in favor of surrender over the disgust at so surrendering. More than disgust, that frightened him. If there is nothing else, Herr Schroeder, Euphemia said after a few moments of tense silence, your plane is already cleared to take off. I am certain your fellows are eagerly awaiting your return. The German man did not rise, not immediately, but recognized that the dismissal was final. In the end he gave a curt nod, just barely on this side of polite, and took his leave. Peering over the ledge, Jean could make out little in the darkness. The city in the distance did not glisten with its lights, it was instead shrouded in the protective cloak of night. Without lights, the enemy could not betray their location with their outlines. Without lights, Britannia had little in the way of targets for its mighty guns. Instead a still silence hung over the fields, and that was just fine with Jean. The sergeant dropped down behind the makeshift protection the terrain and dugouts offered. Looks like it'll be another quiet night, he said. Oh, Connie said. Sarge is tempting fate with his chattering again. A ripple of chuckles spread amongst the others on sentry duty, Jean included. The other youth did have a point, taunting Murphy like that tended to end poorly for all involved, not least the one doing the taunting. Still, there was a reason for his optimism. Oh come now Connie, Jean said with a smirk. What's there to be worried about? Most of the Germans are stuck to the south trying to part the Red Sea, and it's mostly the Turkish army trying to hold Jerusalem, and so far they haven't put up much of a fight. That might have been a slight exaggeration, seeing as the bulk of the Turkish forces were actually still further north. The token garrison holding Jerusalem was not actually meant to hold the city against a serious attack, which was probably just as well considering Britannia was not ready to mount one either. How long you think we'll be sitting out here, Sarge? Sasha asked. As long as it takes the rest of the army to catch up for the next surge, Jean said. The last route of retreat the Germans have is the Sinai Peninsula. If they can't fight through the divisions entrenched along the way, they'll have to come up north this way. And right into us, Connie said glumly. That Jean could not exactly disagree with. Encircling an enemy was an age-old strategy for defeating them, but that did not mean it came without risks. Third Army's divisions were spread thinner than General Darlton likely preferred, but the surviving German troops facing them were hardly at their best either, what with the combat attrition of the past few months and the slow strangling of their supply lines. Still, one could not discount the lengths desperate men would go to. We've got 2nd Cavalry with us, Jean said, and they've got enough tanks and nightmares to hold off anything the Krauts might have left to throw at us, at least long enough for the rest of 3rd Army to ride to our rescue. And before you know it, we'll have wrapped up the Middle East nice and tight. I hear we're up for rotating when that happens, Connie said. Might even be sending us back to Area 11 for a bit. That would be nice, Jean said. Man, it'd be nice to see her again. Her? You actually got someone you're sweet on. Sasha said, sounding completely disbelieving. Hey, that's what's supposed to mean. Jean protested. You think I can't find a girl all my own? Well, you ain't exactly Cole or even Armin, Connie said. Oh that's a low blow, Jean said even as he smirked. You saying the only girls out there worth getting are princesses and nobles. Despite the near absence of light it was still pretty obvious everyone's eyes were now on Sasha. The girl in question just stared blankly back. What? Okay, maybe you guys have a point, Jean said, eliciting more snickers. But trust me, this girl's different. I mean, she's even bothering to answer my letters. They ain't starting with Dear John, right? One of the other soldiers quipped. As Jean opened his mouth to issue a retort, soft but audible thumps sounded. A second later all of them were scrambling for their foxholes and dugouts. Their caution was vindicated as the ground began shaking from the flurry of bombardment. Sentry units, report, the radio crackled. This is Kirstein, Jean did just that. Enemy mortars have opened up on us. Targeting is wide, no sign of any ground troops. Or at least none he could see through his night vision. Acknowledged Sergeant, came the terse response, a likely consequence of having to deal with other reports as well. Why they shootin' mortars at us? Connie wondered aloud, and loudly, over the din. What the young man really meant was why the enemy was even bothering with mortars when they should have had much heavier guns sighted to support any sort of push, something reconnaissance had already confirmed to be present in the city. Hopefully this meant the Europeans had not been able to sneak them up to range on their positions, so there was at least a little bit of time before they got a taste of the big guns. Sarge, I got movement, Sasha reported. Warm bodies coming up fast. Peeking out again, Jean saw through his own goggles a huddle of shapes moving across the landscape. Don't think they see us yet, he said aloud. Hold fire until I say the word. And then into his radio. This is Kirstein, enemy troops sighted approaching our position. Minimum platoon sized. Roger Sergeant, continue monitoring but avoid contact. Jean wasn't quite sure what the operator on the other end was thinking, but with his own meager squad already outnumbered by just the enemies he could see, he was more than happy to follow orders and not engage. "All right, let's get a move on it," Jean said to the others. "Formations tight, check your sixes, and don't let the enemy see you." "Fat chance they got of that," Connie muttered. "Ain't even a moon tonight." Jean cracked a wry smirk. That was certainly true enough, so long as the enemy did not have any night vision of their own. Relying on that seemed unwise, however. "Remember the rules," he continued. "A hiss means they're shooting blind, a snap means they're zeroing in. I don't want to see any rifle flashes giving away our position for just a hiss." "Got it." The others nodded, or at least Jean assumed they did. Connie was right, the lack of moonlight was making it bad enough that they might even lose sight of each other, never mind the enemy. But there were no FNGs in his squad, all of them had been with the division since at least Baghdad. They'd follow orders and stick close. And maybe, just maybe, they'd all go home together too. "I make no claim to expertise and strategy in warfare," Euphemia said at the head of another conference with her war staff, "but the Jerusalem breakout attempt reeks of even greater amateurism. Or desperation. To be honest, I'm not sure I can tell which." The officers gathered around the table cracked wry smirks and grins. Their Empress assessment more or less matched their own, and arguably might have been even more charitable. Even outnumbered, the elements of the two Brightonnian divisions positioned outside of Jerusalem had managed to fight off the poorly coordinated enemy offensive. In fact, they fought them off so effectively the city itself was now back in Brightonnian possession, a full week ahead of schedule. "Do we have a clearer picture of what happened yet?" Euphemia asked. "Just preliminary reports, Your Majesty," Geass answered, "though there is sufficient intel to allow a few conjectures." "Then by all means." "As Your Majesty wills," Geass began. The Jerusalem attack was mounted by elements from a mixture of European states, namely the Greeks, Bulgarians, and Romanians. There seems to have been considerable interoperability issues between their respective command structures, which still were not sorted out when the Jerusalem operation commenced. As a consequence, the enlarged division that hit our forces positioned outside the city was not able to time their movements with the degree of precision necessary to take advantage of their greater numbers. Their waves of assaults were separated enough that our own forces were able to defeat each one in detail. "That still seems rather odd," Euphemia said. "The national armies of those European nations are substantial, in both manpower and arms. How were they caught so badly flat-footed?" "Some of the reports we have received indicate the operation was something of a panic reaction, Your Majesty," Geass continued. "These units were not as yet ready to deploy, but with so much of the Wehrmacht trapped further south, the Europeans likely hoped that an attack coming out of Jerusalem would help open up a corridor for their withdrawal. They appear to have underestimated the rapidity of Andreas' advance, however, which to be frank they really should not have, considering he helped oversee the last campaign through the Middle East. A campaign officially led by the late Princess Cornelia." Euphemia did not let the oblique reference to her deceased sister distract her. "Is this indicative of some greater breakdown in European coordination?" she asked instead. Geass shook his head, though not as an actual answer. "We simply do not know, Your Majesty. This could be just a matter of bad timing on their part, for whatever reason they were not able to get more troops to the Middle East quickly enough or the like. We already know that the armies of the smaller European states have been dispersed to support the other fronts. It could well be the Europeans are starting to face some major shortfalls in meeting their manpower needs. Without further confirmation, however, we should not rely on this." "Agreed," Euphemia said. "Are there any other conjectures you wish to share regarding the Jerusalem matter?" "Not until more detailed reports have been received, Your Majesty." The Empress nodded. "Then let us proceed to the overall situation in the Mediterranean." "Yes, Your Majesty," Geass said, and looked over at the man more suited to answer that prompt. "Your Majesty," Admiral Louis Mountbatten began, "I am pleased to report that our efforts to insert elements of Second Fleet into Mediterranean waters have substantially succeeded. European efforts to mine the Strait of Gibraltar have been stymied to the point where Task Force 20 has been able to transfer through without any losses. Even before then, our submarine force has been making significant progress in interdicting merchant traffic between continental Europe and North Africa. We are already seeing indications of European supply convoys shifting further and further east in an attempt to evade our subs." Such a report might not have sounded particularly glamorous compared to the titanic land battles or the major actions between the two sides' battle fleets. Wars were not won with glamour. They were won on the basis of cold, hard logistics, and failure to maintain them spelled certain defeat. In this respect, the open approval of this news by Euphemia marked her as no mere amateur in the art of war. "That is indeed excellent news, Admiral," the Empress said. "Indeed it is almost as heartening as the successes our own fleets have had in ensuring a steady flow of supplies to our overseas forces." "Your Majesty is too kind," Louis accepted the praise. And praise it was, considering the Brightonian convoys that crossed the Atlantic did not do so unchallenged. Despite the decimated state of the European navies, they still possessed enough ships, both surface-faring and submersible, to attempt forays against the Britannian convoys. Losses were suffered despite the Britannian Navy's best efforts, but they remained a small percentage compared to the number of ships that got through. With every ship that got through to Casablanca, Fifth Army was provided with the means to continue its steady advance east. And in due time, it might well join hands with Third Army and completely cut off Africa, and all its attendant resources, from its colonial masters. It would certainly be interesting to see how long Europe could continue the war with only its internal resources. Euphemia personally suspected it would not be very long at all. Merd. Manuel Gutierrez Melado, the head logistician on the European Combined General Staff, could not disagree with his superior's mood. In fact, he wholeheartedly shared it. I'm reminded of a remark by a late comrade of mine, Rommel said, continuing in French. The desert is a tactician's paradise, but a quartermaster's hell. Manuel grunted. An insightful fellow. I don't suppose he had any recommendations for how the quartermaster might triumph over this hell. Rommel cracked a wry smile. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And then his expression flattened. Tripoli, Benghazi, Misrata, Hels, even Tobruk. 4 major ports at our possession, whereas Britannia has been almost solely dependent on Casablanca for their supply needs. They haven't even bothered to put the port of Algiers back into operation despite taking it over a month ago. Probably because the Empire did not want to bother trying to run supply convoys through the Strait of Gibraltar, yet at least. Considering the progress of their strategic bombing campaign against Spain and Portugal, that might yet change. It's not a question of how much volume the ports themselves can support, Manuel reminded his superior, but the issue of getting the supplies from the ports to the front. A lot of the trucking that was present in Africa simply couldn't handle the heavy usage and have broken down. But the situation is improving, and if the Russians can maintain their current rate of production, and continue allocating the agreed-upon percentage to us, we should have sufficient trucking capacity in North Africa by next time this month. Unstated in that assessment was that the calculation of sufficient also took into account the amount of ground Manuel was expecting the EU forces to lose and therefore see a shortening of those lines. Rommel grunted, acknowledging both points implicitly. That is all well and good assuming those estimates hold out, he said, but North Africa isn't our only area of concern. The German field marshal met his Spanish subordinate's eyes levelly. How bad is it? This time Manuel openly grimaced. It is, not good. Southern Spain is seeing rolling brownouts on an almost daily basis, and rail traffic is down at least 30%. The Spaniard's jaw tightened. Britannia has been very methodical in its targeting, and their weapons are proving frightfully accurate. Rommel nodded, sympathizing immensely with his subordinate. The campaign against Spain might not be killing as many people as the sprawling battle south of that nation, but its impact on everyone living there was still substantial. With every power plant bombed, every distribution station wrecked, more and more Spaniards were plunged into darkness. Even if many factories possessed backup generators of their own, those generators still needed fuel and the factories themselves needed raw materials and the like to work with. The movement of such material, and the resulting products they went into, was made all the more difficult as rail depots, train stations, airports, and seaports were systematically targeted and bombed by Britannia. With the loss of these major transportation links, more and more cargo was shifted onto the roads and trucks. While Britannia had not as yet explicitly attempted to target the major highway junctions, this shift was still placing immense strains on Europe's available trucking resources, the very same trucking their troops at the front needed. Rommel was almost afraid to ask if Manuel's estimates included the unexpected increase in Spanish requirements. Knowing how diligent his subordinate was, probably. Still the field marshal elected not to press his luck, not when there were so many other matters demanding his attention, and not when the situation could still become so much worse. Presently Britannia's bombing campaign was confined to southern Spain and a few bits of Portugal. As Britannia moved east, however, more of Europe would fall into the range of its bombers and missiles. Italy was the next probable target, and Rommel was not looking forward to what Britannia's strategic bombing might do to the painfully ramshackle infrastructure in southern Italy. And if Britannia was able to seize Corsica or even just Sardinia, southern France would be at their doorstep. Perhaps the only consolation in all this to him was that Germany was north enough, and deep enough, in Europe that not even Britannia was likely to get its squadrons of bombers through easily. A raid by that blasted flying fleet on the other hand might just manage to plow its way through. Again the German officer pushed aside such pessimistic thoughts. He was not ignoring such possibilities, just focusing on the matter at hand. Before Rommel could speak again the intercom on his desk beeped. Reaching over, he answered. Yes. Field Marshal, General O'Connor is here to see you, he says the matter is urgent. Rommel and Manuel exchanged looks. These days urgent might as well be a synonym for bad news. There was no point in hiding from it, however, that would only magnify whatever consequences were to be felt. Send him in. The words were barely out of Rommel's mouth when the door to his office opened and the British officer strode in. My apologies, sir, he said, but we just received a dispatch from General von Kielmansegg. Despite himself, a nearly inaudible hiss sounded from Rommel at that. Lieutenant General Johann von Kielmansegg was the commanding officer of the German, and Allied, forces fighting down in the Middle East. If Richard had felt the need to hand-deliver any message from the man, the contents of that message could be only one of a very small number of possibilities. Rommel reached out, an invitation for Richard to give him the dispatch. The general did so, and the German officer unfolded the paper. He spent several moments reading it while maintaining a stoic mask. The way his eyes shifted back and forth, he was obviously reading through the message more than once. Finally, when Rommel looked up once more, his eyes mirrored the hollow light that already glinted from Richard's. Manuel looked between his two compatriots, unsure of what if anything he should say. The need for decision on his part was sidestepped when Rommel held out the paper to Manuel. The Spaniard took it, his own worry evident, and read it. The first few lines were all prefatory, a header indicating details like source and destination and a few other bits of accounting. The military, like any other bureaucracy, always felt the need to pad things with extraneous details. The core text of the message was however what Manuel zeroed in on, and spent perhaps as much time as Rommel looking it over. Breakout to Sinai failed. Heavy losses in men and arms. Situation untenable will in 48 hours offer surrender to enemy commander unless order countermanding received. Manuel's lips thinned. Little wonder Richard had rushed over with the news, and Rommel himself seemed in almost a state of shock. The intent of the message was clear enough. General von Kielmansegg obviously considered his position and that of his army hopeless, especially after yet another fruitless attempt to break through the Brytonian encirclement and retreat into Egypt. He was thusly notifying his superiors that he intended to surrender his command, unless they explicitly ordered him to continue fighting, and implicitly offered some means to support that order. Manuel's mind raced as he considered the options available to them. The bulk of the Turkish army was even further east, garrisoning the Persian region, but more and more of it had been shifted back west in the face of the Brytonian advance. Still they were at minimum weeks away from actually launching any credible offensive against the Brytonians, by which time it would be too late. The French were even worse positioned to try to help, with only a token garrison still in Egypt and which would be hard-pressed to stop any Brytonian attack, much less launch one of their own. And the initial surge of reinforcements that had been sent to the Middle East from the other European nations had come in too little, too late, as the bungled deployment at Jerusalem made all too clear. That one Manuel at least had the satisfaction, morbid as it was, of being able to lay at the feet of the Turkish government. Even with the empire literally at their doorsteps, the sheer bloody-mindedness of keeping up old grudges with the Greeks, Bulgarians, and even Romanians really said something about Europe's political landscape. One would have thought a mutual enemy would have made such bygones at least a secondary concern, but no, not even a war of annihilation was enough to put to rest old hatreds and prejudices. To be fair, the other three nations had not exactly gone out of their own way to try to smooth over tensions, but still. And none of those concerns would help a damn for the German troops now trapped within the Brytonian encirclement. Perhaps we could, Manuel began, but stopped as Rommel shook his head. 40 divisions, the German field marshal said. That is how many troops the fatherland committed to the defense of the Middle East. That represents the bulk of not only our panzer divisions, but also the best of our mechanized infantry divisions. The better of more than 500,000 soldiers, now lacking arms, munitions, fuel, and even food, without which they can't fight and they can't run. And if I order Johann to not surrender, all I'll do is get more of them killed for nothing. As much as it pained Manuel to agree, the Spaniard did. Because the fact of the matter was, Europe truly did not have the means to relieve them. With every passing day Britannia further reinforced its encirclement, positioning more troops to both prevent a breakout from within but also strengthening its defenses to keep any force from punching a hole from without. Evacuation via the Red Sea was a non-starter, not with the Brytonian Fifth Fleet having more or less free rein. And with Italy tied down escorting the supply convoys to North Africa, no other collection of Mediterranean naval powers possessed the ships necessary to credibly challenge Brytonian control of the Red Sea. 40 divisions, Rommel repeated. And I sent them there, in the belief that we could outfight the Brytonians because we held the logistical advantage. The man snorted. Was I only fooling myself? Manuel said nothing, and not just because he was as firmly convinced of that advantage as his superior had been. It seemed impossible that Britannia would be able to sustain 3 simultaneous fronts stretched across half the world, but the Empire was doing just that. From North Africa to the Middle East to Siberia, the Empire was successfully keeping not only its troops properly supplied, but even keeping pace with their advances. True, the Brytonian Sixth Army had apparently overextended itself trying to take Krasnoyarsk, but that seemed more an issue of prematurity than because the city was actually beyond the Empire's reach. The staggering wealth of resources this reach ultimately represented, the mind boggled. I have to wonder, Manuel finally said aloud, whether the Empress Euphemia truly does hate us. For what happened to the Brytonian East Coast, and to her family? Officially, the EU continued to maintain that it, and more specifically France, had played no part in the destruction of the New York Thought Elevator or the deaths of effectively the entire Brightonian imperial family save the Empress Euphemia herself. Unofficially, at least some members of the combined staff were aware that there was this operation running in and around Pendragon, one that played some sort of role in the attempted coup led by the Dukes KN and Alberia. Details were sketchy, this DIS refusing to disclose anything that might shed any light on its involvement, but rumors had worked their way through the grapevine nonetheless with enough persistence that the insistence on lack of culpability by the EU was less convincing than it might otherwise have been. Manuel still had absolutely no idea how this DIS might have achieved these feats, especially the seemingly simultaneous deaths of the Brightonian imperial family, but he was not prepared to discount French involvement. At least, he was not prepared to discount the Empress Euphemia sincerely believing in French involvement, and being driven by that belief. Whether she hates us or not is not something we can control, Rommel said frankly. All we can do is weather that hatred to the best of our ability, and to shield our peoples from it. The field marshal straightened. The fatherland has suffered a grievous blow, but not a fatal one. We will recover, for to do otherwise would spell the end of our nations. Manuel and Richard both nodded at that. The demand for a complete and unconditional surrender to end the war was, simply put, unacceptable. Not because surrendering to the empire would be the capitulation of European liberalism to Brightonian authoritarianism, but because Britannia was simply not trusted to avoid visiting atrocities upon the surrendered populations. Thus far indications were that European POWs were treated mostly in line with the Geneva Conventions, but there was a great fear that that was more to avoid retaliatory actions against Brightonian prisoners held by the Europeans than out of any belief in the sanctity of the conventions, of which Britannia was not a signatory. And after Baghdad, where almost 500,000 people were callously condemned to the firestorms, fear of what Britannia might do to Europe's cities was at near fever pitch. Despite the fear, however, and despite the determination shown here, there was also a recognition amongst the European military leadership that the advantage lay firmly with the empire. Their previous hopes that the logistical challenge of fighting a war halfway across the world, a challenge they would have been incapable of meeting, would also be beyond Britannia's reach, had long been dashed. If the empire really was determined to force a complete and unconditional surrender, then all they could do was delay the inevitable at great cost in wealth and blood. But there was still a lingering, almost forlorn hope, that if the European armies could just bloody the empire's forces enough, even the Brightonians would grow weary enough of the war to consider more acceptable terms. Africa would likely be lost to her colonial masters, and perhaps even parts of Siberia would need to be surrendered. But Europe, including Britain and Ireland, would see no occupation and be allowed to remain independent states. Or so was the hope. So was the hope. It appears the Europeans still hold out hope they can end the war without surrendering unconditionally, Euphemia remarked at the dinner table. Rai cocked his head aside, noting the near exasperation in the Empress' tone. And this irritates you? More disappointment than irritation, Euphemia responded. The Europeans know they cannot win this war, and they also know that if the ground war actually spreads to continental Europe, the devastation will be horrific. And yet they still gamble against that in the hopes that Britannia, that I, might change my mind. Either they still do not believe me, or their minds cannot grasp the full depths of what is about to befall their homes enough to concede to the lesser evil. Would you were the situation reversed? Rai asked. And can you be entirely certain they have not made an explicit decision that subjecting their peoples to the tribulations of continued war is not a lesser evil than unconditionally surrendering to Britannia, to you? Rai was not afraid to speak his mind, a consequence of having grown up in a time where niceties like self-delusion could be lethal. He was not entirely tactless, however, and recognized that people did have limits of how hard they could be pushed. Right now, he also recognized that Euphemia was nowhere near those limits, and the Empress needed someone to make her confront some hard truths. Perhaps not, Euphemia conceded, but their continued intransigence will have consequences. The Europeans make public assertions about wanting to preserve their dignity and honor in any agreement that concludes this war. How shallow that dignity is proving to be, considering how much it is weighed against their pride. The Empress sighed. But, this is not the time to be griping about such matters. She gave Rai a slight smile. Especially not with such congenial company. Rai returned it. One would think I have at least some use in your company beyond mere congeniality. Euphemia chuckled. You listen, Rybert. And when you respond, it is not in dismissal. That by itself elevates you beyond mere congeniality. The Empress took a snip from her glass. But still, it would not do for me to be the only one griping about my day. How was yours? Rai shrugged, cutting into his serving of steak. Of considerably less frustration than yours, it would seem. Camelot's engineers are some very rational people, more or less. Given a task, they set about it with admirable dedication. Should I presume the less in this case would be the Earl Asplund? Euphemia said playfully. Rai shrugged nonchalantly. The Colonel is a colorful personality. In some respects that is to my advantage. By having him present some of my concepts as his own, they are actually taken more seriously. The Camelot staff seem very used to seemingly crackpot whims of his turning out to be on the mark. I admit I have not kept fully abreast of what Camelot's conventional weapons program is working on these days, Euphemia said. Then again, I do have you for that. Technically speaking, I would be violating classification protocols by actually revealing what we're working on, Rai pointed out. But I suppose I could indulge you, Euphemia. How generous of you, Euphemia drawled. Rai cracked a smirk of his own. In truth, what we are doing now is not particularly special. It is more a matter of helping contextualize some of the concepts and designs Her Highness has been producing. I am after all the only other person with direct hands-on experience with the technology. And are the things Colin is asking Camelot to build actually within their capability to do so? Euphemia inquired. Practically speaking? No. Much of the current work is in identifying what needs to be done to reach what is termed as Technological Readiness Level 3, at least for the concepts that Her Highness did not herself provide a roadmap for. Rai frowned slightly. There feels a certain arbitrariness to what she did and did not do that for. I would not doubt that, Euphemia said. At the same time, considering everything on Colin's plate, she might just be economizing her time and providing guidance only on the things she expects to stump Camelot's engineers or which we need to expedite the development of. That or she herself does not understand the material enough to provide additional commentary. Euphemia chuckled. A distinct possibility. But she does have Nemo to help with that, no? Nominally, Rai said. Nemo, while she appears to be a fully conscious person in her own right, and in many respects she still has certain limits. Her databanks have a lot of information, yes, but she possesses no greater understanding of that information than what is detailed within those records. If there is a concept that Her Highness does not understand, Nemo's ability to recast it is limited. Interesting, Euphemia said thoughtfully. Is that simply a limitation of the technology used to create Nemo, or a limitation of her design that was intentionally imposed? It is arguably something of a fundamental limit of the principles used to craft her, Rai responded. Nemo's neurological topology is intended to mimic that of a human's. And humans, well, our ability to process information is not finite. Certain constraints were built into Nemo so that she cannot be overwhelmed by mere mental stress like humans can be, which introduced a degree of plasticity to her thought process. The youth cocked his head aside. And also ended up making her very snarky, though I never did understand how that was related. Perhaps because sarcasm is one of humanity's defensive mechanisms against such stress. Euphemia suggested. Maybe. Rai shrugged. I cannot claim to be much of an expert at human psychology. Believe me, Rybert, the only qualifications one needs to be an expert in such a tenuous field is the experience of life, and you have had plenty of it. If you say so, Euphemia, Rai responded with a weak smile. Euphemia raised an eyebrow, but Rai did not expand upon the remark, so the Empress left it be. Still, my daily routine seems almost languid considering all the work you involve yourself with, Rai continued. What is this I hear you are directly involving yourself in Pendragon's reconstruction efforts on top of your other duties? Pendragon is my home, Euphemia pointed out, and as the Archduchess of Pendragon it is only natural that I take a direct interest in my personal domain's recovery. May I presume then that recovery is going well? Euphemia gave a playful smile. You may. Ah, so that means I can look forward to not being stuck in traffic day in and day out commuting to the Camelot Institute's offices on the outskirts of town because of all the construction. Rai's statement was spoken in a single breath without pause, so quickly that Euphemia was still blinking in surprise whilst the youth in question was back to digging into his steak. After a few moments the Empress let out a snort of amusement and was rewarded by a smirk from Rai. Snark was obviously not solely the purview of the knight's old AI companion. I'm afraid you'll have to put up with some construction for a while yet, Euphemia said lightly, and then her voice lowered just a pitch. Work on Memorial Plaza will take a while yet. At that Rai looked up, meeting Euphemia's eyes. There was no wavering in either gaze, but understanding was equally evident. The casting of the statues will take time, I take it. Rai inquired softly. The statues that would mark every single one of her family that fell that horrific day. Euphemia shook her head however. The designs are complete, it is more a matter of acquiring the necessary raw material to cast them in. And what material would that be? Euphemia's voice was as hard as the answer itself. Iron. End of chapter 138. So, anyone have any clues as to from what/where Euphemia intends to get the iron for those statues? Rest in peace, Potato Girl. If it's any consolation, you'll be getting a better end in my story than in your home universe. We are rushing a bit, but only because I need to wrap up the story before I lose interest. A while back, there was a small amount of chatter from readers about Euphemia's attitude, for lack of a better word. Some felt that they could still see the kindness and compassion that she embodied in the anime, even if that compassion was tempered into a firmer will. Others thought she was pushing a bit too far into the realpolitik with her calculated actions. Both sides have their points, and this differing of perspective is rooted in the complexity of having a character be both kind and cunning in a realistic manner. Also in a consistent way, which is arguably even more difficult. This chapter, and those that follow it, are intended to reveal more about what beliefs actually drive Euphemia. All of you have seen her do her best for those she considers her people, those she considers friends, and those she considers family. But what does Euphemia herself actually believe in? Why does she take so seriously her duty as first an imperial scion and now as empress? There is a philosophical, even ideological, rationale driving Euphemia, which we are finally touching upon. The exploration of this rationale is ultimately the culmination of this story, to show what kind of person Euphemia really is. The first bit of the exploration was shown in the opening scene, where she lays out, honestly, her personal belief about people to the German foreign minister, and how that belief serves as a foundation for her decision to demand an unconditional surrender from the EU. What her explanation should tell all of you is not that she's cynical or bitter, but that she is actually, in her own way, an optimist. It's a very distinct form of optimism, and one that operates at a different granularity than what might traditionally be treated as optimism. But at heart, Euphemia wants to believe in the good of people. She's just not foolish enough to rely on it for everything, and so she places safeguards where she feels necessary. There are more angles to this obviously, which will be covered in the following chapters. The need to get all this info out is actually one reason why the European war is being rushed like it is. As I stated previously, this last semi-arc is the culmination of Euphemia's story. Without it, a lot of what she did previously doesn't quite click together. With it, all of you are given a much firmer context for why she did some of the things she did, and why the people around her supported her despite their misgivings regarding specific deeds. Actually chronicling out the rest of the European war proper and then this last segment of character development / exploration would have easily added another 20 or more chapters onto the story, and I just don't have the energy to keep going for that many more chapters. Had this story been in dead tree form and actually incorporated all of the storylines that I ultimately cut, it would have been broken up into 4 arcs with each being about 50 chapters or so. In that respect the first arc is the most complete while the later arcs ended up getting more and more material cut. There was literally an entire storyline involving Suzaku that was truncated into what you all saw, which would have resulted in a very different Battle of Baghdad. And by different, I mean there would have been a massive battle on Par with the Battle of Pendragon in scale. Similarly, Colin's development into a knight would have seen a lot more visible bumps in the road as she integrated with the other armsmen. Some of these bumps were implied but not actually shown. But since this isn't a dead tree story and I don't write for a living, it is what it is. One can presume that the European governments all had a collective oh shit reaction when Gerhard returns from his mission and passes on Euphemia's message. Recall that the Varus railguns used by Colin and the others have stepped down settings that allow them to fire more quickly but with not quite as much sheer kinetic impact. Recall also that the Varus rifle does have anti-personnel munitions to be used in conjunction with that stepped down setting. Granted these were fragmentation type shells that shattered on impact instead of high explosive. In general though, the expectation is that the sheer kinetic energy from a railgun shot would make any additional explosive yield redundant. There is going to be a shockwave resulting from the shot when it hits, and anything caught in it is not going to be combat effective afterward. Granted, I am aware of the thought that a railgun round might travel so fast that it completely blows through a target that you wanted to blow up. The thinking here though is if something is that brittle, just use a rocket or a grenade launcher or even the standard autocannon mounted on other striker variants to punch through it. And if somehow the rocket or grenade launcher doesn't pack enough explosive force and you can't aim the railgun to get its shot to impact and impart the bulk of its kinetic energy upon the target, then you're probably better off just calling in an airstrike or the like. Chapter 139. Despite the prolonging of the conflict, it was evident to most parties that the Central Powers were going to lose. By this point however all active belligerents had effectively exhausted their foreign reserves and were buying on credit from Britannia. The Empire had no intention of allowing mere military defeat excuse a nation from repaying it, and so issued several additional dictates as 1918 drew to a close. Foremost amongst them was the simple fact that Britannia would not forgive the debt of any of the belligerents, and that attempts to default would see the Empire actively move to seize assets wherever it may find them to make up for it. Another, arguably more insidious declaration was that if the reparations a nation was forced to pay prevented it from repaying Britannia, the Empire would consider the nation receiving the reparations to be responsible for making good the debt to the Empire. Together, these dictates cast a long shadow on the conference of European powers that came together to try and end the war. Recognizing their mutual disadvantage vis-a-vis Britannia and the danger the Empire posed to all of them in their weakened state, the European nations set about to create a foundation from which they could resist further Britannian pressure by repairing the damage done to the continent together. From this common goal was birthed the European Economic Coal and Steel Community, eventually morphing into the European Economic Community and finally the European Union that would face Britannia in the Great War. While the Emperor Friedrich would consider these dictates his most cunning diplomatic and economic maneuvers, future historians would remark that His Majesty in actuality helped birth one of Britannia's greatest rivals. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 139. Exercitus sine duce corpus est sine spiritu. The columns of soldiers disembarking from the ship were greeted by throngs of family and friends. Many of the 25th Infantry Division's conscripts were from families that lived in Japan, which made it easier for them to spend their liberty with their loved ones. And while Cole's mother and father were back in the homelands now, he certainly still had some loved ones here. With a beaming smile, Colin stepped forward and accepted his embrace. There was even a kiss. One that lasted for quite some time. "Wow," was Cole's response once they finally parted. "And also, have you been practicing?" Colin gave a snort of laughter before hitting him lightly on the chest. "Is that really something you should be asking your loving wife?" Cole gave a playful smirk. "No, I suppose not, considering Millie is back in Pendragon last I heard." "Ha! Oh, you do have a perverted mind, Cole. What can I say, the gods made men to be tempted by women. Well, so long as you don't succumb to any temptation outside my company, that's just fine with me." As the two walked towards the waiting car, they ignored the very conspicuous glances in their direction. While it was certainly true that the two could have arranged to meet up in more private circumstances, this public display of affection was calculated. Knowledge of Cole and Colin's marriage still remained, by some miracle, outside the public awareness. That she and Cole were romantically attached was just slightly more known, and not known enough that Colin was still from time to time propositioned by ambitious scions of other noble families. By greeting Cole like this, and embracing him so openly, those same scions might start to recognize that their entreaties were futile and back off. Those that did not, well, Colin was a princess of the realm, and was thus provided with a myriad of means to express her displeasure. Besides, Colin was not the only one here to see Cole. After having exchanged similar affections with her own beau, Nora gave her younger brother a hug. "It's good to have you back," she said, "and thanks for bringing Armin back with you." "Oh, I see how it is," Cole said with a chuckle. "I'm just Armin's taxi. And his shield once father gets around to visiting," Nora quipped back. "Wonderful," Cole drawled. "Though I just need to make sure mother meets Armin first, after that I'm clear." The others chuckled even as they started maneuvering towards the waiting vehicle. "Funny you should mention that," Colin said. "Your mother is actually planning on putting in a showing during your leave. She should be here by next Monday." "Really?" Cole glanced at his sister. "I heard nothing about this." "Mother mentioned it in her last letter to me," Nora responded, "and she gave no indication that she intended it as any sort of surprise to you. Perhaps she was not aware at the time it would coincide with your leave." "Probably," Cole said. "We're only back because the Germans threw in the towel in the Middle East." The others nodded, even if only Colin was aware of the strategic details of that capitulation. The over 500,000 surviving German troops that were now POWs represented a significant chunk of the Wehrmacht's combat power, and even more importantly represented an even bigger chunk of their operationally ready formation. Yes, Germany still had sufficient population to make good those losses, but that would require them to pull even more people out of the factories, the very factories that would need workers to make good the lost materiel as well. Even then Germany could probably find replacement workers by calling on more women to join the labor force, so the fatherland's ability to continue fighting was by no means crippled. But how many more times Germany, and really the rest of Europe, could do this was another matter entirely. French losses in Africa and Russian losses in Siberia were continuing to mount, and even as Britannia took losses of her own, the crucial difference was the ratio of those losses. Not having your armies constantly routed and being on the retreat did wonders for keeping more troops combat ready. "So what is mother doing in Japan anyway?" Cole asked, looking almost askance at not being able to open the door for Colin thanks to an overly attentive guard. "My father is holding a gala of sorts for assorted families that he's apparently close with," Colin actually answered instead of Nora. "Seeing as Eve is my mother-in-law," she qualified. Cole raised an eyebrow as they all settled down into the car. "Apparently close with?" Colin shrugged. "I honestly can't say I know that much about my father's social circle. I didn't even know your parents were in it until after the war started, and since then I've been so busy with my duties I still haven't met that many of them. I think this is father taking advantage of the momentary lull in my traveling schedule to introduce as many of them as he can to me." "Oh," Cole said rather thoughtfully. "So that means you probably never knew about your father's political activities?" The young woman shrugged again. "Probably not. Back before, I kind of kept him at arm's length. There's a lot of catching up to do." That last remark sounded so petulant that Cole could not help but chuckle and extend a comforting arm around his wife. Indeed there was a lot of catching up to do, and if he had it his way he would be right by her side helping that along. Cole tried to relax. That was turning out to be more difficult than it really should have been, and all thanks to the indelible pressure exuded by his father-in-law, and all from him just standing there. No, if Cole was to be completely honest, he was well used to Heinrich Stadtfeld's demeanor. And it was not as if the older man was actually trying to inflict a nervous breakdown upon him. The real reason for his anxiety this time around came down to the presence of his mother, whom he was not entirely certain had forgiven him for getting married in her absence. There, all dressed up, Eve said as she finished fussing over his uniform. I've put this, and other formal dress, on enough times myself to know what I'm doing, mother, Cole tried, and I will do so again many times more. Maybe so, but that just means you will find yet more ways to put it on not quite right. Eve smiled warmly. Just like your father. She reached out and gave her son a warm hug. Cole actually let out a sigh of mild relief. It seemed he was mostly forgiven, at least for tonight. Come, your princess awaits. Cole chuckled. Yes, she does. And awaiting she was, standing to the side with a playful smile on her expression. Eve and I will go on ahead, Heinrich said. Seeing as you are the official hostess for this evening's festivities, it is also about time you put in a showing. He then offered an arm. If your grace wills. Why thank you your excellency, Eve said as she accepted, then gave a wink at Colin. Make sure he treats you with the proper consideration, my dear. That hasn't been a problem so far, as Colin accepted Cole's proffered arm. Yes, but it is always wise to not let the menfolk get too slack. I feel like sometimes the only purpose husbands serve is as fodder for wisecracks by our wives, Heinrich remarked whimsically. That is between you and Koton, Eve said. Despite feeling some sympathy for his father-in-law, Cole still let a few snickers sound. Granted it might not be so funny if he ended up as the butt of the jokes, but the mild roasting of others always served to amuse. Such playful banter came to an end however as the four emerged in the main hall. Koton was already down there, acting as a hostess with seemingly practiced ease. That was another detail Colin was only now becoming aware of, how prior to the divorce her mother had run the Stotfeld household with meticulous competence, and so actually knew most of the guests today on very familiar terms. Familiar enough in fact that those same guests had held their tongue to protect Heinrich's reputation, and Koton's safety, when the war erupted, providing the Baron with the freedom of action necessary to look after his family via means both direct and indirect. That was the caliber of guests here tonight, and Colin found that she felt more than a token gratitude to them. Her Grace the Duchess Fleur von Tertzental Mariel Kraft, a servant announced, accompanied by His Excellency the Viceroy Baron Heinrich Stotfeld. Announcing Heinrich was a tad redundant, but since officially Colin was the host and her father merely another guest, it still all fit within protocol. That also meant that despite having been at the palace since before the party had even commenced, Cole was about to see similar introduction. His Grace Captain Cole Todd Kraft. Cole took a step forward, and nearly tripped himself when the exact words ushered by the servant registered. By the rules of courtesy his marriage to Colin did not grant him any distinctions, so despite her being Duchess of Tokyo, Cole was emphatically not to be referred as the Duke of Tokyo. Similarly while his father was the Duke of Seattle, the courtesy of being addressed as one was restricted to his parents. He was not even the heir to that title, that right and obligation fell to his elder sister Nora. In fact addressing him in such a manner could even be construed as a slight against Colin, the actual holder of the patent. Cole glanced over at his wife, and found her rolling her eyes. I wonder who came up with the idea first, she said aloud. Your mother, or my father? The tension faded from his body almost immediately. Knowing them, they might have both come up with it spontaneously, he said with a slight smile. Colin chuckled. Probably. Well husband dear, since the cat is out of the bag, we should not keep the other guests waiting. By all means, dear. The murmurs were definitely growing louder as the guests also took note of the courtesy and the little exchange between the two. There was also a noticeable smirk on Heinrich's face that Colin could see all too clearly. The Baron had separated from Eve almost immediately after having been announced, with Eve approaching her own acquaintances to catch up while Heinrich took a moment to check in on his wife. Now he was headed back Colin's way, with several others in tow, obviously the first of many guests that he intended to introduce his daughter to. Your Highness, he said, sounding almost deferential, may I introduce Earl Bredau von Breisgau and his lovely wife the Countess Claudia, and their equally lovely daughter Leela. The three guests were just beginning to bow but Heinrich was not quite yet done. And this of course is my daughter the somehow Princess Colin, and the conniving rogue that somehow won her hand, Cole Kraft. For a moment the two sides, with Heinrich in the middle of course, froze up, before bemused smiles were exchanged. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintances, Colin greeted with just a touch of formality. I can only presume some whimsy of fate saw you cross paths with my irrepressible father. One could say that, Your Highness, Bredau responding with a knowing smile. His Excellency and I served in the Foreign Office together many a years back in the Trade Department. No inflection, no quickening of the pulse. Bredau meant exactly what he said, which indicated he had been nothing more than a diplomat, unlike Heinrich whose position was actually a cover for his work as a Xenos field analyst. And am I to presume that congratulations, however belated, are also in order? Bredau continued. I suppose they are, Colin said, gracing Cole with a warm smile. Then allow us to wish you many happy years together, Bredau said, and to you, Lord Cole, the best of luck in dealing with Heinrich's foibles. The Baron in question gave a most uncouth snort but refrained from further snark. That distinction went to Cole. While I am certain His Excellency will do his utmost to be a trial, I have found that there is much consolation to having the Lady Coton as my other-in-law. In many ways, she has indeed become a second mother to me. That earned Cole approving looks from all around. Quite right, Bradau said. You may or may not yet know this, young man, but to have Coton attend to you with motherly affection is no small treasure. The two youths regarded the noble quizzically. You know my mother so familiarly, your lordship? Colin asked. Both Bradau and Claudia nodded severely. Heinrich brought her with him when he visited us in Britain once, Claudia elaborated further. This was all before the diplomatic unpleasant rise that eventually resulted in war, and Coton was a joy to have as company. The woman offered a playful smile at Heinrich. And I was quite relieved to see that it was she that set about arranging the hors d'oeuvres and main dishes for tonight. Heinrich here never could distinguish between anything beyond whether it was a meat, a fish, or a vegetable based on his like or dislike for it. I will have you know, Heinrich said, that it was I that selected the drinks for the evening. Really? But wherever are all the bottles of beer then? Some concession to the sensitive palates of our guests must be made, Heinrich said. Are you sure the honey and raspberry mead was not a concession to my mother's temperament? Cole put in. While an eyebrow arched upward on Heinrich's face, Bradau had a hearty laugh at his friend's expense. I say, it looks like young Cole here will have little trouble matching wits with you, Heinrich, the Earl remarked. Wits is the lowest bar Cole needs to surmount in his newfound role, Heinrich riposted. And considering he possesses the patience to endure the combined inheritance of my temper and Coton's stubbornness, I am prepared to refrain from questioning his character. The Baron glanced aside. At least not while Eve is within earshot. Sardonic to the last, Claudia remarked with a chuckle, then to Cole. And that is how we know Heinrich actually likes you, young man. I will take a measure of comfort in knowing that, milady, Cole said, and reinforce it with the knowledge of Colin's affection. Good man, Bradau said. That is all a husband can ever hope for when dealing with his father-in-law. Just you wait your turn, Bradau, Heinrich said after another swig of his wine-glass. It is about that time for young Leela to make her debut, no? Yes, well, we'll see about that, Bradau grumbled. Chuckles rippled through the group at that bit, and the Earl himself and the young woman in question were no exception. Tell me, your lordship, was my father also this irreverent while serving in the Foreign Office? Colin asked. This and much more so, Bradau answered with an air of seeming gravity. Heinrich seemed to know now fear in his youth, and many a times I thought he would run afoul of whichever undersecretary we happened to report to. Looking back, it seems a minor miracle he was never cashiered, and that is just in relation to the things I was physically present for. That saw questioning looks cross Colin and Cole's face. Heinrich, however, was the one to explain that qualification. Working for the Foreign Office usually entails some overseas assignment, the Baron said, so Bradau and I would often not see each other for months at a time. Bradau also tended to draw the short straw when we were being assigned postings. While I was dispatched to this lovely temperate chain of islands, he was consigned to many years beneath the grey skies of Britain. As I am sure your highness is well aware, your father has a certain tendency to exaggerate, Bradau said with a playful smile. Yes, I am quite, Colin agreed. That being said, and loath though I am to admit it lest his head swell yet further, my father often does have a point. True enough, your highness, Bradau said with a chuckle. And while my family and I spent many a happy years in Britain, even setting aside the weather, which I assure you is not quite as dreary as Heinrich here implies, there were certainly times when I felt a great gulf between us and our British cousins. After over a century and a half such differences are inevitable, Claudia spoke up. Even within Britain itself, for all the relative smallness of the island, there are some significant differences between different regions like Wales, Scotland, or England. Did you travel the country much during your time stationed there? Colin asked. Quite a bit, your highness, Bradau answered. As trade attaché, my duties often required me to visit various commercial and industrial concerns scattered throughout Britain. Such industry as Britain actually has, Heinrich drawled. Over 2/3 of their steel needs were met by imports, 3/4 of their machine tools, and basically all of their oil. We sold far more to Britain than we bought in terms of both industrial and agricultural goods, and would probably have sold even more had they not used tariffs to keep their domestic industries coddled. Fair's fair, Heinrich, Bradau responded, the tariffs don't protect them from continental competition, and the companies that did survive that are on decent enough footing. Well, thankfully I can stay far away from dealing with that mess in the future, Heinrich said. You thinking you might go back after the war? We shall see, Bradau answered. In the near term the Foreign Office has apparently decided my experiences in Europe somehow makes me suitable for a posting in China. Considering the relatively short distances from here to the Chinese capital, however, I have elected to have Claudia and Leela reside here in Japan. Colin tilted her head aside, having picked up an undertone to that statement. Oh? What induced such a decision, if your lordship does not mind me asking. It is ultimately for Layla's sake, Claudia answered that one. She spent much of her childhood overseas, and we felt it would be good for her to complete her formative years within Britannia's borders. And ultimately, Japan is something of a beacon these days. It is a place where different peoples are coming together, working together. That is something we wish for Leela to experience in the Empire. Colin smiled at the implicit praise of her future domain, and then glanced over at the girl in question. Layla's own smile was a bit weaker, and the expression was far from reaching her purple eyes. Colin tilted her head aside. You miss Britain, Leela? After a brief moment that included a quick glance at her parents, Leela nodded. Though I am of Britannia, much of my childhood was spent in London, and I cannot help but think of that place as my home. That was a very frank answer, and spoken to the wrong people would have cast Leela in an unfortunate light. Amongst present company, however, a natural sympathy was the response. I can see how you would feel that way, Colin said comfortingly. And once the war ends, you will be able to return. But still, a home is not just a place, it is also the people with you. I am certain that wherever you so choose, you will be able to make it your home. Leela seemed taken aback by the sentiment, and spent a few moments blinking blankly. But then she smiled warmly back at Colin, nodding. Her flowing blonde hair bobbed up and down alongside the motion, and the stress previously evident in her expression flowed away as well. Well, I think we may have dallied here a bit too long, Heinrich said, placing a hand on Colin's shoulder. Somehow the girl could feel the approval through the touch. If you would please excuse us, my dear daughter has other guests that she must attend to. The three members of the Breisgau family bowed slightly again. It was truly a pleasure making your acquaintance, Your Highness, Bradau said with a touch of formality before smiling. And it is my hope that you and young Cole here will share many a happy years together. The two youths in question met each other's eyes before smiling in turn. My thanks, Your Lordship. And you can be certain that Cole and I will endeavour to do just that. It was hard to believe, but nearly 4 years after the commencement of the Great War, the conflict was near to reaching its climax. Having reached a settlement with the Chinese Federation, the entirety of Britannia's martial might was now arrayed against Europe. From North Africa to Siberia, 20 million men and women bearing arms in Euphemia's name stood ready to strike the final blow, the details of which the Empress was now being briefed. As your Majesty is well aware, our positions in North Africa, the Middle East, and Siberia remain stable and secure, Geass began. The Russian front in particular stands out for the competency with which General Weyand has handled the situation, and the fall of Krasnoyarsk marks the westernmost point of his lines. In the near term the war staff sees no indications of any risk of major reversals so long as the general continues in exercising prudent judgment. Arguably, the time indeed draws near that opportunities for major advances will appear, and we do not doubt General Weyand will exploit them with equal effectiveness. Euphemia nodded. Weyand's appointment as the commanding officer of 6th Army had been at her direct order, so the report by Geass was more than just a summary of the general's successes, it also marked the approval and acceptance of the war staff as a whole to the decision. Of course, had things gone differently, the staff would have made clear its dissatisfaction even while remaining deferential to their sovereign. That was after all the definition of loyalty, obedient but not subservient. Presently the greater opportunity, and ultimately risk, lie with our southern advance, Geass continued. Opportunity, in that a successful incursion into the European mainland would dramatically shift the dynamics of this war, taking the conflict directly into their homelands. Risk, in that even so weakened, the Europeans remain formidable opponents and will be doing everything within their power to protect their homes. The Empress nodded again. That was ultimately the point after all, to force the European people to experience in full the war that they had started. To make them regret with their very being having done so. Our analysts have performed a detailed study of Europe's remaining war-fighting capacity, and regrettably it remains considerable, Geass stated. Simultaneously, it has been significantly diminished. With the majority of their colonial territories plus the Middle East cut off, the Europeans are now reliant entirely on their internal resources. Which everyone seated at this table understood to be, for the most part, far more limited. For that matter, even in peacetime Europe was a net importer of the raw materials that fed its industry, relying mostly on Africa and the Middle East. The only nation that was self-sufficient in its mineral needs was Russia, but even that country was finding itself under severe stress from the demands of the war. Of course, Britannia occupying so much of its Far East territory was not helping things any. In recognition of this, the strategic objectives of our operations remain the elimination of European industries' access to its necessary inputs, with Operation Backbone in particular having the potential to strike a major blow in that regard. Geass worked his console and a map of Europe appeared on the displays ringing the room. It quickly zoomed into a specific part of the continent, namely the southwest. The Iberian Peninsula is the largest internal source of Europe's tungsten supplies, without which their manufacturing industries would be effectively crippled, never mind their ability to deploy the standard armor-piercing shells used by their armed forces. Production from the Spanish and Portuguese mines have already faced heavy disruption due to the strategic bombing campaign, but the outright occupation of their lands from a successful backbone landing would prevent any production from reaching the other European states. There was of course question of whether the Europeans would even last long enough for such deprivation to matter. But the effort was still worthwhile, if only to induce further strain upon the European economy as a whole. Of the other strategic minerals that we might be in position to deprive the Europeans of, Geass pressed onward, oil is the only other one that could cause similar if not greater amounts of economic disruption. Of their continental reserves, the Russian Federation is in possession of the largest supplies by a wide margin. The bulk of those reserves are also concentrated in western Siberia and remain as yet outside the range of our advance. Still, it is expected that Sixth Army's continued advance will start impacting Russian production in the region, even if it fails to completely cut it off. Realistically, such optimism was probably unwarranted, but practically Britannia's options in neutralizing the western Siberian oil fields were limited. The fields themselves were too dispersed to directly attack, and while the destruction certain assets like refineries or pipeline terminals might hamper production, relying solely on such disruption was likely unwise. It would only be in conjunction with other operations and maneuvers that these efforts would be most effective. One major oil production region that our forces might be able to threaten, at least by air, would be the Baku region alongside the Caspian Sea. With Third Army's continued march north through Iran, we should be able to position strike squadrons within range of the Baku oil production facilities within the month. Other operations such as this one. Other opportunities to strike at European oil production facilities are far more limited. Geass wound down that particular topic. Some fields exist deeper in southern Europe, and there are of course the reserves in the North Sea, but efforts against those should be deferred until a strategic need has been identified, as the resources required are likely better employed in other pursuits. Euphemia nodded, indicating her agreement. Besides, the damage that Britannia was already threatening to visit upon Europe's economic backbone was already quite significant. In general, Geass continued, it should be noted that striking at Europe's energy sources is a complex matter. The various nations are for the most part actually self-sufficient in coal and do not necessarily need oil for electrical power generation. Simultaneously, there remains a great deal of uncertainty as to how robust the European power grid actually is. Our analysts think that it is capable of diverting power in response to lost generation, but to what degree they can compensate remains an open question. While the disruption caused by the Iberian bombing campaign is extensive, how much this has affected regions beyond the peninsula is difficult to ascertain. Not like the Europeans would openly announce any strain or deprivation they were undergoing as a consequence of Britannia's actions. No need to make things too easy for the Empire, after all. Concurrent to our preparations for Operation Backbone, the requisite resources for Operation Husky are also being concentrated. The map shifted from the Iberian Peninsula eastward, settling on a pair of islands in the middle of the Mediterranean. Control of Sicily would provide many strategic opportunities, from serving as a much closer base to launch bombing strikes against France and Italy to acting as a springboard for Operations Avalanche and Dragoon. The Europeans are well aware of this, and the Italians have concentrated a substantial number of troops on the island in preparation for its defense. Much of their surviving navy is also stationed nearby, ready to contest any landing attempts. The French have also positioned several squadrons of interceptors and strike aircraft in the south in support, and while they almost certainly would like to lend what naval assistance they are capable of mustering to Sicily's defense, Geass smiled thinly. Second Fleet's blockade of the Strait of Gibraltar means what ships their Atlantic shipyards have managed to commission are effectively out of play. The expression was soon mirrored on the faces of the others assembled, and Euphemia was no exception. There was nothing wrong with appreciating success after all, even in times of war. The timetable of operations then remains on schedule? Euphemia asked. Geass nodded firmly. Yes, Your Majesty. The concentration of the requisite forces has already been completed. All that remains is the accumulation of the calculated supply levels that will be necessary to support them once they make landfall, as well as the foodstuffs that the civilian populations that fall behind our lines are calculated to need. At that last part the other attendants all regarded their empress carefully. The stipulation that the Britannian military be able to feed those civilians that became trapped in territory the Empire seized had come directly from Euphemia, with the empress herself providing rigorously detailed numbers for how much food of various types would be required. Had any of the officers felt tempted to question such seeming largesse, none of them actually gave voice to it. Assuming responsibility for feeding the civilian population was from a purely practical perspective not something to do lightly. Europe was home to hundreds of millions of people, and it was not as if the Empire's own troops did not need to eat themselves. Any farms that were overrun would likely be out of operation for at least the short term, and the farms beyond Britannia's zone of control were certainly not going to be sending food into occupied territory, which meant the majority of the needed food would need to be supplied by the Empire. That meant shipping it in, from either direction, which would cut into the space available for war materiel. At the same time, no one on the war staff was prepared to suggest that Britannia should just let the civilians starve. As much animosity as Britannia might feel against the Europeans for what happened with the New York Thought Elevator, by and large the Empire's subjects were not so monstrous as to wish such misery upon the citizens of the nations they were at war with. Besides, there were a few consolatory factors at play as well. Forcing the Europeans to knowingly shoot at ships that were helping feed their own people was not going to do wonders for their morale, and it was not as if the food that could be shifted in such quantities could be described as very appetizing even if it was nutritionally sufficient. Or so the claim went. More than a few people were dubious of even that with respect to foodstuffs like spam. Rai seemed to enjoy it quite a bit though, even calling it a delicacy. The majority of the rest of the guard thought he was nuts. How many of these factors were taken into consideration by Euphemia the war staff however could only guess it. It would not have mattered however, their empress had issued a command so they obeyed. When Britannian boots set foot on European soil, privation might well follow, but outright starvation and exposure would be avoided. Thus Euphemia had decreed, and thus it would be. I am glad to hear it, Euphemia said. There is however one other detail that must be attended to before operations against Europe can proceed in full earnest. The officers seated about exchanged curious looks with one another. It would not be impossible for their empress to have noticed some such detail that might have slipped their attention, it had happened before after all. And so they waited with bated breath to see what it might be this time. When Euphemia spoke again, her listeners were soon nodding in agreement. This was indeed a detail that needed attending to. Best that they get on it right away. For reasons of security, combined with the fact that this was actually the shorter route, Colin arrived in Cairo coming from the east. Flying aboard the Avalon meant the trip was not too rough on her, the prototype battleship was equipped with all manners of comforts after all, but Colin was still glad to have some solid ground under her feet. While she would have survived plummeting from the sky where the Avalon shot down, it would still have been a very unpleasant experience. That and she would soon be back aboard the ship once her errand was complete. Colin took a deep breath. Being a princess of the realm was turning into a lot of work. The honor guard snapped to present arms as Colin descended towards the waiting dignitaries. Not just General Darlton and other senior officers, but a few persons in civilian dress as well. Colin recognized them as the bureaucrats dispatched from Britannia to handle general administration of the newly conquered region. Knowing Euphemia as she did, Colin had some degree of confidence that these men were not likely to make Egypt as much a hash as had been done to her own homeland after its conquest. Welcome to Egypt, Your Highness, Andreas saluted, and smiled. It is good to see you again. Colin returned both courtesies. And you as well, General. And she really meant it too. All those months on campaign, shadowing the general while he led, Colin had both learned a great deal about how to be a better soldier and officer, as well as about Andreas as a person. The general was a stern man, with strong convictions but also at heart a good man. He might have killed Britannia's enemies by the thousands, but these deaths were not personal. He was simply defending his liege, his people, and his family. A family that was brutally winnowed down when Sozaku betrayed Andreas' trust and killed nearly all of his adopted sons during the Battle of Tokyo. Of all the people Andreas had helped kill, had indeed helped Colin kill, Sozaku was probably the only one that was immensely personal for the general. Colin regretted, deeply, that Andreas could not be told the full truth of what happened with Sozaku. That the man could not be told that his judgment, in the end, was actually correct. That Sozaku, left to his own devices, would have never forsworn himself like that. But the demands of state, the demands of humanity, required that the secret behind Code and Geass be a tightly held secret. And so Andreas remained ignorant of the true culprits behind his sons' deaths, condemning the general to bitter regret. For this Andreas had Colin's immense sympathy, which was one more reason why she accorded to him the utmost respect and courtesy. Her Majesty also asked me to convey her own greetings, Colin said. She is devoutly grateful for your continued service, and asks that you take care with your own person. Andreas let out a slight, appreciative sigh at that. Please assure Her Majesty that I will be mindful of my own health and form. And that I appreciate her concern. Colin nodded. There was little else to say, further exchanges of platitudes would have been pretty empty by this point. Also recognizing this, Andreas stepped to the side. Then by your leave, Your Highness. Another nod and Colin walked alongside the general to the waiting vehicles. As they walked past the honor guard, Colin finally openly noted their composition. Many of them were Japanese, and the patches on their uniforms was a very familiar number. At the sideways glance she gave him, Andreas provided an explanation. The 100th Infantry Battalion, reconstituted with new recruits after Her Majesty, and Your Highness, so enthusiastically poached from its numbers. All volunteers, to carry on its legacy. The edge of Andreas' lips quirked. We cannot allow a unit with battle honors to end so easily, after all. Colin's own smile was considerably wider. In fact she came to a complete halt. The general and the rest of their entourage did likewise, looking at her quizzically. The way Colin regarded Andreas, the young woman, the knight, the princess had made up her mind. Her Majesty dispatched me from Tokyo on an errand for her, Colin began, though she left it at my discretion of how and when to actually complete that errand. Andreas cocked his head aside quizzically but did not interrupt. As far as he was aware, Colin was simply here to get a first-hand look at the build-up of the forces preparing for the invasion of Europe proper before proceeding to Pendragon to give a direct report. It seemed that was not the extent of her purpose here, but Andreas would wait for Colin to reveal what that extent was herself. There was actually some discussion, whether it would be me or Millie that would carry out this duty, Colin said. I believe you met her while stationed in Japan. Andreas dipped his head. On a few social occasions that we attended, I made Her Highness acquaintance. Colin chuckled lightly. I'm pretty certain those few occasions were enough to get a feel for her charm. Again Andreas' lips quirked. The general however said nothing in confirmation or denial. Well, I'll be the first to admit that Millie can bear herself as regally as any situation might warrant, Colin continued. She likely would even accord this matter the solemn dignity it warrants. Her expression now shifted to match that apparent dignity. But this is something that I wanted to do, and so here I stand. Andreas' breathing sharpened ever so briefly as he beheld the young woman, no, the princess standing before him. Despite the difference in height, despite his head being the one tilted downward, he could not claim that he was the one looking down upon her. Even as Andreas stood there simply watching, Colin continued whatever her errand was in efficient, fluid motions. Extending a hand, Colin received a brown leather folder. Laying it open in her hands, her gaze not once wavered from Andreas' eyes. Attention to orders. All of the soldiers not so standing at attention immediately did so. Her Majesty the Empress Euphemia, reposing a special trust and confidence in your loyalty, courage, and good conduct, do by these presents constitute and appoint you to be an officer in her Imperial Army from the 12th day of March, 2021. You are therefore carefully and diligently to discharge your duty as such in the rank of Field Marshal, and you are to exercise and well discipline in their duties such officers, men and women as may be placed under your orders from time to time, and use your best endeavors to keep them in good order and discipline. Even as Colin spoke, two other officers stepped to Andreas' side and proceeded to adjust the insignia upon his uniform. When they were done, Andreas stood there in the field address appropriate to his new duties. Colin finished reading from the folder and snapped it shut. She then raised her hand in a crisp salute. Congratulations, Field Marshal Darlton. Andreas' immediate reaction was instinctive as his own hand snapped up in salute. The response that he ultimately mustered carried with it all the thought and intensity with which he carried forth all his duties. My thanks, Your Highness. End of chapter 139. I actually rather like Spam. Its combination of grease and salt is rather tasty. We are slowly inching towards 1.1 million words. I want this story to be done before we actually get there. I have this feeling that the story of how Charles managed to overthrow his grandfather would be rather interesting. A shame it'll likely never be told. More backstory on what actually happened with the Stottfeld family and more geopolitical background for why Heinrich was able to do what he did. Also a demonstration that for all Heinrich's fairly liberal leanings, he is still a product of the Britannian system, so while he may be very open-minded on some things, he still harbors prejudices. Not that there isn't some basis in reality for them, considering the messiness of the so-called post-war consensus. Yes, I do delve a lot into history. It's remarkable the number of and the vehement strength by which British historians excoriate their society, especially with respect from the post-Napoleonic to the post-World War II time frame. Incompetence is an oft-seen word in how they describe most sources of authority in that time frame. Considering I've been hinting at what'll happen in Paris for so long, it's not a hard thing to guess. One can imagine the emotional consequences though. Very much a kick-the-dog moment. So here's the thing with Euphemia. At least my version of Euphemia. If she loves you, she will smother you with affection, but she will not coddle you. That is the one thing she will not do, because the woman who effectively raised her, Marianne, did not coddle her despite showing her great love. If you make a mistake, she will only shield you from the consequences to the extent necessary to ensure that you continue to be around to learn the lesson from it. Anything beyond that, she will actually make sure you feel the full force if it is within her power. Hence her awarding Colin that Medal of Valor after chosen and her verbally thrashing Lelich's gestalt when they met in the thought elevator. So the fact that she absolutely refuses to coddle the general world populace could in its own way be indicative of her love for them. It's a tough love to be sure, maybe even a harsh one. She however has no regrets over it. And now all of you have seen a peek of the light that warped into darkness in a prior iteration. Anti-personnel weapons come in all shapes and sizes. Ultimately the question is, does a particular shape or size suit the expected combat conditions? Sometimes the answer is yes, sometimes no. Ultimately the goal with field-deployed weapons is to minimize the number of different types while achieving the maximum coverage of the different potential scenarios. So while one type of AP weapon might offer specific advantages such as greater area of effect, it might still not be deployed because there's overlap with what other weapons offer. Weight is a constraint, after all, even for vehicles. Chapter 140. Banknotes and coinage in the Holy Britannian Empire have by tradition had the portrait of the reigning sovereign on the obverse side. The ascension of the Empress Euphemia was no different, and starting from the year 1964 CE, Once the new design was ready, her image began to adorn the various denominations. The reverse side has tended to be designs of some symbolic or historical significance, usually of places or major events in the empire's history stretching back to the Old Kingdom. In preparation for decimalization, however, Her Majesty decreed a new series of banknotes be issued in conjunction with the decimalist coinage, ones which would incorporate the imagery of her deceased family on the reverse. The Princes Odysseus and Schneisel came to adorn the 100-pound note, the Princesses Guinevere and Cornelia the 50, the Princesses Maribel and Carine the 20, the Princes Clovis and Adonis the 10, and the Princesses Nunnally and Julia the 5. While this was far from all of her lost family, even amongst her siblings, this gesture was emblematic of Her Majesty's continued love and remembrance of them. Interestingly, Her Majesty very rarely if ever included her father the Emperor Charles in any of these gestures, despite including more distantly related persons like her uncle Bismarck Waldstein or even her cousin Cecilia Kn. This absence did not go unnoted, and when circumspectly queried on the matter, the Empress answered with contrasting bluntness. My father was my father, no more, no less. He and my mother gave me life, and it was his wealth that saw to my care and rearing. For that I respect him, even love him. And in his own way he likely also loved me. But I never liked him, and any tears I might have shed for him were perfunctory, requisite. To expect more, I envy those whom think so with sincerity. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 140. Libertas, Equalitas, Fraternitas. Not bad at all, Jean said after taking another sip from his wine glass. Certainly leagues ahead of the moonshine we usually get. That's 'cause you're drinking the real thing this time, Cole remarked sardonically. And remember who paid for it? Well, yes, but you're an officer, so you actually get paid a living wage, Jean responded, casting a sideways glance at Sasha. Whereas us lowly NCOs have to make do with whatever batch isn't outright lethal from the stills this week. Cole shook his head but chuckled nonetheless. Technically speaking, as an officer he should not be condoning such conduct by the rank and file, or even outright sharing a drink with them. The Brightonnian military was, however, if nothing else, very pragmatic. A small supply of alcohol was made available even on deployment, if only to keep the troops from trying to distill their own and poisoning themselves in the process, with the strict understanding that anyone that actually showed up on duty drunk was liable to be lined up against the wall. The troops also had a rotation of who could partake in said alcohol, and it just happened that this time around Cole's slot overlapped with that of Jean and his squad, at which point the opportunity was too good to let go to waste. Besides, the last month or so of holding the Anzio beachhead had royally sucked, and everyone needed something to take some of the edge off now that they were finally secure. Probably. Of course, as Jean's remark had indicated, there were still those that tried to make their own to try and compensate for the relative meagerness of that alcohol ration. The dubious honor of brewmaster for the company Jean was part of fell to Sasha and one Sergeant Wendy Chesluck, the two possessing a surprising amount of practical chemistry knowledge. They were still working out how to make something that was actually enjoyable to drink, though for the sake of the company's livers it was probably best they never actually succeed. Well, if you don't like it, you don't gotta drink it, Sasha shot back. There's not a wrong with me and Wendy's brew. Corporal, could you at least try to pretend I'm not supposed to know about that still you guys are hiding in one of the APCs? Cole interjected. Oh whoops, sir. Sasha said with an unrepentant smile. Cole simply sighed and took another sip. That somehow seemed like it would be more productive all around. So, any word on when the big push'll be? Jean asked his friend. I mean, camping out here next to Anzio is all well and good, especially after all that crap it took to get this far, but Rome is right there. Why are we just sitting here waiting? That right there amounted to almost 40 miles, which, while certainly in spitting distance for a mechanized force, did not quite account for the defenses that remained in their way. Cole could understand Jean's anxiousness, however, since taking Rome should be a major step in taking Italy out of the war as a whole. Still. Are you sure you're not just trying to beat Fifth Army in being the first to take a major European capital? Cole asked with a wry smile. Thought they already took the Porty capital, Connie said. Doesn't count, Jean said dismissively. Portugal wouldn't even be a province in Britannia, and the Spanish are putting up a hell of a fight outside Madrid. Until they cave, we've still got a shot. That certainly served as an answer, Cole mused. And Jean was not entirely wrong. Even with the surrender of the Portuguese government, it was not as if the overall European capacity for continued resistance was substantially diminished. Elements of the Portuguese army was also still continuing to fight, even with the warning from Britannia that any Portuguese soldier that refused to stand down would no longer be considered a lawful combatant. The Empire was not quite yet summarily executing such resisting soldiers, if only to avoid the risk of accidentally shooting Spanish soldiers whose government had yet to capitulate. Once the Spanish government did fall, however, Cole hoped that the remaining Spanish and Portuguese soldiers would have the good sense to actually surrender instead of continuing to test the Empire's reputation. You might just get your wish, Jean, Cole remarked, but be careful what you wish for. The Italians aren't going to give up Rome easily. Oh, I'm sure they'll pull out all the stops, Jean said, but I ain't worried, not with the 100th Infantry and those Gurkhas with us. Don't oversell them too much there, Jean, Cole said, just because they can kick your ass. Still, Cole could not disagree outright with Jean's remark. The 100th Infantry Battalion had been involved in some of the heaviest fighting through the Italian lines, including the seizure of Monte Cassino. Despite the horrific losses it had endured, so many reinforcements were arriving that the battalion was actually larger than at the start of the Italian campaign, having received an extra company of troops outright to supplement its usual complement of 3. When the time came to take Rome, Cole would be more than glad to have the 100th stuck in with Jean and the rest. The biggest surprise however had to be the Gurkha regiments that started flowing in shortly after the Italian landing. Composed of soldiers from Nepal, a vassal state of the Chinese Federation, the Gurkhas had proven to be truly formidable warriors well suited to the mountainous warfare of the Italian peninsula. These soldiers did not break, they did not retreat unless ordered to, and they were some of the most disciplined men that Cole had ever met. It was probably a good thing the only Chinese group army that had Gurkhas in its ranks was the 13th, whose commander had deliberately sought to avoid fighting pitched battles with the Empire's forces. Had Yang be required to actually fight head-on, Cole suspected the course of the campaign would have taken a very different course. Britannia would probably still have won, but only with a significantly higher casualty rate. Cole took another sip of wine, idly wondering how the Europeans must have felt about the presence of the Gurkhas. Officially they were mercenaries that had signed on into Britannian service. Only a fool would believe that was the whole and end of it, since those soldiers could not have possibly been here without the consent of the Chinese government. As an indication of which way China was leaning, it was a pretty forthright signal. The radio crackled. All units to positions. The 4 soldiers stared blankly at the radio for a brief second, and then set their glasses down. Looks like you might be getting your wish, Jean, Cole remarked. Suppose so, Jean said. Could have picked a better time though. That's what you get for tempting fate, Cole said as he stowed the bottle. The others hurried to get their gear while Cole headed for the support battalion command center where his own station was. The bulk of the 25th was actually not manning the forward lines, it was instead responsible for the area around the port of Anzio that was being used to land troops and supplies. Even so there was not much in the way of defensive depth between them and the perimeter, not when there was barely 40 miles between them and the Italian capital. A determined enough push by the Europeans could well reach them, but as Cole reached his station there was no indication that was what was prompting the call to positions. Major, Cole greeted his superior upon his arrival. Ah, Kraft, Sula acknowledged, good, just the man I want for this job. Cole cocked his head aside. Ma'am. We just received a notification from the Italian authorities, Sula explained. They've declared Rome to be an open city. Cole's eyes narrowed. Declaring a city to be open meant it would not resist occupation by a hostile military force. In exchange said occupying force was expected to not attack or otherwise harm the city and its inhabitants beyond whatever extent was necessary to maintain order once they moved in. But for the Italians to make that sort of decision, to outright abandon their capital city, the European positions must be even more tenuous than Cole had thought. That or the next set of prepared defenses were ready and the Europeans hoped that the Empire would break yet more divisions trying to smash through them. Fortunately that problem was well above Cole's pay grade so he did not need to think about it. What do you need from me, ma'am? Cole asked instead. You're already intimately familiar with the logistics ops plan for the Rome occupation, Sula said, so I'm placing you in charge of its execution. Cole nodded. Understood, ma'am. 1 regiment is being detached for occupation duties, but the rest of the division will be moving northward around Rome, Sula continued. I will be accompanying them, which is going to leave you the senior quartermaster for the regiment. This was not the first time something like this had happened, though with every new instance Cole felt slightly less overwhelmed than the last. What did catch Cole's attention however was the ramifications of the rest of the division's planned movement. The army is pushing further north so quickly, ma'am? He asked. The brass is scenting opportunity, Sula actually took the time to explain, but that was one of the benefits of being a favored subordinate. The German 10th Army has been withdrawing its strength throughout the month, but there's still a chance their retreat might be cut off. The bulk of the 25th and several other divisions will be moving northeast to flank them. With any luck, we'll be able to bottle them up and force a surrender. Cole was just senior enough to be aware of some of the strategic implications of Sula's explanation. The German 10th Army was one of several formations the Wehrmacht had raised to replace its losses in the Middle East. It also represented the last major body of German troops between the Empire and Germany's southern borders. If the Imperial Army really did succeed in encircling and defeating it, the Germans would have to make some hard choices about from where forces could be drawn to bolster their southern defenses. One such place, Cole knew, was from troops currently positioned in France to help that nation defend against the inevitable invasion headed for its shores. And if that happened, the odds would shift even further in Britannia's advantage. I'll see to it that the Rome operation proceeds smoothly, ma'am, Cole assured his superior. And I wish you good hunting. How bad was it? Colin's lips thinned. Bad enough. According to Cole, the Italian authorities basically opened up the armories to the civilians before pulling out of Rome. They were never going to seriously threaten the occupation, not enough to force the army out of the city, but quite a few districts ended up getting flattened before the civilians got the hint and stopped shooting. The two were presently in one of the imperial palace's sitting rooms, though neither woman was actually properly seated. Colin was propping herself lazily against a sofa arm while Euphemia gazed out the window in a pensive, thoughtful poise. The topic of their conversation was hardly a jovial one, after all. Euphemia nodded. There was going to be hell to pay for this one, that everyone on both sides knew. The Britannian army had moved in to occupy Rome with the understanding that it was an open city, only to be met with sporadic partisan attacks that nearly snowballed into an outright uprising. It was only after the empire literally flattened several neighborhoods before the rest of the city got the hint. As it was, the distraction caused by Rome had forced Britannia to divert 2 divisions back to suppress the partisans, allowing the bulk of the German 10th Army to escape. While the Germans might be breathing a sigh of relief, even they recognized that this reprieve was likely only temporary, and was going to cost their Italian compatriots dearly. Have you decided what you'll do? Colin asked, glancing over at her liege. Detailed reports of what happened had reached Euphemia long before she sent Colin back on a fact-finding mission, so it was not as if the Empress was waiting for more information before electing to sanction Rome in some manner, beyond the destruction already required to pacify it in the first place. It is my understanding you spoke with the Pope while you were in Rome, Euphemia said as she turned about to face her knight. I did, Colin responded rather blandly. I presume he had some entreaty that he wished you to convey to me. The knight princess shrugged. You probably have already predicted near word for word what he's asking for. Euphemia chuckled. Was the Pope that unconvincing in his argument? No, he was fairly eloquent, Colin responded. And he's entirely sincere in his beliefs, such as they are. It's just that, I think I'm starting to understand why you keep sending the European diplomats packing so brusquely. They're so caught up in how they think the world should work, and when the world doesn't deign to comply, it's somehow the world's fault, not theirs. Possessing a strong sense of belief is not necessarily a bad thing, Euphemia stated, so long as one can temper that belief with the proper vision. If the world declines to bend to your whim, the only place where fault lies is with you, for it marks a failure on your part to make the world bend. Colin chuckled. That about sums up how that meeting felt. The Pope was firm on his convictions about mercy and compassion, but those were his views, not yours or mine. That his position alone did not matter, I don't think he's used to situations where he was so irrelevant. Careful Colin, Euphemia said with a slight smirk. A significant percentage of the Britannian population is Catholic, so even if you personally don't hold the Pope in much regard, he is not quite irrelevant. Colin offered a sheepish smile. I know. But you get what I mean. That I do, Euphemia said, her expression turning solemn once more. But returning to the matter at hand, I presume the Pope asked that Rome's citizens be spared any retaliation for their attempted uprising. More or less. He started trying to ask for clemency for the active insurgents as well, but he was at least astute enough to recognize the sheer futility of that and so demurred to just asking that the general population be spared retaliation. One wonders whether this request was made out of fear of my capriciousness, Euphemia said with just a hint of bemusement. It is to be frank becoming rather irritating. Well, can you really blame them? Colin pointed out. For that matter, does it matter what is motivating his plea? At present, I suppose not, Euphemia allowed. Did the Pope actually present any concrete proposals during your meeting, or was he solely reliant on the weight of his moral authority to try to dissuade Britannia from retaliating? Colin shrugged. Not really. Somehow I am not surprised, Euphemia rolled her eyes. Then again I doubt any proposal of his would have merited a change of course. Colin cocked her head aside. That sounds like you've already decided on a course of action. I have. Euphemia walked over to the sofa and took a seat. I have decided to ransom Rome's wealth for her populace. Colin's head remained tilted quizzically as she tried to parse the Empress' words. Ransom, Rome's wealth? What? The smirk from Euphemia this time had a greater measure of humor, but there was still a feral tinge to it. It is simple enough. The people of Rome have violated the provisions of war in resisting occupation after having declared their city open. To ensure that no such repeat occurs, and as sanction for their transgression, I intend to have Britannia take custody the sum of Rome's wealth. Somehow, Colin said slowly, I don't think you mean whatever money the Italian government didn't already ship out before they fled. Indeed. And it is not as if any lingering euro notes would mean anything from Britannia's perspective, Euphemia affirmed. No, I refer to the wealth of the city itself. The way the Empress emphasized that phrase, Colin narrowed her eyes. You're talking about Rome's artistic wealth, aren't you? That was a statement, not a question, but Euphemia nodded nonetheless. And despite already knowing the answer, Colin's jaw dropped. Your Majesty, Colin croaked. Euphemia. Rome has over 100,000 works of art scattered throughout the city. Indeed, which is why they will make for a very effective ransom. Colin was not sure whether she should feel appalled or just outright flabbergasted at what Euphemia intended. The part that was appalled recognized that her empress was effectively seizing Rome's cultural heritage, an assault on the Italian psyche that would be as traumatic if not more than what Japan had suffered in the immediate aftermath of her conquest by the empire. As a Japanese, Colin felt almost compelled to protest such an action. Almost, save for the fact that the Italians had violated the rules of war and some reprisal was due. As reprisals went, that it was more or less bloodless had a lot going for it. It would hurt, yes, but that was sort of the point, to discourage further such folly. The flabbergasted part was just plain stunned at the logistical challenge of actually seizing and then transporting all these works of art. Gods, my head hurts, Colin said. Euphemia chuckled, then regarded Colin with much less humor. Do you object? Technically speaking, I probably should, Colin said. I have a lot of reasons to dislike anything that denies a people their culture. But, well, you're not actually out to destroy their culture. And considering what's about to happen, as ridiculous as it might sound, those artworks are likely to be safer in Britannian custody than left in Italian hands. The knight gave her liege a very flat look. Just don't go thinking I'm going to be this understanding the next time you're this creative. Your Majesty. Duly noted, Colin, Euphemia said with a nod. All other such efforts will be within the limits of what we previously agreed upon to force reactions from the more volatile elements of the European population. Colin sighed in mild resignation. That there would be other such acts still did not sit well with her, but in the broadest terms, as she herself stated, Britannia was not setting out to destroy these cultures. It would serve as a custodian for these cultures, until such time as these societies found the will to take back their culture. The gods only knew how long that would take though. Colin tilted her head again as a thought occurred to her. So wait, on what terms will the Italians actually get back all that artwork? She asked. After a treaty is signed. Hardly, Euphemia responded dryly. The point of doing this is to teach a lesson, and if the artwork is simply handed back the lesson would hardly stick. No, the pace of return will be more measured. Say, one piece of artwork returned every year that Italy and Britannia remain at peace with each other. Colin's jaw dropped, again. Assuming everything went well, she might actually live long enough to see all of the seized artwork, those that survived that long at least, returned. The same could not be said for anyone else alive right now. That seems just a mite vindictive, Your Majesty, she stated. That is the point, was Euphemia's response. Looking at her empress, Colin could see that Euphemia was a lot more pissed about the mess in Rome than she was revealing on her face. But in truth, Colin could understand the anger, since she shared in it to a degree. When the fighting erupted, Cole had been in the city helping organize the supply train. That he ultimately emerged safe and sound was a combination of luck, and some very good friends at his side, Colin knew, despite his attempts to assure her otherwise. Had he actually perished, Colin was not sure how much of her restraint would have held. And so she uttered no further words of protest, instead straightening and standing at the ready before Euphemia. If there are no further errands for me to run, I will be returning to Japan, Your Majesty, Colin said. Euphemia stroked her chin. Well, this isn't an errand per se, but I was wondering if you could ask your father if he would be willing to accept another viceroyalty after the war. Colin raised an eyebrow. You expect he would be available for one? In other words, did the Empress expect Japan to be raised to satellite status that soon? I see no reason why not, Euphemia responded. Your father has been very clever with how he is handling the rebuilding of Japan's infrastructure. Much of it is being done as part of the general war mobilization, meaning it is a charge upon the imperial treasury instead of the local area finances, which has freed up that money for other improvement projects. The Empress gave a very thin, but still amused, smile. If he keeps this up, I might have to recall him and put him to work in the exchequer. But in any case, the foundation that he has bought, I expect Japan to be ready to transition to satellite status shortly after the war's conclusion regardless of whether your father remains viceroy or not. That's good to hear, Colin said frankly. And I'm not sure father would want to leave Japan, even if you end up yanking him from the viceroyalty. True enough. Ah well, it was more of an idle whim than anything else. Regarding her liege curiously, Colin decided to indulge in a whim of her own. What viceroyalty were you hoping to slot him into anyway, Your Majesty? Well, I was thinking Britain. Colin simply stared at Euphemia for a moment. Ha! The girl erupted. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's a good one. Something amuses you? Euphemia queried, eyebrow arched. I guess you could say that, Colin said, enjoying the break in the prior tension. My father has a very low opinion of Britain. I doubt you could have gotten him to accept such an appointment even if he did not have other plans. I suppose I should have expected that, Euphemia said, considering your father's sharp mind. You make it sound as if Britain is some sort of leper that people would want to actively avoid, Colin noted. A leper? No, not to quite that an extent. A patient in need of major, intrusive surgery? Very much so. How can things be that bad? Colin wondered aloud. I mean, isn't Britain supposed to be one of the more prominent EU members, notwithstanding whatever stigma it has due to its historical ties with Britannia? That is what the British would like the world to believe, and they've done an impressive job selling that image, Euphemia said. Look past all the pomp and circumstance however and the numbers mark Britain as a rather poor nation all around. The Empress sighed. It's going to take billions to upgrade its infrastructure and basic services to reach parity with the rest of the empire. Hey, Colin said thoughtfully. I suppose I never actually paid attention to the British matter. No reason you would have, Euphemia said. And the only reason it is even a point now is the need to secure the London Thought elevator, otherwise Britain could have been left to rot. As Colin queried more bits and pieces via her code, she could actually get a basic appreciation for the basic facts that underlined Euphemia's judgment. It was, more than a bit impressive just how bad things were. How did the situation in Britain even get to such a state? Colin asked. A legacy of mismanagement stretching back all the way to before the Old Kingdom fell to Napoleon, Euphemia said. You are aware that the Industrial Revolution was birthed in Britain? Colin nodded. That much of economic history she was familiar with. Well, Britain's current sorry state can be traced back to two parallel developments that originate from that time period, Euphemia explained. The first is the nature of the industrialization that happened, namely the mass exploitation of labor by the industrialists of that time. These were people that firmly believed in laissez-faire capitalism and sought to extract maximum profits with a minimum of expenditure, especially in their labor force. The reaction of the workers was an extremely narrow-minded, almost neurotic fixation, on defending what little they were and had in the now without any ability to consider what they might be able to gain or become. Combined with the hostility that emerged between management and labor, and the British labor force became effectively ossified in its outlook and methodology, making the introduction of new processes or machines to improve efficiency near impossible, and yes, this is still the case today, resulting in Britain having one of the lowest per capita ratios of war material production in all of Europe. The sheer degree of irritation creeping into Euphemia's tone was telling. The Empress was obviously so unimpressed with her British cousins that her opinion was bordering very close to contempt. The only other time Colin could recall similar such attitudes was when Euphemia had to deal with similarly ossified elements of Brightonian society, the very same elements that the Empress was in the process of basically lopping off and then cauterizing the points of amputation. Painful, yes, but that was the degree to which Euphemia considered necessary to deal with that mess, and something told Colin the same would hold true for the British situation as well. The second issue, of course Euphemia was not even done explaining the depths of the problem, is a consequence of how badly bungled the British education system has been and continues to be. It is a system by and large focused on producing what it terms men of good character, or gentlemen, whose qualities would qualify him to serve for the greater good as a civil servant. And the quality that defines a gentleman is their mastery of not the sciences, not mathematics, and certainly not anything as remotely utilitarian as engineering, but the classics. Maybe contempt was starting to become too weak an adjective to describe the Empress' view. Did you know, even as late as just some 60 years back, the likes of the Oxbridge universities still had Greek as a requirement for their engineering degrees? Colin tilted her head aside. Greek? The language? What does that have to do with engineering? Nothing, Euphemia said scornfully. Those institutions however still viewed their purpose as instilling within their graduates the qualities of a gentleman, not providing them with the tools and learning necessary to actually be productive in the real world. And despite the various reforms passed since then, the quality of a British education is still subpar. It's looking like we'll need to completely replace their state-managed school system, such as it exists, and shut down the church-managed ones completely. That elicited another quizzical look from Colin. The church, you mean the Christian church? They control the schools in Britain. At best it is undue influence, Euphemia said. And at worst, the church is responsible for most of the backwardness in Britain's education system. I can see that, Colin said thoughtfully. And the church was able to assert such influence because of Napoleon's conquest, correct? Correct, Euphemia nodded. After the old royal family was ejected from Britain, the arrival of Catholic officials and the like saw much of Britain forcibly converted and church loyalists obtain positions of power. The Empress gave a snort. For all the Catholic Church's preaching of compassion and love, the true instrument of its expansion has always been the sword. While the latter was certainly also true of Britannia, the Empire at least did not make any claims of the former. Britain's balance of payments was so abysmally lopsided that had the war not happened their economy would have tanked within the next decade or so anyway, Euphemia continued, giving a rueful shake of her head. Instead, once Britannia takes control over the islands, it will be my government's responsibility to bail them out and set right the mess that is their infrastructure, their industry, and to be frank a good segment of their society. Parts of it are so insular that they literally refuse to actually adopt the necessary changes that would be to their betterment, and the only way to get them to change will likely be to force it down their throats. Yet, can't see my father being willing to take such a position, Colin said dryly. I mean, he's as stubborn as they come, so he probably could do the forcing, but I doubt he's familiar enough with Britain to be able to reach down to the grassroots like he's done with Japan. You'd probably find someone who was in the foreign service that has some experience in Britain but is also cognizant enough of that nation's flaws, and that sure isn't my father. Euphemia's eyes flickered ever so slightly as she regarded Colin. An interesting qualifier. That sounds almost as if you might be familiar with such a personage. Hey? Oh, I met someone that did serve in Britain at the gala my family hosted recently while I was in Tokyo, Colin said, some friend of my father's, but I wouldn't know one way or another whether that person is even remotely qualified. Your father's judge of character has generally proven quite sound. Might I at least hear a name so that I can make a further judgment myself? Colin's lips thinned. It had certainly not been her intent to make mention of Bredau, and especially not as some sort of candidate as Britain's viceroy. She did not actually know the man after all, whatever Heinrich's familiarity with the Earl. Still, Euphemia seemed able to recognize the existence of that distance and the lack of an actual endorsement on Colin's part, so she answered. Earl Bredau von Breisgau, she said. Beyond that and what I have already mentioned, I cannot say much more about him. Earl von Breisgau, Euphemia said thoughtfully. He was one of the diplomats dispatched to work out further commercial agreements with the Chinese Federation, if I recall. That Euphemia actually did recall that it all was mildly impressive. The Empress' attention to detail was not to be underestimated. A name to keep in mind at least. Time will tell if he is the one I shall call upon, was Euphemia's conclusion. The stillness of the office was an appropriate enough mirror of the darkness outside. The city of lights had seen her lights extinguished, the better to hide her lines in the blackness of night from the encroaching invaders. Here and there though a few embers still burned, for the men and women that remained still needed some light by which to carry out their labors. Of those labors, few could claim as heavy a task as that set before General Feldmarschall Erwin Rommel, head of the European Combined Staff. It was he that ultimately shouldered responsibility for the progress of the war, and it was he that was faced with the prospect of a final, bitter defeat. Spain, Portugal, Italy, Austria, Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, a steady procession of European governments that had capitulated to Britannia's demand of unconditional surrender as their armies were smashed and their populaces decided living under the Britannian heel was preferably to dying by the Britannian sword. And who knows, those nations might well be making the less bad choice in the long run. But for some countries, there did not seem to be a less bad choice. For some countries, Britannia seemed determined to exact as heavy a toll as possible, if not in blood, then certainly in wealth and even dignity. The sacking of Rome, as heinous as it had been, might well have marked the low point of Britannia's assault upon Europe's cultural heritage. The empire had made clear it was an explicit retaliation for the resistance that erupted despite Rome being declared an open city, which in frankness there was never the possibility of Britannia just letting something like that slide. But since then, none of Italy's other cities had seen their museums ransacked, not even the Uffizi in Florence when that city also fell. Britannia seemed content with the singular point it made, or so the European populace hoped. That hope was forcibly rent asunder following the occupation of Marseille. The Musée Cantoni, Musée Grobet Labadie, the Palais Longchamp, these and many other collections of art and history had been emptied by the occupying Britannian forces. The same occurred with Toulouse, Lyon, Bordeaux. Each and every city the Britannian army entered was stripped of its artistic legacy. Efforts to evacuate the works were proving as futile as the French army's attempts to meet the empire in battle, but the French people were not about to just surrender their cultural heritage without a fight. Even now the Louvre was being emptied of as many priceless works as was practicable, transported further north in the hopes that they might be hidden before Britannian forces could enter Paris. Rommel looked down at the letter unfolded atop his desk. It was no longer a question of if Britannia would enter the city, but when. The last defensive lines outside the city had collapsed the day before, with a steady stream of soldiers retreating into the outer districts. The wounded would be continuing further north, but every man still fit to carry a rifle was added to the garrison that would try to delay what they all knew to be an inevitability. That inevitability was now confronting Rommel in the form of the missive from the man preparing to lay waste to Paris, Field Marshal Andreas Darlton. The Britannian Field Marshal was unfailingly polite in his letter. It was not as if he had any reason to stoop to mere discourtesy at this point. Besides, if merely being polite might spare his troops from what was promising to be a brutal urban battle, that was certainly a price worth paying. And if it did not, it probably had not cost him anything to begin with. Rommel picked the letter up and read it again. To Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, Senior Officer of the European Combined Command. I write to you, sir, as one officer to another, as someone whom understands the burdens of command and of war. I offer no explanations or excuses for what has led us to this point, and I claim no solutions that might end this war. The purpose of this effort is of a simpler goal, one that I can only hope you can find reason to agree with. The position of your forces is untenable. The bulk of your armies have been defeated, and the meager forces that remain to defend your city outmatched. I say this not as a boast, but as a statement of fact, one that I am certain you also recognize the truth therein. My orders from my Empress are explicit and clear. She has commanded Paris fall, and this I am prepared to deliver. At the same time, I have no desire to visit further death upon your forces. I have done so enough times that I do not doubt my capacity to continue in that vein, and if the need should arise, I will do so. It is nonetheless my hope that that need does not need to arise, and in pursuance of that hope I extend to you an offer. If I receive your surrender within 48 hours of receipt of this message, you have my word that they will be accorded all of the rights, privileges, and responsibilities as demanded of the Geneva and Hague Conventions. Their needs will be looked after, their wounds cared for, and their safety guaranteed. I know to even be asked of this is a bitter pill. You swore an oath, much as I did, to serve your nation to the best of your ability. It is only natural that men such as us would consider our best to mean the continued opposition of our nation's enemies, regardless of whether reason or even hope could justify such further sacrifice. But in times such as this, we should recall that the service of our nation does not equate the satisfaction of our pride. That our failure is marked not by the cessation of resistance, but by allowing those that rely upon our judgment to be lost in the futile continuation of that resistance. It is our duty to preserve the future of our nations, a future embodied by the men under your command while they yet live. For them, I ask that you accept my offer. I await your response. With due respect. Field Marshal Andreas Darlton. Unfailingly polite, but also to the point. Many points at that, none of which Rommel could deny. The Britonian Field Marshal was right. If he committed to the defense of Paris, the men under his command would die pointlessly. Certainly they might kill a few more Britonians along the way, but at this point it made no difference. Europe was lost, no further amount of death could save it. But at least a few more of her people might yet be saved here, in this city, if Rommel surrendered. A few more might live on to try and rebuild that dream that was Europe. So why did he still hesitate? Rommel knew the answer to that, and so penned that answer in his response. To Field Marshal Andreas Darlton. I thank you, Field Marshal, for the consideration that you have shown. And out of respect for that consideration, I will not meander or vacillate on this page my answer to your offer. I decline it, for while what you say about duty is certainly true, there remains for me a duty greater than that to my men, and that is to the ideals that see all of us stand together this day. You speak of duty, and you speak of the future. It is in consideration of both that I cannot surrender, not while I yet draw breath. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Such are the ideals upon which Europe has been built, such are the ideals that it is my duty, and that of my men, to uphold and defend. Such are the ideals that stand anathema to that of your empire, however otherwise honorable it, and your person, is. For this reason, if nothing else, neither I nor my men can surrender, for a future without such qualities is no future at all. And to preserve such qualities, we cannot go quietly into the night. We cannot merely accept our defeat. We cannot allow our end to come on anything but our terms. It is certainly true that when this battle ends, few if any of us will be there to witness the new era. But in demanding that our flames be stamped out rather than allowing ourselves to be snuffed out, the embers that are so scattered in our wake may yet find purchase and serve to spark flames anew. I know this not to be the answer you desire, not merely because of your duty to your Empress but also because in so rejecting your offer I also am in effect demanding more of your own blood be shed. I trust that you understand there to be no malice behind my choice, only a determination to see my duty through to the end, much as you are determined to do so with yours. With due respect. General Feldmarschall Erwin Rommel. August 19, 2021 ATB. The Holy Britonian Empire began its assault on the City of Lights. End of chapter 140. Next chapter, the Battle of Paris. We skipped quite a bit to get there, but as I've said in previous chapters, I need to get this story done so that I can move on. I seem to be causing Word and OneDrive fits with a 3 MB text document. As is evident, while Colin now has access to much more information, that information does not necessarily translate into understanding. It will over time as she gains more experience, but for now there are still many topics in which Euphemia and others like Heinrich have bits of wisdom to pass on to her. Audit of War is a very interesting history text. Lays out very clearly why Britain was such a basket case economically in the WWI to post-World War II era, and arguably is still something of a basket case in many regions. I'm personally partial to fried rice with spam and scrambled eggs. There's also an interesting combination wherein if you combine it with a lightly stir-fried bok choy and firm tofu combination, the resulting meal offers a nice balance between the greasiness of the meat and the crispness of the vegetables. The tricky bit is making sure you don't use too much oil to start with, as otherwise that can overwhelm the meal. Chapter 141. The Imperial Memorial Plaza was commissioned by the Empress Euphemia following the deaths of the entirety of her family to the European bioweapon. It entailed an enlargement of the original square that was laid out in front of the imperial palace along with the erection of several additional buildings alongside its periphery. The centerpiece of the plaza would have to be the cast iron statues of her deceased family that lined the approaches to the palace. Those so honored were not limited to just Her Majesty's immediate recognized family, but also others like Reen Swartzer, a half-brother the Empress had not even known she was related to, and Cecilia Kn, the daughter of the traitorous Duke Kn, whom the Empress made clear was considered innocent of her father's transgressions against the throne. Pride of place closest to the palace's entrance however went to two persons especially dear to Her Majesty, her full sister the Princess Cornelia and her half-sister the Princess Nunnally. Perhaps contrasting with this sentimental display was the origin of the iron used to cast these statues. All of it, aside from a few additional refinement additives, came from melting down the salvaged structure of the Eiffel Tower, demolished as part of the Britannian military's execution of a Bravo Delta Zulu on the city of Paris. Every piece of the structure was loaded onto transports and flown back to the Empire, and in fact a stockpile of surplus scrap from the tower remains preserved for use in repairs and adjustments to the statues as needs arise. In some respects it is difficult to weigh which calculated insult stings more for the French, the repurposing of the Eiffel Tower to memorialize the family that ultimately brought their nation low, or the filling of the museum complex that forms the other portion of the plaza with works seized from the Louvre and other French institutions. This slight against French cultural esteem was entirely intentional on the part of Her Majesty, and emblematic of her vitriolic disdain for the nation that so grievously harmed her family. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 141. Non hos quaesidem munis in usus. The ability of artillery to range on targets far beyond the horizon had been achieved long before humans developed effective means of actually aiming those weapons at such ranges. The development of telegraph lines, and then radio, allowed for the usage of forward spotters to call in strikes by guns situated to the rear of the lines, while the creation of radar eliminated the need for actual spotters to close into targets. While the latter was still far from perfect, the continued usage of both aerial and terrestrial spotters to actually identify targets attested to that. There were still many situations where radar was perfectly adequate as a means of target selection. The opening stages of the Battle of Paris was one such situation, with the city itself being the target of the roaring guns. The commencement of the battle had been delayed while the Britannian military brought forth the munitions and explosives necessary to complete their Empress order, that of reducing Paris in its near entirety into flattened earth. The few exceptions to this planned destruction were not for the sake of the Parisians either, most of whom had already fled in the lull beforehand. That was the other reason for the delay, as despite the ordering of the Bravo Delta Zulu, the Empire was allowing for the evacuation of the city's population. Those that still remained the Britannian army was under orders to forcibly evacuate instead of executing out of hand, so the ultimate civilian death toll from Paris destruction would likely be minimal. The military casualties however promised to be considerable. Recon elements from the Britannian army had been making their way through the deserted outskirts of Paris for some time now, probing and testing where the French defenders were entrenched. With effectively complete air superiority, aerial recon had already marked various points of interest, but a city was a big place to hide in, so as usual it was down to the ground pounders to do the heavy lifting. "Well, this sucks," Jean said. As if to emphasize that assessment, the snap of a near miss caused him to duck back down. "Could be worse," Sasha remarked. "Could be bombs raining down on us." A high-pitched whine sounded, followed by a sigh of sheer exasperation from Jean. "You just had to taunt Murphy." The two scurried for any kind of cover, but the wrecked street offered little in the way of overhead protection. Whether it was luck or providence, the mortar did not score a direct hit on their position. Much of the shockwave's strength was buffeted by a pile of rubble, sparing them from its full force. That did not stop Jean's ears from ringing though, or keep him from struggling to regain his bearings. "Fucking hell," were the words that he tried to say, not that he could even hear himself. Grabbing hold of the equally disoriented Sasha, Jean dragged both of them back. Then another hand reached out, taking hold of him. Looking up, Jean saw Connie pulling him back onto his feet even as the rest of the platoon laid down cover fire. Jean's hearing was just clearing up when the booms of more distant explosions reached them. "Please tell me that's our side pounding the shit out of the frogs." "Don't know about that, Sarge," Connie said, "but they ain't tossing more mortars at us just yet." Now back on his feet, Jean immediately hunkered down again. The French position down the block was proving a very tough nut to crack, at least not without a lot more firepower than they had. "Where'd our armored support go?" Jean asked. "One of the tanks got popped by a rocket," Connie said. "Other got tracked." "Lovely," Jean growled. "Sasha, still got your head on?" "Maybe," Sasha responded. "I hate the city, no place to dig a decent foxhole." Jean gave a mirthless smirk. The corporal's point was spot on, especially in light of the fire support the enemy was getting. "All right, we'll distract them, I want you to pop a law at that damn position." "They dug in deep, Sarge," Sasha said. "Not sure a bazooka D breakthrough." "Yeah, well, I'm outta ideas," Jean said. "Until we can get a strike call through, we need to hit 'em with what we've got." "Roger that, sir," Sasha said, taking the law launcher from another soldier. Connie, you and second squad move east, lay down some fire, get their attention. Roger. The 5 soldiers scampered off, staying low to keep from attracting attention before they were ready. The frogs keeping their heads down. Jean asked. Looks like it so far, sir, came the response. Not sure what they're waiting for. They're waiting for us to try ramming through that choke point, Jean responded. Remember, we're in a city. In an urban environment, the advantage lies with the defenders. So why are we being stupid and banging head on like this? Sir. Jean chuckled. We're not. Sasha, get upstairs, get as clear a line of sight as you can. Looking up, the girl nodded. On it, Sarge. Keep an eye out for the frogs trying to flank us, Jean continued snapping out orders. If they think they've actually got us pinned, they might try to be a bit more adventurous. The latter was becoming less of a concern as more troops moved forward to join Jean's position. While there was a heavy weapons squad amongst them, they still lacked anything heavier hitting than a rocket. Still, having more did not hurt, and even before Sasha was in position, 2 were popped off to see if they could make some sort of dent against the French strongpoint. The slew of lead that came in response gave an answer of no. This is Kirstein, how we looking at that tank support, LT? Negative on armored support, Kirstein, the platoon lieutenant responded. Streets are too narrow for more tanks to move through, especially with the busted ones blocking the way. Hang tight, I'm gonna try to get some fire support on your location. So long as it doesn't turn into friendly fire, Jean muttered, after the radio pickup was off. Sarge, got an angle on the frogs, Sasha's voice sounded a second later. Bad angle, but it's all I got. Do they see you? Not yet, but won't be long. All right. Connie, light 'em up. Corporal, suppressing fire. LMG fire might not have been much use against hardened concrete buffered by sandbags, but it was kicking up enough dust to keep the defenders from getting a clear view of what was coming their way. Of course they could still blind fire, which was what the French soldiers did. And that was just fine with Jean, since that meant they weren't on the lookout for Sasha's little surprise. The sergeant didn't really see the shot either, rockets tended to go too fast to actually watch over such a short distance, but he was heartened to see a nice fireball erupting down the street. Move forward! He shouted. The rest of the platoon hardly needed urging, and a cry sounded as they burst forth from cover. Not just the platoon, but the rest of the company that had been held back by the strongpoint, and Jean was right with them. With every step, Jean waited for the enemy to start shooting again, to sight the ranks of Britannian soldiers charging forth. 1 foot, 2 feet, down the block, nothing. Not taking any chances, Jean flicked the pin and tossed the grenade through a gun slit. Fire in the hole. If anyone was still alive, they weren't now. Of course there was no rule that said everyone shooting at them had been holed up in the bunker. Return fire finally started back up and 2 of the soldiers next to Jean toppled. The flash of their guns marked their positions however, and Jean responded in kind. Something in the dust and dirt jerked back while another figure turned to meet Jean. The sergeant was hardly alone however, even with bodies dropping around him, and another rifle barked. The surge of troops that charged with him was soon over the barricades. Not all of them made it, but enough did to swarm the French defenders trying to plug the breach in their lines. This close however, rifles were becoming less and less useful, at least in their primary function. Poor law! The cry was replaced with a wet thud as Jean slammed his bayonet into the charging French soldier. The shot that followed was not enough to dislodge him, that required a boot to the corpse. The next enemy came at Jean more smartly, trying to skewer the sergeant from the side. Jean barely blocked the thrust, batting the blade aside with the butt of his rifle. A swift kick to the shin saw the enemy soldier stagger. He was given no chance to recover as another Britannian soldier buried his bayonet into the man's back. All around Jean, the sergeant could literally feel the blood being spilled. The soldiers used whatever served, clubbing enemies with their rifles, stabbing them with knife or bayonet, or even resorting to bare fists when all else failed. There was no time to think, no time to pay heed to any of the dying. All they could do was react from moment to moment. That was exactly what Jean himself did, and the means by which he would emerge from this battle and the next. Jeremiah watched as the map in his command center was updated, marking the slow but steady advance of his forces deeper into the suburbs surrounding Paris. The French defenders were putting up a hell of a fight, but without air support and limited artillery support they were being methodically ground down along with their city. The Empress' orders were explicit, the city of Paris was to be effectively flattened, and if some of the surrounding suburbs shared in that fate, Jeremiah would not have exceeded the parameters of his mission. At the same time, Her Majesty would obviously prefer that he not break the corps he now commanded completing that mission. The Margrave's promotion to Lieutenant General had come shortly after the surrender of the German forces in the Middle East, and his conduct in the following European campaign was sufficiently distinguished to grant his 7 Corps the honor of assaulting the French capital. With 2 armored divisions, including his former command 2nd Cavalry, and 3 infantry divisions, plus attached air support elements, 7 Corps had all the firepower they needed to crack Paris. Opposite 7 Corps was arguably one of the last major organized French army formation. A single understrength armored division, the remnants of 2 infantry divisions, with no air support worthy of the term, and almost equally lacking in proper artillery. There were European units further north, including what was left of the British and Irish armies trying to evacuate, but unless they succumbed to a sudden bout of insanity and tried to actually reinforce their French compatriots, they were not Jeremiah's problem. The bulk of the rest of the French military had been encircled and forced to capitulate in the mighty battles of the lowlands over the past few months, with those survivors being hunted down by other corps that were also protecting Jeremiah's rear. Number-wise the French were already outnumbered something like 3 to 1. The disparity was even worse when it came to firepower, which offered Jeremiah a certain flexibility in how he proceeded with Paris destruction, a flexibility he was now preparing to exercise. While entrenched positions in theory served as an equalizer for any outnumbered defenders, in practice the ever-increasing lethality of modern arms was turning fixed defenses into little more than targets, as Jeremiah was about to demonstrate. "Sir, the rest of 4th Infantry have reported that they are in position." Jeremiah nodded in response to the report. The initial thrusts against Paris defenses were not intended as a prelude to trying to storm the city proper. Britannia did not want the city after all, so there was little point in sending his troops into that meat grinder. No, the positions his troops had seized served a different purpose, to keep the French defenders from achieving a breakout once they realized what was happening. The war might as well be over, but that did not mean a bunch of well-armed and trained would-be insurgents could not cause a lot of problems if given the opportunity. "Begin Phase 1 strikes," Jeremiah ordered. "Begin Phase 1 strikes, all batteries acknowledge." It was a formality really, there was no actual need for Jeremiah to issue the order. The general allowed himself a wry smile. The military probably still stuck with it to make its flag officers feel a bit less like glorified managers, not that he was going to complain. In the distance, a single gun from each artillery battery fired, a gauging shot to help make any last-minute corrections. The next salvo that thundered did so with the several hundred field guns attached to 7 Corps. The earth was already shaking from the mere act of their firing. It seemed to literally crack when the shells actually landed. The thing of it was, destroying a city did not require an army to march in and physically raise it with infantry. With modern weapons, there were quicker, more efficient methods for that task. The mere concussive shockwave from a standard high-explosive shell was more than enough to bring down a house, and that was before one got to incendiary options. Destroying Paris like this was going to eat up a lot of munitions, however, which was one reason Britannia ultimately took so long to actually advance on the city. That and to give the civilian population enough time to flee. From this distance, it was impossible to witness firsthand the devastation being wrought. Then again, anyone actually close enough might not survive to serve as a witness. The grainy video from the recon planes circling the city, however, provided a clear enough picture for Jeremiah's needs. The bombardment was working. Entire blocks of Paris were being reduced to rubble, street by street. The progression of destruction was methodical and thorough. There were certainly soldiers hiding in some of the buildings, waiting to ambush the Britannian troops as they advanced. Unfortunately for them, Jeremiah had no intention of providing the enemy such opportunities. Indeed, the French soldiers seemed to recognize what was happening, and a few snapshots of troops pulling out could be seen. They were not running away, however. Company-level units are converging at Pont de Tolbiac and Pont de Bercy, mixture of armor and infantry. The rivers Seine and Marne were natural barrier for the French forces to utilize, the remaining bridges serving as choke points where the defenders could try and stall a Britannian advance. Troops attempting to ford the river would also be vulnerable to attack while doing so, if the enemy could concentrate sufficient forces to meet them. For these reasons and others, that was exactly what Jeremiah would not do. Instead, he wanted the French forces to come to him, to be forced out from their prepared defensive positions. If he could convince the French troops that sitting tight would simply see them fall victim to the artillery and air strikes, they would do just that. "Are they crossing the bridges?" Jeremiah asked. "Yes, sir." This could not be the only attack the French were preparing to launch, it was just the first they had caught sight of. Indeed, the fact that they were yet to detect any others that concerned Jeremiah most. The general glanced over his shoulder at the observer overseeing his conduct. "Are matters unfolding to your satisfaction, Your Highness?" Standing a few steps behind Jeremiah, her own eyes also fixed on the various displays and absorbing all the information that scrolled across them, was the Princess Colin, Knight of 7, a young woman in many ways as remarkable as the Empress Euphemia. While Jeremiah had not been briefed on the matter, the Margrave was quite certain it had been Colin whom he crossed blades with in a nightmare during the Shinjuku incident. And that it was Colin whom was responsible for the death of the Prince Clovis. Despite all that, Her Majesty had taken Colin into not only her confidence but elevated her to the highest echelons of the Britannian peerage. Something had happened to warrant such change in her stature, something that would earn her the forgiveness of the Empress for spilling the blood of her kin. What that something was, Jeremiah was not sure he wanted to know. All he did need to know was that as a princess of the realm and a knight of the round, the Princess Colin was both outside his chain of command and also someone he needed to heed, whatever his personal reservations. They are, General, Colin responded courteously. As for Colin herself, while reading minds was not something her Geass granted, she could still read Jeremiah's body language well enough to know the man's disquiet, along with her presence being the cause. Despite all that, however, Colin was equally certain the general would suck it up and do his duty. For better or worse, Jeremiah could be counted on for at least that much. That way Colin could focus on her own duty, her own reason for being here, watching the death of a city. The months since she gained her code had allowed Colin to substantially increase the range and fidelity of her Geass, and if she was connected to a thought elevator, increase it yet again. That was not necessary here. The single recon flight she rode shotgun for over Paris was enough to give her basically a perfect view of the city and its remaining inhabitants. On the plus side, no civilians had been stubborn enough to try remaining in the city to weather the Britannian offensive. On the minus, she knew exactly how many European soldiers were preparing to lay down their lives in defiance of the empire she served. That was the point after all. The decision to raise Paris had been made early on in Britannia's planning for the European campaign, in fact even before Euphemia's ascension to the throne. It really said something about the empire's hostility towards the nation responsible for ejecting them from the Old Kingdom, and Euphemia's own animosity that the Empress did not rescind that objective. There was a time when Colin would have objected to it, and had Britannia attempted to proceed with Paris' destruction while its population remained in the city, she still would have. Now though, with the city and its surrounding suburbs deserted, the knight's reservations were quietened enough for her to withhold any such protests. People were still going to die, yes, but one of the strategic objectives of this operation was to break as much of the remaining French forces as possible, and that Jeremiah was making ample progress on. Colin watched the flow of changes on the map. She was too far away to witness the destruction with her extended senses, but she was learning to make use of another aspect of her powers. The operators and officers monitoring the battle were acting as a set of filters for Colin, focusing on relevant information and thereby drawing her attention to those details from the general background noise flowing through the command center. As such, the answer she gave Jeremiah, that the operation was proceeding to her satisfaction, was far from empty. She still did not possess the almost instinctive tactical and strategic awareness that was second nature to more experienced officers, at least the competent ones, but she was learning quickly. The time when she would apply those lessons was soon approaching after all. The bastards really mean it, Rommel remarked sourly. The other officers gathered in his command center made no response, but their agreement was evident on their expressions. The initial skirmishes along Paris' outer perimeter had gone about as well as could be hoped, the defenders bloodying their Britannian opponents before being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Rommel had originally hoped that those defenses would hold long enough for reinforcements to launch flanking counterattacks, but the Britannians had proven too mobile, and too well supported by artillery and air strikes. In fact, they seemed in possession of such an overabundance of the two that they were using them to raise the city block by block. The approach was quintessentially Britannian. That, however, did not make it any less effective. The 13th Battalion is reporting that the entire Quartier de la Guerre has been effectively flattened. The rest of the arrondissement is coming under bombardment and they can't advance further without being caught in it. Rommel nodded. There was a certain brute force elegancy to Britannia's elected solution to the problem of urban combat. It was not a solution that could easily be replicated anywhere, unless the Empire was intending on raising every city that resisted, but it was effective enough in the here and now that his own tactical options were being forcibly constrained. His infantry could not move to advance upon the Britannian forces, not during the bombardments at least, and even when the artillery strikes ceased for a particular district, the degree of destruction actually meant the rebel was not sufficient to provide cover for large numbers of troops. That meant trying to attack through the city was right out, and the Britannians were obviously not going to oblige them by launching further direct assaults on his prepared positions. Pity. What is the status of the 1st Regiment? Rommel queried. In position, sir, came the expected response. They await only your word. The Field Marshal nodded. Then it is given. The Domaine National de Saint Cloud was a largish park, covering approximately 460 hectares, just west of Paris. The density of its forest was enough to obscure aerial reconnaissance, assuming one took some basic precautions, and Britannian forces had elected not to try and advance through it, instead stopping at the Grande Rue immediately south. It was not that the Empire was not expecting the French defenders to have entrenched themselves inside the park, the fact that it was a park with dirt that could be turned into earthworks and trenches made it a natural line to hold after all. The Empire had halted its advance for that very specific reason, with the expectation that their bombardment of Paris would force the defenders to leave those defenses in an effort to save their beloved city. And if that failed, they could always turn their guns to the park itself to more directly flush out any troops hiding within. What the Britannian forces had not counted on, and this was in no way a mark against their commanding officer, was the type of assets the French would hide in St. Cloud. After all, forests were not exactly easy going for armor, normally. The bipedal combat mechs that now rose and began stomping forth on the other hand had a bit less difficulty with the dense terrain. General. Jeremiah's head snapped in the direction of the shouting operator, just a moment after Colin's own. The knight did have an unfair advantage though, so there was nothing wanting about the speed of Jeremiah's reaction. Enemy bipedal mechs sighted emerging from St. Cloud. They appear to be Rafales. It took only a few scant moments for all the pieces to click into place in Jeremiah's head. St. Cloud bordered the western flank of his advance upon Paris, though his own positions extended only a little bit to the south of the park. The French had already blown the bridges in that area, so any support for this attack would have to already be in position or go the long way around. The main issue however was whether the troops he had in that area would be strong enough to fend off this attack. Numbers. Reports indicate company no, wait, battalion level strength, came the response. The general's eyes narrowed slightly. That many Rafales stood a decent chance of punching through his lines there, and if he was really unlucky could strike deeply enough that they could curl northwards and roll up his forward infantry elements. The lines that his troops occupied were certainly not so devastated that they would lack cover against such an attack, but neither could their positions be described as actually secure or entrenched. Divert 2 squadrons of gunships to stall them, Jeremiah ordered. I want the 25th to reinforce along Avenue Henri Barbusse. The respective operators assigned to those units began relaying the commands even as Jeremiah issued more. Get the 37th Nightmare Battalion north along Route 118. The moment the French are committed in Meudon, they are to execute an encircling maneuver from the west. Combat data and captured samples from North Africa had indicated that the French Rafale was, despite being a first-generation French mech, actually on par with the Gloucester performance-wise. The problem the French faced was that they simply could not physically manufacture enough of them, and those that they had produced were still hideously vulnerable to Britonian air power. Fighting in the city would help somewhat, if they could actually take the fight into the parts of Paris that had not been flattened, but it was not just Gloucesters or regular tanks and infantry that these French mechs would face. 2 could play at the encircling game after all. The 37th Battalion was an independent attachment to Jeremiah's 7 Corps and was arguably one of his heaviest hitters. Equipped with not just current-generation Gloucesters, it also had several platoons of pre-production Vincents within its ranks, and the Vincents were noticeably superior to their Gloucester predecessor, and their Rafale opponents. Sir, enemy artillery is targeting our positions in Meudon, another report came in. To that Jeremiah nodded. It seemed the French were finally willing to show their hand. Counter-battery fire from his own guns would zero in soon enough and make the enemy's lives more complicated, and if that proved insufficient he still had on call the Air Force to launch more direct strikes. Either way. Sir. The operator had not raised his voice, had spoken in a completely even tone, but nonetheless still managed to draw the fullness of Jeremiah's, and Colin's, attention. Sir, the man repeated as he actually turned to face the general, and the princess. Enemy forces are not pushing east into Meudon or Clamart. They're heading directly southeast, towards us. Jeremiah's eyes flickered before he redirected his gaze back to the situation map. He had positioned his command center at Orly Airport, less than 10 miles from Paris proper, in order to be close to the front lines. That proximity was not entirely necessary considering the capabilities of modern communications systems, but the advantages that lay with such closeness had not entirely disappeared even so. That was also not counting the logistical possibilities the airport itself offered. At the same time there were certain risks to being so close to the front, as the present report demonstrated. If the French forces were actually able to overrun his command center, the chaos that 7 Corps would be thrown into might well allow them to successfully defend Paris, at least this time. Jeremiah did not have any intention of allowing such a reversal to occur however, and as he glanced over at Colin, it was clear neither did the princess. I will deploy the Guerin and my guard, General, Colin informed him. And it was very much a courtesy she was paying, not a request for permission. Jeremiah however simply nodded in acceptance. Good hunting, Your Highness. Colin dipped her head in acknowledgement. And to you, General. Holy fucking shit. As blasphemous as the expletive was, it was wholly appropriate for the situation Jean found himself in. The initial surge by the 25th had run right into the advancing French mechs and the infantry companies found themselves first parried aside by the enemy armor and now enmeshed with the enemy troops that were supporting them. Right now both sides were slogging it out in Meudon Forest, which despite the available soft ground to dig into, was proving to be not much better an environment for battle than the urban jungle Jean had just come from. As it was, Jean and the rest of his company had been pushed back east from whence they came, though a new line was stabilizing along the Avenue de Trivaux. It was not much of a line, but it was enough that the French soldiers seemed disinclined to try charging them head-on. The enemy mechs were also avoiding them, but that was probably because they had bigger fish to fry, like the Corps HQ further southeast. In other circumstances, Jean would have spared at least a passing moment to worry about his friend Cole. Considering that the Princess Colin and her guard were also positioned at Orly Airport, Jean was pretty damn certain Cole would be just fine and the French mechs would be turned into scrap in due time. None of that helped solve his own situation however, so the sergeant kept his focus squarely on the here and now. Frogs don't seem to want to get much closer, Sarge, Connie said in between bursts from his saw. They're already too damn close, Jean retorted, then into his radio. Sasha, I want a mortar on that ridge, now. Roger that, sir. A satisfying thump and an even more satisfying blast sounded a few seconds later. Hopefully that would discourage the enemy from trying to poke at Jean's position, for at least a little bit longer. Sarge, the radio crackled. What is it? Jean responded. Sarge, the LT just bought it. Jean bit down another curse. All right, hang tight. We're about 200 feet due south of you. And then to his new command. Platoon, converge at the northeast of the pond. The others followed him, and within a few minutes they had rendezvoused with the squad that the platoon CO had been with. Or rather, what was left of the squad. Ah shit, Jean muttered. A single soldier sat amidst the carnage, staring blankly off in the distance. How he was still alive Jean could not say, only that the man had enough presence of mind left to report in. How much else was there was another matter however. Private, Jean said. The man looked at him and blinked. Sarge. You're here. That I am, son, Jean said, despite not being much if any older than the other soldier. Come in, let's go. All right, the man said numbly, rising slowly. All right. Down. The stream of lead that scythed through where Jean was just standing would have killed him. That he still drew breath was very much down to the tackle from Sasha throwing both of them out of the line of fire. The private that had by some miracle survived the previous carnage had however used up whatever luck he had left. He staggered for a moment before toppling over, a pair of lifeless eyes staring out. Fuck. The French troops that had gotten the jump on them did not get to enjoy their surprise for long as Connie and the others returned fire. Pulling himself back up, Jean searched for targets but the enemy was hanging back, not risking exposure more than they needed. Sasha, pop the fuckers. The clink of a grenade pin popping could be heard even amidst the ding of gunfire, followed by the thump of her launcher. The girl's eye for trajectories proved as unerring as ever as the grenade arced over the crest and the sudden burst of screams were abruptly cut short by the explosion. No further fire came their way. Jean stood there a moment, breathing hard as his mind tried to catch up with his instincts. Grab the tags, he said brusquely. We're pulling back to rendezvous with the others. Jean himself reached down and took the tag from the private that had just fallen. R. Mendez. It might have been just a name and a serial number on the tag, but there was a person behind both. A person that Jean knew, firsthand. His fist tightened around the tag. Let's move out. He called. The others formed up around him and they trotted towards the rendezvous point. This time no enemy units sprang up to harass them, along the way or at their target destination. Once Jean arrived, several of the other squad leaders huddled up with him. What now, Sarge? One asked immediately. And where's the LT? LT bought it, Jean responded to the latter question first. I'm in charge now. He pulled out a map of the area and unfolded over his knee. Last orders we got were to hold the frogs along Trivas Avenue. Easiest way to do that around here is to use those two ponds to guard our flanks and dig in between them. They could try hooking around north or south, sir, another squad leader pointed out. It's not like those are big ponds. The rest of the company is supposed to be holding positions there, Jean responded, and if we hold ours, then they won't have to worry about the frogs getting around their flanks either. That elicited nods all around, sensible as the observation was. Bart, your squad is on digging duty, Jean continued. The rest of the platoon will try to keep the frogs from crossing the avenue, but when we pull back, I want holes deep enough to let us entrench the heavy weapons teams. Wilco Sarge. Sasha, get all of the mortars further back. I want them aimed right behind the avenue, our side. The moment I tell you to drop the thunder, bring it. Roger Sarge. Jean nodded. Let's get to it. Ho. They're not moving quickly enough. None of the other officers present tried to dispute Rommel's observation, or excuse the troops that observation applied to. It was not as if the field marshal was disparaging the soldiers, or implying some slackness on their part. The observation was just that, a statement of fact. The initial thrust by the French armoured units and supporting infantry had managed to punch through the first few lines of Britannian forces that tried to stop them. Subsequent attempts to drive a wedge into the French advance had proven equally fruitless, for the moment, but after getting through the park in Clamart the lead Rafale elements had run into their Britannian counterparts at the highway interchange and been stymied. The Britannian nightmares were actually outnumbered as far as Rommel could tell, but the combination of air support and some new type of enemy mech was succeeding in blunting the French advance. That was not good, since Rommel did not have the reserves or the depth to get engaged in a battle of attrition, whether offensive or defensive. Status on batteries? He asked. Next relocation complete in 5 minutes, Field Marshal. 2 other batteries are engaging now. To avoid his limited artillery being destroyed by counter-battery fire, the Field Marshal was obliged to move them after every barrage. That was in its own way bad enough since it drastically reduced their rate of fire. Even worse was such relocation was no guarantee of protection anyway. The sheer difference in numbers had meant the Britannians were eventually going to get some hits in, or one of their gunships would manage to pierce his anti-air defenses, or some other event that came down to sheer dumb luck would result in the loss of a gun, and that was exactly what was happening. He was now down a third the number of artillery guns he started with, and the disparity only promised to get worse. Coordinating all this was also far from easy, since requests for artillery strikes far outstripped the ability of his batteries to fulfill. That meant the operators in the command center needed to keep track of which requests were actually still applicable so as not to waste salvos, or worse end up hitting their own troops. Are the Britannians pushing any more armor along the eastern flank? No, Field Marshal, they seem to be limiting their forces to infantry and a few personnel carriers, but no actual armor. Which meant the Britannian commander was either holding them in reserve or maneuvering them to meet his own armored units on the west side. Rommel was not quite sure which was worse, but what he did not know he did not know. I want 2 infantry companies to start moving east through Clamart. We need to start putting pressure on the Britannian positions east of there. And the armor, sir? Are to continue towards Orly. Prioritize artillery on support requests along their advance. That would leave the rest of his troops to fend for themselves to a significant degree, but they would have to make do. The ferocity with which the Britannian forces were fighting to stop his southeast advance precluded any other choice if he wanted to punch out the airport. Destroying the regional command center for the Britannian forces would in and of itself be a worthwhile victory, but denying them the airfield for the use of their combat aircraft could well tip the balance for the next battle as well. He needed to bleed the Empire, bleed them badly enough that they would actually have to pause before making a second attempt. And if he could do it enough times, perhaps even a people as stubborn, an empress as stubborn, as that of Britannia would reconsider the terms on which the war needed to end. Field Marshal. Rommel's ears perked. There was something off about the way the operator addressed him. Something flat in the man's tone, and now that Rommel looked over at him, something about the eyes as well. The forward elements are reporting the presence of a red nightmare. Despite the cacophony of the not-so-distant battle, despite the constant flurry of reports pouring in, a sudden silence descended upon the command center. A red nightmare, Rommel repeated very carefully. Does it have a claw on its right arm? Yes, sir. The tension within the room became noticeably heavier. Rommel himself actually took a moment to consider this data point. The presence of the Princess Colin in Europe had not been completely confirmed prior to the Britannian advance upon Paris. What was known was that the princess did seem to be going back and forth between Europe, her domain of Japan, and the Britannian homeland, on a semi-regular basis. Just what the princess was up to on these trips the European intelligence community had no idea, though despite her presence she had refrained from taking to the field until now. It was arguably just bad luck that the Princess Colin would be accompanying the Britannian forces attacking Paris. She could hardly have been expected to sit by and watch as Rommel's attack drove right for the Britannian command position after all. At the same time the field marshal could not help but feel a flicker of irritation and frustration. The princess' prowess as a nightmare pilot was widely recognized as not being exaggerated. The Wehrmacht after all had had painful, first-hand experience of it. Now Rommel would be getting the same, and the field marshal knew it was not something he would enjoy. But even knowing this did not mean he had any more choice, any further options. He could no more wish her away than wish away the rest of the Britannian troops facing him. And so he did the only thing he could. Priority target, the Princess Colin. Divert all artillery batteries in support. It would not be enough. Rommel knew this. But he still had to try. End of chapter 141. We'll be behind the Great Firewall for a bit. Highly unlikely I'll get any writing done, since it's something of a working vacation. Battle of Paris I expect to be one more chapter. After that we go into a little bit of the negotiations to formally conclude the war and then epilogues that will cover the later parts of Euphemia's reign and that of her successors. How Rai was conceived is a point that will be covered later. It is important, to a degree, and Colin already knows what her prior iteration in Lelich did. She'll be doing much the same to allow herself and Cole to have a kid, so it's not really reliant on any special technology as much as it's working around the data fortification of the code in very specific manners. Writing a completely original story comes with a slightly different set of challenges than writing a fanfic or a story that takes place in an existing universe. One of the most difficult things is actually making the characters come alive from scratch. Fanfic writers actually are given a major bonus by not needing to do that, since so long as they don't completely flanderize characterization, any holes that are in the story's portrayal of a character a reader can fill in with whatever they recall from the source material. That is to say, I have considered writing an original work, but that is actually much, much harder and there are several complications, namely time, to get one to a level that it could actually be published. While Europeans have historically demonstrated themselves to be competent soldiers, European militaries on the whole have also tended to possess a major Achilles heel when it comes to their logistics. Europe is a very compact land, relative to the rest of the world, and the continental European powers have always tended to treat logistics as a more secondary concern than the frontline strength of their armies. There are various historical reasons for this, but suffice it to say, European armies have on the whole always been badly constrained by the limits of their logistics trains. Failure of logistics was what led to some of Napoleon's greatest defeats, and failure of logistics doomed the German war effort in both WWI and World War II when it overreached. And in the case of Germany, the mere act of trying to support its armies fighting literally on its doorsteps in France ended up being beyond its logistical reach in the opening stages of WWI when it tried to execute the Schlieffen Plan. Even during World War II the German military never succeeded in mechanizing its forces, much less its logistics train, still relying on horses for much of its transportation needs, and the cavalier way the German General Staff treated logistics for Barbarossa would almost be funny were it not so sad. The United States military on the other hand lives and breathes logistics. During World War II, the greatest contribution of the US was not the number of troops it fielded, which arguably was quite a substantial number, not the tanks it deployed, the bulk of which to be frank were death traps against anything tougher than a Panzer III and the early model Panzervis, nor its combat aircraft, which were actually of first quality. The US greatest contribution was ultimately in its industrial and logistical prowess, as exemplified by all the trucks it provided. The Soviet Union pretty much rode to Berlin in American-made vehicles, its transport planes. The British never did get a decent transport plane going and used mostly American-built, and its freighters, at peak American shipyards were producing Liberty-class freighters faster than the U-boats could sink them. Not to mention all of the food, the US was basically feeding all of the other European allied powers on top of its own population. Of course the Canadians and the other bits and pieces of the Americas also helped, but the point still stands. Britannia in this timeline is possessed of the same industrial resources, but even more so since it controls the entire Western Hemisphere plus a string of territories across the Pacific. And due to its integration of all its territories into an actual singular polity, it has had to feel logistics at the instinctual level even before the war. The only European nation in this timeline that has had to contend with actually trying to integrate such disparate territories is Russia, since Britain lost access to its empire after it fell to Napoleon, and none of the other European nations ever tried to actually integrate their colonial holdings into formal parts of the state. They served primarily as captive markets and sources of raw materials, which was how they were historically treated in the real world. Britannia however extended the reach of the state into all of its territories, transforming each region into formal provinces as they matured, and it was this singular polity that the EU picked a fight with. The relevancy of the above? A reader expressed a dissatisfaction with how easily the Europeans were being defeated by Britannia, to which I respond, there has been nothing easy about Britannia's victories. Britannia lost several major battles in the opening stages of the war, having been ejected outright from the Middle East. Then there was the disaster at Krasnoyarsk where Britannia lost a good chunk of its 6th Army. But what has been happening the last few chapters, which I've arguably skipped over because I'm trying to finish this story before I become too drained, is that Britannia is taking advantage of its strategic advantages to offset the tactical prowess of the European armies. In this manner, it doesn't matter if the Germans are really good at combined arms, or if the Russians have lots and lots of hardy troops. If Britannia can keep the pressure on, force their enemies to expend war materiel faster than they can replenish them or transport them to the front, they can defeat their European opponents. The unfolding of the empire's offensive has been dictated by the depth of its logistical train, by whether it has marshaled enough transport capacity to keep up with the troops advancing. The Europeans on the other hand, even though they are capable of hitting hard, they don't have the staying power necessary to outlast their Britannian opponents. There is also the fact that the Britannian military is no slouch when it comes to tactical prowess either. These two factors combined are why the Europeans are losing the war, and why China was having so much trouble despite fighting literally within its own borders, but it has not been easy for Britannia by any means. The empire has spent literally trillions of pounds to equip and maintain the forces it has deployed against China and Europe. Furthermore, it does not expect to ever recoup that amount through reparations from the defeated European nations. Those nations would be too broke after the war to do much more than feed their own populations, and even that only with help from Britannia, considering local agriculture would have been utterly buggered due to the disruption in infrastructure and the general fighting taking place in the countryside. After the war ends, Euphemia and her government are going to have the challenge of reorienting the economy back to a peacetime footing and pushing all the money that was taken out of circulation via war bonds back into people's hands. The prosperity of the empire as a whole afterwards is dependent on how successful they are in doing this. Good thing she has such competent fellows as Reuben Ashford, Augustus Villoines, Edward Rochester, Lawrence Kraft, and Heinrich Stottfeld, amongst others, to help with that task. And yes, these people were intentionally introduced and built up so that they could be employed for that purpose. Ultimately, in a lot of ways, despite Britannia's usage of more exotic weapons like the flying ships, the nightmares, the atomic bomb, and the stealth bombers, the empire epitomizes the boring but practical trope. Its victories are more attributable to it being very, very competent in the boring things like logistics, which then allow it to employ its more exotic weapons to the fullest. And it is the lack of that mastery of the mundane that is the seeds of Europe's defeat at Britannia's hands, as it was Germany's defeat at Allies' hands in the real world. Chapter 142. When asked to rate the many commanders that he had fought during the Great War, Marshal Andreas Darlton had the following to say. Marshal Yang Wenli was arguably the most clever and patient. The man would not allow himself to be drawn into an intractable position and was always prepared to rely on subterfuge and pragmatic, mundane solutions to his tactical problems. He is also a man that I have come to respect and appreciate as a friend. General Wilhelm Mannerheim was undoubtedly the most stubborn and personally brave. He would often demand the impossible of his troops, but he would be right there with them trying to work miracles. It is probably a good thing we never had to actually fight him in Finland proper. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was a gifted tactician, but lacked the foresight necessary to think at the operational level of warfare. This lack was not felt too badly by the EU due to the support of the combined staff, but had Marshal Alphonse Juin not perished at Toulon, Britannia would have likely been made to pay more heavily for our own strategic missteps. There was however nothing wrong with Rommel's courage and dedication to duty, as he amply demonstrated in his personal defense of Paris, and his conduct therein. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 142. Vexilla Regis Proteant Inferni. So what's the plan, Your Highness? Gino asked over the radio. Despite having only the equivalent of 2 platoons of nightmares, Colin's force easily outgunned the oncoming French mechs. The entire situation was oddly reminiscent of the Battle of Chosin, her handful of nightmares facing off an entire enemy regiment. This time however Colin was much more inured to the lethality of her weapons, and to the clarity of her vision. She could see not only the immediate battlefield before her but also the wider situation across the city. The good news was, the French counterattack was being stymied at pretty much every other position. The bad news, the strongest surge yet was headed right for her. Plan simple, Colin answered. We funnel the French mechs into the forest where the rest of the battalion is digging in. Don't let them swing around north or south to bypass us, push them into our defensive line. Which route should we position ourselves? Laura asked. The A86 highway. That's going to take them along the northern perimeter of the forest. Seems rather obvious, Anya remarked. Not like they have that many options, Gino said. Swinging south would take them quite a bit longer and stretch their troops out more. Any further north and they'd run right into the rest of 7 Corps. They probably were also planning on trying to sneak through the forest if they were challenged, Laura said. I doubt they were expecting any of our forces to have actively dug in like that. Probably because the French commanders had no way of knowing that in the process of verifying there were no civilians left in the city, Colin had also spotted basically every single unit that they had scattered about north of the Seine. While Colin could not exactly share that information with Jeremiah, the general was after all not read in on the matter of code and Geass. She could position the forces directly under her command with the excuse that they were her forces and she did not really need to justify herself to anyone else. Sometimes being an imperial princess was actually useful for getting things done. Conversely, because her battalion had been positioned on that side, Jeremiah had taken advantage of the ostensible security of that flank to push more of his troops north to engage Paris defenders. Tactically that was not a wrong decision, since an enemy force strong enough to punch through the general's lines to reach his command center would by definition have to be a major diversion of troops that might otherwise be used to stop Jeremiah's own offensive. The French troops were nothing if not daring however, and if their gambit paid off they could succeed in routing the entire Britonian attack on Paris. That was a pretty big if however. The initial wave of enemy mechs was rolling down the motorway now. Too bad for them. Colin's railgun thundered, and a trio of mechs went down in flaming wrecks. The mechs behind immediately swerved aside, some not quite managing to maintain their balance as they scrambled for the ostensible cover of the surrounding forest. The ones that tried to maneuver eastward quickly found out the hard way Colin was not alone as Gino and Laura opened fire. Their shots did not have quite the domino effect of Colin's, but neither night mist and 2 more mechs went down. Under such bombardment the French forces had a few options available. They could try advancing again, to charge forward until they were in effective range of their own weapons. They could also pull back entirely, avoid this position and find an alternate route. Or they could call for help, which was what they ultimately did. Artillery bombardment incoming, fall back 2,000 feet. The barrage that landed would have crippled their nightmares even with the blaze luminous shield protecting them, had they been caught in it. With Colin's warning however none of her fellow knights were in the targeted zone when the shells impacted. Looks like they're advancing again, Laura noted. Probably hoping the artillery D keep us too occupied to stop them, Gino said. The knight proceeded to fire his railgun again, to disabuse the French troops of that notion. To their credit, the enemy forces were taking greater care in their advance, making better use of cover and not quite charging down the open center. Said cover was less than effective against the supersonic slug from a railgun as Colin blew through another pair of Rafale mechs with her shot. Okay, this feels downright unfair, Gino remarked. Laura chuckled. Jealous, Gino? Of Her Highness' ability to cheat? Yes, very much yes. Colin suppressed a chuckle of her own, though a smirk did manage to sneak across her face. It really was unfair, to the other side, her ability to unerringly pick them off at range. With the railgun she did not even need to get up close and personal like she would with the Radiant Wave Surger, and no single enemy would survive long enough to range on her. Of course an entire battalion or even a company of enemy armor might well succeed in overwhelming her, which was what the rest of her own battalion was for. Incoming, relocate south 2,500 feet. Of course the enemy also had backup. Is it my imagination or are they specifically aiming for us now? Gino said after the latest bombardment ended. Colin did a quick double check of the interval. I think they are. And then over the radio. Orly command, this is Stotfeld. Enemy artillery seems to be very focused on my position, please do something about it. Roger that, Your Highness, came the very prompt response. Counter battery fire and air support beginning. The other benefit of being in the line of succession, and a relatively popular member at that, the military would go to significant lengths to keep you in the succession. Are they still following us? Gino asked. Yes, Colin answered. Looks like a good chunk of their armor is on our tail, but they've got some infantry that still pushing southeast for the airport. Less worried about the infantry than the armor, Laura said. Unless the French feel like charging right into Orly's fixed defenses without support. They might well be that desperate for all the Britannian forces knew. Being backed into a corner did that to people. Captain Ackerman, we're 1 minute out from your position with enemy mechs in pursuit, Colin said. Hold fire until I give the go. Roger that, Your Highness. Anya, Laura, head east half a mile then swing around and hit the French infantry still pushing along the motorway. Gino, you're with me on distraction duty. Roger, came the chorus of responses. The platoon split up, and true to predictions the bulk of the French armor continued after Colin. That at least made clear their tactical priorities, which would hopefully bite them majorly when Laura and Anya got to work on their infantry sections. As it was, Colin still needed to crew through the enemy mechs a bit more before they ran into the defensive line her own infantry had dug. That need meant she could not be quite as picky as she would have otherwise liked with her shots. While a few were still able to neutralize multiple Rafales poorly positioned, the French forces were learning and dispersing their mechs more to avoid such multi-kills gutting their ranks. Enough were still going down to elicit a lot of colorful cursing on the part of the French pilots. Return fire was starting to zip through the air around Colin and Gino, but the closing of distance was more down to the two knights not falling back as quickly as they could. Their retreat was methodical and ordered, using the trees to somewhat obscure their positions along the way. Then again, Colin's bright red paint job was not exactly conducive to stealth, but she wanted the French forces to focus their attention on her instead of her troops. She was functionally immortal after all. They're pushing, Gino remarked. That Colin could well see, though she did not chide the other knight for what was pretty much a verbalized thought. The French mechs had determined that they could not advance piecemeal against Colin, that their only chance at neutralizing her was by hitting her hard and fast enough with overwhelming numbers. They were not wrong. As powerful as the Varus rifle was, its long cycle time for full-up shots made it markedly less effective the closer the enemy got. Of course that same shortening of distance meant stepped-down shots became more and more effective, but letting that many enemy mechs that close was still a bad idea. Keep pulling back south, Colin ordered. We're almost in position. The Gurren smashed another tree, sending it tumbling to the ground. Combined with the fire being exchanged, a good portion of the forest floor was littered with tree trunks ranging from mostly intact to outright shattered. That was starting to prove problematic for the enemy mechs since most of those tree trunks were between them and the two nightmares they were chasing. As mobile as the bipedal mechs were, there were limits to their mechanical and control systems, limits being felt by the French pilots as they dealt with the shifting ground. Uneven terrain would have been fine, but ground that did not stay the same while your feet were on the ground was an entirely different challenge for the Rafale's balance units. Colin and Gino's nightmares had a few advantages over the Rafale, not least their more refined systems but also because they were not obliged to wade their way through the devastated woodland. Even the artillery strikes that the French forces kept calling in, which were becoming fewer and less intensive at that, were not able to slow the two down, thanks to Colin being able to guide them outside of the expected impact zones. And with the French mechs so deep inside the forest, their greatest advantage, of that mobility, had been very neatly neutralized. Captain Ackerman, fire at will. The undergrowth of the forest lit up as the Britannian troops hidden in foxholes and trenches popped up, unloading countless rockets upon the French mechs. While such weapons were not quite up to the task of penetrating a modern main battle tank's frontal armor, bipedal mechs were by virtue of their design less well protected and possessed more weak points to exploit. Tracking a tank might immobilize it, but that did not stop its turret from rotating and continuing to shoot back. Take out a mech's leg though and more often than not it would fall at such an angle that its arms would not be able to handle its weapons effectively, if at all. At least a quarter of the surviving French mechs went down hard and another quarter took enough damage to be effective mission kills. The moment her troops lit off, Colin spun about and began shooting into the carnage herself with Gino just a step behind. Faced with the expertly executed trap, the French forces tried to back out of the kill zone even as they tried to return fire. The bad news for them however was Colin's infantry company was very, very prepared for this engagement, meaning they had ample stocks of more rockets to go through. The engagement was quickly turning into a textbook example of why armor should not advance without infantry support, a rule that applied as much to bipedal mechs as it did to conventional tanks. 1st and 4th Platoon, take cover now, artillery incoming, Colin ordered. The troops dove back into their foxholes and trenches, and a few seconds later the whistling of incoming shells could be heard above the cacophony of weapons fire. The other platoons were still shooting, trusting in their commanding officer's judgment that they did not need to take cover. That faith was duly rewarded as the shells, those that got through, landed, clear of their positions while pounding that of the forewarned platoons. Not everyone emerged unscathed from the barrage, that would have been asking too much. The number of casualties however was well short of what they would have suffered had they not been given such forewarning, or not had Colin take down 2 of the shells with her rifle. The incredulous cursing from the French pilots was increasing significantly in volume. Colin was however not done giving them further reason to rue this day. Orly command, put me through to an available artillery battery, Colin ordered. Right away your highness. Considering the French forces were managing to call in artillery in support of their advance, it was only right that Colin return the favour. A minute or so later the whistling of more shells could be heard. The Britannian troops however held their nerve, waiting for Colin to order them to duck as needed. Their fire continued unbroken however as no such order came. Instead the surviving French mechs found their positions savaged by the high explosive shells. By this point substantial portions of the forest had been effectively flattened, providing clearer line of sight against the mechs even as the infantry found more and more places to hide or duck behind. The smart thing for the French force to do here would have been to retreat, to disengage from the entrenched defensive line Colin had suckered them into attacking. From the exchanges Colin could overhear amongst the surviving French pilots however, retreat was the last thing on their minds. They wanted revenge, even if they died futilely in pursuit of it. As there was nothing that Colin could do to dissuade them, the best option remaining to her was to make their deaths as quick and clean as possible, and with as few losses on her own side. She began queuing up more targets for the artillery battery, and informed Orly command to put her onto a European frequency. Rommel's fists tightened. The 1st Regiment had made a grave mistake engaging the Princess Colin in the woods of Verrières. That was at least partially his fault, he had declared her to be a priority target. Fault however was at this point moot considering the end result, which was the complete destruction of an entire battalion of Rafales and the mauling of their supporting infantry. Those losses dashed any hopes for a quick thrust against the Britannian command post at Orly, and likely with it any chance of averting an outright Britannian victory. Not that bad odds would stop the German Field Marshal or his French subordinates from trying. Examining the map, Rommel considered his options. Not many, was the obvious conclusion. The French advance along the southwest had managed to punch quite deeply into the Britannian lines but was still well short of Orly when it was brought to a grinding halt. The more northwestern positions had also hardened considerably, with Britannian forces putting up a remarkably stiff fight against French attempts to widen the initial breakout. The Britannians might not be as desperate, but that did not mean they were fighting any less hard. The eastern lines had not even budged when the French counterattack hit it, perhaps because the Britannians had moved up a significant amount of armor themselves. The amount of destruction along those districts had resulted in significant parts of the city becoming flat and clear, allowing for pretty far line of sight for both sides. Unfortunately that also meant the French counterattack was spotted both on the ground and from the air well before they reached engagement range with their Britannian opponents, giving those opponents plenty of time to prepare. The result was ultimately the worse of both worlds, a combination of grinding engagements punctured with sharp encounters that ended poorly for the attackers. The French forces at this point could afford neither. They did not possess the reserves to get into a battle of attrition against Britannian troops or take substantial casualties from failed engagements. The Empire on the other hand was managing to smash the French counterattacks even as they continued with leveling more and more city blocks. All this left Rommel with unpalatable choices all around. He could try to plough his way through the Britannian lines on the east, hoping that fresh troops would increase the weight of those attacks enough to push the enemy back. Or he could further reinforce the west, to try to hook around Verrières and bypass the Princess Colin's forces for another drive at Orly. Whatever he did he would need to choose quickly however, as every minute of hesitation only made the position of his own troops that much more untenable. General Feldmarschall. Rommel looked over to see one of the operators having bolted up. The Princess Colin, she's broadcasting on an open frequency with a message directly addressing you. Rommel's eyes narrowed but the German did not waste any time switching to said channel. By some unknown providence the princess had just begun her actual message. General Feldmarschall Rommel. I applaud the courage and conviction with which your forces have fought. Rommel's eyes widened as the Princess Colin addressed him in perfect, almost completely unaccented German. That they have managed this much is a testament not only to their competency but also their dedication and love for their homeland. You and I know however that such dedication is not enough on the face of battle, not against an enemy possessed of such overwhelming advantage. Rommel recalled in the back of his head that the Princess Colin, prior to entering the service of the Empress Euphemia, had been an insurgent fighting against the very empire she now served. As such, she possessed not just an abstract awareness of the limitations of dedication and conviction. You were offered a chance to honorably surrender once before by Field Marshal Darlton, Collins' voice continued over the radio, with the assurance that you and your subordinates would be treated fairly in accordance with the laws and customs of war. Your own dedication and loyalty to your oath saw you decline, a declination that I too understand. She just might at that, Rommel mused. After all, if the rumors were right, the Red Knight had worked to demonstrate a degree of independent power before coming to an arrangement with the then Princess Euphemia. Because I understand, I am hereby offering you a second opportunity to surrender. Again, you have my word as a knight of Her Majesty's honor that your forces will be treated with dignity and respect if you accept. I know that you will feel the urge to continue fighting, to not discard what you consider to be your honor. But to continue fighting now does nothing to preserve that honor and can only lead to more wasted lives. Paris, for all your valiant effort, has fallen. My liege has ordered the city razed, and nothing your forces can do will avert this fate. Dying in the attempt will do nothing but close off the future to the soldiers under your command. Surrender, and you and they will at least have a future to rebuild. You have 5 minutes to respond on a public frequency. Blunt, that was perhaps the best way to describe the Princess Collins' declaration. Blunt but also very earnest. Rommel did not doubt in the least Colin would honor every promise she made regarding the treatment his person and his troops. A part of him still resisted, however, could not accept that a futile death was all that awaited him and his men should he refuse. But with every passing second, with every second that drew him closer to the Princess Collins' deadline, that part shrank compared to the one that recognized the truth and reality of his situation. Of their situation. And that part could not see more of his men killed for no measurable gain. It pained him, more than anything he had ever experienced, to make this admission. At the same time a massive pressure seemed to lift from his shoulders. Open a channel, he ordered. The operator standing at his side blinked. Sir. You heard me, the German man said. Open a channel. After another moment of hesitation the officer obeyed, giving a nod to his superior to indicate they were ready. This is General Feldmarschall Rommel. Princess Colin, I hereby accept your offer and agree to surrender my command. He switched to French. All forces, disengage from the Britannian forces as expediently as possible. I have offered my surrender to the Princess Colin. And then back to his native tongue. Your Highness, I recommend that you order your troops to do the disengage as well. The command center was now deathly silent, the only noise the beeps and chirps of the computers and other electronics. After a few moments Rommel looked about. Does anyone here wish to object to my decision? He asked. Slowly, one by one heads swayed side to side. It seemed his subordinates too could recognize the reality of their situation, and the pointlessness of sending more of their compatriots to die. Rommel let out a tired sigh. It was over. Everything that he had dedicated his life to was over. The field marshal straightened. Messers, c'est fut un honneur. Merci pour tout ce que vous avez fait. He turned about and took his leave. A few minutes later, a single shot sounded. Jean let out an exhausted sigh. The last of the fighting had ended a week prior, for which he was devoutly grateful for. At the same time the end of the formal battle had not seen the end of work for him and his platoon, and with the lieutenant dead he was serving as the acting platoon CO until such time as they were assigned a replacement. Hopefully the new guy would prove to be competent instead of a complete greenhorn. In the meantime it was his job to keep his platoon on task, which thanks to the lack of active combat operations meant the only thing he really needed to worry about was boredom leading his subordinates to do something stupid. Most of their duties involved providing manpower for the engineering corps as they strung up demolition charges to bring down block after block. Not quite as dangerous as getting shot at, but still dangerous enough that if they were not careful someone could very easily get hurt or killed. Today however the platoon was off duty, which under normal circumstances would have meant its members would have the enviable task of fending off boredom. Seeing as the entire platoon was clustered on this particular hill overlooking Paris, circumstances were obviously not normal. Sarge, when did Cole say he'd be here? Connie asked. Jean cracked a wry smirk. That's Captain Kraft to you, Corporal. And if you're so eager to start the festivities, you can always get Sasha to pour you a cup. Nah, d'y rather save space for whatever cold air Captain Kraft brings. That elicited a genuine chuckle. Jean could hardly blame Connie on that point, their friend did seem to have an excellent palate for spirits, along with the money to actually buy the good stuff. And speak of the devil, someone was coming over the hill now. Jean went frozen stiff as he caught sight of the other person making the climb. He recognized the red-haired young woman that accompanied Cole hand in hand, but his brain still took several moments to actually process what he was seeing. The first thought that finally broke through was that it was the Princess Colin. The second, she seemed to be completely alone save for Cole. And Jean and his platoon. In other words, she was without any visible security. Somehow Jean just knew he would get blamed for this. Jean shot up and snapped a sharp salute. Your Highness. Colin gave a wry chuckle as she returned the courtesy. At ease, Sergeant Kirstein. I'm not here in any official capacity tonight, just looking to spend some time with my husband and his friends. I see. Jean blinked as his mind went blank for the second time this afternoon. Wait, husband. This time it was Cole that gave a resigned chuckle as Jean gaped at him. That Cole and Colin were in a relationship was now more or less known across the Empire, especially after the former had accompanied the latter on a few formal occasions. That they were outright married was still far from widely known beyond a small circle of trusted friends and confidants, of which Jean and Connie, and probably the rest of their platoon, had just found themselves included in. Oh, you never told the sergeant you were married. Colin said chidingly. And here I thought he was one of your most trusted friends in the service. I trust Jean with a lot of things, Cole responded. Including giving me plenty of crap for bagging a really beautiful wife. Colin chuckled. Well, I suppose flattery will get you some reprieve. Jean looked back and forth between the two, still trying to regain control of his jaw. That he eventually succeeded in doing, just as his brain also finally began working again. Congratulations, however belated they may be, Jean said. I am certain Cole will take good care of you. Probably. Cole snorted at the qualifier while Colin allowed herself another chuckle. He has done well so far, and my thanks to you, Sergeant, for having looked after him so often while in the field. You're welcome, Highness. He does take a certain amount of looking after. Jean was slowly relaxing around the princess, enough at least to make a few quips at his friend's expense. So I have found. It probably helped that Colin was also demonstrating a fair degree of humor herself. Well then, Sergeant, Cole assured me you would have cups prepared. The knight said, hefting a large bottle of wine. Oh, yes, Your Highness, Jean said. Though, I'm afraid they're just tumblers that come with our mess kits. That will be fine, Colin assured him. It's what I use when I'm out in the field after all. Somehow that was less surprising for Jean than had another royal made that claim. Very down to earth, that was the impression Jean got of the Princess Colin after they first met, even if she definitely carried herself with a noble poise. It was certainly hard to conceive of the Princess Millicent drinking from a humble tin tumbler, or God forbid the Empress Euphemia. You certainly picked a good spot to watch, Cole remarked as they followed Jean to where the rest of the platoon was camped out. Surprised I don't see others about. Sasha's the one that found this place. You know how she is, she always has this knack for finding good hidey holes and the like. That I do, Cole agreed. Quite a few other soldiers were doing double takes now as they recognized just whom was hanging off the captain's arm. A lot of coming to attention as well. Colin gave a wry smile again, but only spoke once she was certain she had everyone's attention. I am here today not in my capacity as a princess of the realm, but as merely another soldier in service to the Empire. As such, be at ease. That's an order. The wider smile she cracked elicited a few dry chuckles from the soldiers present, and some actually did seem to relax, if only a little bit. Time to help take a bit more of the edge off. Colin held out the bottle of wine she had brought. My understanding is that Cole often supplies the spirits when he has occasion to spend his off hours with all of you. Something about rank coming with obligations. Colin popped the cork. Seeing as I outrank everyone here, it is only fair that I continue this tradition. Approving murmurs spread amongst the soldiers and they proceeded to line up to each get their share. Each also made sure to properly thank the royal for her graciousness, and while the amount doled out was not that much, all were certain the wine would be of the highest quality. After filling tumblers for herself and Cole with the last of the bottle, Colin raised hers in a toast. The others responded. A toast. To Her Majesty, to the Empire, to all our homes, but most importantly, to the men and women that stand at your side. Cheers. Cheers. As Jean took a sip of the golden-colored wine, he was not disappointed. There was a certain earthy flavor to it, with just a touch of spicy aroma and fruity flavor. He ended up draining his tumbler without even realizing it. This is really good, Jean remarked. What is it? A 1774 Vengeance, Colin answered. The latter bit Jean was pretty sure meant yellow wine. The former, he again took a moment to properly register. Wait, this was a vintage from 1774? Your Highness. About 2 years before Washington's rebellion started, yes, Colin confirmed. Wow. I mean, just, wow. Colin shrugged ever so slightly. Little point in just leaving it sitting around, so I thought I might as well share it with some of Britannia's loyal subjects. She and Cole picked a relatively comfortable spot and settled down, leaning against one another as they gazed out at what used to be the Parisian cityscape. Jean followed their gaze, and another thought occurred to him as he bore witness to the last remnant still standing. Begging your pardon, Your Highness, but aren't you required at the, Colin shrugged again. Laura and Gino are attending as the formal representatives of Her Majesty. My sole duty here was to ensure that the Battle of Paris was fought as cleanly as possible, and that civilian casualties be held to an absolute minimum. That duty is now done, and I have not been charged with any others by Her Majesty. Jean considered that point. There was a lot of subtext that he was certain he was not picking up, but one that was fairly transparently telegraphed was that the princess was not entirely happy with what was about to happen. That should not have been too surprising, seeing as Her Highness' own homeland had been subjected to Britannian aggression, occupation, and even looting. Now she was partaking in that very same aggression, occupation, and looting herself, even if not quite as directly as the rest of the army. Jean could sympathize with her mixed emotions. That sympathy added a slightly ashen aftertaste to the wine that lingered on his tongue. Settling down himself, Jean stared out at the single structure that still jutted out into the skyline. It really was a nice view from here, and out of the way enough that they did not have any competition for the space. Jean checked his watch. Any time now. And right on cue, the latticed structure in the distance began to collapse upon itself. From this distance they could still hear a faint echo of the booms that sounded, though the sound only reached them after the implosion began. Within a few seconds the Eiffel Tower disappeared from the skyline, and all that remained of Paris was rubble and ruins. Jean felt a surprising mixture of emotions at the sight. A part of him was almost glad for it. He had fought the French forces too many times to not feel some elation at the defeat of that nation. Another part of him was more ambiguous. The destruction of Paris was almost entirely symbolic. Strategically it was probably meaningless, seeing as the French military existed pretty much only on paper at this point. That probably also partially explained why the Princess Colin was here instead of down there witnessing the Eiffel Tower's demolition with the other ranking officers, even if her absence could be interpreted as a slight against them. Well, now that that's done with, Cole said as he rose. How about we pop these? From the bag he had with him Cole extracted 3 more bottles of wine to cheers all around. Those the bottles you were planning to bring before your wife upstaged you? Jean said. More or less, Cole said. Now of course I couldn't get away with filching a vintage that good. An elbow made contact with his side. Still there are advantages to being a quartermaster. I'm sure, Jean said as he rose. Here, let me give you a hand. Cole was right, the bottles he brought were well short of the single one Colin had provided. Still they got more than a single gulp with his, and quantity was a quality all its own. Looking out at the city with a full tumbler, Jean raised it. Whether Paris deserved her destruction or not, he could at least pay that much tribute to the ruined city. Due to Euphemia's health there were strict instructions that she not be disturbed while resting. There were obvious exceptions to the rule, mostly in the vein of immediate emergencies that demanded she make an actual decision then and there. Anything else could wait a few hours for her to wake up and deal with. As such there was a considerable amount of disapproval being cast at Marshal of the Empire's ex-Vander when he arrived at the Imperial Palace in the middle of the night, well after Euphemia had fallen asleep. After a few words were exchanged with Her Majesty's guards, and only after General Valentinu was roused to verify the validity of the order, was the Empress awakened. When Euphemia finished making herself presentable and stepped into her receiving area, she smiled at the sight of Arthur curled up on the couch. Despite the light being turned on, the cat seemed determined to continue snoozing away. Making sure not to disturb him, Euphemia took a seat on an open space before nodding to Rai, the knight having been roused at the same time by his liege. And by the same servant for that matter. Now he spoke briefly into his radio and the doors opened to grant Zek's entry. The Marshal bowed respectfully after stepping through the threshold. Your Majesty, I beg your leave to report a development in our struggle against the European Union. You have it, Marshal, Euphemia responded. We have received notice from the European Commission that the EU, and its constituent members, have agreed to surrender unconditionally to the Holy Britannian Empire, Zex declared without further preamble. Confirmation of this intention has been received from representations of all the national governments, including the governments in exile currently sheltering in Britain. At that Euphemia took a deep breath as Zex gave his Empress a moment to absorb this news. We have extended the Europeans a grace period of 3 days to disseminate stand-down orders to their remaining forces, after which our own forces will move in to take custody of weapons, equipment, assume general responsibility for security, and begin the process of dismantling industrial assets. The formal instruments of surrender are to be signed 2 days after in the various capitals, as well as in Paris at Dôme des Invalides. Seeing as the former church was the only structure left standing within Paris proper, it was not as if there were any other places for the ceremony to take place. The Empire had not spared Napoleon's final resting place out of respect or deference, however, it was calculated much as the seizure of France's cultural legacy was. For what greater humiliation, what greater national wound, could be inflicted than to have the articles that undid the entirety of Napoleon's legacy be signed over his grave, a grave that stood by its lonesome in a devastated wasteland. Details are as yet to be concluded, but the formal conference where the European governments will receive the full set of terms is tentatively scheduled for 2 weeks' time in London. The Princess Millicent has already confirmed she is prepared to be present as your personal representative. Because there was no way in hell the Britannian military or Her Majesty's Guard was going to allow the Empress to leave the homelands to a territory that they could not guarantee was fully pacified. Notwithstanding any developments that may as yet occur, the war has concluded in the empires, in your victory, your majesty, Zex concluded. Euphemia took another deep breath before responding. Thank you, Marshal. For your service, and for your faith. Zex bowed, accepting the dismissal and took his leave. Once the doors closed, Euphemia spent perhaps a moment simply sitting there. She then looked over at the sleeping Arthur before reaching out to give the cat a stroke. Arthur's ears twitched, but the cat otherwise remained peacefully slumbering. The war might be over, Euphemia said aloud as she continued stroking Arthur. But it's really only just the beginning. All things are a beginning, Euphemia, Rai said. Life goes on regardless of what arbitrary milestones we might set. The young woman chuckled. That might well be true enough, Rybert. But I hope this does not mean you will always be so blithe about some of those milestones. Certainly not. A milestone can be cause for great joy or sorrow. And while I fully expect there will be more of the latter in our future, I take great comfort knowing that there will also be plenty of the former. Euphemia smiled at Rai warmly, then extended a hand. Rai took it, helping her rise and escorting her back to bed, together. End of chapter 142. We're not quite done with the wrap-up for the Great War. There will be at least one more chapter that will lay out the full consequences of the final peace settlement. I'm starting to slide into what I'd term my unproductive phase. That's probably going to slow down my production of chapters, plus affect their pacing. I'll likely be cutting content to a certain degree, and some things will feel a bit rushed, but that probably has as much to do with me wanting to finish this story as anything else. One thing that was definitely cut was an explanation of how Colin got her hands on a 1774 vintage Vengeance. She certainly did not bring a bottle from Japan. Heinrich's palate for wine might be good, but the Baron's collection isn't that good, nor would he have been so blithe about just giving a bottle to even his daughter. No, the bottle was basically looted. Or if you want to be more generous, saved from destruction, since though the Empire gave enough time for Paris people to evacuate, there certainly was not enough time to also empty the wine cellars of places like La Tour d'Argent. Combined with Colin's ability to basically see anything, and the false wall put up by the owner didn't really offer any protection. The restaurant's basement might have been deep enough to survive the bombardment. Then again, it might not have. Its location, however, was far enough north that it escaped the rolling bombardment that Britannia conducted during the Battle of Paris. Afterward, the army pretty much emptied the entire cellar and will be shipping most of it back to the homelands. I expect quite a few bottles will be popped at whatever celebration is held in the Imperial Palace for the end of the war. Another bit of symbolism there, and another kick the dog moment for the Empire. Quite a few bottles have of course been distributed to the troops as well, and Jean was originally expecting Cole to bring one such bottle to their little get-together. He was just not expecting something quite so impressive. Granted, I don't know if La Tour d'Argent ever actually had a bottle of 1774 Vengeance. I'd be shocked if there existed a publicly available list, in English, of all the wines that have passed through that place's cellar. Still, I thought, what the hell?